Hunter, you can perceive the health bars of all beings. Your attacks will inevitably inflict damage, even upon deities. Rogue, stealthily lurking in the darkness, prowling in the light. Executioner, now is the moment of execution. Come now, take a slash. Not dead. When the health bar hits 0, death will ensue. As long as there exists a health bar, even the divine can be slain before your eyes. The shadowed aspect of the world, the shattered landscape, the aberrations emerging from the abyss. There are no lights behind, only a dense fog ahead. Some believe in the light, while others extinguish it. What choices remain for those caught in between? The abyss descends, and the aberrations invade. In this epic of endless night, are the deities truly immortal? The youth gazes at the sun in the sky. There hangs a long string of health bars. Deities? Is it the health bar you just illuminated? Chapter 1. Our city is remarkably secure. Jiangyu. Yes. At the gathering place of the Cloud Sea, the first central hospital of the Cloud Sea, ophthalmology. Please describe your symptoms further. The doctor perused the examination form in hand, turning his face slightly to scan the young man who had just taken a seat before him. His tousled black hair partially obscured his sharp brows and bright eyes. With a prominent nose and lips like a blade, his handsomeness bordered on the exaggerated. Yet at this moment, his expression appeared exceedingly haggard, with deep-set eyes, resembling someone suffering from renal debility. Did you perhaps misplace your appointment? However, compared to these. Hello, we do not permit smoking here. The doctor pointed at the slender cigarette he was holding. Oh, my apologies, Dr. Zhao. Jiangyu smacked his lips, crunching the yellow and white strip and chewing it. This is a smoke candy. After a brief pause, Jiangyu spoke. Recently, my eyes have felt quite uncomfortable. Sometimes a red veil overlays my vision, disappearing with a blink, only to reappear with another. When I gaze upon black objects, especially shadows, there is an indescribable sensation. How long have these symptoms persisted? Dr. Zhao inquired. Perhaps 2 months now. It wasn't this severe at first, Jiangyu replied, his gaze fixated intently on a few centimeters above the doctor's head. In his line of sight, it seemed as though something was coalescing there. Crimson ripples formed a long strip, and then points of light converged in the center of that strip, resembling a number. 2 months prior, while tidying his bookshelf, he was struck on the forehead by a book with an immaculate white cover, nearly causing him to lose his breath. Since then, his eyes have undergone a strange transformation. Initially, he could see lines above people's heads, then colors emerged, followed by an increasing number of lines, until now. Of course, there was one detail he did not mention. Whenever he gazed at shadows, he always felt as though a dark mass writhed within them. Could it be that I have attracted the attention of some malevolent entity? Not only did I consult an ophthalmologist, but I also made an appointment with a pollution specialist. Jiangyu blinked, and the crimson strip above Dr. Zhao's head became increasingly orderly, with the numbers gradually coming into focus. What on earth is that? Jiangyu's pupils dilated sharply, and a shiver coursed through his body. What is it? Dr. Zhao followed his gaze to the top of his own head. Realizing he had overreacted, Jiangyu composed himself and stated, "Apologies, I must be seeing things." The lines above the doctor's head stabilized completely, forming a rectangular frame, with a small portion of red remaining, displaying the digits 18 prominently in the center. Its appearance bore a striking resemblance to a health bar in an online game. Jiangyu scrutinized Dr. Zhao before him. The doctor wore a large mask, with a few wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, and his hair was streaked with gray and white. However, his eyes shone with vitality, bestowing upon him an aura of vigor. If this truly is a health bar, then 18 must be perilously close to death, right? Care for a drink? Now. Dr. Zhao was momentarily at a loss for words. My apologies, I momentarily lost my focus. Jiangyu coughed lightly. You seem unable to concentrate, young man. Never mind. Let me take a look. Dr. Zhao rose to his feet, retrieving a laser pointer, or perhaps not a laser pointer, as it emitted a bright white light upon activation. He directed it at Jiangyu's eyes, instructing, "Look to the left. Now, to the right." After examining all directions, Dr. Zhao returned to his seat. Nothing significant. All test values appear normal. It's a case of ordinary conjunctivitis. I will prescribe some eye drops for you to use for half a month. Very well. Thanking the doctor, Jiang Yu turned to leave the consultation room. As he stepped outside, he took a deep breath of the cool air. Doctors, nurses, patients, people came and went. 88, 76, 91. Health bars were everywhere. "Excuse me, could you let me pass?" A man, clutching his right eye, with blood gushing from the wound, spoke to Jiang Yu. Even with such an injury, the number above him was still a staggering 73. As he walked along, he glanced left and right, increasingly convinced that the numbers and frames above people's heads indicated health bars. In the surgical department, patients with fractures typically had low health. In internal medicine, it was more complex. Some appeared fine on the outside, yet harbored internal issues, leading to varied health levels. Overall, apart from those lying on stretchers or in wheelchairs, very few individuals had health bars lower than 50. What was up with that Dr. Zhao in the consultation room? Never mind. He is a doctor and must have his own understanding of things. Jiang Yu looked at the payment receipt in his hand, hesitating for a moment before tucking it away into his clothing. What was the point of treating conjunctivitis when he had evidently received a golden finger? Being able to see health bars, what use was that? Jiang Yu walked out of the hospital perplexed. Recently, there have been signs of anomalous activities at night. Should you observe anything unusual, please promptly contact the night patrol. Citizens are advised to avoid traveling at night. Inside the hospital, LCD screens displayed various announcements. To ensure the safety of the citizens, the night patrol is about to commence a new recruitment round to facilitate night patrols of the streets. 99 years since the Great Disaster, we have established secure havens. The anomalies are in retreat. Hope belongs to our great Zhou. Through our collective efforts, the economy of our nation is rapidly advancing, and our cities are remarkably safe. A century ago, at the dawn of the millennium, a chasm appeared in the blue star, from which terrifying and powerful anomalies emerged, trampling the land without mercy. After a century of struggle, Great Zhou has established several impregnable first-level gathering places, along with numerous second- and third-level gathering places. Yanhai is one such second-level gathering place. Having traversed into this world for nearly a year, Jiang Yu gradually adapted to this realm imbued with extraordinary power. Jiang Yu felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, the world had stabilized. Had he been transported to a time of hardship 2 or 3 decades after the Great Disaster? How could his frail limbs endure such trials? A stable city, abundant resources, such simplicity is a form of happiness. Jiang Yu sighed deeply, popped a sugar-coated cigarette into his mouth, and stepped out of the hospital. He intended to return home and ponder the significance of the health bars. Tightening his clothing, he bent down to tie his shoelaces. In the late winter and early spring season, the weather today seemed particularly gloomy and somewhat chilly. After tying his shoelaces into a delightful bow, Jiang Yu slowly rose, only to freeze. A chill began to spread from his core to his extremities, rendering him icy and numb. As his gaze widened, his heartbeat slowed momentarily, and his pupils constricted to pinpricks. The vast street lay devoid of passers-by. The buildings transformed into a cold, dark palette of black and gray. Broken windows, decayed streetlights, and lifeless trees surrounded him. A long-limbed, muscular creature, its form as massive as a car, scaled and leaped across the buildings. A grotesque entity with 4 tentacles, its body bulbous like a gourd, writhed on the street, performing an eerie dance. Twisting like smoke, monsters flickered in and out of sight by the roadside. The perspective widened, revealing more grotesque anomalies wandering the streets, on rooftops and in alleyways. Fighters clad in black and red combat gear darted through, wielding blades in fierce combat. Jiang Yu found it difficult to breathe. He looked up to see a black sun hanging in the sky. Above it, a long health bar was visible. This is quite a significant issue. Panic might be warranted. His fingers trembled slightly as he crushed the sugar cigarette. Suddenly, the black and gray receded like a tide. Lively sounds returned to his ears. Passers-by along the street, rustling branches, honking cars. Everything was teeming with life. Jiang Yu gazed around in bewilderment. "Be careful, old man. Watch your step. Hey bro, need some medicine? Genuine stuff from the pharmacy, 50,000 a bottle. I'm selling for 5,000. Mommy, look at that handsome uncle standing there like a fool." Jiang Yu's throat constricted as he struggled to respond. His gaze swept across the myriad of faces until it settled upon the grand screen, standing sentinel outside the hospital. In the centenary of the Great Cataclysm, the Night Patrol remains an unwavering pillar of support for the citizens. Our world is increasingly flourishing, and our city is remarkably secure. Jianyu lifted his gaze once more. The sun, a brilliant and warm yellow orb, illuminated the sky above him. Indeed, our city appears to be utterly invulnerable. Chapter 2. This infernal ability. Brother, care for some medicine? The counterfeit kind, indistinguishable from the genuine. The purveyor of fake drugs gently patted Jiang Yu's shoulder, pulling him back from his reverie. The imprisoned souls. Meticulously fabricated lies. A multitude of conjectures swirled within his mind, abruptly interrupted by the counterfeit drug dealer. What are you doing? He exhaled a cloud of frustration. Care for some medicine? The dealer inquired hopefully. Drugs? This city is filled with monsters. And you still have the gall to sell medicine? Do you think you're some sort of god of medicine? What nonsense is this? You're insane. The dealer turned to leave. Wait, kid, if you're not buying, don't obstruct my business. Selling miracle oil, are you? A bottle for 3,000? Jiang Yu retorted, promptly reporting him. After providing his statement at the police station, he emerged as dusk approached. Gazing at the descending sun, a sense of disorientation washed over him. The evening was a cacophony of activity, a gathering place for a sea of clouds. Couples strolling leisurely, fingers intertwined, a girl chasing after balloons. Who would have imagined that beneath such a serene facade lay another reality? What fleeting illusion had he experienced in the hospital? A figment of his imagination? He was uncertain. Nevertheless, one thing was clear. Nai seemed to be in pain, and the discomfort was intensifying. With a stern expression, he boarded the bus, exited, entered the residential complex, and rode the elevator back to his room. Jiang Yu made a beeline for the restroom, shedding his shirt. Upon his chest lay a 3 to 4 centimeter tattoo, depicting a book, shimmering faintly. The design was not particularly intricate, consisting of 3 concentric circles forming the cover of the tome. This was the very emblem that had struck him earlier. Hiss, hiss, it hurts. The pain is escalating. It felt as if a branding iron were searing his skin, accompanied by a sensation of relentless constriction. It's over, it's over. The contamination department's number was already posted. He should have taken the opportunity for a checkup. Grimacing, Jiang Yu turned on the shower, directing the spray at his chest. Hiss. A sizzling sound emanated from his chest, faint wisps of white smoke rising. Relief. After a full minute of the spray, the pain finally subsided. Jiang Yu wiped his face, slicking back his hair, then turned to the mirror. Reflected was a somewhat pallid, handsome visage, a blood bar resting atop his head, reading 100. After leaving the hospital, he had roughly analyzed his abilities. 1. Most ordinary creatures displayed a blood bar within a 30-meter visual range. He could see his own blood bar in the mirror. 2. If he wished to avoid seeing it, a mere thought could close it. 3. He had yet to fully comprehend the rest. Seeing that his status was full, he let out a sigh of relief. Turning off the shower, Jiang Yu felt an inkling that he had overlooked something. He needed to get his eyes checked at the hospital, as there were blood-red lines in his vision, and today he confirmed that this so-called blood color was indeed the blood bar. Furthermore, when observing dark objects, particularly shadows, his vision would warp. Yes, he had forgotten about the shadows. Looking down, he noted, "Where's my shadow?" The bathroom light shone down from above as he shifted his position. The shadow was cast upon the wall. Phew, I almost thought my shadow had vanished. The day's events had been so bizarre that had his shadow fled, Jiang Yu would not have been overly surprised. Grabbing a towel to dry his face, he opened the bathroom door. A pitch-black figure stood silently at the threshold, entirely dark, with slight variations in hue across different parts. Its eye sockets were hollow and profound. Merely watching him, their gazes met. I knew it wasn't that simple. After the hospital, Jiang Yu's heart skipped a beat for the second time. My shadow has not fled, but it has come to life. He raised a hand. He raised a leg. Let's see you dance. I bet you can do that. Watching the shadow sway its floral hands, Jiang Yu's mind was in disarray. He gently brushed his fingers over the tattoo on his chest. Points of light floated in the air, rapidly unfolding. Words like divine, extraordinary, and human flitted past, finally settling on human. A luminous panel fully materialized before him. Name, Jiang Yu. Attribute, shadow. Shadow points, 11. Rank, 10 shadow points required to activate. Abilities, shadow devour, shadow eye. This panel resembled an attribute sheet and recorded his circumstances. As he focused his thoughts, certain words expanded further. Shadow, your shadow exists because of you. It possesses all your memories and can execute any simple commands you give. However, be warned, it lacks independent thought and does not possess a physical form. Perhaps you might try commanding it to exercise. You may receive unexpected results. Shadow devour. You can extract shadow points from all things dark, enhancing yourself. or decompose lifeless entities to absorb shadow points. Shadow Eye. Your eyes have undergone an unknown transformation. Activating this ability allows you to see the dark side of the world and choose to observe it. There was a plethora of information, and his mind felt cluttered. Jiang Yu glanced at the luminous panel, then at the shadow standing before him. He extended his hand, passing it through the shadow's chest. This being had no physical form. Can you speak? Jiang Yu inquired. Silence was his only reply. You possess all my memories? He pressed further. The shadow nodded. All right. Jiang Yu turned and rummaged through his desk, pulling out a test paper. Given Fxax 3x1, a 0, define Hxmax GXFXFXGXGXFXGX. Find the extreme value of fx. This is my summer homework. Let's see how you do. He handed the pen over, then hesitated. Wait, can you even hold the pen? The shadow remained silent, extending its hand, successfully grasping the pen. Did this being truly have no physical form? Jiang Yu reached out again, passing his hand through the shadow's body. An unsettling sensation washed over him. Why have you stopped writing? He looked over, and his face paled. The shadow had written a solution but remained still, looking at him with an air of innocence. Nonsense about having all my memories. I can solve this problem in 2 minutes. Jiang Yu reopened the luminous panel, scrutinizing the skill descriptions. Can you carry out my simple commands? Is the exam too challenging? He pondered, then commanded, recite Ma Pa Chao Qiong. This time, the shadow wrote swiftly. The power of the horse, 3 segments. Gazing at the 5 glaring characters inscribed on the testing monument, the young scion of the Shao family wore a blank expression. A hint of self-mockery playing at the corners of his lips, his nails digging into his palm. What the hell? Jiang Yu's expression shifted. He felt as though he had grasped something significant. What of being an extraordinary individual? The shadow transcribes books while he sells them. Wouldn't that yield a fortune? This was promising, exceedingly promising. However, before pursuing this avenue, he needed to clarify his own situation. Jiang Yu turned his attention back to the remaining abilities. Shadow Devour. Absorb darkness? Jiang Yu crouched in the corner, extending his hand. After a prolonged moment, nothing occurred. This wretched ability, devoid of a manual or any beginner's tutorial to elucidate its workings. Jiang Yu felt a surge of irritation. He had some understanding of the shadow's essence. He had already experienced the world's dark side during his time in the hospital. One step at a time, he thought. Don't start copying yet. Do a few push-ups for me to see, he instructed. The shadow nodded, rising from its seat. Then, under Jiang Yu's gaze, its form gradually faded until it completely vanished. Hey, I told you to do push-ups. Where did you run off to? Where's my shadow? Chapter 3. You have matured into quite the shadow. The ceiling? No. The kitchen? No. The toilet? No. Jiang Yu unzipped his pants. Nothing there either. Hey, where are you? Come out. He shouted. Suddenly, a flicker in his heart made him turn around, and a pitch-black figure slowly materialized from the void. What on earth is this shadow? Jiang Yu rubbed his temples. Where have you been? Using some sort of invisibility skill? The shadow gestured vigorously, but Jiang Yu failed to comprehend its signs. Grab a pen and write it down. The shadow approached the desk, picked up a pen, and wrote 2 bold characters. Dark side. The dark side of the world? Jiang Yu connected the dots. The shadow nodded in affirmation. What are we going there for? He inquired. The shadow replied, to do push-ups. Why do push-ups there? To train. Could it be that the dark side of the world offers superior training benefits? Jiang Yu pondered thoughtfully. Training in the dark side might be beneficial, as having a large, shadowy figure lurking in the room was rather unsettling. The introduction to these shadow abilities suggested issuing a training command to oneself, so he decided to let it be. As the sun fully set, a bright moon ascended. The moonlight, delicate as silk, blanketed the entire gathering of clouds. The streets bustled with vehicles, though considerably less busy than the metropolis of his previous life. As time passed, the streets grew increasingly desolate. Beyond 11 o'clock, apart from the night patrol, few pedestrians or vehicles roamed the thoroughfare. Waving the shadow away, Jiang Yu pulled out a chair and opened his computer along with his drawing tablet. Beyond being a senior in high school, he was also a highly popular and passionate manga artist, drawing upon his artistic experience from a past life. Jiang Yu's first major undertaking since his reincarnation was to attempt creating a spirited manga. After the cataclysm, the cultural industry of the Great Zhou had become exceedingly scarce, and once his manga was released, it quickly surged in popularity, with the pseudonym Jiang Yu, the Blade in the Rain, becoming widely known. Having taken a half-month break, it was time to embark on a new series. There were numerous exhilarating themes to choose from. Which one should he select this time? Jiang Yu opened his notes, scrolling through a list of potential titles. The Allure of the World, Secret Academy, Dormitory Administrator, Weak Point, Welcome to the Dream Broadcasting Room, Behave and Sign Up. Are there any available rooms? Fitness Instructor, Swimming Tutoring Class, Adorable Classmate Xiao Rou. With so many thrilling manga options, the abundance of choices could sometimes be quite vexing. The following morning, bang, bang, bang. Jiang Yu's eyelids fluttered as he slowly awoke. He had been so engrossed in his creation the previous night that he had fallen asleep without realizing it. Open the door. A familiar voice called from outside. What on earth is going on so early? He yawned and opened the door. Health, 90. A girl with short hair stood at the entrance, her face brimming with excitement. The moment the door cracked open, she slipped inside. Lu Yaoyao, his classmate and childhood friend, was also Jiang Yu's devoted fan. Beneath her delicately arched eyebrows, her bright eyes sparkled like stars. Her petite, refined nose resembled a white flower bud, and her translucent lips exuded charm. Hey, why is your health so low? Jiang Yu glanced at the calendar and understood. He rubbed his nose and averted his gaze. Hurry up. I saw you trembling yesterday, talking about preparing to launch a new series. Have you finalized the content? Let me see the design collection. Bang. A loud crash echoed as Lu Yaoyao's fair face trembled thrice. Her complexion paled, and as she turned, it grew even paler. The security door slammed shut, dust cascading from the doorframe, and cracks appeared on the wall. Jiang Yu, even if you don't want to show me, there's no need to slam the door. Lu Yaoyao swallowed hard. Jiang Yu remained silent, staring blankly at his own arm. The muscular lines were smooth and defined, a surge of strength nestled within the sinews. With a slight exertion, his arm became as solid as steel. You've been working out? Lu Yaoyao exclaimed, her eyes wide as she gazed at his chest and solid arms. A thin short-sleeved shirt did little to conceal his pectorals. The contours of his back and shoulders were also subtly visible. There was no exaggerated visual impact of bulging muscles. But at a glance, no one would doubt the latent power contained within this physique. You didn't take something, did you? Lu Yaoyao's reaction was sharp. Rather than being bashful, she appeared on high alert. Jiang Yu, I'm telling you, you shouldn't touch those things. My father deals with countless cases like this every year. Can you just be quiet? You chatter too much, Jiang Yu remarked, his eyelids twitching. How do you explain that 5 days ago when I came to see you? I didn't look this exaggerated? Lu Yaoyao remained unconvinced, even placing her hand on her waist. Hey, you're not planning to pull out a lethal weapon, are you? Jiang Yu's eyelids twitched again. Ahem. The girl paused momentarily, changing direction to retrieve something. Soon, a device the size of her palm appeared in her hand. Lu Yaoyao tossed it over. Here, clamp it on your finger and test it yourself. Test what? Pollution index. Abyssal descent, foreign species invasion. Killing foreign species may lead to contamination. Consuming certain foreign objects will result in pollution. Harboring resentment and hatred to a certain extent will also lead to contamination. If pollution is not cleared, it will accumulate and trigger a series of corruption and mutation. His abilities stemmed from the manual on his chest. How could there be any pollution? Jiang Yu gestured for her to remain calm as he picked up the pollution detector. How do I use it? Clamp it on your finger. This device resembled a clip. Jiang Yu adjusted it, clamping his index finger. After about 2 or 3 seconds, a faint current surged through his fingertip, coursing through his arm and into his body. In an instant, the so-called shadow points within him reacted. Simultaneously, the values on the detector began to soar. 10, 20, 40. What the? Jiang Yu's eyelids twitched, and he quickly suppressed his body's unusual response. Before long, the values plummeted at a visible rate, ultimately settling into calm. You see? I told you there was nothing to worry about. Jiang Yu's lips moved. There really isn't anything wrong. Lu Yaoyao regarded him with skepticism, glancing between him and the instrument before lowering her weapon. Wait, a gun? Jiang Yu's eyelids twitched again. You're not planning to shoot me, are you? Just being cautious, Lu Yaoyao reassured, finally relaxing and stowing her weapon away. After much back and forth, he managed to convince her to leave with a complete set of new design collections for his upcoming series. Returning to his room, Jiang Yu immediately summoned the panel. Your shadow has entered the dark side of the world to begin training. Shadow Devour activated. Initial absorption of shadow points. Your shadow has grown stronger. Training in Arm Strength 1. Training in Arm Strength 1. Shadow Devour activating Shadow Point 1. Shadow Devour activating Shadow Point 1. Below is a thoroughly detailed exercise log. Shadow Points, 55. Upon a comprehensive review, Jiang Yu found himself somewhat bewildered. After a brief pause of several seconds, he beckoned the shadow to approach. Have you been training all night? He inquired. The shadow nodded in affirmation. This is utterly ridiculous, Jiang Yu remarked, his gaze gradually transforming. Imbued with a newfound fervor. Excellent, but merely performing push-ups is insufficient for substantial gains. You have matured into a capable shadow. It is time to elevate the difficulty of our regimen. From this moment forth, we shall abandon the conventional push-ups and engage in double unders with a jump rope alongside. Jiang Yu paused for emphasis, his speech quickening thereafter. Tuck planche push-ups, walking planks, one-handed handstand two-finger push-ups, handstand tiger push-ups, Russian push-ups, human flags, pistol squats, spider crawls, L-sit leg raises, and dragon flags. Let us embark upon this exhilarating training journey. Chapter 4. The Pursuit of Strength and the Martial Examination. Chronicles of the Cataclysm. Year 99, January 20th, the first day of acquiring the shadow. My shadow trained throughout the night, and I felt no fatigue whatsoever, unbeknownst to me. I was growing stronger. How utterly shameful. As youth, we cannot remain complacent. January 21st, the following day. I assigned my shadow a plethora of exercises, yielding remarkable results. In just 2 days, my six-pack abs had formed sharp contours, and my musculature was strikingly defined. I could likely dispatch Lu Yaoyao with a single punch now, couldn't I? No, it is time to put in the effort. January 22nd. Today, Uncle Lee paid a visit. He also works in the night patrol division. And I hope he did not notice anything amiss. Uncle Lee is aging and has lost an arm. I believe I could now defeat 3 Uncle Lees with a single blow, or 10 Lu Yaoyaos. January 23rd. Darn it. Life cannot continue in such complacency. Having gained extraordinary abilities, I must strive harder. To forge iron, one must be robust. January 24th. The shadow trains, while I bask in comfort. January 25th. The shadow continues its training, and I continue to enjoy my ease. January 26th. Excellent. Today I voluntarily completed 10 push-ups, continuing my leisurely existence. January 26th. The growth rate of my shadow points is excruciatingly slow. Aside from a 4-point increase on the first day, I have only accumulated 8 points over these many days. I wonder how many more days will pass before I can gather 10 points to unlock the status? Perhaps entering the Dark Realm myself might expedite the process? January 27th. I attempted to activate the Shadow Eye and enter the Dark Realm. Alas, why is this door harder than steel? I cannot open it. I must enter the Dark Realm from the exterior of the building. Within the Dark Realm, the community is shrouded in a layer of mist, rendering exit impossible and entry equally futile. I can only access the shadow layer from outside the community in the real world. Goodness. There is a specter over 2 meters tall lurking at the entrance of the neighboring community, its forelimbs resembling scythes, relentlessly pursuing me and shredding my pants. Fortunately, I managed to escape the Dark Realm just in time. January 28th. This specter is blocking my way at the entrance of my community. I cannot tolerate this affront. I'll take action. January 29th. Revenge failed. A tail struck my chest, nearly fracturing my ribs. January 30th. Revenge failed again. I was scratched 3 times on my backside, successfully depleting 6 points of its health. Keep going. January 31st. Lu Yaoyao carefully applied iodine to Jiang Yu's arms and face. Have you been fighting with someone these past few days? She asked, her eyes wide with scrutiny as she applied the antiseptic. You wouldn't understand, Jiang Yu replied. Inhaling sharply, scars are badges of honor for men. Badges? Lu Yaoyao exclaimed, pressing her finger hard against his bruised arm. Ouch, that hurts. Oh, you do no pain, she retorted, retracting her finger as if electrocuted by the solidity of his muscles. By the way, the martial examination is just a month away. How do you plan to approach it, Yaoyao? Will you participate? Jiang Yu inquired, grinning despite the pain. After all, being the offspring of a high-ranking official in the Night Patrol Division, her qualifications would likely not pose a problem. It solely depended on Lu Yaoyao's personal aspirations. I actually want to study music. If you wish to learn, then pursue it, Jiang Yu chuckled. Is Uncle Lu opposed to this? It is understandable if he is. She replied. In the wake of the cataclysm, most artistic professions have fallen out of favor, not to mention the scarcity of employment opportunities. One's societal standing in the future may be rather low. The Night Patrol Division is still embroiled in battles against otherworldly entities. There is little time for artistic pursuits. Most trending topics revolve around national affairs, far removed from the frivolities of the past. It's not that he disagrees. Lu Yaoyao paused in her application of the ointment, her eyes dimming slightly. You mustn't tell anyone. The policy has changed, she continued softly. As long as qualifications are met, participation in the martial examination is mandatory this year, especially for extraordinary professional applications. Huh. Jiang Yu was taken aback. Didn't they previously respect personal choices? Students with average qualifications were allowed to apply for standard examinations. The pressure on the Night Patrol Division is mounting, Lu Yaoyao sighed, blowing lightly on the ointment she had applied. Unless something unexpected occurs, I will definitely participate in the martial examination. Jiang Yu was at a loss for words. All students are required to participate in the qualification tests at the start of the school year. Yet, at that moment, Jiang Yu was uncertain about his own participation. The small device Lu Yaoyao had shown him the other day had been incessantly beeping. On the day of the test, the instruments would be much more precise. The moment he stepped inside, they would likely sound an alarm. Then dozens of Night Patrol members would aim their weapons at him. 80 rounds of bullets within 2 seconds? Just the thought was exhilarating. His little handbook appeared quite ordinary. How could it trigger the instruments? He knew far too little about this extraordinary world. And Uncle Lee had never been forthcoming with information. Jiang Yu genuinely began to wonder if this unreliable golden finger might inadvertently lead him into the ranks of otherworldly beings. What principle underlies the detection device you gave me? After some contemplation, he opted for a more indirect approach. Can it be used to guard against otherworldly entities? Lu Yaoyao chuckled, oblivious to his intent. It's merely a rudimentary detection device. It cannot possibly confront otherworldly beings. Its limited functions are primarily to detect otherworldly entities and extraordinary individuals. Didn't Uncle Lee mention? Ordinary people should run from otherworldly beings whenever possible. If escape is not an option, they should ideally be able to call for help on their phones before meeting their demise. Extraordinary individuals? Jiang Yu noted this term with interest. Yes, Lu Yaoyao clearly had no intention of elaborating further. Please, do continue, Jiang Yu urged, their eyes locked in an unspoken challenge. What are you doing? Lu Yaoyao recoiled slightly. Nothing, Jiang Yu replied, his eyes glinting mischievously. Surely your family possesses foundational knowledge about extraordinary beings and otherworldly entities. May I take a look? Aren't you uninterested in the extraordinary? Weren't you planning to take the standard examination? Lu Yaoyao questioned, her brow furrowing in suspicion. People can change. Jiang Yu responded, maintaining his composure. You mentioned the mandatory martial examination this year. What if I have some latent talent? I'd like to understand a bit more beforehand. More importantly, he had recently conceived some new inspirations and intended to create a fervent comic concerning extraordinary beings and otherworldly entities. Upon hearing the phrases extraordinary beings, otherworldly entities, and fervent, Lu Yaoyao's eyes sparkled momentarily. Hurry, tell me more, she implored eagerly. The initial concept revolves around a frail boy named Ben, who endures relentless bullying at school, yet retains a heart full of kindness. With the assistance of his charming deskmate, a gentle teacher, and a benevolent aunt, he is selected by the Night Patrol to participate in the Super Soldier program. Armed with extraordinary willpower, Ben undergoes a remarkable transformation, receiving the Super Soldier Serum injection and emerging as the formidable Captain Ben. However, the Night Patrol has no intention of sending him to the battlefield. Instead, he is repeatedly dispatched to various high society gatherings, performances, and introduced to wealthy heiresses and noble ladies. Until one day, a monstrous invasion strikes the city, led by a powerful creature, the Pink Skull, accompanied by a blue cosmic cube. Wah! Lu Yaoyao is momentarily taken aback. Chapter 5, The Extraordinary. In the evening, within a south-facing room, azure curtains are drawn to the side, and the warm golden sunlight filters through the glass, casting a layer of brilliance upon the pristine white table. A milk-white gradient carpet lies snugly beside the bed, adjacent to a petite table and two round cushions. Inside a pale pink cabinet, alongside clothing, a guitar and sheet music rest, perhaps gathering dust. This is Lu Yaoyao's sanctuary. The two reside in the same hallway, with their doors merely 10 meters apart. After a series of coaxing and persuasion, Lu Yaoyao ultimately relents, leading Jiang Yu into her home to search for information about the extraordinary. The bed is adorned with a youthful pink bedspread, the quilt meticulously folded. A comic titled Fate in the Sky rests on the bedside, likely perused late into the night by someone. Do not look. Lu Yaoyao flusters, her face reddening as she hastily stows the comic away. Yaoyao, you wouldn't want your uncle to find out you've been sneaking peeks at comics, would you? Jiang Yu muses. Shut up. Lu Yaoyao shoots him a sharp glance. Just sit quietly while I fetch the information from my dad's room, and don't touch my things. Go on, Jiang Yu waves her off. Lu Yaoyao stands and exits, heading towards her father's room. Jiang Yu discreetly cracks the door open. The rooms of father and daughter are directly opposite each other. With a loud bang, Lu Yaoyao quickly opens and closes the door. Jiang Yu leans against the doorframe, intending to make a jest, yet upon catching a glimpse, the words die on his lips. Before long, Lu Yaoyao returns with a USB drive and a box of tapes. She connects the USB to the computer and inserts the tape into the player. With a click, melodious sounds fill the air, featuring flutes, guzheng, and drums, though Jiang Yu can hardly distinguish most of the instruments. As a myriad of emotions washes over him through the music, they gradually dissipate, truly a marvel. He steadies his thoughts, gazing at the computer screen, his attention honing in on the first page, which introduces the creatures. Creatures, powerful beings from the abyss. Killing a creature incurs a price, without exception. Slaying a creature allows one to bear the cost, grow stronger, and step into the extraordinary. He reads intently. The journey to becoming extraordinary is fraught with peril beyond what most can imagine. Whether mentally or physically, failure to withstand could lead to aberration, corruption, and ultimately, transformation into a creature. Jiang Yu continues to scroll down, feeling a weight in his heart. The shadow layer of the world's dark side. Discovered 50 years ago by the warrior Yi Songbai, it is referred to as the interstice between the world and the abyss. Shrouded in shadows, this plane perfectly replicates all structures of the real world with an extraordinarily hard substance. Before the abyss fissure opens, creatures can infiltrate the real world from the shadow layer. Although entrances and exits are tightly controlled by the night patrol, some still slip through the cracks. Note 1. The shadow layer undergoes a reset every month, recreating scenes from the real world, during which the number of creatures significantly increases and requires timely eradication. Note 2. Pollution exists within the shadow layer. Prolonged exposure deepens the level of contamination, leading to loss of self and transformation into a creature. Note 3. From the 4th tier onward, strength will be suppressed upon entering the shadow layer, and the risk of pollution greatly increases. It is advised that 4th tier individuals refrain from entering the shadow layer unless necessary. Note 4. The visible range in the shadow layer is 35 meters, which expands with increased strength. So, this is the nature of the world's dark side. As for the pollution within the shadow layer, Jiangyu reflects carefully. He truly does not feel any discomfort. Entering with his shadow pupils feels as if he has returned home, easy and carefree, with vision unimpaired. Unfortunately, the number of shadow points is limited, preventing prolonged stay. Accompanied by the melodious background, Jiangyu continues to read. Extraordinary beings, creatures possessing human forms. At just a glance, his gaze halts. He lifts his head to meet Lu Yaoyao's calm expression, which reveals no surprise. Don't look at me. Focus on the information, Lu Yaoyao instructs. Extraordinary beings. Killing creatures incurs a price. Extraordinary beings wield power, yet they are simultaneously consumed by it. Compared to ordinary individuals, the consequences of an extraordinary being's corruption lead to total transformation into a creature devoid of reason. Note 1. Extraordinary beings are themselves a collection of pollution, constantly battling against aberration. Note 2. Upon death, the power within an extraordinary being spirals out of control, with a high probability of transformation into a creature. Note 3. Please be aware, as an extraordinary being, if you realize survival is unlikely or the odds are slim, expend your strength before death. Staring at the final line, bold and red, Jiangyu's breath slows. The qualification test in the second half of the senior year determines eligibility for the martial arts examination, slightly opening the door to the extraordinary. Only by truly passing the martial arts examination and entering university will one come into contact with these contents. Jiangyu is unaware of the rationale behind this arrangement by the Night Patrol and the Great Zhou, yet it undoubtedly holds significance. The sheer volume of information weighs heavily on him as he rubs his temples. Scrolling down the mouse wheel reveals more than 20 pages of content in the Word document. And the PPT is likely filled with even more. Come here and give me a back rub, he requests. Lu Yaoyao's expression is one of astonishment. Could you repeat that? 3 original drawings, high definition, you decide the content. Deal. Lu Yaoyao playfully places her small hand around his neck and pinches him. Why are you so firm? I've been working out lately. The effects of shadow training are reflected in his physique. Notably, his strength continues to grow. Yet his body shows no significant change aside from a slight bulge, lacking any pronounced muscle definition. Draping himself in clothes makes him appear somewhat more robust. Have you developed abs? Of course. Want a touch? Jiangyu smirks. Just then, the door swings open. Health, 97. Lu Nanfeng, who has been eavesdropping for an unknown duration, stands with a grim expression, a hint of murderous intent radiating from him. Lu Yaoyao's outstretched hand freezes. Jiangyu's dragon-like grin also stiffens. At the long dining table in the living room, the aroma of food wafts through the air, accompanied by 3 bowls of rice. The 3 of them are seated at different positions around the table, eating heartily. Lu Nanfeng, clad in the uniform of the Night Patrol, digs into his meal with a darkened expression. Jiangyu sits across from him, also munching away. Lu Nanfeng's face darkens further. Lu Yaoyao timidly interjects. Dad, you've misunderstood. Misunderstood? Lu Nanfeng scoffs. What I witnessed with my own eyes can't be mistaken. It's not just that Lu Yaoyao stammered. Her ears have turned slightly red. Is there anything more mortifying than being caught sneaking a feel of a male classmate's abs by one's father? Well, it seems there is. For instance, one might feign indifference towards manga while secretly staying up all night, fervently engrossed in it. Let this rascal speak. Lu Nanfeng couldn't help but interject. Shall we exchange a few words? Ahem, not quite. Jiang Yuqing cleared his throat, raising his cup. Uncle Lu, everything is understood without words. I shall punish myself with 3 cups. What a fine lad you are, truly bold. You've grown quite audacious, Lu Nanfeng remarked. Where's my knife? Chapter 6, The Crossroads. At the age of 5, he and Lu Yaoyao competed to see who could urinate farther. At 7, upon entering primary school, he had thrashed all the other children until they cried out. By 12, having graduated from elementary school, he celebrated by taking Lu Yaoyao and a few other friends to the streets to masquerade as beggars, only to be rescued by kind-hearted individuals who called the welfare center. The parents were nearly driven to madness. Such incidents were numerous. It was only a year ago that he suddenly began drawing comics. A series of passionate illustrations that were indeed difficult to articulate. Jiang Yu, the so-called bad boy in the eyes of others. How had his daughter come to play with this fellow daily? Lu Nanfeng felt an immense weariness. What were you all doing when I returned? He pulled out a cigarette, placing it between his lips, only for Lu Yaoyao to snatch it away before he could light it. Reviewing materials, information on aberrations, and the extraordinary, Jiang Yu replied candidly. Lu Nanfeng's gaze sharpened as he turned to his daughter. You were the one who took it? You've got quite the nerve, young lady. Lu Yaoyao recoiled slightly, then began to act coy. Dad, there are tapes, and I was watching closely. Nothing will go amiss. Lu Nanfeng's expression grew serious. What exactly did you take? Just some explanations regarding the extraordinary and the shadow realm. I assure you, there is no other information, Lu Yaoyao guaranteed. You've spoiled her. Lu Nanfeng shot her a glare, releasing a sigh of relief before looking at Jiang Yu. Do you understand why students shouldn't be exposed to this material prematurely? Not quite, Jiang Yu admitted, a hint of speculation in his mind. Human hearts can deviate, giving rise to evil. Despair can drag one into the abyss. Certain truths are not suitable for public disclosure. Jiang Yu found this statement somewhat cryptic. Not everyone possesses the strength of will. Even the slightest crack in their resolve can provide aberrations with an opportunity, Lu Nanfeng continued. Thus, prior to the formal martial examination, we must conduct aptitude tests, physical and mental resilience, to ensure they are qualified and capable of engaging with the extraordinary world. The path of the extraordinary is fraught with peril. Even with instruments to assist, there are invariably those who succumb to loss of control, which is truly lamentable. If you do not participate in the martial examination, I would advise against delving into these matters. This year's examination is mandatory, isn't it? There's no escaping it. Jiang Yu chuckled lightly. Besides, it's better to rely on oneself. Gaining knowledge can only be beneficial. Very well, if the sky falls, let someone tall bear it. Maintain a calm disposition. Buzz. Just as he finished speaking, Lu Nanfeng's communicator began to vibrate furiously at his waist. Hello? Team Leader Lu, Shadow Realm, urgent mission. Understood. I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, Lu Nanfeng hastily gobbled down a few bites of food before rising swiftly. I must go on a mission, Jiang Yu. You better behave, or I'll have you carted back to the night patrol. With a final glare, Lu Nanfeng rushed out. Uncle Lu is still as fiery as ever. Jiang Yu mused. Recently, the station had been inundated with cases, leaving him with little time to eat before yet another mission called. With his father finally gone, Lu Yaoyao let out a sigh of relief and began to eat. But then, as she chewed, she recalled Jiang Yu's earlier behavior. Her eyes narrowing as she slapped the table. Jiang Yu, what did you mean by that? Were you deliberately trying to mislead my dad? Jiang Yu retorted, you're overthinking it. You infuriate me. Lu Yaoyao shot up, rushing over to tug on Jiang Yu's cheek in exasperation. He, unwilling to back down, tugged back. After a bout of playful scuffling, the girl's face flushed a deep crimson as she hurled insults at him, calling him a rogue and a scoundrel. After finishing dinner and leaving the girl's home, Jiang Yu strolled toward the outskirts of the community. He contemplated reviewing more materials to understand his own changes, but it seemed Lu Nanfeng had returned prematurely. Given Lu Nanfeng's character, he guessed all the materials would be tucked away. A few basic concepts were hardly worth the trouble. He exited the community and made his way down the street, entering a supermarket. With the new year just 10 days away, the store was already adorned with vibrant red decorations. The word fortune, along with couplets, adorned the entrance, while customers inquired about prices. Posters for the night patrol were plastered across the shelves and counters, depicting uniformed patrol officers against a backdrop of roaring flames, accompanied by a simple slogan, at dusk. The night patrol safeguards the peace of Yanhai. Entering the supermarket, he picked up a bottle of soy sauce and vinegar, just as he prepared to pay and leave. His phone rang. Hey Jiang Yu, bring me a box of eggs, a carton of milk, and, well, that's all. Sure, women's necessities, I suppose. After a moment's thought, he decided to buy 2 boxes of contraceptives as well, better safe than sorry. With a heavy bag in hand, the clinking bottles of soy sauce and vinegar echoed as he walked. The biting cold wind penetrated the seams of his clothing, sending shivers down his spine. There was still a month until school resumed. Initially, the training with shadows yielded excellent results, yet as time progressed, the effectiveness diminished. Relying solely on exercises felt inadequate. With just a month left, he wondered what level he could achieve. Jiang Yu sighed deeply. The specter at the community entrance was likely not too formidable among aberrations. After all, the truly powerful had long been dealt with by the night patrol. Even so, He had spent 3 days merely whittling down its health by 6. An average of 2 per day. Yet, he had seen countless entities far more terrifying than that specter lurking in the Shadow Realm. A century ago, the world plunged into calamity, besieged by aberrations that brought suffering to all. Countless ancestors sacrificed their blood for the stability we now enjoy in our sanctuary. However, beneath this veneer of tranquility lies another reality. This year, the mandatory martial examination stipulates that as long as one surpasses the qualifying line, they will step into the extraordinary world. In simpler terms, it is a forced expansion of enrollment. One could easily surmise that such a policy could not be implemented lightly. Is it due to a shortage of personnel on the front lines? Or a lack of fresh talent? Who knows? The walls on either side of the road were also plastered with posters bearing bold red characters. Exterminate aberrations. Restore our great Joe. He paused, his pupils narrowing slightly. To his right, the entrance of his own community lay in view, devoid of any specter. To his left, about 100 meters away, 2 health bars caught his eye. Health, 24. Health, 14. 2 health bars appeared before him. A young patrol officer clad in a blue-black uniform stood with a broken left leg. His body riddled with gaping wounds, skin marred by terrifying black markings. He leaned against the wall, struggling to remain upright, his hollow eyes exuding an aura of dread. Behind him, 2 children clung to one another, fainted from fear. It was him. Jiang Yu recognized him. They resided in the same high-rise building, albeit on different floors, and had exchanged pleasantries on a few occasions without ever speaking. To meet here today was unexpected. The man before him was tall and slender, exceeding 2 meters in height. His lower half missing, resembling a ghostly specter, equally tragic, with ink-black blood seeping from his wounds. The right arm bore a broad and sharp claw, akin to the sickle used for harvesting chives, drooping in the middle as if broken. The left arm possessed a menacing giant claw, its palms spread wide, larger than the head of a river fish. There remained 24 health points for the specter and 14 for the night watchman. At the crossroads, the youth stood in a daze. Chapter 7. The night watchman, Lin Mo, 25 years old, held a clerical position within the night watch department. His specialty was pollution studies, focusing particularly on pollution identification and prevention. He commenced his internship at the night watch department at the conclusion of his 3rd year. Today, he had just completed a day's work and was preparing to return home. As he walked along the path, he was suddenly confronted by a fearsome hand that seized 2 children by the roadside and dragged them away with brutal force. Was this aberration pulling people into the Shadow Realm? In shock, Lin Mo's mind went blank. He scarcely had time to alert the night watch department before instinctively leaping forward, only to find himself drawn into the Shadow Realm as well. In the past, aberrations had always sneaked from the Shadow Realm into the present world, endangering the populace. Never had an aberration directly dragged someone into the Shadow Realm. Such a phenomenon was unheard of. He unleashed a surge of strength, kicking away the specter's arm and shielding the 2 children behind him, only to break into a cold sweat when he realized the gravity of his predicament. He was merely a clerical worker who had just finished his shift. He had brought no anti-pollution equipment and had entered the Shadow Realm unprepared. Despite his abilities being suitable for combat, his willpower was lacking, and prolonged exposure to the Shadow Realm would result in irreversible contamination. Moreover, after so many years in a clerical role, he had forgotten 60% of his combat skills. Did he truly believe he was still the vigorous youth of 20? Damn it! Gritting his teeth, he glanced at the children behind him and swiftly tapped his wristwatch. The watch, made from an unknown material, emitted a faint glow. Take this. He threw it to the 2 children, gritting his teeth as he spoke. It activated an energy source, casting a dim light that could temporarily shield their minds and continuously emit a distress signal. However, in this Shadow Realm, the likelihood of receiving rescue in a short time was pitifully slim. The efficacy of the watch was minimal. It was better off with the children. As for whether they could survive, that was left to fate. Lin Mo lifted his gaze, retracting his sight from the place he had entered. There should have been a fissure leading back to the present world, but now he only saw a smooth, flat wall. The exit had vanished. He turned his attention back to the architect of this chaos. Within the Shadow Realm, Lin Mo's vision extended only 7 or 8 meters. Beyond that lay an expanse of utter darkness. The creature before him was elongated, its flowing lines exuding power, and its massive sickle blade was terrifyingly sharp. Its body was crouched low, indicating it was at least of mid-tier status. He had entered university at 18, solidifying his foundation in the 1st year, and, under his teacher's guidance, hunted aberrations that did not possess a tier classification in his 2nd year. The final assessment had been to slay a lower-tier aberration. Lin Mo defied fate. He had always believed that through hard work, he could break free from constraints and become a combatant. Yet, ultimately, he had failed. He transitioned from the martial arts department to the extraordinary liberal arts in his second year. Now, he was merely an ordinary clerical worker in the night watch department. Gulp. The specter chewed on something, its four-pointed mouthparts glistening with blood. It digested its previous prey before hastily launching an attack. With 4 eyes and 4 limbs. Its half-beast form was anything but trivial. Lin Mo scrutinized the creature, searching for a flaw. His fists trembled slightly as 2 strips of white cloth fell, deftly wrapping around his fists in a matter of seconds. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. His expression darkened, resembling a boxer poised for the ring. With a deep breath, he inhaled and exhaled. Snap! A piece of flesh slid off the specter, sounding like a signal. Both combatants surged forward like lightning. The massive sickle grazed Lin Mo's scalp as he ducked, gathering tremendous force in his right fist before striking down with a thunderous crash. It landed heavily on the creature's abdomen, and as he twisted his waist, his left fist rose from below, delivering an uppercut that struck the chin. The familiar sensation returned. Lin Mo's lips curled into a smile, yet the next moment, his grin froze. The specter's abyssal hand swatted his arm aside effortlessly. On one side stood a towering figure of over 2 meters, while on the other was Lin Mo, a mere 175 centimeters tall. The disparity in size was staggering. Lin Mo stumbled, the force of the blow numbing his arm. He had intended to evade, but while his mind raced, his body lagged behind. He was no longer the agile youth of years past. Lin Mo's resolve hardened as he charged forward again. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, particularly the sickle, which, with the slightest contact, could result in grievous wounds. Several times, Lin Mo narrowly avoided decapitation, truly dancing on the edge of a razor. A slight sting coursed through his skin. He recognized it as the shadow realm beginning to erode his being. His small arms and legs were ineffectual against the creature. While he was reduced to a state of disarray, dodging left and right, he could not afford to prolong this battle any further. Black mist swirled in his eyes, and just as he prepared to launch an attack, the specter hesitated. The power of the Shadow Dweller, blinding. It was not an overwhelmingly strong ability, but with sufficient willpower and aptitude, he could have been assigned to the combat team. Unfortunately, he had failed the tests. Each time an extraordinary being employed their abilities, it accumulated pollution. Since becoming a clerical worker, he had scarcely used his powers. Today, it appeared that he had no choice but to risk it all. Lin Mo raised his arm, executing a standard jab aimed at the specter's heart. One punch, and he nearly jolted his own arm numb. The specter attempted to counterattack, but fell once more into blindness. A dark line of energy wrapped around Lin Mo's neck. The pollution from the Shadow Realm and the ability's effects combined. Having used his powers merely twice, he could already feel numerous discomforts coursing through his body. Such was the tragedy of a low-tier individual. Bang! This time, the specter quickly adapted to the blindness, whether it flailed wildly or otherwise. Its colossal fist struck Lin Mo's chest, sending him flying. The impact of nearly a ton of force slammed into him. Even with his extraordinary foundation, his chest caved inward. Coughing, blood spewed forth, mingled with fragments of internal organs, leaving Lin Mo pale. The mid-tier aberration was far stronger than its lower-tier counterpart. Damn it! The specter lunged at him once more. He had no time to ponder, taking a deep breath. He did not even attempt to evade, but threw a punch straight ahead. Blood splattered, both vivid red and a dark bluish hue. The two exchanged blows in a perilous dance. With his mortal flesh, Lin Mo battered the specter's body in multiple places. Of course, he was not faring much better himself. With a squelch, the sickle pierced his shoulder, tearing outward and sending a large expanse of flesh flying before he was struck away by a punch. Blood flowed down his fingertips, and his consciousness began to blur. Lin Mo looked up, his face smeared with blood and dirt. Having entered the Shadow Realm, he had no path of retreat. The only thing he could do was to slay the specter before him and seek out the Night Watch personnel to extricate himself. Unfortunately, under normal circumstances, achieving that would be exceedingly difficult. Lin Mo's chest heaved as he stood still. His fingertips trembled slightly, the pain from his torn flesh incessantly assaulting his mind, accompanied by an overwhelming urge to vomit. A faint bitter smile crept upon his lips. A mere first-tier median. Just a first-tier median. What combat student couldn't effortlessly toy with such a low-tier aberration? Yet here he was, struggling immensely. At 15, he had witnessed his kin perish at the hands of these monstrosities. At 18, he chose the martial examination path for his awakening. By 20, his sophomore year ended with him being forcibly expelled from the combat division. At 21, he commenced an internship with the Night Patrol, a clerical position, and it had now been 4 years. The war between humanity and aberrations had persisted for a century. There was no peace and tranquility, nor was there a fair contest. What existed was relentless retreat. Lin Mo raised his gaze, his eyes seeking solace in the sky. When the dark clouds obscured the sunlight, who could glimpse hope? Death had become the norm for the extraordinary. He chuckled silently, then retrieved a small blue pill from his pocket and gently placed it in his mouth. The black patterns in Lin Mo's eyes deepened until they permeated the entirety of his pupils. An intricate and ominous array of dark lines enveloped him. A potent force surged anew from his battered form. A feral expression crossed his face. The second round commenced. Chapter 8. Slaughter. Health points reduced to 0. With a mighty roar, Lin Mo surged forward. His fists shrouded in a veil of darkness. They clashed. The specter retaliated with a powerful blow. The skirmish escalated, the speed of their combat quickening amidst the dim shadows, rendering the duel nearly imperceptible to an ordinary observer. The patterns danced upon his skin like tadpoles. Ultimately, the disparity in strength and the environmental influences became apparent. After countless exchanges, Lin Mo's body crashed against the wall, slowly sliding down, revealing a flicker of pain in his expression. He gasped for breath, his mind clouded. Even after consuming the drug, he still couldn't prevail. He felt utterly powerless. His eyes vacant, his body adorned with dark patterns, he forced a wry smile, bracing himself for death. At that moment, he suddenly heard the sound of an egg shattering. A youthful voice resonated nearby. "Hey, little brat, why are you here instead of at the community entrance? Are you a night patroller?" Lin Mo's mind jolted, but he swiftly dismissed the thought. The voice was too youthful, and the manner of speaking did not resemble that of a night patroller. Could it be an extraordinary who had ventured into the shadow realm? Even that seemed implausible. Who among the ordinary would dare to wander here? Moreover, most entrances to the shadow realm were tightly controlled by the patrol, unless a young extraordinary had inadvertently discovered a rift and ventured in. How reckless could one be to do such a thing? Just as Lin Mo intended to call out a warning, a wave of excruciating pain enveloped him, a tide of weakness crashing over him, causing him to stumble and collapse to the ground. Meanwhile, the battle had already ignited. Health, 23. The meager remaining health points slightly dwindled. A punch landed, and Jiang Yu was sent reeling backward. In perfect health, the specter possessed both tremendous strength and agility. A mere graze from its attacks would send his health plummeting. With his health so low and deeply wounded, he could still engage. If he truly couldn't win, he could always retreat. Jiang Yu's impulsive decision led him to enter the shadow realm. Upon seeing his foe, his eyes narrowed with rage. He was met with a powerful blow right away, inciting the specter's fury. It emitted a sharp shriek and charged at him. Jiang Yu seized a soy sauce bottle, leaping into action, delivering a fierce strike to the specter's skull. The specter swung its blade in response. The soy sauce bottle shattered, its dark liquid spraying forth, narrowly missing Jiang Yu as he rolled to the side. His right arm tensed, striking out. Health, 2,322. After several previous encounters, he had begun to discern the specter's attack patterns. It either swung its scythe or struck with its massive fists. Now that the scythe had been rendered useless by the night patroller, only its fists remained, an advantage for him. Jiang Yu pressed the attack, targeting the specter's bleeding wounds. 2,220. The health points dwindled again. He intended to strike once more, but the specter's body suddenly trembled, its tail whipping around like a cloud of smoke, crashing into Jiang Yu's chest. Bang! Amidst the heavy thud, a faint crack of bones echoed. Jiang Yu was propelled backward, crashing against the unforgiving wall. Coughing, he felt as if his entire body had shattered, and after a few moments, the pain surged through him. His features contorted slightly as he bravely endured the agony to rise. But he could not falter. The specter charged at him again. Hiss! Its shrill cry pierced through the air, causing his eardrums to ache. The specter, severely injured in its right rib, advanced towards that very spot. Lin Mo, leaning against the wall, gritted his teeth and said, "I understand." Jiang Yu replied affirmatively and surged forward. The specter, clearly aware of its own injuries, deliberately twisted its body to conceal the wound. This cunning creature. Jiang Yu cursed under his breath, hastily altering his trajectory. He charged with his left fist, barely evading the specter's punch before retaliating with a blow to its abdomen. Health, 18. With health points below 20, the specter's agility visibly waned. It was near death, Jiang Yu realized. However, the specter was remarkably ferocious. Its fist came crashing back, landing squarely on Jiang Yu's abdomen. His eyes widened in shock, blood vessels bursting in his eyes as he was sent flying like a cannonball. The force was greater than the previous tail strike. His insides churned violently, his organs feeling displaced. Damn it! This pitiful creature with less than 20 health points almost knocked him out with a single punch. His limbs went limp, lying on the ground for several moments before he regained enough strength to rise. Just as he wondered why the specter hadn't pressed the attack, he glanced up to see it heading straight for the two young ones behind the night patroller. Unable to win, was it preparing to recover? Jiang Yu's pupils constricted. He didn't know where the sudden strength came from, but he rolled forward, snatching up a vinegar bottle from the ground, mustering all his might to hurl it at the specter. Crack! If it had been a vinegar bottle from the Shadow Realm, it would be as tough as steel. Unfortunately, this was one he had brought from the outside, lacking any special properties. The vinegar bottle shattered, diverting the specter's attention. Just as it was distracted, it never anticipated that the seemingly near-death Jiang Yu would unleash a surge of immense strength. His leg swung like a whip, striking its kidney. Health, 1815. A direct drop of 3%. At this critical juncture, any loss could tilt the battle in either direction. It barely had time to kick Lin Mo away. Facing the charging Jiang Yu, it could not evade. Like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, Jiang Yu embraced the specter's waist, and they tumbled forward, rising with Jiang Yu pinning it beneath him. The specter's body lay uneven, numerous dents marring its form, blood seeping from its wounds, a pitiful sight. Compared to it, Jiang Yu was no better off. With broken ribs and torn flesh, a gaping wound on his head oozing blood, he appeared battered and bruised. Yet his expression was one of ferocity. He raised his fist and brought it down. Bang! A heavy fist struck the opponent's face. Health, 14. Is it an aberration? Raise the fist once more and let it fall. Bang! Wretched creature, keep barking like a dog. You feast on humans, do you? Go ahead, let me feed you. 13. 12. 11. Each punch landed with brutal force. Drops of dark blue blood splattered, landing on Jiang Yu's face, producing a hissing sound. Compared to the pain in his body, this minor sting was trivial. Ah Piao realized his predicament, his elongated frame thrashing madly. Alas, he was firmly pinned down. No amount of struggle would avail him. There were no elaborate fighting techniques, just defense, evasion, and counterattack. The boy's clumsy combat style could easily be outmatched by any night watchman, who could likely defeat him with a single hand. Yet, the indomitable spirit of battle within him rendered anyone unqualified to mock him. The boy gasped for breath. Beads of sweat glistening on his forehead and body, his heart pounding as if it might leap from his throat. Bang! Health, 10. A crimson dot suddenly appeared at the location of Ah Piao's heart, flickering with an erratic glow. What is this? Instinct outpaced thought. Jiang Yu could not ponder further. His right fist crashed down, piercing the red dot. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Ah Piao's eyes widened as he fixed his gaze upon him. Execution. He clenched his fist tightly, whispering softly. Suddenly, the strength of Ah Piao's struggles ceased, his body going rigid. The remaining 10 health points gradually dissipated like a fading specter. An aberration capable of slaughtering dozens of ordinary people met its end. The gleam in the creature's multifaceted eyes dimmed slowly until it breathed its last. Jiang Yu's chest still heaved violently, gasping for air. His vision blurred as he looked down and then around. This battle left scarcely a trace within the shadowy realm. Only the mottled blood on the ground and shattered fragments of bottles bore witness to the life-and-death struggle that had transpired. The blind night watchman lay half reclined on the ground, tattered clothes draping over him, and the exposed skin showed dark, deathly patterns entwined. Two youngsters had long since succumbed to unconsciousness, their frail bodies cloaked in the fading white light. He pushed his damp hair back with trembling hands, his blood-stained face revealing only a pair of bright, shining eyes. Jiang Yu's Adam's apple bobbed. This is what aberrations are. Compared to the other aberrations he encountered in the shadowy realm, this one appeared feeble indeed. With only 20 health points remaining, had it not been for the night watchman's assistance, it would surely have claimed his life. Jiang Yu felt a moment of disorientation. Suddenly, the image of Lu Yaoyao entering Uncle Lu's room flashed in his mind, pushing open the door to reveal the fleeting interior, a map. A vast map. Lines delineated the shape of the Great Zhou's territory, resembling that of his previous life, perhaps even larger by 2 circles. Yet the entire southern region was shrouded in darkness. The eastern, central, and northern regions displayed 5 enormous red symbols, signifying the current primary gathering places. The rest were sporadic dots of red, like fireflies beneath the night sky. Utterly insignificant, the Yunhai gathering place was but one of those fireflies. The sun hung high, casting light on the world's dark side, a precarious existence of the extraordinary. A fragmented landscape and a faint spark. Some reveled in the neon glow of indulgence, some shouted from the shadows. Others remained silent, engaged in combat, or had already passed away. This is the Great Zhou, the real Great Zhou, known to some, unknown to many. Chapter 9, Longing Glances. Hey, are you still alive? Why the silence? Lin Mo's weak voice jolted Jiang Yu from his reverie. Cough, still alive. He coughed lightly, the movement stirring his injuries. Suddenly, a surge of urgency welled within him, as the shadow devour ability incessantly urged Jiang Yu to devour the corpse before him. He stepped forward, grasping Ah Piao's arm, activating his ability. In mere moments, the massive body began to dissolve piece by piece. Without haste to examine his status panel, Jiang Yu turned to Lin Mo. The health indicator above Lin Mo's head remained relatively stable, fixed at 10, without further decline. Health 70, light injury. Health 50, moderately severe injury. Health 30, severe injury. Health 10, near death. Before the calamity, the odds of survival from such injuries were roughly 3 to 7, perhaps even 2 to 8. Health 5, barely able to leave a final message, or unable to utter a word at all. To be precise, this indicator pertains to ordinary individuals with extraordinary abilities. Even when gravely wounded, one could still unleash formidable strength. This night watchman retained 10 health. According to the great Zhou's medical standards, he should be able to survive, right? Zhang Yu dragged his weary body closer. Help me lean against the wall. Lin Mo spoke with difficulty. Grasping his arm, Zhang Yu assisted him toward the wall. This simple act left him gasping for breath. His shadow ability lacked a tangible form, and its only discovered effects thus far were training and note-taking. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in such a dire state. You're not from the Night Watch, are you? Lin Mo asked, breathless. No, Zhang Yu replied, glancing at the hollow expression in his eyes. It was evident that the man before him had not recognized him. This was to be expected. Aside from a few shared elevator rides, they had no further interactions. To recognize someone in a state of blindness was indeed a tall order. Ah, so you're not. Lin Mo chuckled, a smile breaking his weary demeanor. I was just thinking you might be a colleague from the Night Watch. After all, if you struggled so much against a first-tier aberration, it's pretty clear you're not one of them. Zhang Yu found himself momentarily speechless. Just a joke, cough cough. As he spoke, Lin Mo began to cough violently, his complexion shifting between pallor and flush. After swallowing the blood that rose in his throat, he laughed again. Little brother. Which university do you attend? What year are you in? Baidu Academy, just started my second year. Zhang Yu fabricated an answer. Oh, a junior. Lin Mo exclaimed, his eyebrows raising in mild surprise. What is your major, humanities or martial arts? Do you have something going on? If not, I'll take my leave. Zhang Yu opened his mouth slightly, momentarily at a loss for words. Fortunately, Lin Mo explained, it should be martial arts. Humanities wouldn't suffice against a first-tier aberration. He chuckled lightly, rubbing his fingers together. Little brother, do you have any cigarettes? I have some candy cigarettes. Zhang Yu hesitated. Candy cigarettes? That is acceptable. I'll take one. Zhang Yu rummaged through his pockets, finding only half a stick remaining. He glanced down at the ground, where several candy cigarettes had been crushed during the fight. Only half was left. He divided the remaining half and offered it to Lin Mo. You little rascal. Lin Mo chuckled. How generous of you. Mainly because I'm not well off either. There is still some on the ground. If you want, I can pick them up for you. Zhang Yu suggested. Get lost, get lost. Lin Mo laughed and cursed. The two fell into silence, savoring the sweet taste in their mouths. The battered night watchman broke the silence. Is this your first time hunting an aberration alone? I suppose so, Zhang Yu nodded. Sometimes I really envy you guys. Lin Mo sighed. Martial arts, martial exams, naturally gifted fighters. Unlike me, with weak willpower and aptitude. In their 20s, individuals gazed into the distance, yet struggled to contend with even a mere first-tier aberration. Perhaps it was best to remain silent and conserve energy while awaiting rescue, Zhang Yu pondered. The ability to traverse the shadow realm freely was undoubtedly a secret not meant for outsiders. However, given Lin Mo's current state, he would not perish imminently. But if trapped here indefinitely, the outcome would be dire. Lin Mo paused momentarily, then chuckled. I merely sought someone to engage in idle chatter. Before Zhang Yu could interject, he continued, our willpower as clerical personnel is akin to cotton fluff, abundant in quantity, yet lacking in substance. When the tide of corruption surges, how can one possibly withstand it? He coughed violently, his health deteriorating, the blood meter fluctuating perilously close to decline. Do you harbor any regrets? Zhang Yu inquired softly. You could have chosen a more conventional path in the humanities, yet here you are, a clerical worker venturing into the shadow realm. Regrets? Indeed, I do, Lin Mo replied. His emotions stirred, leading to another fit of coughing. After a pause, he lamented, as a clerical worker, I could have led a simple life, moseying through my tasks, chatting with colleagues, and cheerfully training new night patrolmen. Was that not a delightful existence? Yet here I am, having foolishly delved into this peril. Can you endure until help arrives? You do not appear well, Zhang Yu contemplated aloud. Lin Mo weakly gestured dismissively. The distress signal has been sent. We shall see when aid arrives. Do not burden yourself with the thought of carrying me around. Should we encounter another aberration, your meager skills would hardly suffice. Brother, you're all good, but quite the chatterbox. Zhang Yu remained silent. By the way, if you return to the academy, please extend my apologies to Director Zhou of the Extraordinary Techniques Department at the Martial Arts Academy. Inform him I have failed to meet his expectations. Unable to even handle a first-tier aberration. Lin Mo grinned. and express my gratitude to Vice Director Huang of the Pollution Studies Department at the Super Literature Academy for her guidance. Additionally, advise her to tone down the melodrama in her lectures about passing the torch and the enduring legacy of humanity. It's utterly cringeworthy. Oh, I almost forgot. Jiang Yu chuckled. If you plan to continue, I can jot this down for you, or you can relay it to them yourself once you recover. Oh. Lin Imo shook his head with a smile. These thoughts have been bottled up for so long. I merely wished for someone to share them with. He sighed deeply, reflecting on the North Capital Watch Academy. Do you still have any of those candy cigarettes? I'd like 2 more, the spicy flavor. Alas, we have none left. Jiang Yu replied. Suddenly, he perked up, hearing footsteps approaching rapidly. It should be the night patrol. You are saved. Jiang Yu exhaled in relief. Looks like luck is on my side. My colleagues are arriving. Do you wish to stay here? Lin Imo queried. Not at all. Go ahead. He managed a faint smile. Very well. Jiang Yu gazed at him deeply, then nodded, gradually vanishing into the shadows. Upon discovering a night patrolman accompanied by 2 children, Jiang Yu instructed, check their vital signs. As he departed, 3 patrolmen swiftly arrived. Abruptly, his footsteps faltered, and he turned back momentarily, observing the dark side of the world through his shadowed eyes. Although he could not hear their voices, he saw one patrolman approach Lin Imo, perform some actions, and then shake his head. Jiang Yu's gaze shifted to the figure leaning against the wall. The individual managed a weak smile, but suddenly, their health meter began to plummet at an alarming rate. The black lines on their body writhed as if alive, squirming like worms. 2 patrolmen stepped forward, lifting the child into their arms, while the trio stood still, palms down, fingers aligned with their temples, offering their respects as night patrolmen. Nearby, scattered passers-by strolled by. The fried tofu isn't selling well today. Let it be. We'll stop selling for a few days and prepare for the new year. True. A new year is upon us. Occasionally, passers-by glanced at him before moving on. Jiang Yu stood in the center of the road, lost in thought, the street lamp dividing his view of the world in 2. Please be advised, as an extraordinary being, if you realize your chances of survival are slim, expend your last ounce of strength before your demise. Compound number 3, codename, longing. Ingesting it significantly depletes potential, with a mortality rate soaring to 90% once consumed. It signifies a descent into peril from which conventional means cannot extricate one. Standing on the ground, gazing skyward, as the heavens observe the night, we yearn for the future. The mere phrase inscribed in a book echoes the countless lives that have perished in pursuit. Transcending the mundane, we engage in extraordinary deeds. We all look towards the horizon. This is the Night Patrol. Chapter 10. Did you steal eggs from the hen house? Night Patrolmen, extraordinary beings, aberrations. Had it not been for that manual striking me, had I not unlocked this golden opportunity, I would likely find myself in another predicament, one of an ordinary person. Most ordinary individuals seldom encounter aberrant events. Yet, conversely, once confronted, the probability of survival is alarmingly low. Even the minor aberrations Lin Imo referred to, which seem inconsequential, could indiscriminately slaughter dozens if left unchecked. What then of stronger aberrations? With his health meter depleted, Lin Mo's body was carried away, leaving the shadow realm vacant. Jiang Yu tightened his clothing, feeling it fray to tatters. He needed to return home swiftly, lest he catch a cold. Hurrying towards his residential complex, Qinghua Community, regarded as a mid to high-end high-rise within the Cloud Sea gathering area. He reflected on his orphan status. Yet, Uncle Li, working within the night patrol, somehow procured him a residence through unknown means. Having lost an arm, Uncle Li was a man of few words, a clerical worker who likely had his fair share of illicit dealings to amass such wealth. Upon reaching the entrance of the complex, Jiang Yu slowed his pace, glancing back one last time at the road intersection, suppressing a multitude of emotions as he stepped inside. Arriving at his building, he pressed the elevator button, ascending. Unfortunately, his phone had sustained damage during the battle, resulting in the loss of over 30 gigabytes of resources, not to mention the disappearance of more than 20 valuable license plates. The thought alone was painful. Jiang Yu's expression darkened as he inserted the key into the lock and turned it. With a click, he closed the door behind him. After a fierce battle, nothing remained but the key. No, that is not entirely accurate. After all, devouring aberrations had elicited some response from the manual, though he hadn't had the chance to examine it. Removing his completely torn shoes, he slipped into slippers and turned to the mirror beside him. Health, 50. What? Do I really have that much health left? Jiang Yu mused, considering his half-dead, severely injured state, struggling to walk. Surely 15 was too low. Perhaps 20 or 30 would be more accurate. Yet here I am, sitting at 50? How did Lin Imo manage with only 10 health remaining? Contemplating this, Jiang Yu beneath his hood could not help but feel a pang of emotion. It was indeed a hard existence. He sighed and proceeded into the living room. Pulling open the fridge, he retrieved 2 sausages and from a nearby box of instant noodles, a cup of noodles. Where are the eggs? A voice suddenly called from the sofa. Jiang Yu paused momentarily, instinctively tightening his clothing. How did you get a key to my house? I don't cook every day. I order takeout. Uncle Lee asked me to take care of you, so he gave me a key, Lu Yaoyao replied. I couldn't reach you by phone. And you were nowhere to be found. Did you go to the hen house to get the eggs I asked you to buy? With a click, she turned on the light. The bright illumination fell upon Jiang Yu's back, one hand clutching a container of instant noodles, the other holding a sausage. His attire was soiled, and his back bore several gaping holes. What on earth happened to you? Did someone beat you up? Lu Yaoyao crossed her arms, frowning as she approached him. Turn around. You should go back to sleep. Jiang Yu regretted not washing his face before entering. Turn around. Lu Yaoyao gradually sensed something was amiss. I'm hungry. I'm going to make some noodles. Jiang Yu stepped forward but was immediately grasped by the arm. Don't go yet. Lu Yaoyao pulled him back. When Jiang Yu turned around, she was momentarily taken aback. Beneath his hood, strands of hair were tinged with streaks of blood. While his face was smeared with dirt and congealed blood, a gash extended from his earlobe to the corner of his mouth, as if inflicted by a sharp object. Likely the result of a scrape from a ghost's claws. Further down, the damage to his shirt was even more pronounced. The cuffs, which appeared to be rolled up, were in tatters, rendering them unwearable. Exposed skin bore extensive abrasions, red marks, and ruptured capillaries that had partially healed. Numerous deeper wounds were also present. Some barely scabbed over while others were still oozing blood. His chest appeared sunken, suggesting a possible fracture. I forgot to buy the eggs. Jiang Yu stepped back, turning away again. Yet, Lu Yaoyao sprang in front of him, her gaze serious. What do you think you're doing? Jiang Yu averted his eyes from her. If Uncle Lee finds out you stayed out this late, he'll be furious. Where have you been? Lu Yaoyao inquired. I didn't go anywhere. Jiang Yu scratched his nose. On my way back, I encountered a robbery, so I intervened. Don't let my injuries fool you. That guy ended up worse off. The police arrived on the scene and almost didn't recognize him as a person. Really, you have no idea how quick my reflexes are. Left hook, right hook. A combination of punches that left him unrecognizable. His sentence trailed off as Lu Yaoyao reached out, her slender fingers gently brushing against the wound on his face. Jiang Yu froze. He swore that the tender touch of her fingers far surpassed the delicate hands of the SBA attendant downstairs, which cost 3,000 yuan. A silence ensued. 1 second, 2 seconds. Jiang Yu took another step back. It doesn't hurt. You should go back to sleep. I need to tell Uncle Lee about this. Absolutely not. You were out fighting in the middle of the night. This wasn't fighting. It was a heroic act. You should just go back, Jiang Yu insisted. I refuse. Lu Yaoyao's stubbornness flared up as she gazed at his injuries, her mind torn between wanting to scold him and feeling a pang of sympathy. I'm quite tired today. Let me rest. Jiang Yu rubbed his temples. With these injuries, you need to go to the hospital. Forget it. It looks worse than it is. I know my body well. We have all kinds of medicine at home. Uncle Lee has pilfered quite a bit from the night watch. You really dare to speak of Uncle Lee like that? Lu Yaoyao finally relented, letting out a soft huff. I'll treat your wounds. After a brief silence. Unable to resist her, Jiang Yu nodded. All right then. He winced and grimaced as she applied the antiseptic, the pain more intense than during his battle with the ghost. The special ointment was nearly exhausted, and the bandages wrapped around him like a mummy. Will you still be so reckless next time? Lu Yaoyao asked. Her expression stern as she patted his arm, causing him to wince. No, I promise I won't join in the chaos again. Swear it. I won't. Lu Yaoyao was taken aback. Joining in chaos is human nature. I might just watch and not participate, Jiang Yu clarified. What are you saying? I mean, I'll just observe, not engage in any fighting, he reassured her. That is good to know. Lu Yaoyao felt something was off about his words, but couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was, so she stood up to leave. Are you leaving just like that? You could stay the night. My bed is big enough. Bah. She closed the door, leaving Jiang Yu alone in the vast room. Lying on the bed, he stared at the ceiling, replaying the earlier scene in his mind. The North Capital Watch Academy, a call for assistance. Martial science, extraordinary humanities. Hey, wait. You still haven't told me your name. Jiang Yu suddenly realized something. Chapter 11. Awakening status, touching the extraordinary. The light screen flickered. The words, human god. Anomaly, flashed rapidly before pausing on anomaly, then gradually unfolding. Name, Yuling type, shadow specter. Level, intermediate first rank. Description, an inferior abyssal anomaly. Belonging to the shadow and specter types, capable of exerting formidable power in the shadows. If it sets its sights on you, beware of your back. Note, this anomaly appears to be anything but simple. Kill cost, arm fracture. Shadow devour reward. Gain abilities shadow strike, increased shadow points. This anomaly has been recorded, and the cost has been waived. For a moment, he found himself overwhelmed with confusion. This was the second creature to appear in the manual aside from himself. As long as he killed the counterpart, it would be registered in the manual, but did he need to shadow devour it first? However, he decided to set aside these trivial concerns for now. Focusing his thoughts, Jiangyu activated the newly acquired ability, Shadow Strike, when attacking from an unseen shadow. You will find it easier to exploit your opponent's weaknesses. Your initial attack will inflict substantial damage. He carefully sensed the application of this skill, then moved to a corner of the room, closed his eyes, and attuned to the shadows, to the darkness. It seemed there was no change. Standing there for 5 minutes like a fool, he cursed under his breath as he stepped out. Anyone unaware would think a mummy was hiding in the corner. Perhaps it was due to the lack of a target? Jiangyu speculated uncertainly. He decided to set these thoughts aside for now. Opening the manual, he navigated to the section on people. Name, Jiangyu. Attributes, Shadow. Shadow points, 1414. Status, Stalker, unlockable. Abilities, Shadow Devour, Shadow Eye, Shadow Form. Stalker, killing in the shadows. You are a born assassin. When concealed in darkness, you will thrive. Hunting in darkness, prowling in obscurity. Shouldn't it read hunting in light? Jiangyu scowled. Don't think I don't recognize this as game dialogue. His expression darkened as he continued to read. Shadow Form. Your shadow has undergone a transformation. You discover you can manipulate shadow and merge with it, entering a special state. In this state, 1. You possess no fatal weaknesses, even if decapitated. You will only suffer a significant loss of health rather than immediate death. For instance, if decapitated, health will drop by 99, but you will not die instantly. 2. Your aura becomes more concealed, allowing you to merge perfectly with the shadows, remaining undetected by others. Your physical attributes and healing abilities will be significantly enhanced. In this state of being, engaging in physical exertion will yield unforeseen rewards. You may utilize this form within the shadow realm without any expenditure. However, in the material world, consuming shadow points is necessary to wield this ability. How absurd. Upon encountering the phrase "there are no fatal points," Jiangyu was overwhelmed with joy. Yet, upon reading the subsequent line in parentheses, he nearly burst into laughter. Health decreases by 99. How can you possibly bring me back from this? Grumbling aside, this ability indeed appears to be remarkably potent. Jiangyu came to a halt and beckoned, causing his shadow to emerge. The two stood in opposition. He slowly raised his hand, and the shadow mirrored his movement, lifting its finger. As their index fingers touched, in an instant, the shadow cascaded over him like flowing water. It felt somewhat chilly, yet the sensation of perfect encasement clung to every inch of his skin, providing unparalleled breathability, unmatched by any fabric. This peculiar entity, when donned incorrectly, felt surprisingly comfortable. Jiangyu looked down, observing his palm shrouded in darkness, with nails, veins, and skin patterns completely obscured. He turned to the mirror in the room. His reflection was engulfed in a flowing, mist-like darkness. Even his eyes lacked any luster, merely appearing darker than the rest of his form. The ability was starting to grow intriguing. Sensing his diminishing shadow points, Jiangyu dispelled the shadow form. With 2 abilities remaining, he glanced downward. The words "can be activated" caught his eye. What does this mean? A fleeting thought crossed his mind as he reached out. Can be activated. You possess partial authority over this position. Yet it has not officially awakened. Once activated, this position will be fully awakened, preventing others from awakening any branch abilities under this category. It shall solely belong to you. Simultaneously, this operation bears certain risks. Do you wish to proceed with activation? Note: sometimes, risks can transform into opportunities. Yes, no. As he read each word, the phrase "certain risks" was highlighted in bold red. After a brief silence, he meticulously read it several times. Jiangyu found himself deep in contemplation. 5 full minutes passed as he took a deep breath, casting his gaze toward the "no" option, then glancing at "yes." Subsequently, the option representing "yes" began to flicker. Warm currents gradually coursing through his body. Wait, I haven't fully made my choice yet. What is happening? The luminous screen continued to shift before finally stabilizing. Hunter, if not unleashed in the hunt, one shall perish within it. You are a born hunter. Your attacks will inevitably inflict damage. Note 1. Attacks involving external objects such as firearms, arrows, and poison are exceptions. Note 2. Even deities cannot evade. Note 3. The hunter concealed in shadows becomes increasingly enigmatic. Your fearsome reputation will spread far and wide, granting you more unexpected rewards. Execution. When the prey's health reaches a certain threshold, their health bar will turn crimson, allowing you to discern their instant kill points. Attacking these areas will activate execution, erasing the prey entirely. The health for execution is influenced by the respective strengths, abilities, and positions of both parties. Goodness gracious, this is astonishing. His gaze ignited with fervor. Any skill related to instant kill is bound to be complex. Though, execution has certain limitations that only seems reasonable. With 14 shadow points, he had gained 6 more since the battle with the apparition. This entity was not only a reservoir of energy, but also a progression experience bar. Coupled with the activation of the position and the acquisition of new abilities, Jiang Yu felt an unprecedented surge of power. He could easily take on 10 apparitions, 30 Li Shus, or even 80 Lu Yao Yao without breaking a sweat. This newly unlocked position appeared to be remarkably potent. Damage is guaranteed, even against deities. Just this one sentence makes it worthwhile. What are the so-called risks? He searched high and low, but found no mention of any risks. Was it merely a ruse? Unable to find anything, Jiang Yu resigned himself to the notion. A slight tingling sensation accompanied his wound as he unwrapped the bandage. With a gentle tug, a small scab fell away. The tender flesh bore no distinction from the surrounding area. It was indistinguishable even under scrutiny, let alone with a magnifying glass. Though this area had been sliced open just yesterday, it was not severe, and even with the aid of special medication, it would typically take over a day to scab over. Remarkably, he had only just entered the shadow form a few seconds ago. The healing ability was enhanced, yielding better results than anticipated. A thought flickered in Jiang Yu's mind. He glanced at his abdomen, where a wound extended over 10 centimeters deep into the flesh. It seemed the apparition had intended to perform a cesarean section on him. What transpired yesterday, Yao Yao? I saw him post on social media, claiming he acted heroically, executing a set of military punches, and was stabbed 88 times by a thug without flinching an eye. What? He privately messaged me, stating he encountered a human trafficking gang wielding a machete, attacking from one end of the street to the other, without batting an eye. 2 companions exchanged banter in the elevator. Lu Yao Yao listened in stunned silence, finally exclaiming, "Don't listen to his nonsense. He was merely chased by a dog." Ding. The elevator reached its floor, and the group exited. Lu Yao Yao retrieved a key from her pocket. "Hey, Yao Yao, how do you have a key to his house?" One slightly chubby male classmate inquired. "Jiang Yu's uncle gave it to me." Oh, the 2 classmates elongated their tones. With a click, the lock turned. A blood-curdling scream pierced the air. As the door swung open, they beheld Jiang Yu, bare-chested, blood gushing from his abdomen, one hand probing the wound. His visage a mask of utter agony. "I believe it now. I would have believed you if you said this guy was wielding a machete at the southern heaven gate." The slightly chubby classmate's expression gradually transformed. Chapter 12, Shadow Form, Re-entering the Shadow Realm. "Jiang Yu, are those abs real?" The chubby boy, named Lu Yuqiang, had been friends with Jiang Yu since childhood, attending the same classes throughout elementary, middle, and high school. "He is not on drugs, is he?" Beside him, a girl with pigtails and glasses, named Feng Xiaoxiao, gazed at Jiang Yu's abs with a look of eager anticipation. Feng Xiaoxiao's family was in the catering business, and she was a close friend of Lu Yao Yao. All right, everyone out." Lu Yao Yao pushed the 2 out of the room, then turned around, glaring at Jiang Yu. "What madness are you up to in broad daylight? I just wanted to see how well the wound is healing." Jiang Yu held a cotton swab dipped in medicine, gently applying it to the wound. Ouch. After they left, he would have to dive back into the shadow realm and activate the shadow form to absorb all the darkness. "Clumsy, just leave it be." Lu Yao Yao slapped his hand. "Then you help me with it," Jiang Yu replied, reclining back against the sofa. "I think your head got kicked by a donkey. Why on earth would you want to reopen a perfectly good wound?" "Ouch. Ouch. Bear with it. I know this medicine. It doesn't hurt at all." Lu Yao Yao kicked him lightly. His blue and white striped short socks, white at the base, bore a wave-like blue pattern at the cuffs. His small foot, palm-sized, had 10 toes whose outlines were not prominent. Further up, a slender ankle was delicate to the touch, the creamy skin appearing remarkably smooth. Dressed elegantly, yet perhaps unadorned might appear even more appealing. "Are you stealing glances again?" Lu Yao Yao deftly shifted her legs to the side, evading his gaze. "Such lewdness at such a tender age. I'll have the little fatty bring you some medicine." No, he is too clumsy for that." Jiang Yu's Adam's apple bobbed. "I reckon Uncle Li hasn't dealt with you in quite some time." Lu Yao Yao scoffed coldly. "Even if he had reprimanded me 1,000 times, it would have been futile," Jiang Yu silently added in his mind. A cotton swab gently brushed the edges of the wound, applying the medicinal liquid. After a pause, Lu Yao Yao suddenly inquired, "What exactly did you do yesterday? Don't tell me it was robbery. Do you think I would believe that?" Jiang Yu, about to fabricate a lie, offered an awkward smile. Truly a chivalrous act. Stepping in where needed, he somewhat strained to explain. "Heh." Lu Yao Yao snorted derisively. "You're just spouting nonsense, not a single word of truth." "Indeed. Should I say that I ventured into the shadow layer, dispatched a mutant, and then had a philosophical discussion with a night watchman? Wouldn't that sound even more absurd?" "What time did Uncle Lu return yesterday?" He opted to divert the topic. "He didn't come back?" Lu Yao Yao glanced at him, questioning the relevance of the inquiry. I just suddenly feel that being a night watchman is quite taxing. Working during the day, and then overtime at night, Jiangyu mused. The dangers of the job are considerable. This world is not as tranquil as it appears on the surface. Most people simply lack the opportunity to witness the truth. Lu Yaoyao pressed her lips together, choosing not to respond. The dangers are far greater than one could imagine. From entering the night watch, becoming a night watchman, to undertaking missions, entering the shadow layer, and venturing outside the city into the wilderness. How many martial professionals can pass through life unscathed? Those with lesser fortune may encounter misfortune even in administrative roles. Uncle Li lost an arm, and Lin Mo perished at a mere 20. Lu Nanfeng appears unscathed, yet bears countless scars. He suffered grave injuries in his youth that compromised his foundation. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, he shall never advance further in this lifetime. If you pass the martial examination and pursue a degree in martial studies, would you consider working for the night watch? Lu Yaoyao inquired. I'm unsure. Jiangyu hesitated. Are there many beautiful sisters in the night watch? Shut your mouth. Lu Yaoyao's forehead twitched with annoyance. The two of them were administering medicine in the room, while Lu Yuqiang and Feng Xiaoxiao exchanged bewildered glances in the living room. What is the situation with them? Feng Xiaoxiao felt dazed. I don't know. Lu Yuqiang hesitated, contemplating whether to reveal what Jiangyu had confided about his desire for Lu Yaoyao. I'll let you in on a secret. Lu Yaoyao previously mentioned that she finds him alluring. Oh, never mind. You can't just say half of it. Little Fatty stammered. Shortly after, with a creak, Jiangyu pushed the door open and stepped out. Dressed neatly, aside from being wrapped in bandages, he appeared relatively spirited. What brings you here? Jiangyu nodded slightly, completely devoid of the demeanor of a patient. We came to check on you after hearing your grandiose tales yesterday. Lu Yuqiang pointed at his chest. Are you alright? Don't worry, I'm not dying. Jiangyu waved his hand. You didn't TC. I was just returning from the supermarket with a bottle of soy sauce and vinegar, along with a few odds and ends. Suddenly, a burly man dashed past me, clutching a bag. Here he goes again, boasting. Lu Yaoyao pouted, standing up to head outside. A glance revealed clothes piled atop the washing machine in the bathroom. Jiangyu. I'm heading to the supermarket. Both of these clothes are torn. Shall I take them out to dispose of? She called out. Sure, toss them out, Jiangyu. Caught up in his story, didn't he even look up? At that moment, 80 burly men charged out of the woods, and I was slicing through them left and right. Suddenly remembering something, he quickly raised his head. Wait, I have something in my clothes. Yet, it was already too late. Lu Yaoyao's expression shifted from confusion to dazed disbelief. A withered box was tightly clutched in her hand. The atmosphere grew silent. Through coaxing and deception. Unsure if she believed him, Jiangyu managed to see them off. Alas, his once pristine reputation was tarnished. After hesitating for a few seconds, he reluctantly reclaimed the deflated little box. After all, it had cost him money. Tidying up the room, he made his way to the living room. Shadow eyes. Jiangyu's breath deepened, the hues in his eyes abruptly changing, a swirl of inky darkness coursing through his pupils. Within his view, the colors gradually shifted. After 2 or 3 seconds, the entire living room was enveloped in shadows. Darkness, he murmured softly, as the shadows beneath his feet swiftly adhered to him. Clad in shorts and a t-shirt, he was instantly transformed into a figure merely discernible as a silhouette. Jiangyu exhaled deeply, clenching his fists. The shadow layer harbors pollution. Prolonged exposure incurs various costs. Ordinary night watchmen are advised not to exceed a day in such tasks. Beyond that, without medication or other means to resist the pollution, one may suffer intensified pain, dizziness, or even a disorientation of the senses leading to bodily aberration. The duration of stay correlates with one's rank, willpower, and innate capabilities. However, this sensation, it's beyond mere comfort. It feels akin to someone who has long resided in a polluted industrial environment, suddenly stepping into a vast, pristine grassland. The sweet air penetrates deep within, and upon inhalation, a delightful tingling courses through his body, as if electric currents are traversing every cell, each one rejoicing and greedily absorbing the energies of the shadow layer. Entering the shadow layer feels as though one has returned home. Chapter 13. The Shadow Mutant of Frenzied Training. In this shadow form, he discovered that the actual application of the skills exceeded mere descriptions in complexity. The enhancement of physical capabilities is undeniable. He prodded at his abdominal wound, surprisingly feeling less pain than expected. Instead, his entire body felt cool and quite comfortable. Just this alone is rather impressive. In a brawl, diminished pain means I no longer need to fear being stabbed in the kidneys. After utilizing numerous medicinal liquids and resting for a night, his health had already rebounded to 60, an extraordinarily rapid recovery. He initially intended to take it easy for a while, yet now it seemed unnecessary. Jiangyu leaned forward, placing his hands wide apart at his waist, his palms resting at his waist. He drew in his abdomen, arched his back, and extended his arms straight. His chest expanded, shoulders elevated, with the tops of his feet touching the ground. With a surge of strength through his arms, his toes gradually lifted from the ground until his body was perfectly parallel to the floor, at which point he began performing Russian push-ups. This variant of push-up is exceptionally challenging, requiring both arms to support the entire weight of the body while maintaining a plank-like formation. A normal person wouldn't even manage one, let alone stand upright. His body slowly descended, and beneath the shrouded shadows, Jiang Yu's expression was nothing short of remarkable. After having the shadow trained daily, his physique had swelled twofold, but had ceased to expand further. To the casual observer, he still appeared youthful and radiant. Yet, the reality is that he possessed enough strength to fell Lu Yaoyao with a single blow. Otherwise, would a regular person dare to spar with a specter? A single swipe of its tail would spell doom for them. Nevertheless, Jiang Yu did not dare claim he could perform dozens or even hundreds of Russian push-ups in one go. But the shadow could. With no health bar and boundless stamina, it knew no fatigue. At a rate of one push-up every 5 seconds, it could perform 12 in a minute, resulting in 720 in an hour. This is the terrifying aspect of the shadow. An average person accomplishes in a month what he effortlessly achieves in a single day. Now, in his shadow form, Jiang Yu discovers that he can accomplish this with ease. It's truly absurd. With a surge of strength in his arms, he lowers his body, extending his limbs to support himself. Then, as he descends horizontally until his chest hovers just 3 to 5 centimeters above the ground, he exerts force once more and lifts his entire being up. Throughout this process, he maintains a constant speed, executing each movement with mechanical precision. With each inhalation and exhalation, the sweet air penetrates his heart, enveloping his entire body in a tingling sensation. It hardly resembles exercise. It feels more akin to indulging in a sauna. The shadow form indeed possesses remarkable qualities. Jiang Yu's eyes blaze with fervor. He opens his manual, and lines of battle logs flood his vision. Activating shadow form. Entering the shadow layer. You feel your body completely liberated, an unparalleled sense of freedom. You begin to attempt exercise. During the exercise, Shadow Devour activates. You consume the darkness from the shadow layer, resulting in a slight enhancement of shadow points and a minor increase in physical fitness. During the exercise, physical fitness experiences a slight increase. During the exercise, physical fitness experiences a slight increase. After performing a round of push-ups, a new log entry appears. Switching to abdominal crunches, the logs continue to refresh, with minor variations in the attributes gained. After about half an hour, he feels no fatigue whatsoever. Jiang Yu takes a breath, exiting the shadow layer. The confined space within the room feels somewhat restrictive. It would be better to exercise outside. He takes the elevator down, steps out of the building, and finds a secluded corner to re-enter the shadow layer. The community square is equipped with various exercise apparatuses that elderly gentlemen use for their daily routines. He cannot precisely name them, but there are pull-up bars, dip bars for strength training, and an apparatus with 2 upright poles and several bars in between, suitable for crunches. With a variety of options at his disposal, no old gentleman is competing with him for space. For the first time, Jiang Yu realizes how addictive exercise can be. Well, he decides to begin with 2,000 sets of hellish crunches. Have they discovered the cause of the upheaval in the shadow layer? The Night Patrol Bureau is bustling with activity, the majority of individuals moving briskly, their faces etched with seriousness. In a small conference room, several patrollers are seated around a table. Lu Nanfeng occupies the leading position, a few traces of fatigue visible on his face. Report. The scope of this shadow layer upheaval is extensive, and the fluctuations are abnormal. Pollution levels have surged, crossing significant areas. Teams B3, B7, and A2 have respectively discovered traces of suspected rifts in the North, South, and East 1 districts. This upheaval is particularly unusual. From the frontline distribution map, the coverage is concentrated in residential areas, unlike the previously random distribution. Upon hearing certain keywords, the expressions of those in the conference room stiffen. The shadow layer has never been stable. Patroller teams must regularly enter to eliminate aberrations. Simultaneously, they patrol the Cloud Sea gathering areas to check for newly emerged entrances to the shadow layer, sealing them promptly and devising alternative measures for those that cannot be blocked. The upheaval in the shadow layer resembles a menstrual cycle. While it often occurs on schedule, it can unpredictably deviate due to various unforeseen circumstances. Over the past 2 days, the entire Cloud Sea Night Patrol Bureau has been operating nonstop, barely managing to contain the situation. Aberrations have shattered decades of understanding, as instances of humans being dragged into the shadow layer have emerged. What does this signify? It implies that while you are walking to school, on your way home from work, or dining at a restaurant, there exists the potential for a sudden hand to seize you and pull you into the shadow layer. During this upheaval, for such incidents have occurred. While this may seem few, no one can predict whether the aberrations will become more adept in the future, leading to more severe consequences. This is already a considerable source of concern. Yet, they hear the word rift again from the report. The abyss, the present world, and the shadow layer, which serves as a buffer between the two. If the aberrations in the shadow layer are likened to innocent lambs, then the bloodthirsty aberrations surging from the abyss represent pure monsters, akin to Godzilla. Even the smallest, weakest rift in the abyss poses a tremendous threat to human existence. The atmosphere in the conference room drops to freezing levels, and the pressure on the presenter intensifies, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. All right, it's merely a suspicion. Let's not act as if the sky is falling. A man with a severed arm in the corner speaks softly. Moreover, rifts in the abyss can appear at any time. We have long been prepared to combat them, so let us not be so despondent. This rationale resonates. The group collectively regains their composure. Lu Nanfeng nods gently, signaling for the patrollers to continue their report. After prolonged deliberation and the establishment of various strategies, the meeting concludes. Holding a stack of documents, Lu Nanfeng strides toward his office. Just as he sits down, a sudden knock interrupts him. Come in. Director Lu, following this aberrant upheaval, the investigation team has compiled a list of aberrations for you. All right. He places the documents down and turns to leave. Lu Nanfeng quickly flips through the papers, initially intending to review them after finishing his current tasks, but a particular entry captures his attention. ID, D29527. Codename, the shadow that salutes and exercises madly. Observer, XXX. Description, 1. The entity is entirely black, resembling a shadow. The target was first discovered in the central garden of Qinghua community, presumed to have accidentally intruded into this area. 2. The target displays boundless energy and a keen interest in fitness, utilizing equipment for exercise, with a low desire to attack. 3. When personnel approach, the entity ceases exercising and performs a salute. Observation duration, 2 hours. Danger assessment, low. Conclusion, no immediate action for extermination. Chapter 14, Aberrant Monkeys and Coins. Authenticity is my domain. Are you serious? You're not joking with me, are you? Lu Nanfeng's previously strained expression gives way to a hint of amusement. This lengthy string of descriptors, had it not been delivered by a patroller, he might have thought it was a prank concocted by a bored internet user. A fitness enthusiast who even salutes upon encountering someone. Truly remarkable. Having been a patroller for many years, he has encountered numerous aberrations, yet this peculiar one is indeed unprecedented. Glancing at the accompanying image, a dense black mass, he sets the documents down and gently rubs his temples. With less than 10 days until the new year, everyone is eager to celebrate, yet the disturbance in the shadow layer at this critical juncture threatens to ruin the festivities. Feeling melancholic, Lu Nanfeng lights a cigarette and moves to the window, wondering how this thing can taste so sweet. He gently bites down, and his expression darkens instantly. Banana-flavored tobacco. Is it? That brat, Lu Yaoyao. I have some cigarettes. Would you like one? A voice rings out in his office. I told you. You can't just barge in without knocking. Chewing the sweet tobacco, Lu Nanfeng doesn't display much surprise on his face. He turns around helplessly. The man with the severed arm from earlier is now seated on the sofa. He places a cigarette in his mouth and tosses the pack over. Have this. Lu Nanfeng instinctively catches it, ponders for a moment, then sighs and sets it down. Forget it. I'm afraid of getting lung cancer. You're worried about that? So, what brings you here? Lu Nanfeng dismisses his teasing. Taking a drag from his cigarette, the man with the severed arm gradually composed himself. As news of a new directive arrived, Lu Nanfeng paused momentarily, pondering what the announcement entailed. The martial examination, the man stated, igniting his cigarette and inhaling once more before continuing. The martial examination has been moved forward. Lu Nanfeng's expression shifted, his brows furrowing in concern. It was too hasty a decision. You should have received the notification on your computer as well, the man reminded him. Lu Nanfeng hurriedly returned to his computer, opening his email to review the recently received documents. Martial examination notification. The expansion of enrollment, an expedited martial examination and qualification assessment. As he perused the details, Lu Nanfeng sighed softly. Both the qualification assessment and the martial examination had been moved forward. With only 10 days until the spring festival, everything would soon become a flurry of activity thereafter. Have you decided on the direction for your daughter's application? The man with the severed arm inquired. Martial science. Or perhaps the extraordinary humanities. Those who were extraordinary, above the second tier, must enroll in extraordinary disciplines following a qualification assessment, barring exceptional circumstances. Given Lu Nanfeng's status as a fourth-tier powerhouse, his offspring's potential was undoubtedly promising. I'm still undecided. Lu Nanfeng hesitated. Let us assess the situation after her qualification test. Don't just think of your own child. What about yours? I doubt he is an obedient type. Will he pursue spiritual techniques, exotic studies, or extraordinary physiology? None of those, the man replied, taking another drag from his cigarette. Lu Nanfeng blinked in surprise. Are you suggesting he study extraordinary humanities? The man shook his head slowly, responding, let him pursue ordinary humanities. Are you jesting? Lu Nanfeng nearly questioned his hearing, as they hadn't even conducted the qualification assessment yet. No assessment will be conducted. The man smiled, rising slowly. You can manage your affairs at your own pace. I'll take a stroll. Wait, clarify your statement, Lu Nanfeng called out. Look, there is a spider before us. The spider's body contains a significant amount of protein, several times that of rice by weight. Its flesh is succulent and juicy. A quick roasting over intense flames will easily shed its hair. A single bite reveals a texture unlike beef or lamb. What does it resemble? Spider meat. Of course. All of this is merely fanciful talk. Do not attempt it, for it may lead to your demise. In the shadow layer, Jiang Yu had a sound-collecting microphone clipped to his neck, his right hand raised, pointing his phone forward. Approximately 20 meters away, a massive creature lay sprawled on the ground. Its 8 legs as sturdy as steel, its eyes fixed on Jiang Yu, who could discern the oval shape of its abdomen. This aberration appeared to be asleep, motionless. And had it not been for the glaring health bar above it, Jiang Yu might have assumed it had perished. Its bulk resembled that of a small car. Over the past few days, numerous videos from the shadow layer had inexplicably surfaced on various video platforms. According to Lu Yaoyao, such videos were previously prohibited from being uploaded or disseminated. However, the Night Patrol Bureau seemed intent on promoting this content, allowing more people to understand the shadow layer. Jiang Yu had recently registered a Douyin account and attempted to upload several clips showcasing the shadow layer, surprisingly passing the review and garnering hundreds of likes. He keenly sensed an opportunity. Yet, these occurrences were not the crux of his concerns. Name, Jiang Yu. Attribute, Shadow. Rank, Stalker, Hunter. Remaining lifespan, 100 hours. Hunter. To not hunt is to perish. One must hunt, or choose death. Awakening this rank filled him with joy, for he understood that only through relentless hunting could he prolong his existence. Go forth, relish every hunt, become a fearsome predator, until you ascend. Note, the Hunter rank is unique. Even if the physical body perishes, it will exist in another form. Note, life and death are the Hunter's dominion. Perhaps, through endless slaughter, one may attain immortality, or perhaps, damn it, he muttered. Is this what they call risk? After awakening the rank, Jiang Yu noticed no peculiarities. Yet, upon opening the panel the following day, he was met with a glaring countdown of his remaining life. The realization that he had merely 7 or 8 days left almost made him black out. Awakening this rank, filled with elation, only to live a few more days? What a farce. After toiling for 3 days, his lifespan dwindled to a mere 100 hours. If he failed to successfully hunt an aberration, he would have no choice but to seek assistance from Uncle Lee. After all, Uncle Lee at the Night Patrol Bureau was known for his greed, be it for territory, tobacco, alcohol, or money. A few aberrations would be merely trifling for him. Thus, while Jiang Yu felt anxious, it was not an overwhelming panic. At least he had a fallback option. The only solace he found was in the message enclosed in brackets. The text was bold and red, strikingly conspicuous. It indicated that, while one might die, they need not be entirely lost. How absurd. Surely, they wouldn't expect him to become a ghost? If given a choice, he preferred to remain human. Staring at those words for several seconds, Jiang Yu was uncertain of their true meaning. Forget it, I'll not dwell on this for now. The definition of a hunter was notorious. Could he truly become a Douyin influencer with millions of followers? He was uncertain. For now, he needed to eliminate this massive spider and earn some time. His phone and number were both internal resources pilfered by Uncle Lee from the Night Patrol Bureau, meant for exclusive use. As long as he did not cause trouble, he was, in principle, not subject to scrutiny, even if his short videos went viral. He could gather more footage, organize it, edit it into a video, and publish it. Let us approach quietly and strike it down. Speaking into his phone felt somewhat lacking. After some thought, he pointed the camera at himself, standing a few meters away. Holding a steel pipe, he declared, "Hello everyone, I'm Xiao Jiang." Facing off against a monstrous spider alone. Perfect. He secured his phone, attaching several small cameras that would not hinder his combat. Then, he stealthily approached the wall, inching closer to the spider's rear. In shadow form, he nearly merged with the shadow layer, and by slowing his steps, he became even harder to detect. As they drew near, Jiang Yu resolved to maintain silence to avoid alarming the creature. After issuing a final instruction, he took on a more serious demeanor. The distance between them decreased, and gripping the steel pipe, he became increasingly cautious. This encounter was different from facing a ghost. At that time, the ghost had already been worn down to a sliver of health, making it an easy target for him. Before him, the The spider, though injured, still boasted a health bar of 60. It was not insubstantial. There was no choice. The Shadow Layer's training and reconnaissance revealed that within a half-kilometer radius of the community, Jiang Yu had scarcely encountered weaker foes. Humans hunted aberrations, aberrations hunted humans. Aside from this, these creatures would also turn on one another. The weakest either concealed themselves well or were devoured by other aberrations. Originally, 3 slightly weaker aberrations lurked near the community, but they had vanished during his indecision. Life as a low-tier aberration was not easy. Examining the steel pipe, he felt uncertain. This solid steel rod, purchased for several thousand, was embedded with unknown metals to enhance its lethality. Jiang Yu tested it on his leg, and it was indeed painful. Sufficient for several battles. 10 meters, 9 meters, 8 meters. Suddenly, the spider lifted its head, surveying its surroundings. Jiang Yu abruptly halted his steps, holding his breath as he concealed himself in the shadows. Several faint crimson clusters manifested around the spider's compound eyes, its legs, the junction of its head and shoulders, and its abdomen. The hues varied in intensity, subtly shifting with the creature's movements. Detecting the enemy's vulnerable points was a manifestation of the shadow strike. Jiang Yu's spirit surged. Judging by the concentration of the red clusters, the area near the head bore the darkest shade, followed closely by the posterior. A decisive blow to the head would undoubtedly be most advantageous. However, given the disparity in size, Jiang Yu calculated the distance and concluded that leaping over was not feasible. Thus, he shifted his gaze, contemplating an alternative target, which appeared equally viable. Chapter 15. I am Yu, the assassin of Baidu. I have been in this world for some time now. The spider, Aju, relished the current environment. It was far less oppressive than the abyss and devoid of the numerous formidable and terrifying aberrations. Even as a mere minion, with a modicum of caution, survival was attainable. Recently, it had encountered another aberration. Relying on its agility and explosive power, it engaged in a fierce battle and ultimately succeeded in tearing its opponent apart, consuming it whole. Though it sustained some injuries, they were not severe. A few more restful slumbers would suffice for recovery. The only concern was the possibility of other aberrations seizing the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Thus, despite appearing to slumber, it remained vigilant, wary of its surroundings. Just moments ago, it sensed a chilling aura enveloping its body. A juvenile aberration had set its sights on it. Aju instantly became alert, anxiously writhing its form. Where? Where exactly? 8 crimson compound eyes scanned the vicinity incessantly. Within the shadow realm, the aberrations possessed superior vision compared to humans, yet their sight was not without limitations. At its level, Aju could discern objects clearly up to several meters away. After surveying the area multiple times, it found nothing amiss. Could it be a mere illusion? Its diminutive mind was ill-equipped for complex thought, and it instinctively felt a chill coursing through its body, compelling it to abandon its prone position. A change of location was necessary. It rose, and in that instant, a jolt coursed through its being, rendering Aju's mind blank, completely devoid of cognitive function. Immobilized. The entire spider was utterly paralyzed. From the crown of its head to the base of its abdomen, a sudden clarity enveloped it. Health 6,444. Damage dealt, 20. Previously, the strikes had relied solely on brute force, and the accumulated shadow energy within had yet to find a means of manifestation. When Jiang Yu thrust the steel rod forward, he felt an indescribable force surge forth from within him. The exhilarating sensation of unrestrained power nearly compelled him to roar. It was only when the giant spider's blood sprayed across him that he remembered to evade. While 60 health points might pose a challenge, the remaining 40 could surely be obliterated with a single strike. The dark figure shot forth like a meteor, crashing against the nearby wall. The structures within the shadow realm were remarkably resilient, and upon impact, the wall yielded only a minuscule indentation before the body crumpled to the ground. Breathing heavily, Jiang Yu gritted his teeth. This strike had surely cost him at least 10 health points, perhaps even 15. Hiss! The massive spider writhed in agony. As it turned around, Jiang Yu gained a clearer view. Upon its grotesque form, dark purple patterns etched out incomprehensible designs. As its body contorted, these markings twisted in synchrony. The creature resembled a spider. However, its head was akin to a poorly drawn inverted triangle, with crooked lines devoid of aesthetic appeal. Tentacles flailed from its sides, and it let out a deafening roar, revealing a mouth filled with a chaotic array of jagged teeth. Its 8 eyes were unevenly distributed, and its face bore numerous pits. Lacking a nose, this visage would undoubtedly serve as a formidable minor boss in a horror film. 44, 42, 40. The steel rod had fully penetrated, evidently inflicting significant damage. The giant spider rolled around in place, unable to dislodge the rod, while it continued to bleed profusely. Shaking its head, Jiang Yu exerted force with his feet and once again concealed himself within the shadows. Indeed, Shadow Strike, a formidable technique for ambushing foes from the darkness. As a born assassin, he had no need to engage in direct combat with aberrations. He retreated, the shadows spreading from beneath his feet and enveloping him entirely. Stealthy hunter? Predator? The abilities he had previously found peculiar now seemed tailor-made for him. Observing the spider, now enraged and unable to find a target for its wrath, Jiang Yu's perspective began to shift. Aberration extraordinary. Hunter, prey? He glanced down at the camera, realizing that attempting to be a comical influencer did not suit him. Since he was a hunter, he might as well dedicate himself earnestly to the act of hunting. Maintaining silence could yield better results, perhaps? He retrieved a second steel rod, previously set aside. Jiang Yu spoke softly, his voice barely audible yet sufficient for the device to capture. If it could not be recorded, he would simply add the audio during video editing later. The hunt begins. Arriva Yuzi. Li Xiaodi was a senior in high school. Her academic performance was average. Sufficient for college, but lacking the prowess to gain admission to the most prestigious institutions. Both of her parents were business people, and through a combination of financial means and connections, they managed to secure her a preliminary testing qualification. This confirmed her potential to become extraordinary. However, the true strength of her talent would only be assessed upon the commencement of the school term. In the past, the government had been quite secretive regarding information on aberrations and the extraordinary, leaving ordinary people largely uninformed. Yet, recently, Li Xiaodi had noticed a surge of videos on Douyin, either introducing aberrations or explaining the extraordinary phenomena. Most were instructional, and the content was not particularly engaging. Nevertheless, the novelty of the topic captivated the majority of ordinary individuals who had never encountered this world. Several aerial shots of the Shadow Realm had garnered significant attention without additional filters. Over the past few days, she had come across no less than 5 videos with over 1 million likes, and through various influencers' explanations, she had gained a certain understanding of the Shadow Realm. Li Xiaodi pondered thoughtfully. It was evident that there was official backing behind this trend. However, since she had not yet truly embarked on the path to the extraordinary, she could not fully grasp the true intentions behind such actions. Well, in any case, it had nothing to do with her. She was just an ordinary high school student, and watching handsome guys and scrolling through videos was the way to go. Lying on her bed, Li Xiaodi swiped through one short video after another. As the sun sets and night falls, your safety is guarded by the Night Watch. Hello, everyone, I am a night watchman, and today I will provide a preliminary explanation of the types of low-tier aberrations. Hey there, welcome to my channel. Today, I'll take you to an eatery hidden in the alley. At our doorstep, the most authentic stir-fried liver, a name bestowed by the past Saint Buddha. Come, let me show you inside. Look at this mother's flavor. It's simply delicious, so genuine. Li Xiaodi's expression gradually turned sinister. How had she stumbled upon such content? She hastily swiped down several videos in a panic to escape. Cough. Suddenly, a soft cough emanated from her phone, causing her to pause momentarily before swiping back. The dark and somber artistic style unfolds before one's eyes, the camera focusing on a long street, when suddenly a leg appears, obscuring half the lens. Black mist swirls, creating an indistinct ambience. In the distance, figures can be faintly seen climbing and leaping along the street. This shot is rather intriguing, accompanied by a voiceover and music that adds to its allure. Is this akin to a special effects blockbuster? Uncertain, I shall observe further. Li Xiaodi's spirits lifted. The camera gradually sways, revealing various strange entities. How was the shot captured? Was it aimed directly at the face of that creature? The camera then rises again, following the structure of the buildings until a shadowy figure materializes at the edge of a rooftop. I am you, hailing from the northern capital. In a swift motion, he leaps down. Good heavens! Li Xiaodi gasps in astonishment. What is this? Chapter 16. The Hunter Yu Strikes. Li Xiaodi double taps the screen, and a staggering 200,000 likes flash before her eyes. The comments are even more astonishing, exceeding 70,000 in number. Brother Yao is so handsome and aloof. I can't handle it. I wish to buy him a house, but alas, I cannot afford one. I want him to buy me a plate of spicy stir-fried shredded pork. Hold the spice and the pork. If you want nothing, what do you want? Do you want it stir-fried? The comments section has transformed into a lively matchmaking scene, teeming with admirers for a prominent influencer. Li Xiaodi felt a pang of irritation. She believed it was her duty to curb such undesirable trends. She opened the top comments and shared them with their followers, for one can never be certain if they might include a sibling of the commenters. After a flurry of activity, she finally exhaled, hesitating briefly before leaving her own comment. Brother, I'm available. She resumed watching the video. Upon clicking play, the imagery resumed its motion. The shadow leaped from the air and landed with a thud. 6 stories high. Li Xiaoti's gaze ignited with fervor. Is this what it means to be extraordinary? The scene continued to shift. The camera's focus adjusted, seemingly following his gaze in search of prey. A gentle breeze whispered in her ears, accompanied by U.S. soft breaths. The lens extended forward, honing in on a massive figure that loomed ominously in the center of the road. What a colossal spider, and its patterns are utterly repulsive. Li Xiaoti's heart skipped a beat. Such a species, whose mere appearance could assault the senses through the screen, is beyond description. The shadow pattern spider, an ancient demonic species. Rank 1 mid-tier, a lowly aberration from the abyss. Its patterned body emits a form of mental pollution, making prolonged eye contact perilous for the weak. He spoke softly. With that, the dark mass in the video gradually faded into the shadows. Gone. Where did he go? Li Xiaoti was not alone. Countless viewers before their screens were wide-eyed, fixated on the spot where Jiang Yu had vanished, desperately trying to locate his form. Clearly, they were unable to do so. The absence of extraordinary abilities was one factor, but the limitations of their devices compounded the issue. Jiang Yu's phone was indeed bespoke for the Night Watch division, and even in the shadows, its visual range surpassed that of an ordinary person's sight, yet it still could not capture intricate details. The technological prowess of the great Zhou was nothing to scoff at. In fact, it surpassed the era Jiang Yu had traversed. This is the significance of extraordinary liberal arts, theoretical advancements, and technological research directed towards the extraordinary realm. Returning to the present, as the figure gradually vanished, the camera cut again, revealing him emerging from the shadows. The entire video suddenly shifted to slow motion, the background sounds abruptly ceasing. At 5 times slower, one could observe the spider's twisted body and the long rod piercing into its flesh. The battle commenced. Blood splattered, and sharp instruments penetrated deep. Everything in this slow-motion shot appeared astonishingly real, leaving viewers with but one impression. This is no mere special effect. Then, the scene abruptly quickened, the dark figure once more concealing itself. In the rapid alternation between slow and fast, his movements became nearly imperceptible. All that could be seen were the continuous splatters of blood and the spider ensnared in place. It appeared so terrified, so helpless. Despite its overwhelming size, it was being toyed with mercilessly. At intervals, it spewed acidic liquid or pale silk, which fell into the darkness. Most likely, it failed to strike the assassin named Yu. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. Li Xiaoti's chest heaved. With a sudden thrust, the rod pierced the spider's head, causing the shadow-patterned spider to sway and collapse to the ground, lifeless. Standing beside it, the shadow withdrew the rod, flicking off the blood, and placed a hand upon the spider's carcass. Now, it is time to feast. Yu gazed at the spider, his hand tightening. Then, in a surge, his massive form began to dissipate gradually. Simultaneously, lines of shadows coalesced, leaping towards him. An increasing number of lines adhered to him, gradually weaving into a hooded long garment, complete with a belt, shoulder guards, a chest piece, flowing ribbons, and arm guards. The entire ensemble remained black, albeit with varying shades across its components. At first glance, it exuded an aura of mystery and lethal intent, one that could not be thwarted even from behind the screen. The hunt concluded. The imagery abruptly halted, and the video came to an end. Hiss. Li Xiaoti inhaled sharply. This individual possesses some serious skills. After days of scrolling through videos, this was the first time she encountered something so exhilarating. Moreover, the graphic nature of it was undeniably a hallmark of the platform's more stringent regulations. Upon glancing at the like count, it had soared to an astonishing 300,000. In mere minutes, it surged upward rapidly. In half a day, it might very well reach 500,000. Scrolling through the comments section revealed an even greater influx of admirers. Sliding right into the profile of the individual, Yu's avatar was simply his shadowy silhouette. The personal bio was succinct. Commencing hunt. Follow. It was imperative to follow. Where can one find such a cool, yet slightly cringeworthy influencer? Li Xiaoti swallowed hard. Compared to those young heartthrobs of yesteryear, they paled in comparison. This was truly what a fierce woman should be watching. She quickly hit the follow button and sent a private message. Hello, may I add you on V-Star? Assassination mission. High price. Name, Shadow Pattern Spider. Type, Ancient Demon. Level, Rank 1 mid-tier. Description, a lowly aberration from the abyss, belonging to the Ancient Demon category. The patterns on its body signify its strength. The denser and more intricate the patterns, the more potent its mental pollution. Prolonged eye contact is ill-advised unless one wishes to become its prey. Abilities, acidic liquid, silk spinning, ancient demon pollution. Cost of kill, confusion of the 5 senses. Shadow devour rewards. 1. Gain ability, shadow silk. 2. Increase in shadow points. This aberration has been recorded, and the cost has been waived. A rank 1 mid-tier creature. After surpassing 10 shadow points, the manual's capabilities underwent subtle changes. A new ability section emerged, allowing the review of recorded creatures' abilities in detail. The shadow pattern spider had 3 abilities recorded: acidic liquid, silk spinning, and the not-so-complex ancient demon pollution, which pertains to the mental shock born from its body patterns. Observing the continuously rising numbers of likes and followers, Jiangyu let out a long, deep sigh of relief. This step I have taken should not be erroneous. He then accessed the fan backend to see if there were any JK girls in white stockings eager to chat with him in the fan group. Chapter 17, Shadow Threads. Marking, Pursuit. Do not be deceived by the charm of the videos. The bittersweet realities behind them are not meant for outsiders. He was merely a novice newly introduced to the extraordinary, lacking in formidable strength. The giant spider and the specter were of the same tier. Yet the disparity in health points remained substantial, and even with the advantage of Shadow Strike, the gap in power could not be bridged. He would strike once and flee, hammering down and then darting away. Shadow form could mitigate damage and pain, but enduring it too often would prove unbearable. While the video appeared dazzling, it relied heavily on editing, dialogue, and music. Moreover, Jiangyu had crafted an amnesiac assassin persona for himself. A series of punches left the audience astonished. The hunt for aberrations, unlocking new abilities after Shadow Devour, could only be interpreted by the viewers as a narrative necessity. The internet truly enlightened Jiangyu. He spread his palm, and strands of black silk danced within it. The Shadow Threads ability was a reward for devouring the spider. His mastery over shadows had finally transcended mere shadow form, allowing him to condense shadows into a tangible substance, projecting resilient and impactful shadow threads. Indeed, if Jiangyu wished, he could even cosplay as Spider-Man. He reopened his manual and scrolled to the page detailing personal attributes. Remaining lifespan, 7 days. Slaying the spider had granted him an additional 3 days, leaving him with 7 days to live, which still felt somewhat urgent. However, it sufficed for him to seek another aberration. He continued to peruse. Hunter. You can see the health bar of your prey and mark and pursue it. You are a born hunter, and your attacks will invariably inflict damage. Note 1. Note 2. Note 3. As a hunter concealed in shadows, your notoriety will increase, granting you unexpected rewards. Your reputation will unlock certain powers of the hunter. Mark. You can mark your prey, making it easier to discover its weaknesses and deal critical blows. Marked prey will experience heart palpitations and fear, with effects dependent on the power disparity between you. For a single target, the mark lasts only 1 second, and enhancing your notoriety or status will bolster this capability. Please note, activating mark will consume a certain amount of energy, and this ability may expose your location, alarming your prey. So use it judiciously. Pursuit. When pursuing marked prey, you will gain boosts in agility and strength. If your pursuit is successful, one of your attribute abilities will receive a considerable enhancement. Please note, pursuit incurs no cost, and this ability shares the same duration as mark. Ensure you slay the prey within the pursuit timeframe. Enhancing your notoriety or status will amplify this ability. The viral short videos had unlocked 2 abilities for the hunter. To be precise, the short videos had gone viral. Most people viewed it for amusement, while a select few were awestruck. Achieving the current effect. Hunting aberrations, editing videos, generating traffic, and unlocking new abilities. All of this led to a significant increase in his power. Ouch! Jiangyu winced. Why are you not staying put at home and instead getting into fights? Lu Yaoyao quipped sarcastically while applying medicine with extra pressure. Be gentle, Jiangyu grimaced. I was out being a hero, don't speak if you don't understand. As if you're the only one who can be a hero, Lu Yaoyao retorted, gritting her teeth. You go out to brawl every day. If you keep this up, I will have to tell Uncle Li. Rest assured, I am safe. If I can't win, I can still run. I know my limits. Humph. Lu Yaoyao scoffed as she bandaged his wound, leaning back against the sofa. She picked up her phone to scroll through videos. Called you. The familiar line reached Jiangyu's ears, causing him to pause. What are you watching? He glanced at her screen, and as expected, it displayed the edited product of his own footage. You has recently been trending on the short video platform, Lu Yaoyao remarked, casting a sidelong glance at him. Trending? Jiangyu raised an eyebrow. Yes, the trending list these days features various classifications of aberrations within the extraordinary realm, and several extraordinary content creators have emerged. This creator, named you, has certainly stirred up quite a buzz. She browsed through the comments, her tone a mix of nostalgia and amazement. Didn't they say that knowledge of the extraordinary should not be disclosed? Jiangyu inquired. What should not be disclosed are the core principles. What people can see now is merely the basics, with little impact, Lu Yaoyao explained. As the new year approaches, we are soon to mark the centenary of the Great Cataclysm, and this year will see significant policy changes. As she spoke, she held her phone screen up to Jiangyu. Aren't you curious about the extraordinary? I suggest you follow this creator named you. Their videos showcase real-life hunts of aberrations in the shadow realm, which is quite intriguing. Jiang Yu's expression turned somewhat peculiar. That giant spider? I struggled for hours to take it down. Is the video content truly interesting? It's really about the editing skill. Nonetheless, it's impressive, Lu Yaoyao continued, scrolling down. Only to find another video featuring you, albeit this time reimagined by another creator. She remained engrossed. About how my childhood friend became a fan of my comics and then of my videos, yet remains oblivious to my true identity. Gazing at her youthful yet charming profile. Jiang Yu couldn't help but chuckle. Hey, Jiang Yu, do you think I could record some videos and upload them? What if I become popular too? Lu Yaoyao suddenly suggested. What would you record? Jiang Yu replied, half amused. Dancing in JK white stockings in the shadow realm? He casually glanced at her slender legs clad in white stockings. Her dainty feet, small enough to fit in his palm, bore an adorable cat paw design, and further up. The JK skirt failed to conceal her fair, delicate thighs, creating an undeniable youthful allure that was hard to look away from. Get away, Lu Yaoyao warned, creating some distance. Can I record some explanatory videos about the extraordinary? You don't truly believe that having read a bit of material, you can compare to those seasoned Night Watch veterans. Do you? Jiang Yu scoffed. And for the love of all that is good, please don't dress like that when going out. It makes you an easy target for stalkers. I almost lost one last time. Lu Yaoyao's gaze shifted as she pondered, with all those injuries. You're not out there doing something disgraceful, are you? Getting beaten up? Hey, I was joking. Jiang Yu raised his hands in surrender. This girl's hands seemed to wander behind her again. He realized he had been joking more often, and it appeared Lu Yaoyao had misunderstood something. Previously, she would bring fruits and snacks when visiting his home, but now she was always equipped with a handgun. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Planning to shoot me? I really don't understand how someone as stern as Uncle Li could raise you. Lu Yaoyao huffed, lowering her hand from the gun's grip, allowing Jiang Yu to finally breathe a sigh of relief. The new year is approaching. Let's go shopping for some festive goods the day after tomorrow. Want to join? Sure. Chapter 18. Riding on Trends? A solid fact. How wonderful it is to have a childhood friend. No, it should be said. How wonderful it is to have a beautiful childhood friend. Jiang Yu lowered his head, tugging at the bandage, but it wouldn't budge. The girl had tied it tightly. Yet it did not hinder his movement. Her small hands were quite dexterous. However, in truth, the injuries he sustained were minor. By utilizing his shadow form in the shadow layer, and engaging in a few more training sessions, Jiang Yu would gradually recuperate. As the daughter of a night watcher, she had been surrounded by such influences since childhood, and Jiang Yu was uncertain whether the other party had noticed the anomalies in his condition. Such circumstances were rather unavoidable. Being neighbors, they were merely a few steps apart, and with the girl visiting him sporadically, it was impossible to conceal his injuries from her. He could not simply retreat to the shadow layer for 2 to 3 days to recover and go completely off the grid, using fighting as an excuse. Claiming broken ribs or severe lacerations, or presenting himself with a bloodied head. Such exaggerations were hardly believable. He could hardly pass for a street fighter with such dramatics. The girl did not press for further details, and Jiang Yu chose to remain silent. As for her thoughts on the matter, who could say? The pain from his injuries lingered, prompting him to pick up his phone and open the app. As soon as he accessed the back end, a barrage of 999 private messages erupted. Are you there? Who are you? What is your purpose in sharing this video? Are you truly from Baidu? Goodness. A trifecta of piercing questions. Are you a night watcher? Is this scripted? Do you still have the photo of that mutant? Or is it fabricated? The recipe for braised pork appeared next, detailing steps like scraping the skin from pork belly, cutting it into dice, and preparing green onion segments, ginger slices, and dried chilies. It seemed a peculiar mix had slipped in. He scrolled further, and suddenly the comments began to polarize. You, Ward Uncle, have been thoroughly debunked. Hurry and check out his video. Yuzi, you've been nailed down, is it true? You pathetic wart. The video is fake. What are you, a cow or a horse? You've been caught red-handed, and you deserve it. So many night watchers risk their lives, and you, with mere editing skills, dare to compare yourself to them? Come out and stop playing dead. You who only know how to edit videos, step up and face us. Some tagged themselves to view the video, while the rest bombarded his private messages or flooded his video's comment section. What was going on? Anger was far from his sentiment. Jiang Yu was genuinely bewildered. Upon opening the floodgates, he found himself the target of online harassment. He followed the links that everyone had tagged him in. Hello everyone, I am the authentic. The video began. Today, we shall not explore a shop, but embark on a debunking mission. He held up another phone, revealing the footage of Jiang Yu hunting a spider. You all must have seen this video, right? What, you and mutant? Huh, is he really that? The shadow layer, the mutant, the amnesiac assassin, come on. Take a good look for yourself. Does this video look real to you? Jiang Yu found himself in a state of bemusement. He recognized the content creator known as the Authentic. Bald-headed, round-faced, his eyes squinting when he smiled, his tone was often exaggerated. Typically, he posted exploration videos, predominantly in Baidu's various liver shops, only ordering roast duck without anything else, and somehow accumulated over 100,000 followers. Though he explored shops, he would invariably exclaim how authentic the food was. How could he be so thoroughly criticized by this creator? Jiang Yu continued to watch. First, let me show you the video, then we will analyze it frame by frame on the computer. The screen shifted to a computer recording. Let us skip ahead for now. Directly to the fight. Look at this frame, and then the next. The mutant's movements undergo a significant transformation. This, my friends, is called frame skipping. As the name suggests, some frames have been removed from the video. In a normal sequence, A, B, C, he directly omitted B, connecting A and C, leaving us oblivious to what transpired in between. Now, observe this section. The color discrepancy is evident. Someone might say, this could be a camera pixel issue. But let me tell you, that is merely an excuse. A new layer has been established, selected with the pen tool, then feathered and blurred. The Authentic elaborated on the video, dissecting it meticulously. Every detail was well-founded, and he even showcased video editing tutorials, making it difficult not to be convinced. This was indeed not a baseless accusation. Jiang Yu's editing skills were merely average, far from the level of deception. Encountering someone knowledgeable in editing would easily unveil the flaws. Naturally, his primary issue lay in the fact that he had cut out the sequence of him being overwhelmed, shortening the fight duration, which made it appear as though he was dominating the giant spider, thus enhancing his perceived strength. Overall, it was a minor issue. He never anticipated the emergence of such a debunking creator. The Authentic continued to rant in the video. These editing techniques were all summarized by a friend of mine, a truly authentic editor who would never lie. Why am I hammering this person today? Look at this. He slammed a small notebook on the table. The black cover bore the words Night Watcher External. The external personnel of the Night Watchers. This was a certified, genuine proof. I may not be a full-fledged Night Watcher, but when the Night Watchers have tasks requiring manpower or need to enter the shadow layer to hunt mutants, that is well within my capabilities. In my youth, I have slain my fair share of mutants, not to mention dozens. I can easily distinguish between what is truly extraordinary and what is a mere charlatan. In this day and age, why cling to such trends? Why ride on the coattails of Night Watchers? Can you even manage that? The background is blurred and indistinct. Can you truly venture into the real shadow layer? Alright, I'll leave it at that. I advise certain individuals to act wisely. In the comment section, a third of the people lambasted the Authentic, another third criticized Jiang Yu, while the rest merely observed. One group insisted that such realistic footage could not possibly be from anywhere other than the shadow layer. What was wrong with editing? Surely, segments that couldn't be broadcasted must be cut out. Were official media videos never edited? Another faction contended that several shots were indeed problematic, asserting that you lacked prowess and was merely seeking attention. So you all think my mark and hunt abilities last only a second? Are you orchestrating the narrative here? Do you think I'm weak? In truth, he wasn't particularly strong. After scrolling through several comments, Jiang Yu found it increasingly amusing. He had faced scorn from peers while drawing comics, and now found himself criticized for editing short videos, being accused of fabricating content and chasing views. He chuckled softly. Let them hammer away. It mattered little. This was entirely within his expectations. He would continue to post videos as planned. It was only when the tide receded that one could discern who had been swimming naked. So, what was the next course of action? With his remaining lifespan steadily diminishing and the notoriety of Hunter requiring further enhancement, it was time to hunt another mutant. However, prior to that, Jiang Yu switched to his alternate account on the app, composing a caption and releasing a video. Debunked. US video is fake. This round, I'm blackening myself. A quick glance at the draft box revealed a neatly arranged row of videos. You owe us an apology. A fraudulent extraordinary creator. Shocking revelation. You has this side. Authenticity and doubt. US video is anything but simple. Who exactly is you? He is no ordinary person. Just a passerby, speaking fairly. A born hunter. A nightmare that instills dread in enemies. Self-deprecation to cleanse one's reputation. A grand plan was meticulously laid out. Chapter 19. A Ghost? Lin Mo Shadow Layer. Having learned from the previous experience, this time Jiang Yu repositioned the cameras in several locations. Standing atop a high-rise, the sprawling architecture unfolds in an unobstructed view. The various aberrations meandering down the streets are markedly fewer than in previous days. The shadow layer undergoes periodic resets, each of which heralds a new influx of these entities. A phenomenon referred to as the shadow tides. Jiang Yu's awakening to his abilities has approached the 2-week mark. In the initial days, it was undoubtedly the early stage of the tide, with a plethora of aberrations populating the shadow layer. both formidable and feeble in equal measure. Given the current circumstances, it proves challenging for him to locate a suitable target. Confronting a mid-tier aberration had nearly cost him his life. Should he encounter a stronger one, it could very well overpower him effortlessly. Suddenly, his gaze sharpens. Another apparition. In the adjacent street where he had previously battled one, a figure crouches in the corner. However, this particular apparition seems somewhat distinct from the first. It is positioned at a distance, its back turned towards him, obscuring the finer details. Yet, emboldened by his enhanced prowess, he decides to approach cautiously. Jiang Yu pivots and retreats from the shadow layer, then descends from the rooftop. The last time he leaped from the 6th floor, he narrowly escaped a severe injury to his leg. A formidable assassin hunting aberrations. A novice transcendent navigating the stairwell. The figure before him is tall and devoid of conventional body hair, its lower half manifesting in a ghostly form. Its vacant eyes suggest a likely absence of visual perception, for tentacles writhe from its maw, and its features are grotesquely contorted. Cloaked in an intermingling of black, gray, and white, it conceals itself in the shadows, resembling a fearsome predator. In contrast to the first apparition, which was heavily muscled, this one exudes a more agile and swift demeanor. Indeed, the manual designates it as Wandering Spirit, a name that implies a lightness starkly different from a muscular form. He wonders what it is lying in wait for. Perhaps it is biding its time for an unsuspecting prey, while others might fall victim to its ruse. This pretense cannot elude Jiang Yu, the true hunter. After all, the glaring health bar above it reveals its condition. Health, 82. The health bar appears relatively robust, indicating only minor injuries. Judging by the aura it emanates, this entity likely surpasses the first apparition and even that formidable spider he encountered. Can he handle it? Jiang Yu's mind races, his gaze scrutinizing the creature. Should its health drop below 50, he would not hesitate to unleash a flurry of punches. But with a health level of 80, he has yet to face such a powerful aberration. He peruses his available skills, a myriad of strategies flashing through his mind. Ultimately, he grips his steel rod firmly. It's prudent to proceed with caution. It might be worth a shot. Slipping into the shadows, he silently approaches his target. The Shadow Strike skill highlights several vulnerabilities, the darkest area marked on its abdomen. 15 meters, 13 meters, 10 meters, 8, 7, 6. Closer and closer. He melds with the darkness, his shadow form blending seamlessly into the night. The apparition senses something amiss and lifts its head, sniffing the air. Alas, with its capabilities, it remains oblivious to Jiang Yu's presence. Approaching within 5 meters, then 4. He suppresses his murderous intent, his stealth far more effective than during his first hunt. As he draws nearer, the details sharpen. Black lines, akin to tadpoles, dance across the apparition's form, its 2 forelimbs transforming into elongated blades, suggesting a far greater threat than the first's scythe-like arms. If the earlier entity was a juvenile, this one is undoubtedly a fully matured specimen. A curious familiarity washes over him, but he dismisses it. Taking a deep breath, he steadies himself. Mark. An invisible force suddenly descends, causing the apparition to spring upright, agitated, scanning its surroundings. Its blades assume a defensive stance, its entire being tense. Yet, its vigilance proves futile. In a mere half-second, Jiang Yu finds himself before it, channeling all his strength as he swings the rod forcefully toward its abdomen. A resounding thud echoes. The apparition's expression freezes as it is sent soaring. Health, 8,242. Mark, Shadow Strike. A single blow deducts 40 from its health. The once vibrant health bar plummets significantly. Such astonishing effectiveness. Jiang Yu momentarily falters. The ability of Mark lasts only a second. Within that fleeting moment, he must vanquish the enemy to successfully pursue and reap the rewards. Reflecting on his situation, he acknowledges that his only advantage lies in the element of surprise. Otherwise, facing a nearly full-strength apparition, he would have no confidence in a fair fight, thus resorting to every tactic at his disposal. Now, it appears the outcome exceeds his expectations. Hiss! The apparition shrieks in agony, crashing against the wall, losing more health before plummeting down. Seizing the moment, Jiang Yu discards the bent steel rod and raises his right fist to strike. To his astonishment, the creature, despite sustaining a grievous blow, still possesses strength. The apparition springs back, evading his punch, and the 2 blades, entwined with black markings, sweep toward him with alarming speed. What a swift strike! His punch barely grazes its vital points, merely chipping away at its health. Conversely, a single misstep could cost him dearly. Jiang Yu is compelled to alter his approach, rolling sideways to evade the onslaught. Meanwhile, the strange sense of familiarity intensifies. Could this apparition have the ability to affect one's psyche? Clang, clang, clang. There is no time for contemplation as the apparition, moving like a blur, charges at him once more. This is far too fast. Jiang Yu curses inwardly. The blades dart back and forth, grazing his skin. And while his shadow form mitigates fatal damage, his health has already dwindled to 60. Keep in mind, this skirmish has lasted mere seconds. It's no wonder his strike dealt a 40-point blow. This creature is evidently a high damage, high agility, low health assassin. Without an appropriate weapon, he finds himself at a disadvantage. In both offense and defense, he is left reeling. Perhaps due to his injuries, after several successive attacks, the apparition's strength begins to wane, and he seizes the opportunity to charge forward. His fist connects with its chin, momentarily halting its movements. Jiang Yu shifts his footing, pivoting, and unleashes a powerful elbow strike. The impact reverberates, its lethality rivaling that of certain implements. The sound is immensely gratifying, and its health plummets to 25. Almost there. The apparition's voice is now significantly weaker. Denying it any respite, Jiang Yu lunges forward, pinning it down. Its hollow eyes, adorned with creeping patterns, stare back at him. Its humanoid visage unsettling. At that moment, his raised arm freezes abruptly. Something is amiss. Very amiss. That sense of familiarity. He has definitely encountered this before. Suddenly, a jolt courses through him, as if a thunderclap has resonated within his mind. His pupils dilate. The Northern Capital Academy. You are that night watchman. The one whose name he never learned, who perished within the shadow layer. Chapter 20. The Enigma, the Failed Hunt. In the body of an extraordinary being exists a form of contamination, akin to a humanoid aberration. Thus, in the face of imminent death, one must endeavor to exert their strength to the utmost extent, striving to minimize the likelihood of their body undergoing aberration post-mortem. Jiang Yu witnessed Lin Mo swallow the medication, after which his health bar plummeted to 0, and he was taken away by 3 other night patrollers. It has been 5 or 6 days since then. In any case, it has been less than a week. How did he transform into this current state? Observing Jiang Yu's momentary pause in his assault, Lin Mo, pinned beneath him, suddenly unleashed a tremendous force, propelling Jiang Yu away. He refrained from continuing his attack, letting out a shriek before hastily fleeing. Stop! Jiang Yu shouted, scrambling to pursue him. But the other's speed was astonishing, rendering him unable to catch up. He staggered a few steps, helplessly watching as Lin Mo turned the corner and vanished from sight. Well, he has escaped. Even if he hadn't run, considering Lin Mo's current condition, it was unlikely he could provide any answers. Jiang Yu averted his gaze, opening the manual. The light screen flickered. Name, Jiang Yu. Attributes, status, abilities, remaining lifespan 7 days. At first glance, everything appeared normal, but upon looking further down, his breath hitched. Upon entering the Shadow Realm, you have discovered a prey. Possessing the hunter status, you are exhilarated by the impending hunt, eagerly envisioning your successful kill. However, an unexpected escape of the prey leads to a regrettable failure in the hunt. As a hunter, consecutive hunt failures will bring disgrace upon this status. Please be advised, should you experience consecutive hunt failures, your strength, and even your lifespan, will diminish. Enough of this nonsense. At any rate, I hardly resemble someone who has many days left to live. If worst comes to worst, I shall simply drop dead. Under the hunter status, death is merely another beginning. The human body has its limitations. I might as well cease being human on the spot. Of course, all of this is jest. Jiang Yu grimaced in frustration. What is this fuss over a failed hunt? Do they need to attach so many consequences to it? The panel refreshed once more. You are acutely aware that only through relentless hunting, increasing your notoriety, and ascending in rank, will the hunter attain greater dominion over life and death. Yet, your heart is ablaze with fury, leading you to perceive life as nothing more than this. Hunt. No more hunting. Let us await death. I shall become a ghost. What utter rubbish. This wretched panel is truly vexatious. I assent it. Jiang Yu's nostrils flared in indignation. With merely 7 days left to live. If he exerted himself this afternoon and still failed to catch any prey, he would have no choice but to seek assistance from Uncle Li, and subsequently Uncle Lu. He would have to concoct some excuse. At the very least, he needed to slay a low-tier creature to replenish a few days of his lifespan. Everything is not as dire as it seems. After searching the vicinity for over an hour without locating a suitable target, Jiang Yu's spirits began to sink. The Cloud Sea Gathering Area, District 1, is not far from the Central District, and the security has always been commendable. Perhaps he should explore another district? That seemed to be the only option. Jiang Yu found a secluded corner and exited the Shadow Realm. Walking 500 meters, he reached a subway station, where he transferred lines, arriving in District 2 in approximately 20 minutes. By the time he emerged from the subway, it was already 2 in the afternoon. After casually purchasing a snack on his way, Jiang Yu stepped out. Though a resident of the Cloud Sea, he had rarely ventured into District 1. This area lies on the outskirts of the Cloud Sea, primarily dominated by various chemical factories and conglomerates, alongside numerous abandoned buildings and wastelands. Ducking into the shadow realm, he sought an open vantage point and surveyed his surroundings. Soon, his gaze sharpened, locking onto a hulking figure resting amidst a derelict building across from him. This creature, with skin resembling a pale red hue and massive limbs, was muscular and formidable. To be precise, it lacked skin altogether. Its tendons were fully exposed to the air, revealing the blood vessels and meridians coursing beneath. Its claws were grotesque, glistening with a sanguine sheen, and its fingertips resembled sharp blades, curving menacingly. A long, slender tail, with a diamond-shaped tip and densely packed barbs, could inflict significant damage if it pierced flesh. The creature's body was pockmarked, and one of its legs was evidently broken. The two buildings were separated by approximately 30 meters, just within the visible range of its health bar. Health, 43. This creature is excellent. Its health is severely depleted. Its size is slightly larger than that of a wraith, and it appears to lean towards a strength-based aberration. There is a possibility of it possessing thick blood and high attack power. However, if I can manage a surprise attack, it may be possible to engage it in battle. Jiang Yu crouched low, stealthily making his way to the adjacent building. Before long, he pressed against the wall, observing intently. The neck, the rear, the legs. The weaknesses in this aberration were few and far between, presenting quite a challenge. Uncertain if it sensed his gaze, the creature abruptly stood, its tail raised in a defensive posture. It is surprisingly alert. Jiang Yu quickly concealed himself. After several tense seconds, confirming there was no immediate danger, the muscular aberration resumed its resting position. Jiang Yu cautiously resumed his scrutiny. The density of the red points on the creature's body had slightly diminished, indicating it was not as relaxed as before. There is no rush. Since this is a hunt, one must maintain patience. Jiang Yu held his breath, quietly waiting. 1 minute. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. The density of the red points began to rise again, suggesting that an attack at this moment would yield substantial damage. It's almost time. Mark. Bang. The door closed. The sounds of entering the house rustled. Where have you run off to, Uncle Lee? Dad. Lu Yaoyao glanced towards the door, her cooking momentarily stalling. She was caught in a dilemma, unsure whether to continue cooking or to halt. Having grown up in close proximity, their families were quite familiar with one another. Yet, encountering each other while cooking always invoked a strange sense of déjà vu for Lu Yaoyao. Cooking, are we? Li Sun Guang was quite amicable, smiling at her as he changed into slippers, dressed in a night patroller's coat, with a light stubble on his temples and chin. His face bore the marks of rugged experience, resembling a weathered uncle. You see, I told you she would be here, remarked Lu Nanfeng with a hint of jealousy. Dad, stop speaking ill of me, Lu Yaoyao retorted, her cheeks flushed with indignation. Why did you finish work so early today? There wasn't much going on at the office, so I decided to leave early, Lu Nanfeng replied. Since we seldom gather, why don't we go out for a nice meal? Oh, that's unnecessary. I'm halfway through cooking, she protested. Then let us do it another day. Today, I'd like to sample Yao Yao's culinary skills. Li Sun Guang smiled, recognizing that such an opportunity was rare. And it was also a chance to bask in the glory of Xiaoyu. Uncle Li. Li Sun Guang chuckled, scanning the room. Whereas Xiaoyu? Isn't he home? I don't know. He might have gone out to play, Lu Yaoyao replied. That's quite irresponsible. He goes out to play while leaving you at home to cook for him, he remarked, walking towards the room and glancing into Jiang Yu's quarters. Click. At that moment, the sound of a door lock turning echoed. The door creaked open, and with a loud bang, it shut again. Jiang Yu, disheveled and bearing several bloodstains on his tattered clothes, stumbled into the room. Where's the food? Where's the food? I'm starving. I'm about to die, he exclaimed. What delectable dish did Yao Yao prepare for me today? Let me have a look. In a good mood today, I bought you your favorite lollipops. You cannot imagine the ordeal I endured. I was pursued relentlessly by a large dog, nearly facing a dire fate at its jaws. Why bombard me with so many messages? Is it to express your longing for me? Chattering incessantly, as I had just removed my coat, Jiang Yu sensed an unsettling atmosphere within the room. He lifted his gaze, their eyes locking. Jiang Yu. The girl's face gradually flushed a rosy hue, her eyes ablaze with fiery indignation that seemed capable of incinerating him. Chapter 21. I'll open a back door for you. I was chased by a dog, sprinting wildly, my mind somewhat disoriented. Jiang Yu spoke weakly. At the dining table, 4 individuals were seated. Lu Nanfeng wore a stoic expression, while Lu Yaoyao appeared outwardly calm, though her gaze occasionally shot daggers in his direction. Li Xuanguang, on the other hand, wore a look of exasperation, as if he yearned to unleash his frustrations on someone. The poor boy truly was a source of concern. Enough, enough. It's rare for us to gather for a meal today. Let us refrain from discussing anything disheartening. Fights. What young person hasn't he been embroiled in one? After all, can one truly be considered young if they've never fought? Lu Nanfeng interjected, attempting to diffuse the tension, acknowledging the youthful rivalry for affection. What was the name of that girl again? The one in the lovely little dress. I distinctly witnessed you walking alongside her. Yu Zhou. Lu Yaoyao replied quietly. Her focus on her food. Yes, that's the name. That young lady is quite charming, so delicate, fair-skinned, with a graceful figure. Had I encountered such a girl in my youth, I would have gladly endured any injury for her sake. Uncle Lu, are you speaking in a language I can comprehend? Jiang Yu felt a shiver run down his spine. Before he could elaborate, Uncle Lu raised his glass, saying, Come, let us toast. Here's to your success. Why are you still dawdling? Raise a glass to Uncle Lu. Li Xuanguang teased. It was indeed a fierce battle against Jiang Yu. He gritted his teeth and lifted his glass. Uncle Lu, I raise this glass to you. After downing the drink, he glanced at his daughter's darkened expression, and Lu Nanfeng felt his spirits lift slightly. You young rascal, always showing off. Come, Uncle Lu, enjoy some food. You're always out and about. It's rare to sample the dishes made by Yao Yao. Yao Yao, do you often cook at home? You must cook frequently, otherwise, how could your skills be so refined? She doesn't cook at all. Lu Nanfeng's expression darkened abruptly. Upon reflection, it was true that Lu Yaoyao had hardly prepared meals at home. When Li Xuanguang suggested she look after Jiang Yu, she rushed over, changing her approach daily to cater to this scoundrel. Thinking of this, Lu Nanfeng felt a vain throb on his forehead. Throughout the meal, the conversation was sharp and laden with hidden tensions, with a mere slip leading to irreparable consequences. As he sent away the scowling Uncle Lu and the blushing Yao Yao, Jiang Yu exhaled a sigh of relief. Uncle Li, would you like a drink? He inquired, opening the refrigerator. No, thank you. Li Xuanguang paused. Have you awakened your abilities? Jiang Yu's pupils constricted slightly. Awakened abilities? What do you mean? I've been a night patrolman for 20 years, Li Xuanguang stated flatly. Uncle Li. Jiang Yu chuckled as he turned away. When did you awaken? About half a month ago. How did that happen? Are you interrogating me? Jiang Yu laughed helplessly. Li Xuanguang raised an eyebrow, chuckling in return. No need to be so tense. Come, sit down. I'm not entirely sure how it happened. It just suddenly occurred. Was it a natural awakening? Li Xuanguang instinctively reached for a cigarette, but thought better of it. Such occurrences were rare, though they did happen annually. Is that so? Then I shall rest easy. Jiang Yu thought to himself. Li Xuanguang scrutinized him, causing Jiang Yu to feel uneasy. Uncle Li? He couldn't help but ask. I'm observing your condition. Jiang Yu noticed a glimmer in Li Xuanguang's eyes. Was he activating his abilities? He was uncertain, for he had no clear understanding of Li Xuanguang's extraordinary powers. After a moment, Li Xuanguang's gaze returned to normal as he reclined lazily on the sofa. After a brief silence, Li Xuanguang spoke. This year, anyone detected with extraordinary potential will undergo mandatory martial assessments, as long as their willpower is not so deficient as to be unacceptable. Yao Yao mentioned that to me. Jiang Yu nodded. What are your thoughts on this? What thoughts? In recent years, the pressure on the night patrol has intensified, with casualties rising annually. I can facilitate a backdoor for you, allowing you to forego the martial assessments and instead participate in the regular college entrance examinations. Good heavens. You're suggesting a backdoor can be discussed so openly? Jiang Yu's eyes widened. Li Xuanguang, twirling a cigarette between his fingers, gazed at him with a serene expression. Aren't you fond of drawing comics? You can choose any university you wish. If you desire to enter the art department, that is feasible. Or any other major as well. Wow, Uncle Li, that is quite a privilege. What position in the night patrol would grant someone the authority to say such things? Jiang Yu's expression shifted. Can I simply bypass school and obtain a diploma? He inquired. Bang. The next moment, he received a sharp rap on the head. Go to the Winter Academy. The learning atmosphere there is quite pleasant, Li Xuanguang suggested. No, thank you. Jiang Yu rubbed his head. What? Are you considering switching to another academy? I still wish to try and become extraordinary, Jiang Yu replied. That is not an option. You will heed my advice on this. If you dare to disregard it, I will report you for attempting to use a backdoor, Jiang Yu stated honestly. Li Xuanguang appeared perplexed. I'm to receive a backdoor, and then report you? Such filial piety. Little you truly are the epitome of filial devotion. I'm not jesting. The extraordinary world is far more perilous than you can fathom. Focus on your studies. I'll manage anything that arises. Uncle Li, I'm being serious. Danger lurks everywhere. Besides, you cannot safeguard me for a lifetime, can you? Another prolonged silence ensued. Li Xuanguang finally nodded. Very well, I'll observe how you fare. Whether you will regret this decision. In any case, before your third year, if you wish to reconsider, you can always come to me. Goodness. Jiang Yu realized today the extent of Uncle Li's capabilities. Yet, he remained unsure whether this was genuine or merely an elaborate ruse. Hesitating, he remarked, Uncle Li, perhaps you should temper your ambitions a bit. What if I do gain entry? Scram, Li Xuanguang scolded playfully before rising. Well then, if there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. Wait, Uncle Li, I recall that Yao Yao provided me with some materials last time, mentioning that extraordinary beings must exhaust their powers before death to prevent contamination from leaking and transforming into aberrations. Is there a possibility that a person could die and deplete their power, but still transform into an aberration? Li Xuanguang frowned slightly, pondering before nodding. Of course. Special abilities or external interference could lead to the situation you described. Oh, good to know. Why do you ask this? Nothing much, just pure curiosity. Choosing the martial assessments means you'll encounter these matters eventually. Li Xuanguang moved toward the door. Get some rest. Refrain from getting into fights again. Of course, of course. Zhang Yu replied repeatedly. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot to mention. This year's martial assessments will commence earlier. They'll begin testing right after the new year. So be prepared. After bidding farewell to Li Xuanguang, Zhang Yu fell into contemplation. The timing of the martial assessments held little significance for him. He doubted his abilities would prevent him from entering a decent university. What mattered was the situation Uncle Li had described. That deceased night patrolman, was he endowed with special abilities? Or was there external interference? The individual had already been taken by the night patrol, regardless of how unique their abilities were. It seemed unlikely they could transform into an aberration and escape. He felt a lump in his throat. Memories of the individual's nonchalant demeanor in their final moments and the form of the apparition flashing through his mind. Perhaps it was also possible that he had misjudged? Could it truly be as such? Chapter 22. New video uploaded. The blogger you follow has uploaded a new video. An update. Li Xiaoti's eyes brightened, and she eagerly clicked on it. Just days earlier, the video of the hunt against the aberrants had remained at the top of the trending list. Subsequently, several bloggers' exposed videos propelled the heat to an entirely new level. The public sentiment gradually shifted from viewing the dashing assassin as a formidable hunter to perceiving him as a mere jester, manipulating footage for attention. Upon visiting his homepage and perusing the comments on his sole video, the overwhelming consensus was clear. What a farce, riding on the coattails of others' fame. While the night watchman engaged in genuine combat with the aberrants, here was someone merely seeking attention through editing tricks. I can predict that it won't be long before this individual resorts to merchandise promotions and PK battles. How revolting. The video amassed 1 million likes, with 200,000 comments, and an abundant number of shares and saves. Based solely on this one video, Zhang Yu's follower count soared past 1 million. However, following the expose, it plummeted to 600,000 in just 2 or 3 days. The fervor arrived swiftly, yet departed even more rapidly. Initially, Li Xiaoti exchanged barbs with the detractors, but alas, her solitary stance proved feeble against the collective. Even she began to waver slightly. Could it be true that Yu was indeed fabricating? Otherwise, how could there be no clarifying video after several days? Today, Li Xiaoti instinctively opened Douxing, just in time to see the update notification. He had released a video. What could the content of this video be? Suddenly, Li Xiaoti hesitated. She feared that upon clicking, she would be greeted with an apology video, shattering all her hopes. Surely, it wouldn't be mere hype, would it? Torn between curiosity and apprehension, she ultimately succumbed and clicked on the video. If you don't hunt, you shall perish. A captivating first-person perspective enveloped her ears. This was not an apology video. Moreover, the introduction was rather intriguing. The camera seemed to be affixed to Yu's chest as he squatted atop a high-rise building, and this time, the background was not blurred. The lens panned downward, revealing a scene that resembled a bottomless abyss. Thankfully, the limited visibility of the phone camera in the shadows prevented the view from becoming excessively exhilarating. As the camera descended, it was evident that Yu was gazing down. Was this fellow truly about to leap? Gasp. The next moment, just as she had feared, Yu leaped. From the 30-story abandoned building, a fall from such a height would surely leave him in a shattered heap. She focused intently. The immersive first-person perspective rendered the experience palpably real. Moments later, Li Xiaoti's eyes widened. The sound of footsteps echoed as Yu ran atop the structure. Then, with a sudden burst of strength, he leaped forward, propelling himself at an astonishing speed. It was known that the distance to the opposite building was at least 30 meters. Could he possibly leap that far? The answer was no. The forward momentum gradually ceased. And just as she thought Yu would plummet, the scene shifted. The camera angle changed to capture him from the side, revealing his entire form. He appeared like a bird, arms outstretched, gliding through the air. After gliding several meters, his speed began to diminish. With a flick of his right hand, a dark shadowy thread swiftly shot forth. Striking the edge of the building, and with a firm pull, he soared upward. A distance of 30 to 40 meters was successfully traversed through his various means. Impressive. This shadowy thread, was it the ability acquired after hunting the spider? Li Xiaoti exclaimed in awe. then rewound the video to watch it again. After several viewings, she found no trace of any special effects. Was this what it meant to be extraordinary? She pumped her fist, her excitement mounting. The footage continued, and during the continuous maneuvering, Jiangyu halted. Before him lay a colossal creature, a predator of the lowest class, belonging to the blood species, an upper-tier aberrant. Yu explained softly. Then, without warning, he plunged into the shadows and attacked. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, the camera capturing the creature's festering wounds and oozing blood. Even with a layer of mosaic, it still evoked a sense of discomfort. The creature's eyes glowed crimson, its sharp teeth still enmeshed with remnants of flesh. And its massive claws were surely 30 to 40 centimeters long. A single strike could likely be fatal. The oppressive aura was overwhelming. The previous battle with the giant spider had dragged on for hours, with intermittent breaks and extensive video editing, which led to the creation of expose videos. Now, however, the camera was up close and personal, capturing every moment with clarity. If this were indeed fabricated, the cost of special effects would be astronomical. On multiple occasions, the aberrant's claws penetrated Yu's body, and Li Xiaodi braced herself for his collapse. Yet to her astonishment, he merely gasped, rose, and resumed fighting. The shadowy thread shot out, embedding into buildings for rapid repositioning. They pierced the aberrant's body, swiftly closing the distance. With agile movements, he continued to engage in the battle. It was evident to the naked eye that the aberrant's speed was diminishing, and as you landed a heavy blow to its head, that massive form, akin to a car, swayed and toppled to the ground. The dark figure quietly approached the fallen creature. With a soft thud, his hand plunged into its heart. Threads began to snake out from Yu's body, enveloping the aberrant. Under this devouring, the creature's form shrank until it was completely consumed. The shadowy strands receded like a tide, coiling around his arm. The strands rolled in waves, the dark keratinous surface reflecting hints of silver, as if something terrifying were brewing. Had he acquired yet another new ability? Li Xiaodi was filled with anticipation. But wait, caution. She focused on what lay behind you, where an even more massive arm was clinging to the building, dragging the body upward until it fully appeared in the frame. Another predator, and it seemed you remained blissfully unaware. In an instant, the predator lunged. The ferocious aura seemed poised to penetrate the screen. Li Xiaodi finally understood why it was called a predator. This creature was a born hunter, a top-tier killer. Suddenly, the footage came to an abrupt halt. How infuriating. Li Xiaodi felt a surge of frustration. She had intended to watch a video but found herself sweating profusely. She scrolled through the comments, and amidst the chorus of admiration, one particularly distinctive comment ignited her ire. The notorious troll had commented immediately, ranking among the top replies. The video has concluded. Everyone wait for my next expose. More expose? I must see what else you can fabricate. Chapter 23. Pretend, and pretend fiercely. What else could this old wall lamp possibly concoct? Jiangyu had also seen this comment. He chose not to respond, feigning ignorance. This predator was far more powerful than the specter and the shadow spider. Even in a severely weakened state, it took Jiangyu considerable effort to subdue it. Despite appearing to recover from a claw strike in the video, in reality, it was all due to his shadow form, which rendered him immune to fatal injuries. Even when the predator tore into him, he would not perish. His health bar would simply plummet. Shadow strike combined with mark and hunt. After a single blow, his health plummeted to 30. Jiangyu was utterly dumbfounded. Just moments ago, a series of combination strikes had nearly claimed the life of a suspicious entity resembling Lin Mo. Yet against him, the health bar barely diminished by 10. He was left in a daze, completely at a loss. What could he possibly do now? With only 30 health remaining, he gritted his teeth and decided to fight back. In the midst of actual combat, Jiangyu felt a chill run down his spine once more. It was solid, too solid. His fist struck with force, yet it felt akin to hammering against steel. Conversely, the opponent's massive, fan-like claws grazed him, causing a significant portion of his health to vanish in an instant. Had the adversary not been on the brink of death, Jiangyu would have fled long ago. He truly did not anticipate that this creature could be both resilient and possess such high damage output. After a grueling battle, despite being gravely injured, he finally succeeded in slaying the predator. Jiangyu even suspected that had there been an additional 10 health points, he would have been the one lying lifeless on the ground. Ding. The blogger Old Wall Lamp you followed has released a new video. Well, that was quite efficient. Jiangyu chuckled as he clicked on it. Exotic monkey coin is abundant, and the fake extraordinary speaks nonsense daily. Hello everyone, I am the authentic one. Following a familiar introduction, a bald figure resembling a boiled egg appeared in the video. You see this video. The hunter, a first-tier superior? Huh, sounds plausible enough. However, he continued, take a closer look. Enlarging the video, he froze it just before the battle commenced. The wounds, the bloodstains, the broken right leg, Claiming it was a first-tier superior in such a state of injury raises doubts about whether it even qualifies as a first-tier middle. Surely you wouldn't choose such a target. Why not select an exotic creature on the brink of death? That would be far easier, just a few punches, and it would be over. Furthermore, I wonder if anyone noticed, while this person appears handsome, their fighting style is reminiscent of an untrained brawler, akin to a crude form of boxing. Any seasoned extraordinary would never fight so recklessly. Admittedly, the authentic one is indeed infuriating, yet his criticisms are grounded in reality. The Predator was undeniably in dire straits. Otherwise, Zhang Yu would not have chosen it as his target. Moreover, regarding combat experience, in total, Zhang Yu had only undergone 3 battles. What significant combat experience could he possibly claim? It was simply a matter of dodging or retaliating against the blows, rolling like a donkey, crouching like a monkey, employing whatever tactics worked. To an untrained eye, it may seem dazzling, yet to the trained observer, most of it is merely superfluous movements that waste energy. Even upon reviewing the battle afterward, Zhang Yu could identify numerous flaws in his approach. Cloaked in shadows and too ashamed to face the world, what more can I say? The officials would never resort to such sensationalism. I surmise this is merely a newcomer to the extraordinary realm, leveraging various means to garner attention. Clicking into the comments section, he noted that the front row was filled with insults directed at the authentic one, and the new comments cast out on his solid evidence video. Clearly, the strength Zhang Yu displayed in this episode was convincingly real, and the assertions made in the solid evidence video held merit. Yet the impact paled in comparison to the previous episode. After all, the persona of Zhang Yu is that of a solitary hunter plagued by amnesia. Given that he has lost his memory, it is a growth-oriented account. How can one be so certain of his current weakness? The authentic one is simply taking a gamble, betting that Zhang Yu is nothing but a fool with no real power. If he capitalizes on this wave of traffic, he stands to gain a substantial fortune. In truth, if it were anyone else, they might very well succeed in this gamble. After all, there are too many discrepancies in the 2 episodes. It is not easy to disguise one's strength. Weakness is weakness, and strength is strength. One cannot possibly spend 2 or 3 years building an account only to show minimal growth. Either one rapidly progresses with each video, achieving remarkable strength in a matter of months, effectively slapping my face, or they will inevitably expose their true colors and be thoroughly debunked. Watching the number of followers steadily rise in the background, the authentic one's lips curled into a sly smile. It was time to hastily produce a promotional video for Buddha Jumps Over the Wall Noodles. Gently caressing the notebook belonging to the auxiliary personnel on the table, he let out a soft chuckle. Being an auxiliary member of the night patrol sounds grand. Yet the barriers to entry are surprisingly low. When he first entered the shadow layer, he nearly soiled himself in fear. Since then, he had no intention of delving back into those depths, thus opting to become a store review blogger instead. Originally, the response was quite favorable, but recently, his reputation had suffered, and his career hit a bottleneck. Unexpectedly, his tirades against others revitalized his career. He hummed a little tune, feeling quite pleased with himself. Zhang Yu, however, did not dwell on this matter. Enhancing his strength was far more crucial. He opened his personal panel. Name, Zhang Yu. Attributes, Shadow. Shadow points, 3232. Class, Stealthy Hunter. Stealthy Hunter skills, Shadow Devour, Shadow Eye, Shadow Threads, Shadow Form, Shadow Claw Form, Shadow Walk. Hunter skills, Mark Pursuit. Remaining lifespan, 12 days. Evaluation, appears powerful, but in reality, a weakling. You are the weakling. Zhang Yu raised a middle finger at the panel. After 3 hunts, his strength had evolved beyond recognition. Even if Lu Yaoyao stood before him now, he would find her insufficient to contend with. As for the one-armed, impotent Uncle Li, Zhang Yu was confident he could take down 50 of him with a single punch. The Predator is a first-tier superior being. Successfully hunting it granted Zhang Yu nearly 10 additional days of life. Now, he could look forward to surviving until this year's spring festival. The Shadow Claw Form and Shadow Walk were both rewards from this hunt, and with these 2 abilities, he finally began to embody the essence of a formidable assassin. The Shadow Points serve both as an energy bar and an experience bar for leveling up. Much like Spider-Man shooting webs, it consumes around 3 points. The Shadow Eye requires 1 shadow point to enter the shadow layer, with no consumption when exiting. The Shadow Form incurs no cost within the shadow layer, while its consumption in the real world varies. Standing under the blazing sun, the consumption is basically calculated by the second, whereas hiding in the shadows significantly slows it down. Clenching his fists and feeling an unprecedented surge of power within, he exhaled deeply. With a staggering 32 shadow points, he could distinctly sense the power coursing through him and was beginning to harness it. Zhang Yu opened his palm, a fluid as dark as ink coalescing. Sometimes forming a personal character, at other times aligning into a straight line. He hesitated. The aptitude assessment after the new semester would open a crack in the door to the extraordinary realm for students. Those with extraordinary gifts would be able to awaken their abilities at a level approximately equivalent to when he possessed 13 shadow points. Even if Jiang Yu did not grow stronger before the official assessment, the power he exhibited would still be sufficiently astonishing. The so-called a tree standing out in the forest will inevitably be blown down by the wind. Being overly ostentatious invites envy from all sides. Thus, should I maintain a low profile? Absolutely not. I shall flaunt my prowess. Jiang Yu pondered. My uncle holds a high position in the night patrol. Who am I to fear? The thrill of showing off is too delightful. This lifetime, I shall revel in it. Show off, and show off grandly. Chapter 24. A shopping mall, a strange encounter. Women are terrifying. Observing the exuberant young girl joyfully wandering about the store, Jiang Yu sat in a small leather chair. Unable to suppress a sigh, the plan was to buy New Year's goods, yet they had spent the entire time browsing clothing. Lu Yuqiang nodded in agreement beside him. Feng Xiaoxiao, Lu Yaoyao, and the two young men had agreed to embark on a shopping expedition to procure the New Year's goods. As half the day slipped by, despite his robust constitution, Jiang Yu found himself beset by an ache in his back and loins. The crux of the matter was that merely browsing without purchasing would not suffice. If they hurried to complete their shopping, they could return home sooner. Lu Yuqi silently scoffed at the notion. If I continue to squander my life in this manner, I shan't have many days left. Jiang Yu lamented. One should not jest during the festive season. Lu Yuqi interjected, deeming it inauspicious. Brother, is it possible that I am not jesting? Jiang Yu sighed. To not hunt is akin to death. Is this ability something that a normal person can truly awaken? Let us proceed. It is time for lunch. The two young ladies returned empty-handed once more. At last, the torment had come to an end. Jiang Yu felt as though he had been granted a reprieve. Time to eat. What shall we have? Xiao, I recently heard a new salad place has opened. How about we try that? We accompanied you on this shopping spree all morning, and you wish to eat salad? Expecting a horse to gallop while only feeding it grass? I refuse. After a moment, seated at their table, as she gazed at the menu presented by the waiter, Lu Yaoyao's earlobes flushed slightly, her eyes ignited with indignation. Jiang Yu, is this what you refer to as a student-friendly establishment? The menu displayed garlic oysters, steamed oysters, grilled leeks, and black-bone chicken soup. Recently, she had been engaging in frequent altercations, leaving her blood vitality depleted. She needed to replenish. Jiang Yu, maintaining a serious demeanor, addressed the waiter, requesting toast, soy sauce fried rice, egg drop soup, and this, and this, and this. All things considered, his selections were fairly reasonable. Lu Yaoyao let out a soft huff. In the next instant, Jiang Yu closed the menu, dismissing all previous orders. I want one of everything remaining and a generous serving of oysters. Make sure they are fresh. Jiang Yu, my appetite has been rather substantial lately. Jiang Yu grinned, revealing his teeth. Do you think that is what I meant? Fear not. If we cannot finish, we shall take the leftovers home to enjoy at our leisure. Lu Yuqi and Feng Xiaoxiao trembled beside them, afraid to interject. After a while, the dishes arrived in their entirety. Here, Yaoyao, eat. He picked up an oyster with his chopsticks and held it to Lu Yaoyao's lips. She instinctively opened her mouth, but quickly shut it again. How dare you? Do you think we are at home? Move aside. I can feed myself. Lu Yaoyao shot him a glare. The girl still knows how to be shy. Jiang Yu, no longer courteous, dove into his meal with gusto. After a while, she spoke up. Have you all received the notice from school this morning? We have. Upon mentioning this, Lu Yuqi and Feng Xiaoxiao's expressions betrayed a hint of melancholy. Just this morning, the school had issued a notice. The martial arts examination had been moved up and would commence in batches starting February 17th. With the testing expected to conclude by February 20th, and the special training camp officially opening on February 25th, the martial arts exam had also been advanced, with specific dates yet to be announced. Most students remained unaware of the extraordinary realm, compared to conventional academic subjects. They were more eager to encounter and master this mysterious power. The yearning to transcend the limitations of the physical body is an innate biological pursuit. This year, with the martial arts exam rescheduled so soon after the new year, compounded by a newly enforced compulsory martial arts examination policy, the entire process appeared rather rushed. Regardless of whether they wished to pursue martial arts in the future, most students could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety. Sigh. Lu Yuqi sighed heavily. Among the four, he was the least inclined to participate in the martial arts examination, harboring no interest in the extraordinary realm whatsoever. Jiang Yu patted his shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry. Your qualifications surely 1T past the selection. I thank you for your kind words. Lu Yuqi forced a smile. At the age of 7, he had unwittingly entangled himself with an aberrant spirit, and by the time he eradicated the anomaly, it was already too late. he had since developed an ailment. Generally, he fared well, but with even a slight increase in physical exertion, he would easily succumb to fainting. At his worst, he had experienced cardiac arrest. Setting aside his frail body, the psychological trauma was far too severe. He had consulted psychologists multiple times. And Uncle Lee even procured some special items from the department for his treatment. After much effort, he had barely managed to recover. Liu Yuqi had no desire to engage with these malevolent entities in the future. He simply wished to live out his days in peace. It must be said that there existed a degree of escapism and a head-in-the-sand mentality. Were it Jiang Yu who had been bullied, he would have been eager to grow stronger. If someone dared to bully Jiang Yu, he would not let it slide. He would seek to reclaim his dignity. Yet, people are different. If one were to truly experience what Liu Yuqi had endured, many would likely make similar choices. The willpower qualification test. Jiang Yu clicked his tongue. Well then, let us raise a toast. Clink. The sound of their glasses chimed melodiously. After downing 2 glasses of Sprite, Liu Yuqi's complexion visibly brightened. Jiang Yu, do you intend to take the martial arts examination? He inquired. Well, that depends on the circumstances. Jiang Yu smiled. Do you understand what I mean? Liu Yaoyao froze momentarily, glancing at her best friend, who bit her lip and hastily resumed eating. I just remembered. Liu Yuqi nodded. You wish to see where the campus beauty, Yu Zhou'er, goes. You mentioned her long legs, so fair and... Liu Yaoyao's eating motion came to an abrupt halt. Shut your mouth. Jiang Yu's forehead twitched, and he forcefully stuffed an oyster into Liu Yuqi's mouth, then sensed a surge of malevolence emanating from ahead. Liu, you should change your name to Liu the Sixth. What is this martial arts examination? I doubt you can even pass the willpower test. Liu Yaoyao raised her head, smirking with sarcasm. This time, Jiang Yu furiously continued to eat. The extraordinary and the aberrant remained perennial topics at their dining table. Had he not awakened those 2 tiers of abilities, he truly could not ascertain which path he would have treaded. Just then, a piercing alarm suddenly blared throughout the mall. The 4 of them froze in unison. It was the sound of a pollution detector siren. An aberration has breached the mall. Liu Yaoyao was the first to react, her complexion paling. She had heard that sound countless times at home through her computer. She never expected to encounter it in reality today. An aberration. Regardless of how weak an aberration may be, if introduced into a crowd of ordinary people, it could lead to a massacre. She sprang to her feet, gazing out the window. Outside the glass, in the mall corridor, men and women initially appeared dazed, but then turned their heads in unison, their expressions morphing into sheer terror as they beheld whatever horror awaited them. A few individuals crumpled to the ground, unable to withstand the fright, while the majority transitioned from a slow walk to a frantic sprint. Foolish people, still concerned with their bags. Escape is paramount. Jiang Yu slapped Liu Yuqi's back, urging him, with your build, you should hurry and run. Oh. The 4 of them swiftly surged out of the restaurant, joining the throng. Upon looking further ahead on this floor, a towering figure was half-crouched, emerging from a fissure. Ethereal and ghost-like, 2 massive blades glinted ominously, appearing extremely sharp. An old acquaintance. A piao. Jiang Yu's gaze sharpened, his arm instinctively tensing. What are you dawdling for? Run. Liu Yaoyao yanked him along. It's coming. After exchanging a deep glance with the entity, he estimated it would take a while longer for it to fully emerge. Chapter 25, The Hunt Begins. Damn. Could those in front hurry up a bit? Are they just learning to walk? Why are they moving so sluggishly? Run, hurry. A monster. There's a monster behind us. Why do monsters exist? Why are there monsters here? Don't push. Don't push. The cacophony of cries, curses, and screams melded into a singular, chaotic uproar as everyone in the mall fled simultaneously, creating an utter pandemonium. This is impossible. Liu Yaoyao's face paled as she could not resist glancing back. The mall was supposed to have protective measures. How could a creature intrude? It was too late to ponder such matters now. They needed to escape swiftly. Jiang Yu glanced back intermittently. The ghost had just emerged from a rift, appearing somewhat disoriented. It seemed this specter was considerably less intelligent than the previous encounters. A vacuum had formed around it, with no one else within a radius of several meters. Yet Jiang Yu understood that it had expended considerable time emerging. And once it regained its bearings, there would be no chance for ordinary people to escape if it set its sights on them. Quickly, we can descend over there. Suddenly, the entire floor above them collapsed with a thunderous crash, creating a precarious tilt. It's about to cave in. Brace yourselves, don't jostle. It's collapsing. Amidst the panicked exclamations, the floor gave way with a resounding thud. In that fleeting moment, darkness enveloped them, as nearly all light was devoured. The crowd became fragmented. Visibility reduced to merely 2 or 3 meters. Be careful. Jiang Yu, quick-witted and agile, managed to grasp 3 individuals, but with only 2 hands. He could not hold on to them all. They tumbled down, and he could only do his best to keep a few from being swept away by the throng. What is happening? The fall was not painful, but the sudden darkness sent a jolt of fear through Jiang Yu's heart. A familiar and comforting sensation enveloped him, and an energy surged into his being. His limbs felt somewhat frigid. Yes, part of this mall had been dragged into the shadow layer. This is absurd. My leg. Woo, Dad, I'm so scared. Don't be afraid. The night watchers are nearby. They will come. If they were still in the realm of the living, indeed, night watchers would arrive swiftly. But the issue now was that everyone was not in the realm of the living. Jiang Yu remained silent, casting a glance around. In the shadow layer, subways and vehicles could not operate. Even riding a motorcycle would take time. If any noise were made along the way, other creatures might emerge. And who knows how many lives would be lost by the time help arrived. It was safe to say the situation was dire. Is everyone all right? Jiang Yu's expression darkened. Who? Lu Yuqiang, still shaken, gasped for breath, his face contorted in pain. My leg hurt so much. How could it not hurt? A massive stone was crushing his leg. This boy was truly unfortunate. Hang in there. Jiang Yu rolled up his sleeves, summoned his strength, and lifted the stone, tossing it aside. Hiss. Lu Yuqiang was drenched in sweat, the movement exacerbating his pain. His left leg bent at an awkward angle, dangling unnaturally. Health status displayed 60, indicating a significant injury. It hurts so much, he gasped. Painkillers, just chew them. Lu Yaoyao rummaged through her bag, producing a small vial, pouring out 2 pills, and offering them to him. With a crunch, Lu Yuqiang quickly regained some color. Why did it suddenly go dark? He asked with difficulty. We are in grave danger this time. Lu Yaoyao sighed. She then tapped on her wristwatch, which began to emit a faint glow, not overly conspicuous. All they could do now was wait for rescue. Monsters! Monsters are coming! A shout erupted from the crowd, followed by the ground trembling, signaling a second collapse. Everyone be careful. Lu Yaoyao could only shout before she was thrown to the ground. Disoriented and in pain. Xiao, Lu Yuqiang, Jiang Yu. She struggled to rise. I'm here, Feng Xiao replied weakly. Where are you? I can't see. Lu Yuqiang's voice reached her ears. Jiang Yu? Lu Yaoyao called out anxiously. Jiang Yu? Lu Yuqiang also searched the surroundings, using sound to locate one another. The three quickly regrouped. Then they realized, where was Jiang Yu? What is happening? Li Xiaodi was on the verge of a breakdown. After a heated exchange with someone online, she had been reported and banned for 3 days, leaving her furious. She had planned a shopping outing with her best friend. Just as they were having lunch, the mall's alarm blared, leaving her in a daze, when someone shouted, a creature. A creature? A creature? A creature has come into the mall. She and her friend dashed out of the restaurant, only for the floor beneath them to collapse with a roar. In her panic, she stumbled to her feet, vaguely seeing a dark shadow flash by, followed by the sickening sound of a blade piercing flesh and anguished screams. What is happening? In the shadow layer, ordinary people were nearly blind. The unknown fear was the most disconcerting. Instinctively wanting to flee, her legs felt like jelly, collapsing beneath her before she was met with a second collapse. It hurts. It felt as if her pelvis had twisted and her ankle was bruised. The pain triggered a desire to cry, but it also sparked just enough strength to stand and run. Li Xiaodi limped, tears brimming in her eyes. Suddenly, her foot slipped. What was that? Instinctively, she looked down and saw a puddle of dark red liquid. Paint. Not knowing what compelled her, she reached out to touch it. No. A foul stench wafted up. What paint? This is blood. Fresh blood. Li Xiaodi's legs went weak, nearly collapsing into the pool of blood. The stench of death wrapped around her body more tightly, and out of fear, she trembled slightly. Her round, white dress was torn, revealing her smooth, milky skin. Her cute little dress was now soiled with dust, and her hair was disheveled, giving her an endearing yet tragic appearance akin to a princess fleeing from a dark fate. She disregarded everything else, instinctively running toward the crowd. Stepping over body after body, Li Xiaodi's already dwindling sanity faced further torment. Hiss hiss, just as she was running. An insect-like chirping sounded in her ears. What is that? Her breath caught, and her heart skipped a beat. Something was approaching. No, don't come closer. A surge of strength she didn't know she possessed propelled her forward, and her vision seemed to clear slightly. 1 step, 2 steps. Thud. A corpse lay across her path, and she stumbled, falling flat on her face. Rolling twice, Li Xiaodi dizzily lifted her head, her heart sinking. It's over. A dead end. Hiss. In terror, she turned around to see a shadowy figure drifting toward her. It's a creature. The figure moved swiftly, like a shadow, raising a large blade, ready to strike down. I'm done for. The girl's mind went blank, and she sat helplessly on the ground, closing her eyes. Then, with a squelch, no, it doesn't hurt. Bewildered, she opened her eyes. Drip, drip. A silhouette stood protectively in front of her, gripping the blade tightly, blood dripping down. The tip of the blade was mere inches from her. Slowly, the girl lifted her head. In her line of sight stood a figure facing her. Their indistinct profile obscured in a haze. Li Xiaodi stared vacantly as strands of darkness coiled around that figure, weaving a long garment imbued with an air of enigma, obscuring its visage entirely. The shadows extended toward the arms, the keratinous layer undulating, revealing menacing barbs. Soon after, claws emerged, forged from a blend of black and ink, glinting with a chilling sheen akin to blades. Li Xiaodi's pupils gradually constricted. Jiang Yu turned his head, the claws slowly tensing, producing a disconcerting metallic clash as they scraped against one another. Apiao swung another blade, and with a clatter, they quickly distanced themselves, sliding back a few meters. Shadows enveloped Jiang Yu's form. He gazed at the figure before him, its arms cloaked in a substance resembling hardened keratin, fingers akin to the claws of a bottomless abyss. Brushing off non-existent dust from his attire, he bent down. Below, the hunt commenced. Boom. The ground erupted, and the figure vanished in an instant, concealed within the darkness. Chapter 26. The Chase. Where did it go? Apiao continually scanned the surroundings, unable to detect any anomalies. On one hand, visibility was limited within the shadowy layers. On the other, Jiang Yu's shadow form was indeed elusive. Where had the person gone? Why had they disappeared? For a full 10 seconds, the figure remained absent, and Apiao grew increasingly agitated. At that moment, a shadowy line shot out, and with a hissing sound, it pierced the back of Apiao's neck. A tremendous force surged, sending its body uncontrollably flying backward. A claw emerged from the darkness, its sharp tip glistening with a cold sheen, capable of slicing through steel with the slightest pressure. Shadow claw form. The spoils of the hunt from the predator. The prowess of the shadow claws was nothing short of terrifying, perfectly compensating for Jiang Yu's previous lack of lethality while boasting remarkable agility. Before Apiao could comprehend, the shadow claw had already penetrated its neck and tore with ferocity. Blood spattered, splashing onto Jiang Yu's face. Health 9,740. With this strike, Jiang Yu unleashed the most damage he had ever dealt, and had it been more precise and forceful, he might have decapitated Apiao in a single blow. Experiencing the splatter of blood, Jiang Yu finally savored the taste of the hunt, feeling an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. After enduring so many defeats, he, the predator, had finally risen. Hiss! Apiao let out a thunderous roar, thrashing wildly. Little creature, I shall send you to meet your maker. Just as he was about to pursue his advantage, Jiang Yu was taken aback by the surprising strength of this little pest, which slipped away like a mud eel from his grasp. No matter, we have all the time in the world. We shall take our time. Jiang Yu's expression gradually hardened. Before him stood three otherworldly beings, lean, slender, and tall. Numbers 1, 2, and 3. 87, 40, 73. Excellent. Their combined health totaled precisely 200. Roughly equivalent to 2 fully healthy Apia. However, health is not merely a sum of numbers. In certain circumstances, such a calculation is valid, yet in this instance, Jiang Yu would prefer to face 2 fully fledged Apia rather than 3 partially diminished ones. 2 would ensnare him, while the remaining 1 harassed from the periphery, leaving Jiang Yu with no opportunity to retaliate, standing helplessly as he endured their assault. The freshly risen predator was now likely to fall once more. You are you? Li Xiaodi's heart raced as she instinctively inquired. Presumably, yes. Jiang Yu inhaled deeply, the blades of his claws rasping together, producing sparks as his muscles gradually tensed. Little girl, your white silk has been ruined. I hope you can privately send me a few intact ones after you return. I wouldn't mind other colors either, of course, provided we are both still alive. Li Xiaodi was taken aback. This person was not quite the brother Yu she had anticipated. As soon as the words left his mouth, Jiang Yu surged forward. Hiss! The severely wounded Apiao screeched, as if warning that this adversary was no ordinary foe. The 2 healthier ones responded immediately, launching their assault from either side. Just as the 2 sides were about to clash, a thread shot out, consuming 3 points of shadow energy, striking the ceiling and propelling Jiang Yu's body upward. Insufficient practical experience. Being airborne is a grave mistake. Apiao intended to pursue, but another shadow thread descended. It struck Apiao number 1 directly. Die! With claws outstretched, Jiang Yu swung his arms in a wide arc, delivering a powerful blow. Apiao number 1's health, 8,780. He then rolled sideways, evading the downward strike from Apiao number 3, and with a swift motion, grasped the blade, pulling it toward himself, tearing with his right claw. Apiao number 3's health, 7,362. The old strength was spent, and the new strength had yet to arise. Faced with the onslaught of Apiao number 2, Jiang Yu was left with no choice but to endure. A piercing pain shot through his arm as he was struck, but he relied on his shadow form to forcibly suppress the agony. This blow cost him over 20 health points. Apiao, with its high attack and agility, was incredibly formidable. Without the element of surprise, one Apiao was already a challenge. Now facing three was a matter of life and death. He turned, his gaze icy, and fired another shadow thread. Come here. Apiao number 2 swiftly dodged. Aware of its dwindling health, this creature had no intention of confronting Jiang Yu head-on. The little pest had some wits about it. Jiang Yu cursed inwardly once more. He had no time for further contemplation, as the two beside him had already swung their blades. He hastily raised his claws in defense. The saying holds true, in terms of combat skills. Jiang Yu was indeed lacking. Two otherworldly beings, for blades, clashing down upon him relentlessly. His health dwindled by 5, then 7 with each strike. If the battle continued, dropping below 50 health would spell utter despair. Jiang Yu dodged and withstood the blows, all the while guarding against the sneak attack from Apiao number 2. Sparks flew as he gritted his teeth. Hiss! The time has come for you. Jiang Yu's eyes suddenly brightened, facing the blade coming from the side. He disregarded it entirely and charged toward the advancing number 2. Mark. The prey marked by you will experience heart palpitations and fear. After the second video was released, his notoriety spread, and the duration of the mark was successfully extended to 3 seconds. In other words, if he could slay the target within this time frame, the chase would succeed. 3 seconds, enough for what? Enough for a fart, and sufficient for Jiang Yu to chase his target. With a hissing sound, he bore a blade strike, his health plummeting. Then, in the first second, Jiang Yu shot out a shadow thread, ensnaring number 2, leveraging the force of the attack to propel himself forward and arrive before them. In the second, amidst their bewildered gaze, he raised his claw, aiming directly for their throat. Slice. Health 4025. In the third second, both claws drew back in unison. 25, 16, 16, 7. The remaining health suddenly turned crimson. A flash of red illuminated their chest. The right claw pierced in, tightening its grip. Hiss. Realizing its impending doom, Apiao emitted a piercing shriek. Execution. In response, cold words escaped Jiang Yu's lips. Within 3 seconds, it was all over. The crimson hue in the ghost's eyes gradually diminished until it completely vanished, its body sliding weakly to the ground. Hunting judgment in progress. Hunting successful. This marks your inaugural success as a hunter. As you slowly begin to comprehend the essence of the hunt and revel in the process, you can feel the immense power surging from your heart, alongside the exhilarating release that comes from bathing in the blood of your prey. In the face of an assault from 3 formidable foes, your quick wit allowed you to exchange your injuries for a fleeting chance at survival. This was a spectacular hunt. Hunting successful. Shadow form has been enhanced. Shadow form. By utilizing this ability, the consumption of shadow points in the material realm is reduced, and within the shadow layer, you can continuously absorb shadows to replenish your shadow points, enhancing your healing speed. In this form, your oppressive aura becomes even more potent, instilling a sense of dread in your prey, making them more susceptible to mistakes. Your understanding of hunting techniques has significantly improved. Continue to hunt, and you shall grow ever stronger. In summary, shadow form now operates without consumption from the shadow layer, evolving to automatically replenish health and energy, while also granting an intimidation buff and double experience buff. With a sigh, Jiang Yu felt a tingling sensation throughout his body. In an instant, he sensed this transformation. The wounds concealed beneath the shroud of shadows began healing rapidly under the nourishment of the shadow layer. This sensation stirred his heart, and he shifted his gaze toward the 2 wary ghosts, a hint of a smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he shook the blood from his claws. 2 little wretches. Chapter 27. I fear from afar. Hunting success can enhance certain attributes or bolster skills. In previous attempts, Jiang Yu had always found himself without suitable opportunities. After all, the hunt could only last for 1 second, which was rather impractical. With his limited strength, facing formidable foes while trying to strike precisely within that fleeting second was indeed a tall order for Jiang Yu. Thus, he had to rely on layering, mark, and shadow strike, startling his prey before striking suddenly, achieving the vanishing act of their health bars. Jiang Yu had long anticipated successfully executing hunting once. After eliminating that predator and awakening the shadow claw form, his eagerness had only intensified. Had it not been for Lu Yaoyao insisting on accompanying him on a shopping trip today, he would have undoubtedly spent a few days dwelling within the shadow layer. However, he never expected that this outing to the mall would culminate in success. The enhanced shadow form exhibited little change in appearance. It merely featured more intricate designs around the shoulders and cuffs. Moreover, depending on the depth of the shadows, the patterns and lines of the clothing became increasingly pronounced. He finally appeared to have shed the resemblance to a mere shadow from a certain detective series. It was truly a sight to behold. The 2 aberrations, wary of his presence, dared not approach. Unbeknownst to them, this was precisely to Jiang Yu's advantage. Although the aberrations possessed formidable regenerative capabilities, they could not rival Jiang Yu's current rate of recovery, which had surged by 1 point. Given another 10 minutes, he would be back to full health. Just as Jiang Yu prepared to launch another assault, a sudden flash of orange firelight ignited in the distance. There is light within the shadow layer. Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback. Simultaneously, the two aberrations transformed, their eyes narrowing like wolves catching a whiff of blood. Their focus shifting away from Jiang Yu to the source of the glow. 5 night watchers approached briskly, the leader raising a hand, gripping a ball of flames. The fire burned unnaturally bright, yet astonishingly gentle. This small orb illuminated the shadowy expanse of the mall as if it were midday. Jiang Yu felt a stirring within him, an impulse to rush forward, but he quickly suppressed this strange urge. Was this the power of the Night Watcher? He couldn't be certain. Hiss! The two aberrations, unable to contain themselves, fixated solely on the flame, howling as they prepared to pounce. Then, with a thunderous roar, it was as if a powerful wind swept through, causing his clothing to flap vigorously. Jiang Yu instinctively closed his eyes. When he reopened them, only one aberration remained before him. He slowly processed this revelation. Then, he noticed the lead Night Watcher raising his hand again, seemingly aiming at him. An ally. A great crisis loomed, and Jiang Yu shouted in alarm. The Night Watcher hesitated momentarily before launching an attack, obliterating the remaining aberration. What the hell? 1 strike, 1 kill. This is the prowess of the Night Watchers? Jiang Yu felt a pounding in his temples. Thankfully, he had always gauged combat power using Uncle Li and Lu Yaoyao as benchmarks, never daring to compare himself to Uncle Lu. That man was a legitimate force in the martial profession, rumored to hold a high position. A mere flick of his finger could annihilate Jiang Yu 100 times over. The leader of the Night Watchers seemed intent on approaching and inquiring further. But Jiang Yu had no intention of revealing himself. Brother, if you had come a bit later, the battle would have been nearly over. Who might you be? The Night Watcher leader asked, his expression serious, devoid of humor. I am you. May we meet again under better circumstances. He brought his index and middle fingers together, touching his forehead in a gesture of respect, then leapt backward, gradually vanishing from their sight. What the hell? The group of Night Watchers stood in shock. I know this you. He has recently gained popularity on short video platforms. His ability should belong to the Shadow Manipulator branch, allowing him to traverse through shadows. His strength is likely between mid-tier and upper tier of the first rank. Shadow Traversal? Song Qingyan, the leader of the Night Watchers, felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. I hold a torch in my hand. There is no shadow here. Moreover, even if there were one, for him to vanish right before our eyes is not something a first-rank individual can achieve. Song Qingyan shared a glance with his team. The other's tone faltered, suggesting that he might be more than just a first rank. Enough chatter. Let's expedite the rescue and evacuate everyone. Jiang Yu and Lu Yaoyao both wore pallid expressions. Despite having reviewed extensive materials, she remained merely a young girl who had yet to truly step into the realm of the extraordinary, having never experienced the brutality of battle. The bloodstains on the ground were still fresh, the air thick with the stench of blood, and the sight of lifeless bodies illuminated by the flickering flames was starkly clear. But what could be done? With so many people present, and the floors having collapsed amidst the debris, how could they possibly search without a substantial source of light? The grim reality of the extraordinary world lay bare before everyone, without any angles left unexposed. As for Jiang Yu, the girl bravely suppressed her discomfort, meticulously scanning the surroundings, refusing to overlook even the slightest detail. Oh, a groan captured her attention, and she swiftly directed her gaze. Amidst a pile of fallen stones forming a triangle, half of Jiang Yu's body lay trapped beneath. I don't remember anyone being trapped here before, do you? Lu Yaoyao pondered. Though now was not the time to dwell on such matters. She exclaimed and rushed over, urging him to get up. I feel a tightness in my chest. I can't breathe. Jiang Yu's expression was one of agony. Let me see if I can pull you out. Lu Yaoyao found herself in a state of panic, instinctively grasping his arm and pulling outward. However, upon making contact, her first reaction was, how could I possibly pull him out when he is trapped so tightly? Her second reaction was, I actually managed to drag him out with such ease? Upon closer inspection, she noticed that the angle formed by the fallen debris had created a support point, and there was sufficient space for a person to lie down straight, akin to slipping into a sleeping bag. It seems I could get out myself. Casting a glance at the pile of rubble, Jiang Yu gave a sheepish smile. You've sustained quite a few injuries. Lu Yaoyao observed the wounds on his body. It's nothing serious. Those weren't from the debris, they were inflicted by a spirit. Fortunately, under the shadow form, the injuries were legitimate without appearing too grievous. And after a brief recovery, his wounds seemed less alarming. Otherwise, amidst a crowd of mere scrapes, bruises, and sprains, his knife wound would have raised eyebrows. Rest assured, the rescue team will arrive shortly. Please remain calm, the night watchman announced loudly. The four of them obediently stayed put. After approximately 10 minutes, an increasing number of night watchmen appeared, directing the evacuation of the scene. Whether entering the shadow realm from the physical world or vice versa, one must pass through designated exits. The Night Watch Bureau was now preparing to facilitate everyone's departure from the nearest exit. Jiangyu glanced back at the spirit's lifeless body lying gracefully on the ground. Ah, my lovely shadow point. It vanished before I could consume it. What are you staring at? Let us go, Lu Yaoyao urged, giving him a gentle poke. Oh, to her surprise, Jiangyu firmly grasped her hand. Lu Yaoyao was taken aback initially, then, like a startled rabbit, attempted to retract her fingers, only to find his grip unyielding. Is he doing this on purpose? I'm scared, she admitted softly. Chapter 28, Early Qualification Testing. Jiangyu and Lu Yaoyao bit their lips nervously, their hearts racing. Yaoyao, I'm frightened. Did you see that aberration's corpse? It was terrifying. Jiangyu held her small hand, occasionally giving it a reassuring squeeze. As if just realizing the gravity of their encounter with the aberration, he inched closer to Lu Yaoyao, seemingly on the verge of embracing her, if not stopped. She felt somewhat flustered. It was so horrifying. The aberration wielded a massive blade, had a grotesque mouth, and possessed 6 eyes, or was it 4? It resembled a ghost, moving with such speed that one strike could easily end my life. Wait, you're the one who was scared, right? Aren't you being a bit too detailed in your description? Come here, let us hug. Huh. Lu Yaoyao hesitated. She discreetly glanced around. They were following the crowd as they evacuated, and their whispered conversation seemed to escape the notice of others. After all, having just witnessed a gruesome scene, even someone like her, who had seen considerable material, found it hard to accept. How much harder for Jiangyu, who had been wide-eyed at the sight of the carnage. Now you're scared, huh? Lu Yaoyao felt a pang of sympathy and refrained from teasing him as usual, simply opening her arms. Suddenly, everything went dark as she was enveloped in a bear hug. That's too tight. Lu Yaoyao gasped for breath. Sister Night Watchman, we are fine. My girlfriend is just very frightened, and I'm here to comfort her. She suddenly heard Jiangyu raise his head and speak to someone. Following that, he maintained his embrace, turning his face to her. Yaoyao, are you scared? Lu Yaoyao's face flushed crimson as she wriggled free from his arms. Get off, get off. Name? Jiangyu. Age? 18. Jiangyu was led into a room within the Night Watch Bureau, which bore a striking resemblance to the police and gangster films he had seen. Simple tables and chairs, and bright lighting. On the table sat a cassette player identical to the one at Lu Yaoyao's home, gently playing soothing music. The melodious tunes provided a momentary respite for the taut nerves. Don't get me wrong, I'm not here because of the hug with Lu Yaoyao. This is just a routine inquiry. The person conducting the interrogation was a night watchwoman with short hair. Though not exceptionally stunning, her aura of competence elevated her presence significantly. However, referring to it as an interrogation felt somewhat off. In any case, she held a document in one hand and a pen in the other, sketching notes. She suddenly paused. Are you taking the college entrance examination this year? Yes, Jiangyu nodded. The night watchwoman set aside the document and explained, this incident has considerable repercussions. According to protocol, those who have experienced such events must undergo psychological counseling from the Night Watch Bureau. The effects of the treatment will last approximately 1 month. If you undergo the martial arts qualification test during this period, your results will significantly decline. What? Jiangyu was taken aback. With only a few days until the martial arts examination, was this a push to take shortcuts? He inquired. I believe my mental health is quite sound. Can I forego the treatment? The night watchwoman chuckled before adopting a serious tone. The contamination from aberrations is insidious and perilous by the time it manifests. It is often too late. Undergoing treatment is mandatory and enforced. What should I do? Jiangyu was troubled. No need to worry, the night watchwoman continued. This situation has precedents in previous years, and the Night Watch Bureau has developed corresponding policies, which include early testing. Early testing? Jiangyu repeated. Yes, the night watchwoman affirmed. We will contact your guardians to sign an early testing consent form. The early testing will be conducted at the Night Watch Bureau, with results entered into the system. Just like the standard testing process. The equipment is the same, and the testing will be fair, open, and just. The Night Watch Bureau ensures safety. You can contact your family now to inform them of the situation. My guardian is my uncle. He works at the Night Watch Bureau, Jiangyu replied. The night watchwoman paused, asking for his uncle's name and the specific district of the Night Watch Bureau. Li Xuanguang, administrative staff. He mentioned he works at the headquarters. Probably in District East 1. The night watchwoman's pen halted as her expression shifted. Li Xuanguang. Yes. Which Li, which Sun, which Guang? Li as in the tree radical. And Sun with 3 water radicals. Let me write it down for you. Jiangyu took the pen and wrote the name. The night watchwoman's expression transformed entirely, and she tentatively asked, "Administrative staff?" "Yes." Jiang Yu began to sense something amiss. "My uncle has always referred to himself as administrative staff. Is there a problem?" The night watchwoman was about to explain when Jiang Yu's face turned tense. "Has my uncle been taken in?" The night watchwoman, caught between laughter and tears, replied, "Li Shu ensure isn't entirely administrative. I will contact him for you." "Thank you." The conversation ended there, and he was permitted to follow her out. With a click, she turned off the cassette player, and the night watchwoman opened the door, with Jiang Yu closely trailing behind. The interior of the Night Watch Bureau was vast and winding, and after passing through various departments, Jiang Yu was brought to a room resembling a conference hall. Pushing open the glass door, he found a long table with chairs arranged on either side. 10 individuals were already seated within, all appearing to be students around Jiang Yu's age, including Lu Yaoyao and Feng Xiaoxiao. Lu Yuqiang was likely still undergoing treatment for his fracture and could not attend. The gathering of individuals was momentarily interrupted when the door swung open, drawing their collective gaze. The night watchman's eyes swept across the room, and she announced, "Everyone, please take a moment to rest here. Should you have any concerns, do not hesitate to seek assistance from the Night Watch." After a brief overview, she departed, leaving the group behind. Yao Yao greeted everyone, while Jiang Yu pulled out a chair and sat down. "You're here," she remarked. Lu Yao Yao glanced at her, and then eagerly turned to the girl across from her. "Xiao Di, please continue your story. What happened next with you?" "You?" Jiang Yu was taken aback and looked across the table. A girl with a high ponytail and round glasses, exuding an air of sophistication, had a delicate face, her features as striking as Lu Yao Yao's, with a straight nose and soft, pink lips. Later, I saw him preparing to continue battling those two aberrations. But then the Night Watch arrived. He offered a salute, leaped back, and his figure gradually dissipated into thin air, Xiao Di narrated vividly. Jiang Yu studied her for a moment, finally recognizing this familiar face as the girl she had rescued in the shadow lair. With her hair tied back and dressed well, Jiang Yu had nearly failed to recognize her. No, it was more accurate to say she had simply changed into decent attire. "Disappeared?" Lu Yao Yao exclaimed in disbelief. "Yes." Xiao Di nodded. "It was as if he had become invisible. I witnessed him vanish right before my eyes. It was truly astonishing. Thanks to you, otherwise the casualties would have been much higher by the time the Night Watch arrived." Lu Yao Yao nodded in agreement, a flicker of contemplation crossing her eyes. "You," Jiang Yu interjected, "it wasn't too bad, really. You all don't know, but I nearly got slapped to death by the captain of the arriving Night Watch." Chapter 29, Upcoming Assessment. As peers of the same age, they found it easy to converse, especially since several of them were fans of Yao Zige. Their chatter flowed seamlessly. The two girls chattered animatedly, while the mature man found it difficult to interject into this lively discussion among the youngsters. However, a peculiar sensation lingered regarding Jiang Yu, leaving Xiao Di somewhat hesitant. Jiang Yu suddenly straightened in her seat. She had jokingly suggested Xiao Di send her some white stockings, never expecting to encounter her again here. Fortunately, after a moment's hesitation, Xiao Di chose not to voice her thoughts. "What do you mean?" Lu Yao Yao pressed. "I can't quite explain it." Xiao Di shook her head. "Jiang Yu, what's wrong? You seem quite anxious." Lu Yao Yao observed her. "Nothing. I just suddenly recalled the upcoming assessment, and it makes me a bit apprehensive." Successfully diverting the topic, Lu Yao Yao remained unsuspecting. "No need to worry. The preliminary assessment is similar to the regular testing process, very safe, and there will be no pain involved." "Do elaborate," Jiang Yu said with interest. "There's nothing more to say. You'll find out when the time comes." Lu Yao Yao shrugged. "Yao Yao?" Amid their conversation, hurried footsteps echoed from the entrance, and a figure pushed the door open. "Uncle Lu, Lan Nanfeng," he said, slightly anxious, with beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Dad," Lu Yao Yao stood up. "Are you all right?" Lan Nanfeng scrutinized her. "I'm fine. Come with me." "Jiang Yu too?" Lan Nanfeng nodded. "Xiao Xiao, your parents are here, waiting outside. Let's all step out together." Feng Xiao went to find her parents, while Jiang Yu and Lu Yao Yao followed Lan Nanfeng into a conference room. "Is there anything uncomfortable?" Lan Nanfeng observed the two. "No problem. We received preliminary treatment," Lu Yao Yao explained. "I'm fine too," Jiang Yu added, "just a bit hungry." "I'll have someone bring you some food shortly," Lan Nanfeng said with a wry smile, feeling relieved. "I was on a mission and rushed over as soon as I received the news. I'm glad nothing serious happened." "Dad, was this incident very severe?" Lu Yao Yao inquired. "Quite serious," Lan Nanfeng sighed. "For the first time in history, the real world has been extensively dragged into the shadow lair." He sniffed and continued. "The exact casualties are still being tallied, but this no longer concerns you. Prepare for the upcoming qualification assessment and give it your all. Of course, with such assessments, one's fate is often left to chance. No matter how hard you try, maintaining a calm mindset is crucial." "Dad," Lu Yao Yao protested, "at a time like this, Please refrain from saying such demoralizing things. All right. Lan Nanfeng pulled out a cigarette, but under his daughter's fierce gaze, he reluctantly put it back. I'll briefly explain. The test comprises 2 parts. First, the ability test. Second, the willpower test. The ability test, also known as the initial awakening, will expose students to pollution, leading to the preliminary awakening of their abilities. Following this, the willpower qualification test will take place, which is rather unique, as it measures the intangible spirit and will. Some may endure the pain of losing a limb, yet fail the qualification test. Others may appear carefree, but possess outstanding qualifications. Willpower encompasses more than merely enduring pain. It also includes the conviction to do good, resistance to malevolent thoughts, and the ability to withstand pollution, an intricate metric overall. Uncle Lu, may I ask something? Jiang Yu interjected. Does one's worldview affect the willpower assessment? For instance, if someone is filled with negative thoughts? It does have an impact. Uncle Lu nodded, and Jiang Yu's expression changed. Lan Nanfeng glanced at him and explained, a straight and righteous worldview doesn't significantly enhance the test results. After all, no one is infallible, and everyone harbors some malevolent thoughts. However, being filled with despicable and filthy negative thoughts will lead to extremely low test scores. Why is that? Jiang Yu inquired, playing along. Evil thoughts can drag a person into a chasm. Extreme negative emotions are a form of pollution. Over time, they can be more insidious and deeply rooted than the pollution caused by aberrations. Lan Nanfeng patted his shoulder. Therefore, it's crucial to express any negative emotions promptly. Repressing them will only crush you. Such a bizarre and idealistic premise, Jiang Yu remarked, intrigued. Yet, he believed he didn't harbor any significant negative emotions. What is wrong with a little awkwardness? Is there an issue with being a bit shy? He had earned considerable income from his passionate manga. And with the money in place, everything felt delightful. Oh no. After encountering the aberration incident at the mall today, Jiang Yu felt utterly out of sorts, and his mind was severely polluted. Upon leaving the night watch, he needed to visit the boutique club not far from the community to treat himself to a foot massage and indulge in some exquisite tea. After pondering briefly, he dismissed the thought. 3888 was too cheap. Today he would opt for the 6888 selection, a grand red robe from the mountaintop, fragrant and sweet. Hey, what are you thinking about? Lu Yaoyao lightly nudged him with her elbow. Cough. Any more questions? Lan Nanfeng asked. None. All right, Lan Nanfeng nodded. Your Uncle Li is currently on a mission and likely won't return in time. I will enter your preliminary assessment information into the system shortly. Thank you, Uncle Lu. Not a problem. Lan Nanfeng waved his hand, rising to exit the conference room. Return now. Someone will guide you to the assessment shortly. The two made their way back. At that moment, only Xiao Di remained in the room, while the others were occupied discussing matters with their parents. Welcome back, Xiao Di greeted amiably. Lu Yaoyao glanced at the time. It was just past 2 in the afternoon. Haven't your family arrived yet? My parents are business people. They just left Yunhai a few days ago and couldn't make it. Xiao Di replied with a resigned smile. I just finished a phone call with them, and we signed the documents remotely. The group resumed their seats, and at that moment, Lu Yuqi arrived, wheeling himself in with effort, his leg encased in a plaster cast. Jiang Yu, oh how wondrous it is. After applying the medicine to my leg, would you believe it? Remarkably, the pain has vanished. What a foolish fellow he is. Jiang Yu genuinely wishes to go over and cover his mouth. Perhaps realizing his own boisterousness, Lu Yuqiang's voice diminishes. He expresses his anxiety about an impending qualification assessment, wondering how to cope with it. Did you not intend to avoid such matters? But what if? Lu Yuqiang retorts, who knows, I might be an extraordinary genius, indispensable to the night patrol. I could indeed consider this situation. Goodness, how audacious you are. Soon, students trickle into the conference room. A fair hand gently pushes against the door. They have arrived. Jiang Yu's heart stirs, knowing they are here to prepare for the assessment. Chapter 30. What shall become of me? The total number of individuals in the room reaches 18, and fortunately, the conference room is spacious enough to accommodate them. Jiang Yu had not anticipated encountering so many seniors today. However, it is understandable, given the approach of the new year, with many out purchasing festive goods or shopping with friends. It is also mealtime, so the restaurants are bustling, making the larger crowd quite normal. A glance around reveals 4 or 5 individuals with red, swollen eyes, likely having recently wept, their swelling still not subsided. The throngs in the shopping mall are not as fortunate as Jiang Yu and his trio. The night patrol officer who had previously interrogated Jiang Yu enters, clutching a stack of documents. Without delay, she begins to call names. XXX, present. XXX, present. One by one, she checks them off, confirming their attendance. She nods, and everyone understands why they are gathered here and what is to transpire next. I will now outline some important points for everyone. The awakening process will be divided into 2 parts. As Uncle Lu mentioned, The officer speaks in greater detail and with more professionalism. Everyone listens intently. For their future is at stake. Regardless of prior knowledge, they must remain vigilant. The ability ratings, which encompass development potential, destructive power, and cost of use, are categorized as low tier, mid tier, high tier, and top tier. Regarding abilities, divisions existed decades ago. However, with the exploration of the extraordinary path and the refinement of the power system, such classifications have gradually been abolished. The assessment of extraordinary abilities is not as absolute as one might think. With sufficient willpower, even the weakest abilities might achieve a turnaround. Conversely, even the highest-rated abilities cannot flourish without the requisite willpower. The officer's gaze flickers, perhaps lost in thought. Jiang Yu listens quietly. The classification of willpower qualifications is equally straightforward, ranging from 1st to 6th tier, corresponding to white, green, blue, purple, red, and the rare orange. Are we playing an online game here? Not only Jiang Yu, but others also wear peculiar expressions, evidently sharing the same thought. There is no need to memorize the colors. Remembering the tiers is sufficient. This tier system also represents one's potential on the extraordinary path. For instance, a 3rd-tier talent, in most cases, will never ascend to the 4th tier. In previous years, 1st-tier talents were not permitted to participate in the martial examination. This year, however, the rules have changed. Anyone with a 1st-tier white talent may partake, albeit limited to registering for the extraordinary liberal arts. That is the gist of it. The crowd falls silent, absorbing these intricacies that are both complex and yet not overly so. Before them stands a gateway to the extraordinary world. Upon opening it lies a brand new realm. In past years, the martial examination was conducted without much clarity, leaving even the assessors perplexed. This year, however, things are markedly different. If there are no further questions, please follow me. The night patrol officer strides out, and the crowd rises to follow, their faces tinged with unease. After several twists and turns, they finally arrive at a waiting room. One wall has been entirely replaced with thick glass, providing a clear view of the outside, a spacious, enclosed room, likely spanning 200 to 300 square meters. In the center, a black cloth obscures an uneven object, the nature of which remains a mystery. In one corner of the vast room, several devices resembling speakers are placed, and aside from that, there is nothing extraneous. The floor, walls, and ceiling are uniformly crafted from a special material, with minuscule seams that are nearly imperceptible upon closer inspection. Just the cost of these bricks alone must be substantial. How much could one fetch if stolen? Jiang Yu's mind wanders, and then he notices a male night patrol officer entering the room, approaching the center to unveil the black cloth. Beneath it lies a pitch-black stone, roughly human height, its surface uneven and marred with specks of deep blue. While its shape is unremarkable, it possesses a certain aesthetic appeal. Those called, come forward, Feng Xiaoxiao. To Jiang Yu's surprise, the first individual is Lu Yaoyao's close friend. She rises in a flurry, anxiety etched across her features as she follows the night patrol officer. Jiang Yu gazes out the window. After a brief wait of 2 to 3 minutes, with a sudden roar, the expansive hall outside the glass darkens abruptly. The unexpected change startles everyone. Then, they faintly discern a figure, a glowing object bound to its feet, cautiously advancing. Its pace is slow, reminiscent of a toddler taking its first steps. While others struggle to see, Jiang Yu remains unaffected by the shadowy environment. His eyes narrow. Indeed, something is bound to Feng Xiaoxiao's leg. It appears to be a stone. As she steps into the room, the stone seems to sense something, its luminescent specks flickering as if breathing, mysterious and enigmatic. Further up, she wears a watch on her wrist, and her eyes are covered with a black satin blindfold, the purpose of which remains unclear. Is this what it means to awaken to the extraordinary? Jiang Yu feels an inexplicable twinge of anxiety. Feng Xiaoxiao trembles intermittently, casting anxious glances around her. After traversing a few meters, her steps suddenly halt. Jiang Yu is uncertain of what has transpired, and before long, she moves forward again. This time, her pace is more measured. Another 10 meters pass, and she is still a considerable distance from the central stone, her steps coming to a complete stop. While others cannot see, Jiang Yu observes clearly. Feng Xiaoxiao's body quivers slightly, as if resisting something, her expression tinged with distress. After about 7 or 8 seconds, the surrounding lights suddenly illuminate. She wobbles beneath her feet, nearly losing her balance. In the waiting room, a chorus of exclamations erupts, leaving everyone bewildered as to what this outcome signifies. Then, Feng Xiaoxiao steadies herself and strides back outside. With the lights on, everyone can discern the bitterness etched on her face, and a sense of speculation begins to brew. Shortly thereafter, an announcement resonates. Next, Lu Yuqiang. Please proceed to the awakening room. The awakening room, the name of the adjacent chamber. Is it my turn already? The boy in the wheelchair pales. I'll push you out. Jiang Yu offers, rising. The two exit just as Feng Xiaoxiao emerges from the awakening room. How did it go? Lu Yuqiang inquires. I lack willpower talent. She replies with a bittersweet smile. I can't even register for the extraordinary liberal arts. I'll wait for you in the designated rest area. The rest area, set apart for post-assessment relaxation, allows one to calm their nerves. No worries, I suspect I lack talent as well. I will join you shortly, Lu Yuqiang reassures her, then, with a hint of trepidation, asks, by the way, does it hurt? Is anesthesia an option? It was not painful, yet the sensation was far from pleasant. After exchanging a few words and escorting Lu Yuqiang to the spirit awakening room, Jiang Yu returned to the waiting area. The expansive room designated for testing dimmed once more. And soon, Lu Yuqiang, struggling, pushed his wheelchair forward. Life was undeniably arduous. Even with broken legs, he had to come for the examination. He halted after advancing a few meters, similar to Feng Xiaoxiao's situation. However, the expression on his face was rather peculiar. After a brief pause, he resumed his progress. One had to wonder, could pushing a wheelchair blindfolded lead to any mishaps? Just a few meters out, the stone suddenly reacted. A faint white light illuminated, casting its glow upon his face. His pace slowed significantly, yet he continued moving forward. The white light intensified, soon accompanied by a hint of green. As he pressed on, it transformed into a gentle hue of green. Ultimately, his steps came to a complete standstill. He could advance no further. Did Chang possess extraordinary potential? Jiang Yu found himself lost in thought. The one who fervently wished for no aptitude, destined to remain untouched by the extraordinary, and the one who resisted vehemently, poised to step into a new realm. Such intriguing twists of fate. And what of me? How shall my journey unfold? One by one, students approached to undergo the testing. Finally, a voice resonated over the intercom. Next, Jiang Yu. Chapter 31. Can one become extraordinary? It was my turn. Jiang Yu took a deep breath. Lu Yaoyao had just completed her examination before him. Her talent manifested as a deep crimson, translating to a 5th-tier potential, with only 6 tiers in total. Her result was undoubtedly commendable. Surely, it could not be the case that 3rd and 4th tiers were commonplace, while 5th tiers were scarce as dogs, could it? Hunter, stealth. Were these abilities inherently his, unlocked by the manual, or were they bestowed upon him by the manual itself? Jiang Yu found himself uncertain. Regardless, he felt somewhat confident about the ability tests, yet the willpower assessment left him feeling quite unsteady. As Lu Yaoyao emerged from the spirit awakening room, her cheeks flushed and breathless, Jiang Yu inquired, was it exhausting? Did you think it was that easy? Lu Yaoyao rolled her eyes, urging him to hurry inside. Good luck. I'll be watching you from the rest area. Need a bit of motivation? He teased. What motivation? She retorted. Just a few words. Get lost. He ruffled her hair playfully, taking advantage of her fatigue before dashing into the spirit awakening room. Upon entering, he was struck by the room's simplicity. The space measured about 10 square meters, featuring 2 doors, one large and one small. The smaller door led to the observation control panel, while the larger one opened into the expansive testing center. Additionally, there was a small glass vial, a personal information sheet, a black and red wristwatch, and the satin cloth that shrouded the eyes of the many. At the desk, a stern-looking male night watchman cast a glance at him. Jiang Yu, he stated. Yes, please verify your identity. After confirming various details, Jiang Yu set down his pen. All good. Excellent, the watchman nodded. Have you awakened your abilities? I have. Did you take the potion to awaken them? The watchman's tone momentarily faltered. Yes, my uncle, Li Xuanguang, said I naturally awakened. The mention of Uncle Li's name seemed to temper the watchman's fiery temperament. All right, take the potion and wait 15 seconds, he instructed. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu picked up the vial. Inside was a pool of dark green liquid. He twisted off the cap and drank it down in one gulp. Is that apple-flavored Sprite? Jiang Yu chuckled awkwardly, noticing the watchman's unwavering gaze. After what felt like 15 seconds, he asked, what do you feel? The taste is quite pleasant. I meant, how does your body feel? Oh, Jiang Yu contemplated. My lower abdomen feels warm, and my hands and feet are warm as well. Good, the watchman nodded. I won't pry into your abilities. Let Li Sun input your data into the system later. The young man seemed quite astute. But it's precisely your kind that encourages my uncle to indulge in his excesses. Jiang Yu lamented, smiling. Put this on, the watchman instructed, handing him the wristwatch. He then stood, picking up the satin cloth from the desk, approaching Jiang Yu. Next, we will blindfold you, shutting off your senses to assist in the willpower aptitude test. Very well, Jiang Yu acquiesced. The cloth wrapped around him, cool against his skin, plunging his vision into total darkness. Can you see? The watchman's voice inquired. Even knowing the speaker was right beside him, the voice echoed disorientingly, making it difficult to discern direction. This satin cloth was indeed intriguing. I can't see. Jiang Yu waved a hand. His brain commanded the motion, yet he felt no sensation of movement in his arm. No wonder those tested before had appeared so peculiar while walking. Enough with the flailing, the watchman coughed. All right, it seems my arms are indeed moving. Subsequently, he felt a weight on his shoulders as the watchman placed his hands there. Relax, follow my lead. Was he being guided? This was truly extraordinary. Jiang Yu marveled once more. He had thought he had grasped much about the extraordinary world. Yet it now seemed that the strange and the combat were merely the tip of the iceberg. Stand steady. The heavy door will swing open. The watchman instructed as a rush of cool air met Jiang Yu's face. Continue forward without concern for direction. Walk where you believe is ahead. You have awakened your abilities. And you may experience some sensations along the way. Do not dwell on them. Proceed, and your body will gradually adapt. We will observe from the control panel. And the wristwatch will record your bodily condition. When you feel you can no longer advance, it will signify you have reached your limit, and the test will conclude. Now, go. With a reassuring pat on Jiang Yu's shoulder, the watchman gently nudged him forward. He stepped into the vast space ahead. Silence enveloped him. Darkness cloaked everything, rendering him blind. He could not sense his own body, nor could he feel his limbs. The silence was so profound that even a falling needle could be heard. This sense of confinement posed a tremendous challenge to those with even a slight weakness of mind. With a step forward, the crisp sound of his footfall echoed as if resonating directly within his mind. Oh, this is interesting. With each step he took, a reverberation echoed back to him. Aside from the sound of his footsteps, there was naught else. Then, he found himself tapping out a rhythm, as if performing a tap dance. Lacking any sensation of his limbs, moving felt effortless, as though another were dancing in his stead. How marvelous. Dear student Jiang Yu, please advance quickly and complete the test. A voice crackled over the intercom, momentarily halting his movements. All right, I shall proceed. With renewed determination, he continued onward. As he walked, he gradually sensed something amiss. The footsteps echoing in his ears no longer matched his own. At some point, they had begun to diverge. Either they preceded him or lagged behind. Moreover, the distance grew increasingly erratic. One moment, it seemed to emanate from 5 meters to his left, the next from 10 meters to his right. It felt as if countless footsteps were stealthily approaching him from the shadows. Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow, realizing why the individuals ahead had begun to feel such trepidation. Speaking of which, what could Lu Yuqiang, confined to a wheelchair, possibly hear? Could it be the cacophony of numerous wheelchairs creaking towards him? The imagery was undeniably surreal. As he continued forward, he found himself uncertain if he was even walking in a straight line. Upon reaching a certain threshold, all sounds of footsteps vanished. Simultaneously, the shadowy points within him were inexplicably disturbed, bubbling with a fervent energy that he nearly lost control over, almost transforming into a clawed form. Exhaling a deep sigh, Jiang Yu centered his thoughts. He pressed onward. The dense darkness enveloped him. Despair, sorrow, and anger assailed him like a tempest. From his entry, the internal disturbance had escalated to this, the third stage. Feeling the provoked emotions surging, Jiang Yu advanced with measured steps. The sensation was subtle yet profound. The malevolence thickened around him, incessantly attempting to burrow into his mind. Xiao Yu, a voice suddenly called out behind him. It was Uncle Li, the false Uncle Li. He shook his head, casting aside the intrusive thoughts. Xiao Yu, your temperament is unfit for the extraordinary. You would bring harm to others, including yourself. The voice had no intention of relinquishing him so easily. You must know that you lack the aptitude in this regard. The great Zhou is in ruins, besieged by aberrations, teetering on the brink of collapse. You are aware of this. It is all too clear to you. You could live a good life. Why pursue the path of the extraordinary? The extraordinary, transcending the mundane, is not merely a matter of power, but rather of a formidable spirit and will. With a slight daze, a corpse materialized beside him. It was Lin Mo, his eyes hollow, already departed from this world. He continued forward, witnessing dismembered bodies, some of night watchers, some ordinary folk, and others of aberrations. Gazing into the distance, towering figures roared like mountains, their thunderous voices echoing. In stark contrast, the night watchers, resembling the vast seas, brandished torches and surged forward in relentless succession. The scene gradually faded. Can you become one of them? Uncle Li inquired. Jiang Yu remained silent. A superhero, you? Do you aspire to be a hero? Do not deceive yourself. There have never been any formidable assassins among the extraordinary. There is only a boy, newly entering the realm of the extraordinary, seeking to bask in fleeting glory. I do not wish to dampen your spirits, but this is the reality. You linger in bed, reluctant to rise early, disinclined towards study, prone to indulgence, infatuated with attractive counterparts, averse to the nagging of elders, and reveling in your uniqueness, convinced of your distinct thoughts. You often believe you stand apart from others, craving attention and recognition, yet lacking the competence to rise above. Deep down, you know you are not special. You are just like the majority of your peers. You are not extraordinary, nor are you a hero. Now, let us return to the initial question. Can you become extraordinary? A flicker of flame ignited, illuminating the weary faces of the night watchers. Behind them lay numerous slumbering forms. Suddenly, a figure darted past, extinguishing the flame. In the haze, the visage and form were indistinguishable, making it impossible to discern whether it was human or aberration. Clawed blades pierced through the body of a night watcher, blood gushing forth. As the figure became clearer, Jiangyu trembled slightly. It was Lin Mo. His eyes widened as his body gradually crumbled into ash, dissipating into the air. You are acutely aware of the dark side of this world. It extends beyond mere shadows. You also know that even beneath the blazing sun, darkness prevails. The undercurrents of this world are far from the idyllic tales of yore. This is a cataclysm. To become extraordinary is to confront the calamity head-on. With a thud, Lin Mo's form completely vanished, the torch slipping from his grasp and rolling forward. Ahead, aberrations crawled. Behind, countless lights illuminated the night. Some believe in the light, while others extinguish it. What choices remain for those caught in between? Chapter 32. May the fire in your heart never extinguish. Previously, Zhao Min had often heard Li Sun mention a nephew. Today, he finally met the real person. Zhao Min sighed in relief. Not quite what I imagined. Su Lin, the previously encountered female night watcher, smiled. Very different. After a moment's thought, Zhao Min struggled to find a fitting word to describe Jiangyu. His demeanor is quite lively. Su Lin remarked. Lively? More like impish, Zhao Min retorted, rubbing his jaw. I recall Li Sun mentioning that his nephew lacked any talent for the extraordinary. While the test results are not in yet, I doubt they will be particularly promising. Li Sun said you should trust him. Su Lin chuckled softly. He must be being modest. Speaking of Li Sun, he should be in the northern capital by now, Zhao Min mused. Expressing concern over reports that a certain matter had been assigned a code and that the research institute had uncovered many astonishing pieces of information. They were considering whether to disclose it within the Night Watch department. Su Lin's expression turned serious. Did your old classmate inform you of this? Indeed. Zhao Min swallowed nervously, choosing his words carefully. He merely said that the situation surpassed comprehension. Hence, they had to convene a meeting involving the commanders. It certainly is unsettling. Su Lin sighed. After exchanging a few more words, their gazes returned to Jiangyu, seated at the control panel. The oppressive darkness of the testing chamber was ineffective against them. They could clearly observe Jiangyu's strides and movements. Since entering, he had progressed roughly 40 to 50 meters. However, his path was not straight. He occasionally veered left and right, spiraling in circles. To be extraordinary is to harbor within oneself the capacity for pollution. Extraordinary abilities are birthed from this very corruption. Mo Yuan Stone, a unique mineral extracted from the abyss. This extraordinary stone emits low-level pollution in all directions while receiving feedback. It is often prevalent among aberrant communities in the abyss, used to gauge aptitude. Following modifications by the Research Institute, it has been successfully transformed into an essential tool for awakening and detecting qualifications. During the willpower assessment, each individual perceives different content. It may be the embodiment of one's deepest fears, or perhaps that which one cherishes most, or even apocalyptic visions of natural disasters. The difficulty is subjective, yet it is certain that only those with superior aptitude can withstand the pressure and advance further. Jiangyu's current progress had already surpassed the vast majority of participants in the assessment. The Mo Yuan stone radiated a deep purple glow, with hints of red emerging. Do you think he can reach the 6th tier? Zhao Min's eyes sparkled with anticipation. After a moment's reflection, Su Lin replied, the odds are rather slim. If he were the biological offspring of Li Sun, there might be hope. Indeed, Zhao Min lamented, in all of Dezhou, the number of 6th-tier talents is alarmingly low, merely 15. Out of a billion people, only 9 emerge, a probability that is utterly staggering. This does not refer to the 15 who awaken each year. Rather, it encompasses decades of cumulative data since the implementation of the Martial Assessment. Furthermore, of these 15, many have perished in battle, aged, or suffered grievous injuries, leaving only 7 viable combatants. In light of Dezhou's current predicament, this is akin to a drop in the bucket. Ah, it has turned red. It has changed to red, Su Lin exclaimed, tapping Zhao Min, who directed his gaze toward the source of excitement. Jiangyu, that rascal, has once again strayed from the path. The distance to the Mo Yuan stone has not only failed to decrease, but has actually widened. The stone has completely shed its violet hue, transforming into a pale red, indicating that Jiangyu's talent is currently at the 5th-tier lower level. However, the assessment is not yet complete. If he can persist, this color may deepen. It is rather peculiar. Zhao Min raised an eyebrow. Despite the stone's red glow, Jiangyu remained so far from it. The two exchanged glances and fell silent, quietly observing the testing chamber. The distance from the Mo Yuan stone implies that the evaluation is still ongoing. A typical 5th tier talent can stand within a meter of the stone, while a 6th tier would be half that distance. Yet here Jiang Yu is, a full 6 or 7 meters away. Goodness, how is it that he has meandered so far and still remains this distant? Fortunately, though his pace is slow, Jiang Yu steadily advances. After 2 changes in direction, he finally discovers the correct path and strides toward the Mo Yuan stone. Something feels off. Zhao Min was taken aback. The red glow emanating from the stone is actually diminishing. This is impossible. The evaluation must either be concluded, resulting in Jiang Yu being unable to endure further contamination and thus remaining stationary, or he must be approaching closer, causing the stone's luminosity to intensify. Never before has it been heard that light could recede. Moreover, Jiang Yu does not appear to be nearing his limit. Both individuals are left in a state of bewilderment. Su Lin hastily glanced at the instruments. The watch Jiang Yu is wearing records his physical condition. All data appears to be normal. Su Lin was perplexed. As he looked up again, he saw Jiang Yu was almost upon the Mo Yuan stone. 2 meters, 1 meter, half a meter. So close. Simultaneously, the Mo Yuan stone completely lost its radiance. What is happening? Their hearts raced. Then they witnessed Jiang Yu lift his head and extend his palm forward. Is he about to touch it? And indeed, he made contact. Do you truly comprehend this world? The surrounding scenes continued to shift, and Jiang Yu stared vacantly at everything unfolding. Black mist engulfed the land, and malevolent spirits roared forth. Surrender now. This is futile. You hail from an era of peace. Having lived in the sunlight since childhood, how could you genuinely adapt to a life fraught with peril? Uncle Li lost an arm, and Uncle Lu suffered severe injuries years ago. His strength hindered, requiring ongoing medication and treatment. You witnessed it while moving about the night patrol. Some bore grotesque eyes sprouting from their bodies. Others had their arms reduced to mere skeletons. And still others had skin resembling parched tree bark. Then you understood that this is the price of contamination, the cost of becoming extraordinary. Ask yourself honestly, are you willing to bear such risks? Do you possess the courage to face them? Enough. Jiang Yu's throat bobbed. That voice of Uncle Li faltered. Is this all you are capable of? Jiang Yu spoke softly. What? Uncle Li was taken aback. I mean, is this truly your limit? The environment constantly shifted, returning to the long street where Lin Mo transformed into ash. The sky, the narrow street, behind him. Countless malevolent thoughts cast their gazes, as if ready to pounce and tear Jiang Yu apart in the next moment. You continually douse me with cold water, persistently attempting to make me relinquish my resolve. Jiang Yu's expression remained calm. To be honest, at first, you did manage to frighten me. I even found myself ensnared in a dilemma, incessantly questioning why. Can I become extraordinary? Am I worthy of such a title? Someone like me surely cannot. Ordinary and ignorant, with a touch of blind confidence. Can I shoulder such a monumental task? I cannot. I am not worthy. Indeed, your words led me to waver somewhat. Behind him, Uncle Li maintained his silence. Not uttering a word, Jiang Yu pressed forward. He observed the blood on the ground and met the fierce gaze of the aberration. He also gazed toward the distant sky, where blood, ash, and fog intertwined. But no, it cannot be this way. It is not so. There are teachers who impart knowledge and resolve doubts. There's students blossoming like flowers. There are healers who bring the dead back to life, their merits boundless. But is there anyone born as a teacher or a healer? Heroes do not descend from the heavens. They are ordinary individuals who step forward. The path ahead must be traversed to be understood. I have already experienced an era of peace, and it was beautiful. I merely hope that this beauty can manifest here as well. Jiang Yu momentarily lost himself in thought. Lu Yuqiang's assessment yielded a green result, suggesting a second-tier lower level of willpower, making it exceedingly difficult for him to enter the martial arts program. Yet, despite his vehement rejection of the extraordinary, when Jiang Yu escorted him out of the testing chamber, he heard Lu Yuqiang declare his determination to choose martial arts over the extraordinary liberal arts. When confronted with Jiang Yu's astonished inquiry, the boy in the wheelchair, leg encased in a cast, grinned and said, I used to fear death immensely, harboring a deep-seated terror towards both the extraordinary and the aberrations. Lu Yuqiang chuckled self-deprecatingly. But then again, who in this world is not afraid of death? My family is average, my appearance is ordinary, my studies are mediocre. In every aspect, I am quite unremarkable. I am not one endowed with exceptional talent. Among the sea of humanity, I could easily be described as mediocre. At this point, a hint of a smile appeared on his face. Yet my life shall not be a hasty poem. This time, I wish to alter my course. Returning to the present, Jiang Yu had unknowingly advanced several meters, his feet upon the torch that had fallen from his hand after Lin Mo turned to ash. To become extraordinary is not a monstrous endeavor. He bent down, his fingers brushing against the torch. We, the youth, ought to harbor an everlasting flame within our hearts, refusing to lead a life of homogenization or numbness, striving fiercely to become those who chase the starlight. This holds true in Huaxia, and it is the same for the great Zhou. With a whoosh, in the surrounding darkness, a golden light ignited upon the torch, resembling stars, akin to the dawn. He raised the torch high, the golden glow illuminating Jiang Yu's tousled hair, cheeks, and pupils, radiant and resplendent. He did not contemplate notions of heroism or sacrifices of blood. To become extraordinary is simply to embrace the extraordinary, to pursue the tempest, to grow toward the sun. Though I may be insignificant, I yearn to attempt scaling the heights, to behold the other side of the distant mountains. Chapter 33, as well as unparalleled. The Night Patrol has currently compiled a preliminary casualty report. In the Grand Conference Hall, the Night Patrollers sat with grim expressions. Read it. Lu Nanfeng spoke in a low voice. In this incident involving the collapse of the shadow layer in the real world, the second, third, and fourth floors of the shopping mall were affected, while the fifth floor was not entirely engulfed but still impacted. Approximately 850 individuals were affected, with over 700 trapped within the shadow layer. Currently, over 600 have been rescued, and the rescue efforts are ongoing. A total of 30 students are set to participate in the martial arts examination, to be divided into multiple batches for preliminary testing, followed by immediate light contamination treatment. As the reports continued to flow in, the seriousness etched on everyone's faces did not fade in the slightest. Naturally, with a 1,000-person incident, who could still find joy? What does the pollution assessment department have to say? Lu Nanfeng glanced to the other side. A night patroller was typing away on a laptop. The results had just come in. After speaking, he projected it onto the large screen. 2 shattered forms and 1 intact specter manifested on the screen in various poses. Classified as shadow entities, their contamination detection level stood at Tier 1 upper, yet their condition seemed amiss, only exhibiting the capabilities of Tier 1 mid, codenamed Wandering Spirit. Furthermore, the assessment department had unearthed some peculiar findings. The reporter's brow furrowed, his expression somewhat strange. The artificial traces on the Wandering Spirit were pronounced, as if it were a product of human aberration. What? At this revelation, all eyes quivered. Excessive internal contamination had surpassed the threshold of tolerance, resulting in bodily aberration. Continued exposure to contamination would exacerbate the aberration until it became irretrievable, ultimately morphing into a different entity altogether. Alternatively, if an extraordinary being perished without expending their power fully, the residual contamination could taint the body, leading to aberration and a direct transformation into a different species. Regardless of the scenario, aberration entailed a myriad of manifestations, with each individual's form varying distinctly. Yet these 3 wandering spirits required no instruments for detection. A mere glance at their physique and appearance sufficed to ascertain their belonging to the same race. Now, to assert that they might have been transformed from humans? What? Are they triplets who endured similar levels of contamination, resulting in analogous aberration paths, thereby becoming nearly identical specters? Absurd. Lu Nanfeng's countenance darkened with uncertainty. The implications behind this were crystal clear to all present. Not long ago, an incident occurred where a different entity dragged a person into the shadow realm, and now, the world had fallen into chaos once more. The unusual nature of the situation needed no further elaboration. Lu Nanfeng scanned the expressions of those around him. The massive entity from Baidu had already yielded some insights, and now, certain hidden figures were likely growing restless. The rescue and subsequent reassurance efforts must be conducted with utmost diligence. With the new year approaching, it remained uncertain whether such incidents would recur, but vigilance was imperative. Very well, we shall take a 15-minute recess and reconvene afterward. He rose first, and the others followed suit, making their way outside. Upon returning to his office, Lu Nanfeng had just lit a cigarette when the phone rang immediately. Hello, old Li. Have you taken Jiang Yu for the qualification assessment? Li Xuanguang's first words were a grave inquiry. I'm currently in a meeting at the Night Patrol headquarters. He is probably in the waiting area, Lu Nanfeng replied. You need to take him away immediately, Li Xuanguang insisted firmly. It's just a test. Lu Nanfeng inhaled deeply, a slight frown creasing his brow. Trust me, Li Xuanguang reiterated. He had the chance to inform Lu Nanfeng earlier. After all, in collective assessments, bypassing the process altogether was entirely feasible given Li Xuanguang's position. However, who could have anticipated that upon leaving Baidu, an incident involving aberrant entities would occur? Failing to conduct the preliminary assessment necessitated treatment. Missing the collective assessment scheduled for days later. Li Xuanguang's arrangements were unclear to outsiders, and a series of unfortunate coincidences had led to the current predicament. You want me to bring him out now? Lu Nanfeng confirmed. Yes, go now, Li Xuanguang asserted. You should really inform me sooner if something is amiss, Lu Nanfeng scolded. But he didn't press further. Suddenly, his gaze froze. Outside the window, a faint golden glow emanated from a nearby building. Could it be the direction of the spirit awakening chamber? Beep. His other communication device emitted a sound. Upon accepting the call, Su Lin's voice came through. Lu Xuanshi, please come to the testing room immediately. Old Lu, are you listening? Li Xuanguang's voice resonated through the communicator. Something seems off in the testing room. I'll go check it out, Lu Nanfeng said, not hanging up as he strode out of his office. Lu Xuanshi, your documents. Leave them on my desk, he replied, acknowledging the greetings of passing colleagues with a nod as he hurried towards the spirit awakening chamber. Something is amiss? Li Xuanguang's tone grew increasingly serious. What happened? Golden light is emanating from the spirit awakening chamber. Golden light? This response evidently took Li Xuanguang by surprise. Could it be a Tier 6 entity? But isn't Tier 6 associated with orange light? Meanwhile, Lu Nanfeng quickened his pace. Silence fell on the other end of the communicator as Li Xuanguang pondered. Look over there, what is happening? The spirit awakening chamber is emitting golden light? In the corridors of the night patrol headquarters, many patrollers noticed this bizarre occurrence, casting bewildered glances. By the way, weren't you in Baidu for a meeting? What is going on? Lu Nanfeng inquired. After a moment of silence, the voice on the other end replied, that thing is very peculiar. In what way? Lu Nanfeng raised an eyebrow. To some extent, it has shattered existing perceptions of the extraordinary. His eyelids twitched violently as Lu Nanfeng pondered, realizing that the path of the extraordinary was indeed one of gradual exploration, constantly being challenged anew. This time is different. Li Xuanguang's voice sounded weary. For instance, it could be a life form of higher status than aberrant entities. Lu Nanfeng fell silent briefly, muttering, that sounds rather vague. Enough of that. Hurry to the spirit awakening chamber and bring little you out, Li Xuanguang urged repeatedly. I understand. Lu Nanfeng nearly sprinted through the night patrol headquarters. Excuse me, pardon me. He navigated through the crowd. His office was on the 3rd floor, while the spirit awakening chamber was on the 1st, a considerable distance apart. The closer he got, the more inexplicable trepidation surged within him. What on earth was happening in the spirit awakening chamber? Finally, a few minutes later, he spotted the entrance. Bang bang. As he knocked, the door swung open immediately. Su Lin and Zhao Min appeared, their faces pale with anxiety. Lu Xuanshi. Without needing them to explain, Lu Nanfeng immediately perceived the situation. The instant he pushed the door open, a surge of golden radiance erupted, pouring through the gap and illuminating the surroundings. Lu Nanfeng gradually fell into a stupor. He beheld Jiang Yu with his palm pressed firmly against the Mo Yuan stone, surrounded by a celestial glow of gold emanating from the stone, enveloping him as if coating his entire being in a thin layer of gold. Tier 5 red light, Tier 6 orange light. Golden light, what tier was that? Hello? Are you there? Li Xuanguang's urgent voice jolted Lu Nanfeng back to reality. Yes, I'm here. Lu Nanfeng's throat felt parched. It seemed he had arrived too late. Chapter 34. I am the beacon. Uncle Lu? Jiang Yu observed Lu Nanfeng, who paced the room with a furrowed brow. He felt somewhat helpless, caught in a moment of exuberance, holding a torch aloft, feeling quite grand. Suddenly, a loud crash jolted him back to reality. He discovered his hand was firmly pressed against the stone, akin to a scion, radiating golden light. Turning his head, he found Lu Nanfeng gaping at him in astonishment. How could one describe that expression? Perhaps it was a blend of bizarre and unfathomable? While in the meeting room, Jiang Yu felt like a fish out of water, like a thorn in his throat, discomforting and prickly. He pondered that there was nothing extraordinary about the situation. He was merely undergoing a routine willpower assessment, which was indeed not particularly challenging. Meanwhile, the incessant chatter from Uncle Li was becoming bothersome. In a fit of rebellion, he raised the torch high. This was the nature of a child in their rebellious phase. He glanced around at the assessment content of others. Lu Yaoyao found herself precariously affixed to the edge of a dizzying abyss below and a sheer precipice above. The relentless wind howled and rain lashed against her as serpentine shadows slithered past. It felt as though the moment she relinquished her grip, she would plummet into the depths below. The higher she ascended, the more her heart raced with trepidation, culminating in a palpable panic that became increasingly unbearable. Meanwhile, Lu Yuqiang traversed a path flanked by impeccably aligned houses and street lamps, all arranged with a precision that seemed eerily like a mirrored replica of the other side. The symmetry was unervingly meticulous, with a street lamp placed every 5 meters, yet each lamp illuminated a mere half-meter radius, casting shadows into the obscurity beyond, where faint whispers lingered. He felt compelled to move forward, unaware of when he might reach the end. Silence enveloped the surroundings, slowly gnawing at his sanity. Initially, the lamps cast a broader glow, and the street teemed with life, devoid of the chilling desolation that would later ensue. The stark transformation was a consequence of his continued advance. As he contemplated the challenges faced by others, Jiang Yu felt a twinge of embarrassment over his own experiences. "Little Yu, you certainly surprised Uncle Lu this time," Lu Nanfeng remarked, clicking his tongue. The formal assessment had yet to commence, yet a prodigy had already emerged during the preliminary tests. If you were merely at the 5th tier, it would be one thing, and even the 6th tier wouldn't be too alarming. At most, it would only rattle the night watch. But you achieved an unprecedented brilliance. Am I to be dissected? Jiang Yu quipped awkwardly. Lu Nanfeng scrutinized him, his silence amplifying the tension. Jiang Yu shivered under that gaze, feeling a chill run down his spine. "Don't frighten me, Uncle Lu," he pleaded. "You coward, always thinking of auspicious matters," Lu Nanfeng chuckled, scolding him lightly. A knock echoed through the room. "Enter." Su Lin stepped in first, followed by several others. "Wait." Lu Nanfeng's expression darkened suddenly. "Lu Xuanshi." It would be prudent to record this with more witnesses. The leading figure hesitated momentarily. "Leave," Lu Nanfeng commanded calmly. The individual nodded, refraining from further protest, and exited while closing the door behind him. Only Lu Nanfeng, Jiang Yu, and Su Lin remained in the room, preparing to document the proceedings. "Ready," Su Lin affirmed, setting up the recording equipment. Jiang Yu felt a headache coming on. Prior to Su Lin's arrival, Uncle Lu had briefed him on the impending events, leaving him with no option but to acquiesce. He couldn't simply plunge into the shadow realm. That would likely provoke another upheaval within the Night Watch. Damn it. Truly a golden talent, navigating the shadow realm with such ease. Setting aside his distractions, Jiang Yu steeled himself for the inquiries. Name: Jiang Yu. Age. After a series of fundamental questions were posed, Lu Nanfeng continued. "What did you perceive during this willpower assessment?" "I witnessed countless horrors, various aberrations howling, the night watchmen advancing one after another. Ultimately, I bore the immense weight and raised the torch high." "What was your mindset at that moment?" Their dialogue proceeded as rehearsed, with Lu Nanfeng maintaining a serene demeanor. Surpassing the 6th tier of talent, it's significant, yet in the grand scheme, it might not be as momentous. Why? Because in the past century, the Great Zhou has not seen a single 6th tier extraordinary. Indeed, not one. The path to the extraordinary is a gradual exploration, with each tier representing a formidable threshold. Those few who have attained 6th tier talent have invariably found themselves stymied at the 5th tier, unable to discover a means of breakthrough. Jiang Yu's exceptional talent remains an enigma to the Night Watch, as they lack the means to pave a path for his future. Lu Nanfeng sighed softly, gazing at the handsome youth before him. "Your information will be disseminated to the various Night Watches. Please contemplate your responses carefully, as your guardian. The implications of your answers will reflect upon Uncle Li." The underlying message was clear. The quality of his responses would indicate the nature of Uncle Li's mentorship. A commendable answer would be one matter, but a flawed one might lead to Uncle Li facing repercussions. I was exhilarated at the prospect of entering the extraordinary realm. I felt the weight of my responsibilities. Jiang Yu added, "I was also somewhat perplexed." This exchange mirrored their earlier script. It was conventional, neither particularly good nor bad. Jiang Yu observed Lu Nanfeng's subtle signs of fatigue and the faint scar visible on his neck. The youth hesitated briefly. I glimpsed numerous scenes, myriad images surfacing before me, aberrations. Humanity, the extraordinary. That nightmarish figure relentlessly assailed me. I pondered whether I possessed the requisite talent. Would the assessment truly usher me into that otherworldly realm? "You deviated from the script," Lu Nanfeng remarked, momentarily taken aback, his heart racing. "Jiang Yu, please don't stir up trouble. At our age, we can't afford to be thrown off course." "Uncle Lu, there's a map hanging on the wall of your room. Isn't there?" Lu Nanfeng's pupils constricted. "You saw it?" "Yes, I happened to come across it once." Jiang Yu nodded, pausing before continuing. "That depicts the true state of the Great Zhou, rather than the version we learned from textbooks, correct?" Lu Nanfeng fell silent. The 10 surviving locations mentioned in textbooks had dwindled to 5. Our predicament may not be as manageable as it appears. Sometimes, uncovering the truth can lead to profound anguish. Confronting reality often requires immense courage. Thus, I frequently ponder the nature of tomorrow and who I might become. When I stand in the assessment room, flanked by aberrations and engulfed in darkness, I contemplate. May the youth of the Great Zhou shed their despair and strive upward, disregarding the words of the self-defeated. Those capable of action should act, and those who can voice their thoughts should speak out. A spark of warmth can emit a glimmer of light, akin to fireflies illuminating the dark, without waiting for the torchbearer. If no torch is to be found, I shall be the solitary light. What the hell? Is that truly you, Jiang Yu? Please tell me you haven't been possessed by an aberration. Could such words truly emerge from Jiang Yu? Lu Nanfeng's expression reflected sheer disbelief, his features frozen in shock. Su Lin, busy documenting, was equally stunned, lifting his head in astonishment. Is that genuinely your sentiment? Lu Nanfeng inquired, uncertainty lacing his voice. Indeed. Jiang Yu affirmed with a resolute nod. That's exactly how I feel. In truth, he was thinking, Uncle Li, could you please refrain from rambling? I need to finish this assessment. I still have to return to the club for a spa session. A torch? We're not hosting the Olympics here. I can't be a torchbearer. Chapter 35, The Scavenger. Amidst Lu Nanfeng's astonished expression, Jiang Yu waved his farewell. The events of the day had indeed left him somewhat bewildered. First, the shopping center succumbed to the shadow realm, and upon learning of his daughter's peril, the night watchman arrived to mitigate the crisis, promptly followed by a convening of the night watch. Just as the meeting reached its intermission, a thunderous revelation regarding talent assessment struck once more. The first discovery of 6th-tier talent occurred some 40 to 50 years ago, if memory serves. Who could have anticipated that this sudden turn of events would deliver such a delightful surprise to everyone? While routinely documenting the conversation, no one expected Jiang Yu to unexpectedly transform into a literary virtuoso, nearly causing Lu Nanfeng's mind to falter with just a few words. He stared at the recorded materials before him, contemplating whether to submit them to his superiors. What a show-off. It was indeed exhilarating. However, if one flaunts too much, it could lead to complications. In the shadowy realm, feeling the incessant surge of energy coursing through his body, Jiang Yu was filled with trepidation. A golden talent? He certainly did not perceive himself as possessing such exceptional qualities. Now, as Uncle Lu had remarked, it wouldn't be long before he became renowned within the Night Patrol Division. If all proceeded without mishap, in a few years, his name would grace the pages of the foundational manual on the extraordinary. Following the existing 6th-tier talents, Jiang Yu of our country has successfully detected a golden talent, shattering the limits of the extraordinary. Upon reflection, he recalled being engulfed in profound darkness, surrounded by an eerie silence, with shadows whispering, attempting to drag him into the abyss. At that moment, Jiang Yu resolutely bent down, raised his torch high, and proclaimed those resounding words. If there is no torch henceforth, I shall be the only light. My goodness. Just imagining that scene induces a level of embarrassment that could inspire one to excavate an entire villa with their toes. Perched atop the towering building, he sighed. Alas, what has transpired is irreversible. Further lamentation is futile. It is time to continue the hunt. Remaining lifespan, 20 days. The commercial spirit had granted him several days of life, but the current stock barely sufficed to see him through the month. Yet it was insufficient, far from adequate. On March 25th, the training camp would officially commence. Those who met the qualification standards would undergo several months of intensive training, genuinely comprehending the extraordinary, their own capabilities, and the aberrations. The Martial Arts College entrance examination would serve as a concentrated assessment of the training camp's outcomes. Unless he sought underhanded means, he would have to attend the training camp. Acquiring some foundational knowledge and honing his abilities seemed reasonable to Jiang Yu. He had no intention of seeking special treatment. Thus, it would be prudent to amass sufficient lifespan beforehand. With only a few days remaining, hunting 1 or 2 aberrations each day should suffice. Jiang Yu rose to his feet, extending his arms and leaning slightly forward. 56 stories high, he plummeted. The wind howled, whipping through his hair and striking his face. Shadows crept from his limbs, enveloping his body in mere seconds. His descent slowed abruptly, limbs converging as he sank his feet, standing upon the wall, and began to sprint downward. Shadow Walk allowed him to traverse even the most vertical surfaces with ease. Boom. The wall exploded with sound as he propelled himself upward, leaping to the opposite wall across the street, reaching a height of approximately 10 stories, his right arm morphing into a claw. A layer of ink-like keratin enveloped his forearm, with fearsome barbs glistening coldly. The razor-sharp claw gleamed with an icy luster, half hanging from the wall. The point of contact between claw and surface sparked with a series of fiery glimmers. Noticing he was still about 7 or 8 meters from the ground, he leapt again. Below, an aberration with merely 25 health points occasionally glanced back, as if pursued by some unseen force. Unfortunately, preoccupied with its rear, it failed to react in time, and Jiang Yu had already soared towards its face. This aberration was humanoid, its skin a mottled gray adorned with intricate patterns. Its features appeared as if obscured by a hazy filter, with only its eyes radiating a blue-gray luminescence, barely discernible. One leg was severed, its abdomen nearly perforated, and its left arm was missing. Limping and struggling, it was nearly impossible for Jiang Yu to remain unmoved. He did not even utilize Shadow Strike. Instead, he relied on his downward momentum and the sharpness of his claws, delivering a single strike akin to a hungry tiger pouncing upon its prey. Health points exploded. 25-6. The already gravely injured aberration collapsed instantly. Mark, Hunt. Jiang Yu plunged his hand into its heart, executing the kill. Crack. This pitiful aberration met its demise on the spot. This aberration, severely wounded, was desperately fleeing for its life, yearning only to survive, nothing more. Yet it was abundantly clear that its life had reached its end. It would never again witness the sunrise or hear the gentle whisper of the breeze. The pursuit was not a worthy hunt. Clearly, this was not a glorious slaying. Hunt assessment in progress. Hunt successful. Remaining lifespan increased. Current days, 22 days. Combat skills slightly improved. A flash of memory coursed through his mind. The initial battle with the specter, facing aberrations alone, and now the swift execution just moments ago. Memories whirled in his mind like a carousel. And Jiang Yu wore a look of astonishment. Such a slight enhancement yielded significant benefits. For instance, in a previous battle, attacking from a different angle might have proven even more effective. Adjusting evasive maneuvers could conserve energy. Quite commendable. The aberration was indeed in dire straits. He had prepared himself for the possibility that Hunt might yield little reward. Grasping its body, Jiang Yu activated Shadow Devour once more. Under his command, the shadows consumed the aberration like corrosive acid, gradually devouring its form before flowing back into his palm. Shadow points 4, successfully surpassing 40 points. Excellent. A twofold gain from one corpse, remarkably efficient. Hey, where did you come from? A voice filled with ire echoed nearby, startling Jiang Yu, who turned to look. A young man clad in a leather jacket, camouflage trousers, and a camouflage helmet approached with a wary expression. His attire bore numerous rips, and slight traces of blood seeped from his wounds. Health points, 73. What was this individual up to? Jiang Yu gazed at him in confusion. What happened to my aberration? The young man glared fiercely, glancing past Jiang Yu to the ground, instantly comprehending the situation. Shadow Devour did not fully consume its prey, typically leaving behind indigestible remnants. Buddy, that's rather uncouth of you. Deng Ke's gaze froze, his sense of familiarity with the stranger growing stronger. No, this was beyond familiarity. You are you? He inquired. Is there something you need? Jiang Yu tilted his head. Although Deng Ke wore camouflage, it was evident he was not affiliated with the Night Patrol Division. Encountering a wild extraordinary was quite the novelty. The two words, "Is there something you need?" provoked a laugh from Deng Ke. Listen, buddy. Even if you are a social media sensation, you can't just snatch my prey. I put in considerable effort, and when it was on the verge of escape, you swooped in and claimed it. That's hardly fair. I only saw the aberration. I had no idea you were there. Jiang Yu shook his head. Well, of course. The visibility in this shadow realm is limited. It would be strange if you could see me. How was I to know that in the time it took me to catch my breath, the prey would vanish? I was the one who had it in my sights first, and you should have noticed its condition. It was gravely wounded and on the brink of death. Look at my injuries. I was merely waiting to take it down and sell it for some money. Deng Ke replied, all right then. I suppose today is just my unlucky day. Let's adhere to the scavenger's code. A 70-30 split. Sound good? You're a big internet star. Surely you wouldn't take advantage of a small fry like me? What's 70-30 split? Jiang Yu asked, bewildered once more. Chapter 36. The Extraordinary Beyond the Night Watchman. Come on. Man, this is getting ridiculous, Deng Ke protested, his voice dwindling as he spoke. Even a big internet celebrity shouldn't be this domineering. We could have negotiated amicably. With a slight pursing of his lips, he eyed Jiang Yu, whose demeanor hardly suggested benevolence. Particularly unnerving were his two enormous claws. When the index and middle fingers brushed against each other, the sound of metal clashing sent shivers down Deng Ke's spine. What a predicament. Outmatched and overwhelmed, he decided it was best to sever ties with you, or perhaps create a few alternate accounts to relentlessly criticize him in the comment section. Acknowledging his inferiority, he clasped his hands in a gesture of farewell. Wait, Jiang Yu called out, halting him. We have no grievances against each other. Why must you press so hard, brother? Deng Ke felt a surge of caution and took a few steps back, scrutinizing Jiang Yu. The corners of Jiang Yu's mouth twitched, and with a sigh, he remarked, why are you so theatrical? What do you mean by scavenger ant split 3-7? What on earth are you talking about? Brother, do you genuinely not know, or are you pretending? Deng Ke questioned, skepticism evident in his tone. Jiang Yu remained silent, observing him intently. Scavenger? Deng Ke ventured tentatively. Elucidate, Jiang Yu urged. Deng Ke wore a peculiar expression. For heaven's sake, this is common knowledge one acquires in university. The notion that Jiang Yu never attended is utterly absurd. The prowess displayed in the video was far from elite, yet it was hard to believe that someone who had never stepped foot in a university could possess such skill. After all, this was fundamental knowledge. Even if one wasn't a university student, entering the extraordinary realm and seeking information would suffice for understanding. Indeed, who could have imagined that beneath the fearsome exterior lay a youthful soul, a master of foot washing and a passionate creator of risque comics? Brother, you haven't truly lost your memory, have you? Upon awakening from amnesia, I found a mobile phone beside me. So I registered a Doshing account and began posting short videos about my memory loss. Jiangyu pressed for further details. Deng Ke's Adam's apple bobbed as he explained, Scavenger. Scavenger, these are our own terms. The official title is Night Watch Bureau External Personnel. Anyone with at least a mid-tier level can register. Typically, those who wish to enter the Shadow Realm to enhance their abilities, yet cannot join the Night Watch Bureau, will register as external personnel. Most scavengers lack significant strength. Much like web novel writers, an assembly of failures scraping by at the bottom, laboring hard for a meager sum. Seeing Jiang Yu engrossed in his words, Deng Ke found the situation increasingly astonishing. This brother truly knows nothing of this. He mused. Oh, by the way, brother Yu, weren't you just criticized by a blogger named Di Dao? He's actually a scavenger, and I suspect he is an old external personnel who doesn't dare to enter the Shadow Realm. He might not have even encountered many aberrations. Let me berate him for you. He blocked me, you know? Really, let me show you my Doshing backend. Brother, there's no need for that. As Deng Ke seemed genuinely inclined to pull out his phone, Jiang Yu could only chuckle in exasperation. Trust me, brother Yu. I am truly your devoted fan. What I mean is, there's no internet in the Shadow Realm. Locking eyes, Deng Ke capitulated first, once again clasping his hands. Since you've dealt with this prey, I shan't linger any longer. Farewell. Not so fast, Jiang Yu insisted, eager for more fresh knowledge. How much is this worth? I'll transfer you the amount. Now, please continue. Deng Ke, initially impatient, instantly brightened at this. All right, brother. I intended to sell this item anyway. A mid-tier gray variant in good condition is worth around 6 to 7,000. Let us settle on 6.5. According to scavenger rules, the finder gets 30%, while the main contributor receives 70%. This aberration is in poor condition. You have no objections, right? I merely lagged behind a bit. If I had caught my breath, I could have taken it down swiftly. You have no objections, do you? Why didn't I notice you earlier? Jiang Yu inquired with a teasing smile, though Deng Ke could not see his expression. I mentioned that visibility is obstructed in the Shadow Realm, and I sustained injuries. It's only natural you didn't see me. Deng Ke spoke with unwavering composure. Very well, continue. Jiang Yu was amused. Deng Ke's meticulousness felt reminiscent of haggling in a bustling market. All right, I'll continue, he said. I'm genuinely your fan, so let us not split 3-7. Let us go 50-50. I need to cover my medical expenses, 6,005, and you transfer me 3,250. Later, I'll return you 7,000. Considering this as tuition for enlightening me on these matters, Jiang Yu, being quite generous, had no qualms about parting with the money. He truly wasn't short on funds. The profits from risque comics were beyond what one could imagine. Thank you, brother. What else would you like to inquire about? Feel free to ask. Deng Ke's eyes sparkled with excitement. He decided against blocking Jiang Yu and instead resolved to create 10 alternate accounts to engage with Di Dao. Let us find another spot to chat. Where shall we go? How about the rooftop? What? Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Yu, in his shadowy form, effortlessly lifted him as if he were a mere chick, dashing up the wall with ease. Deng Ke was caught off guard, and by the time he regained his senses, he found himself suspended in midair. Slow down, he cried, feeling as though he was floating. He was now entirely convinced that the wall-climbing feat was no mere special effect. After what felt like an eternity, they finally landed, and Deng Ke stood dazed and bewildered, gazing around. What on earth is your ability? You can scale walls, have razor-sharp claws, are cloaked in shadows, and can shoot shadow threads. Do you want a drink? I can get some. No, it's unnecessary. Don't be modest. Jiang Yu turned back, retrieving a large bag from the rooftop corner. Deng Ke's forehead slowly formed a question mark. Come, let us keep chatting. Sitting at the edge of the rooftop, Jiang Yu opened a bottle and downed it, letting out a satisfying burp. Deng Ke realized that Jiang Yu was not as cold as he had initially thought. Hesitating, he cautiously sat beside him, glancing downward and immediately feeling weak in the knees. Goodness, 50 floors. If I fell, I'd surely be turned to mush. Have you really lost your memory? Deng Ke asked. As you can see, Jiang Yu shrugged. Deng Ke had a plethora of questions swirling in his mind, but struggled to articulate them. Enough of that. Jiang Yu interjected, shifting the topic. What happens to the aberrations you haunt? Who do you sell them to? To the Night Watch Bureau, universities, or companies that have acquired purchasing qualifications, like Chuyang Group. They conduct research on new drugs and occasionally release tasks to procure aberrations. Jiang Yu nodded, curious. Are there any advantages to being an external personnel? Not particularly, Deng Ke replied, shaking his head. There's no base salary, nor any benefits. At most, there's something akin to performance bonuses. Additionally, you can select aberrations based on tasks issued by the Night Watch Bureau, significantly reducing the chances of encountering formidable aberrations. Oh, Jiang Yu's eyes lit up. That sounds excellent. His greatest frustration was the inefficiency in locating aberrations and the inability to gauge their strength. Everything relied solely on keen observation. For instance, an abnormally large aberration is immediately perceived as formidable, prompting a change in target. The issue lies in the fact that not all aberrations are diminutive and feeble. If he were to encounter one that is not particularly large yet possesses immense strength, he could only resign himself to his misfortune. The Night Watch's auxiliary personnel possess a certain intrigue. Chapter 37. The Blooming of the Chrysanthemum. With a swift motion, he plunged his hand into the aberration's body, subsequently crushing it from within. Shadows clung tightly to the creature, strangling it and absorbing its essence. Name: Blood Shadow Cat. Type: Blood Shadow. Level: Mid-tier, first rank. Description: a hybrid born of inferior abyssal aberrations, possessing noteworthy potential, high agility, sharp claws, and significant self-healing capabilities. Killing cost: sensory disarray, cost has been waived. Shadow Devour rewards: increase in shadow points. This aberration has been registered. Hunting successful. Your dodge technique has improved. Feeling the surge of formidable power within him, Jiang Yu revealed a satisfied smile. He had engaged in extensive conversation with Deng Ke the previous day, and the two had struck an accord to collaborate. Deng Ke would procure tasks from the Night Watch, identifying the locations of lower-tier aberrations, while Jiang Yu would handle their extermination. This division of labor was efficient. A male partnership eased the burden of work. Having consumed the aberration, Jiang Yu compensated Deng Ke at 50% of the market price. Though this may seem modest, Deng Ke was more than willing to accept even a further reduction of 20%. Remarkably, his sole responsibility was to sift through suitable aberrations, confirm their locations, and inform Jiang Yu. This arrangement was far less taxing than the arduous endeavor of hunting aberrations on his own. Astonishingly, this was already the fourth aberration Jiang Yu had slain on their first day of collaboration. Aren't you exhausted? Upon confirming Jiang Yu's success, he heard a call and saw Deng Ke emerge from the crevice between buildings. His gaze toward Jiang Yu tinged with a hint of reverence. As a mid-tier first rank, he too had to tread cautiously when engaging aberrations. While he could match them in combat, he would undoubtedly sustain injuries. The most challenging aspect of these aberrations was the constant pollution they exuded. Any injury sustained would allow the pollution to infiltrate the body, and even upon a successful kill, a layer of contamination would linger on the victor. For instance, after slaying the gray aberration yesterday, he would need to recuperate for 2 to 3 days to mitigate the pollution. It would take nearly 5 days before he could seek out another aberration. Otherwise, he would risk enduring the pollution and subsequently spending money on treatment after hastily dispatching several creatures. As for the grotesque aberration, it seemed to defy human nature. When faced with an aberration's assault, fine, he would evade. Unable to dodge? Very well, he would stand his ground. The glaring blade of a large knife aimed directly at his heart. Yet this audacious individual displayed no fear. Initially, aberrations appeared imposing, but as the skirmish progressed, they too began to fear him. Having witnessed countless confrontations, he had never encountered such reckless resolve. After a grueling battle, he would rest and rejuvenate, returning to full strength. The longest conflict required over an hour to recuperate, yet he emerged invigorated. You are no mere human. You resemble an aberration more than an aberration itself. Objectively, in a fair exchange, Deng Ke believed he could contend with the grotesque aberration on a near equal footing, 4-6 in favor of the aberration. The primary threat lay in its formidable claws, which posed a significant challenge to lower-tier extraordinary beings. This was the typical scenario. In a desperate struggle, the odds would shift to 1 in 9, a slim chance of survival. Grotesque one, shall we take a break? Deng Ke approached, gathering remnants of bones and scraps, tokens of a scavenger's task, which could be exchanged for points redeemable for rice, soybean oil, and the like, thus avoiding waste. A can of drink, please. Jiang Yu extended his hand. Right away. Deng Ke lowered his head to rummage through his pockets. After a few gulps, Jiang Yu let out a satisfied burp. With the passing of a day, his lifespan had reached 39 days. It is noteworthy that with each aberration he hunted, he became increasingly formidable. His power grew exponentially, and his efficiency in slaying aberrations would only rise. Regrettably, all 4 aberrations he had encountered were mid-tier first rank, yielding no new abilities. What is it? Noticing Deng Ke's hesitance, Jiang Yu inquired. Grotesque one. Deng Ke hesitated before speaking. Perhaps we should take a breather. If you continue to hunt at this pace, trouble may ensue. Fear not, I know my limits. Glancing at the panel indicating cost has been waived, Jiang Yu waved his hand dismissively. He was well versed in these fundamentals. He felt no adverse effects from either the cost or the pollution. In fact, he felt remarkably well. However, it was indeed getting late. It was best to conclude for the day. Jiang Yu stretched his limbs. All right. Deng Ke exhaled in relief. Hmm. Jiang Yu pondered for a moment. From tomorrow onward, please assist me in locating mid-tier aberrations. Mid-tier? Deng Ke hesitated. Might that be a bit risky? Concerned that Jiang Yu may not grasp the nuances of this matter. He elaborated, there can be significant disparities even amongst the same tier. The Night Watch provides only a vague classification of mid-tier, and the specifics of an aberration's strength can only be discerned through direct engagement. Not to worry, select those with lesser attack power. We shall take our time. Jiang Yu replied, the utility of mid-tier aberrations is diminishing. It is time to pursue new targets. Very well, Deng Ke conceded. Hunting monsters restores memory. Hunting monsters restores strength. This was Jiang Yu's assertion to Deng Ke. Such an absurd premise was hard to believe. Were it not for the visible increase in his power with each aberration he dispatched, Deng Ke would not have accepted it. Grotesque one, may I take my leave? Farewell. Deng Ke waved goodbye, making his way toward the nearest exit of the Shadow Realm, in high spirits. The entrances and exits of the Shadow Realm were tightly controlled by the Night Watch. How did the grotesque one always manage to enter and exit? Did he possess knowledge of a wild rift? To privately control such a phenomenon was a crime. After all, if humans could traverse, so too could aberrations. Failing to report such knowledge could lead to dire consequences. Surely, the grotesque one didn't reside within the Shadow Realm. Who could possibly live there continuously? Suddenly, a realization struck Deng Ke, and his expression shifted dramatically. He hurriedly glanced back, but of course, Jiang Yu was nowhere in sight. He quickened his pace to leave. Upon exiting the Shadow Realm, Jiang Yu made his way back to his building. Along the way, he purchased a chrysanthemum from a shop, returning to his residence. From a distance, he spotted Lu Yaoyao waiting for the elevator. Oh, flowers? Lu Yaoyao exclaimed upon noticing the bloom in his hand, her eyes lighting up as she bounced over. Who are they for? Ah well. Jiang Yu, taken aback by the coincidence, replied, they are for you. What kind of flower is this? Lu Yaoyao, unfamiliar with such matters, inquired. This is a rose, Jiang Yu explained. Is it? The pale white petals enveloped the soft yellow center, fresh and inviting. Taking a whiff, one could detect its delightful fragrance. Indeed, Jiang Yu affirmed. This variety is not overly flamboyant. That is not a rose. Lu Yaoyao retorted, pointing at a small tag on the stem, chamomile. You claim it is not a rose? Jiang Yu remained unfazed. It is not. I must say, this is certainly not a rose. Jiang Yu sighed. This is unequivocally not a rose at all. When I placed an order for flowers at the shop, the moment I picked them up, I was handed this very bloom. I insisted that it was not a rose. Yet they maintained that it indeed was. I argued, they persisted, and ultimately, I had no choice but to take it home. A question mark slowly surfaced on Lu Yaoyao's face. What a situation. This is what one might call letting the chrysanthemum fly. Chapter 38. Lin Mo, Su Lin. This is certainly not a gift for some young girl. I cursed under my breath. What am I thinking? It's nearly dinner time. And here I am bringing flowers home? What a ridiculous notion. If someone had gifted me this, do you truly believe I would return home today? Don't question where I would go instead. The hotel is my home. Upon learning that these flowers were not specifically purchased for him, Jiang Yu witnessed Lu Yaoyao's expression morph from shock to disbelief, and finally, to indignation. Now, with a darkened visage and her small bag in tow, she looked as though she wished to strike herself. What are you pressing the button for 10 floors? Lu Yaoyao inquired within the elevator. To deliver flowers. Very well. Lu Yaoyao retorted, amused by his calm demeanor. I am quite curious to see whom you are bestowing them upon. A boy, Jiang Yu replied helplessly, casting her a sidelong glance. And what business is it of yours? What business is it of mine? Lu Yaoyao exclaimed in astonishment, her ire escalating. Jiang Yu, oh. Very well, I see how it is. Next time, I shall buy you flowers. Jiang Yu extended his hand, intending to ruffle her hair affectionately, but it was swiftly swatted away with a loud clap. Lu Yaoyao's chest heaved in frustration. Ding. The elevator reached their floor, and Jiang Yu stepped out first. I am eager to see who has enchanted you so much that you are delivering flowers. Lu Yaoyao followed closely behind. However, as they turned left and rounded the corner, she hesitated momentarily. There, at the end of the corridor, lay a collection of bouquets, yellow and white, mostly an assortment of chrysanthemums of unknown varieties. They were clearly intended for memorial purposes. In an instant, Lu Yaoyao understood. Jiang Yu pressed onward, bending to place the flowers down. What is this? A memorial? Jiang Yu replied, straightening himself. A memorial for whom? Jiang Yu explained. Well, how should I put this, Su Lin? His gaze lingered behind Lu Yaoyao. Jiang Yu, Lu Yaoyao? What are you two doing here? Su Lin asked, taken aback. She glanced at the bouquet, her expression shifting to mild surprise. Do you know Lin Mo? I can't say I know him well. I don't even know his name. Jiang Yu scratched his head. I encountered some trouble previously, and Lin Mo helped me out. We reside on the same floor, and upon learning of his misfortune, I have been bringing flowers daily. Su Lin nodded in understanding. I see, come on in. She approached the door, inserted her key, and turned the lock, then carried the flowers inside. As the door swung open, the interior was quite simple. White tiled floors adorned with cloud patterns and an empty cabinet nearby. To the left, there was a modest living room, furnished with basic items like a coffee table, sofa, and television, alongside a small balcony. 2 bedrooms were accessible, but Jiang Yu chose not to venture further. The trio settled onto the sofa in the living room, and Su Lin took her seat first. Sister, what happened to Lin Mo? I remember he mentioned something about Baidu Academy and extraordinary liberal arts. Jiang Yu inquired. He even shared that with you? Su Lin replied in astonishment. We live in the same building and occasionally chat. Jiang Yu chuckled. Once, some thugs were after me, and Lin Mo helped teach them a lesson. Later, he even asked me for a cigarette while dressed in night watchman-esque attire. That sounds like something he would do. Su Lin could not suppress a light smile. However, her smile faded quickly, for the subject of their conversation was no longer present. After a moment of silence, she continued, her tone tinged with nostalgia. We were high school classmates and later entered Baidu Academy in different majors. He was exceptionally competitive, as if he was born with a talent for willpower. From the moment of his self-assessment, it was fixed, like someone with type A blood versus someone with type B. It is an unchangeable fate. He never accepted that, always asserting that since it was a test of willpower, it could be strengthened, and so could a person. Thus, disregarding all warnings, he insisted on joining the combat department in his first year. The outcome, as you can imagine, was tragic. Su Lin stared vacantly, her lips pressed together. Talent dictates everything, and he could not defy the ironclad rules established by countless predecessors. Eventually, he transitioned to extraordinary liberal arts. Before graduating, he interned at the Night Watch Bureau, impressively securing a permanent position. He was quite sociable and cheerful, occasionally visiting the gym or library. Fitness and reading were among his few hobbies. I suppose that youthful vigor has faded significantly by now. Not long ago, Lin Mo perished heroically while attempting to save 2 children. He entered the Shadow Realm and battled an aberration, ultimately sacrificing himself after consuming a compound. Ironically, the aberration he fought was of the same kind as the wraith encountered in the shopping mall that day. Lu Yaoyao, like a wilted eggplant, had been silent since entering. Her anger long vanished without a trace. Look at my memory, so caught up in conversation that I neglected to pour you both a glass of water, Su Lin said. Rising. No need, Sister Su Lin, Jiang Yu quickly interjected. Yet Su Lin had already poured water and placed it before them. Thank you, Sister Su Lin. Not at all. Su Lin observed the two, lost in thought, her eyes shining briefly before dimming again. People can be impulsive. In a moment of panic, they may make unwise decisions, Su Lin mused. Years ago, he trained tirelessly, attempting to break free from his shackles, but only ended up with wounds. He was never meant for martial duties, yet he plunged into the Shadow Realm to confront aberrations, which was, shall we say, a certain path to demise. Both of you possess considerable talent. It is crucial to remain calm in the face of adversity. She hesitated briefly, offering a strained smile. It is not shameful to not be a hero. Look at Lin Mo. He played the hero, but there is no future for him now. Jiang Yu took a sip of his water, letting out a sigh, unsure of how to offer consolation. He inhaled deeply and asked, Sister Su Lin, when will Lin Mo's remains be buried? They have already been laid to rest. With the new year approaching, it was best to inter him sooner for peace. Is that so? Jiang Yu recalled vividly the powerful, strange-patterned wraith he had encountered, its formidable presence. Perhaps he was mistaken? Thoughts swirled in his mind. After all, he could not tell Su Lin. I suspect something is amiss with Lin Mo's remains. Could we possibly open the coffin to inspect? Instead, he remarked, aberrations are truly detestable. That day in the mall, I witnessed a wraith covered in black, resembling a worm with tadpole-like patterns, its eyes seemingly blind, wreaking havoc in the Shadow Realm. It would be nearly impossible for an ordinary person to survive such an encounter. At the mention of certain words, Su Lin momentarily flinched. After exchanging a few more words, she saw Jiang Yu and Lu Yaoyao out, returning inside with her brow increasingly furrowed. Lin Mo, she whispered, unable to remain still. She retreated to her room, opened her computer, and began typing away. I wonder when Sister Su Lin will be able to move on. Exiting the door, Jiang Yu let out a sigh. In my stead, a longtime classmate has passed away. I suspect I will grieve for quite some time. Lu Yaoyao nodded. Do you truly believe they were merely an old classmate? Jiang Yu cast a sidelong glance at her. After all, the engagement ring adorning the ring finger spoke volumes. Lu Yaoyao instinctively glanced back at the already closed door. Life is indeed fraught with regrets, is it not? Yes, Lu Yaoyao responded softly. I have come to a realization. Let us gather at my home tonight and mend some of those regrets. Yes, Lu Yaoyao was taken aback, her expression one of disbelief. What did you say? Chapter 39, Yao Yao's ability, soul suppression. 992. 993. Within the confines of his home, in the shadow realm, Jiang Yu transformed into his shadow form, supporting himself on the ground as he performed push-ups in an inverted position. Ever since becoming extraordinary, his energy seemed boundless. Today, having absorbed 4 different anomalies, his strength had grown even more formidable. With nothing else to occupy his time, he engaged in training within the shadow realm. The manual provided a panel that merely recorded the abilities he possessed without detailing any specific attributes such as stamina or strength. Consequently, Jiang Yu found himself uncertain of his current standing. According to Deng Ku, he was likely not strong enough to contend with second-tier beings, but could dominate within the first tier. Even if he could not slay his prey, he could certainly escape. 997. 998. He continued his training diligently. Suddenly, he noticed the doorknob exhibiting signs of movement. Someone was there. Was it Uncle Li or Yao Yao? No, Uncle Li was still in Baidu. The lengthy transit between gathering places during this cataclysmic upheaval was far more arduous than in his previous life. Fortunately, he had locked the door. The doorknob turned, but did not fully open. Jiang Yu swiftly withdrew from the shadow realm. With a click, the door swung open, revealing Lu Yao Yao standing at the threshold. It was past 8. What prompted your visit? Jiang Yu assessed her appearance. The girl's long hair flowed freely, and she donned an adorable dinosaur-themed pajama set, revealing a delicate ankle akin to a white lotus. On her feet were fuzzy monster slippers, though she regrettably wore cotton socks. I baked some cookies. Would you care for a taste? The girl raised the bag in her hand. I simply must try them, Jiang Yu grinned. Are you coming in? To his surprise, Lu Yao Yao actually stepped inside. Typically, after dinner, she would return home. Yet today, she had chosen to seek him out. With a thud, she closed the door behind her. Jiang Yu chuckled to himself. Your smile is rather lewd, Lu Yao Yao remarked. Her vigilance suddenly heightened as she placed her belongings on the coffee table. Not at all. I am merely delighted. Jiang Yu wiped his mouth. I do have a fondness for cookies. They are quite tempting. What were you doing in there? I knocked for ages. And when I used my key, it wouldn't budge. Sitting cross-legged on the sofa. Lu Yao Yao was aware of the mischievous thoughts running through his mind and shot him an exasperated glare. I was training and didn't notice. Jiang Yu shifted closer. And where is Uncle Lu? Out on a mission. Will he be back tonight? The events at the mall have left me terrified. Every time I close my eyes, those horrifying images invade my thoughts. I feel as though I am lying in bed, surrounded by anomalies watching me. Yao Yao, what should I do? I am just an ordinary youth, utterly unaccustomed to bloodshed, and I am terrified. Lu Yao Yao was momentarily at a loss for words, sensing the underlying implications in Jiang Yu's tone. You can stay here tonight. As expected, Lu Yao Yao's forehead twitched with irritation, ignoring the boy's overly dramatic demeanor. She asked, Hey, I forgot to inquire earlier. What is your awakened ability? An ability, you say? Jiang Yu pondered. Have you heard of Shadow Eye? The branch ability of the shadow user? Lu Yao Yao considered this. Oh, as long as you've heard of it, that simplifies things. Thankfully, he possessed a variety of abilities to choose from. After some contemplation, Jiang Yu resolved to present Shadow Eye as his publicly acknowledged ability, as it was relatively moderate and theoretically capable of growth. After all, the other abilities seemed less suitable for disclosure. Shadow walking? I awakened a super cool ability that allows me to parkour freely. Grasping form. That form seems somewhat familiar, reminiscent of the infamous warty brother. That would purely expose my identity. You see, my online persona is that of a fierce hunter, a cunning and ruthless assassin. Letting others know I am merely an 18-year-old boy would be of no use. Clearly, Shadow Eye was not particularly rare, as Lu Yao Yao nodded in understanding. What about you? What is your ability? Jiang Yu inquired with curiosity. Soul suppression, a branch ability of the soul user, with potential rated at the highest tier. Lu Yao Yao smirked. Soul suppression? That sounds rather impressive. Jiang Yu felt a sense of awe. Lu Yao Yao continued. My initial combat capabilities are rather weak, primarily serving a disruptive purpose. However, if I advance to the 5th tier, I will undoubtedly surpass your Shadow Eye. She proudly lifted her chin. Precious one, you belong to the XX user branch. While I am a genuine stealth user, hunter. Jiang Yu refrained from disheartening her, instead playfully ruffling her hair. But do take care not to squander your potential early on. Close your crow's mouth. The girl covered her forehead and rolled her eyes. Speaking of which, what exactly are these shadow users and soul users? Jiang Yu asked. Honestly, I don't know too much either, Lu Yao Yao replied. These users correlate to the types of anomalies. For instance, shadow users correspond to the shadow anomaly. Hunting anomalies and absorbing their pollution is one of the means through which extraordinary individuals grow stronger, and if one hunts the corresponding anomaly, the efficiency will greatly increase. Conversely, a shadow user hunting pattern anomalies or blood anomalies will find it a futile endeavor. Oh, how fascinating. Lu Yaoyao is truly a treasure of knowledge. Any question posed to her is bound to yield an answer. Come, demonstrate your ability. Soul suppression. That name sounds quite formidable. Jiang Yu rubbed his hands together. To whom should I demonstrate? I require a target to activate my ability. Me. Jiang Yu thumped his chest. Are you out of your mind? I'm tough and resilient. You just awakened your ability. Surely you cannot possibly kill me with it. How does soul suppression work? Will it shake my brains? It's soul suppression. As in the act of subduing, you fool. Lu Yaoyao sighed, realizing that the two of them had been conversing on entirely different wavelengths. Well, that is even less frightening. It's merely subduing, akin to binding or stunning in a game. Come, let me give it a try. What if something happens to you? Lu Yaoyao felt a twinge of excitement. Her ability required a living target to manifest. After all, casting soul suppression on a wooden cabinet would yield no response. Though her ability was remarkable, not having the opportunity to utilize it was also somewhat frustrating. Rest assured, I genuinely have nothing to fear. Jiang Yu flexed his muscles. Look at these gains, all muscle. It's hard to believe you've truly built up some muscle. Lu Yaoyao exclaimed, her gaze captivated, upon regaining her composure. She met Jiang Yu's teasing gaze, her cheeks flushing crimson as she instinctively averted her eyes. Would you like to touch them? Shut your mouth. Lu Yaoyao. Both flustered and angry, challenged. So you want to try, do you? Fine, let us see. Are you ready? Bring it on. Am I allowed to go all out? No mercy. Here it comes. With a thud, her mind spun. Jiang Yu fell backward, landing in Lu Yaoyao's embrace. Chapter 40. I have been afraid of thunder since childhood. Ah, it hurts. He groaned, collapsing in pain. His moans grew increasingly anguished. Are you all right? Lu Yaoyao stood frozen, at a loss. It felt as if his head were about to explode. After a moment, he urged, quickly lie down. I will fetch a doctor. Lu Yaoyao hurriedly supported him. The strength she had just gained surged forth uncontrollably, and upon witnessing Jiang Yu's condition, she truly panicked. Help me press my temples. Jiang Yu lay across her legs. Taking a deep breath. Do not misunderstand. I merely struggled to breathe due to the pain earlier. Now, I just need to catch my breath. I have no intention of taking advantage of you. Cough, cough. Just rub it. Jiang Yu's expression was one of distress. Ah, Lu Yaoyao instinctively placed her hands on him. Her fingers, cool and long like scallions, gently massaged his temples. This is not the time for this. I must go call a doctor. Lu Yaoyao belatedly realized. Oh, that feels better. Jiang Yu grasped her wrist, insisting, just a little longer. I can manage. Are you really okay? Lu Yaoyao hesitated. Rub it more, just a little more. Jiang Yu urged. Her delicate fingers continued to massage his head. Soft, truly soft. Fragrant, indeed fragrant. Rubbing his head alleviated some pain. How should I do this? Just relax the scalp, starting from the forehead to the back, pressing gently from the crown to the sides. And also massage the pressure points in the neck to soothe the head. The technique should be gentle, not just poking with a single finger. Fingers should be together. Light and tender. How much have you spent at the Xingyue Club at the community entrance? Lu Yaoyao inquired calmly. Not much, just a few thousand. Jiang Yu's voice trailed off as he opened his eyes. Actually, I was joking. Do you believe me? Get up. Rub it more, just a little more. 1, 2. Seeing her start to count, Jiang Yu quickly straightened his back. I should go back. Lu Yaoyao's expression darkened. Hey, don't. It was over. The joke had gone too far. I really did sway a bit earlier. Jiang Yu redirected the conversation. I was focused, intending to dodge, but suddenly I was caught off guard. Upon hearing him describe his abilities, Lu Yaoyao paused her movements. With a huff, she remarked, the powers of extraordinary beings stem from the unusual. Their unpredictable nature is entirely normal. If all abilities could be perceived by the naked eye, that would indeed be abnormal. Praise you a bit, and you start panting. Jiang Yu chuckled. Does it hurt? Yes, it does. It feels as if a small hammer has struck my forehead. Can you endure it? Completely fine. After all, I just awakened my abilities. I have been crawling through the shadow realm for years now. No matter how bad it gets, I shouldn't be unable to withstand this. However, Lu Yaoyao's abilities were indeed extraordinary. Unpredictable. Despite his focus, he still fell victim. In the future, as Lu Yaoyao's power increases, her might could become even more terrifying. Defeating an enemy without a battle, a headshot from 800 meters away, Jiang Yu was unsure if extraordinary beings could reach such heights, but he sat beside Lu Yaoyao, casually attempting to grasp her small hand. Unfortunately, Lu Yaoyao noticed and shifted a few positions away. Jiang Yu was oblivious to the concept of embarrassment, maintaining a calm demeanor. After the spring festival, in about 10 days, are we not supposed to head to the training camp? Yes, Lu Yaoyao replied. Yunhai is the largest among the nearby gathering places. Other instructors will bring their students there. This year, they are expanding recruitment. So the numbers will likely be slightly higher than before. I have a question. With so many people being recruited, can the training camp accommodate them? Jiang Yu inquired. Rest assured, Lu Yaoyao explained. The expanded recruits are primarily extraordinary liberal arts students, while the training camp is filled with martial science trainees. I see, Jiang Yu understood. Suddenly, a thunderclap erupted. Tonight, a heavy rain was expected. It's late. I should head back. Oh, are you leaving already? Jiang Yu felt unsatisfied. What else should I do? Lu Yaoyao shot him a look of disbelief. You're an adult. Do you still fear thunder? I'm not saying you fear it. I'm saying I do. Jiang Yu replied with a shy smile. You fear nothing. Get lost. Get lost. I'm going to get a pillow. Hey, Jiang Yu. My dad will kill you if he finds out. Let him. I'm terrified. I've been afraid of thunder since childhood. When it thunders, my legs shake. I can't move, and my words tremble. I have a timid nature. You know this well. I've always been cautious. I wonder when I can change. Watching Jiang Yu, who was bouncing around like a monkey as he dashed into the room to grab a pillow, Lu Yaoyao's expression stiffened. Lu uncle isn't coming back tonight, right? Jiang Yu flashed a bright smile, resembling a wolf that had spotted a delectable lamb. Is this the first-tier upper-level extraordinary being you found? In the Shadow Realm. Atop a tall building, Jiang Yu looked at Deng Ku. For some reason, Deng Ku keenly sensed that Jiang Yu seemed somewhat displeased today. He immediately explained with a grimace. Brother, there are indeed first-tier upper-level beings, but they have scattered significantly compared to mid-tier. Fortunately, there are still a few nearby in District East 1, making them easier to hunt. Moreover, these hunters, aside from their high attack power and thick blood, possess no other peculiar means. Once you adapt to their attack patterns, you will be just fine. Besides, brother, haven't you already killed one? The hunter Deng Ku mentioned was the prey Jiang Yu showcased in his second video not long ago. He had previously barely wounded a half-destroyed hunter, dealing just enough damage to scrape its blood. Dragging its remaining form, it nearly crushed Jiang Yu. The claw form and shadow walk were indeed the rewards from that hunt. However, upon reflection, Deng Ku was not wrong. Among extraordinary beings, many possessed bizarre abilities, making their attacks difficult to predict. Perhaps hunters and spirits, which dealt direct and brutal damage, were actually easier to handle. Moreover, Deng Ku had watched Jiang Yu's video, confirming his previous conquest over this extraordinary being, which led him to choose it. Considering everything, this was actually a decent choice. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yu calmed himself. He woke up relatively early. When he rose from the floor, he tiptoed to the bedside. Lu Yaoyao, asleep, had a naturally rosy complexion, untouched by any cosmetics, yet radiated an innate glow. Her skin, akin to that of a juicy peach, was irresistibly tempting to bite. Her eyelashes fluttered gently, her small nose inhaling and exhaling, and her glistening lips occasionally brushed against each other as she murmured. After staring for several seconds, she began to stir awake. Looking at Jiang Yu, her pure eyes were filled with confusion. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. It was Lu uncle returning. Yaya, what time is it? Why are you still asleep? Guess what I brought you? Jiang Yu was unaware of what had been purchased. He only knew that Lu uncle's belts were of poor quality and would snap after some use. Chapter 41. Shadow Threads Upgrade. New Abilities. Returning to the present. The hunter is just a hunter. Perhaps today, I will create another video about hunters. Jiang Yu's gaze sharpened as he observed the towering predator, akin to a colossal automobile, prowling across the opposite building. Beneath it lay the mangled corpse of an alien creature, torn asunder. Health, 87. A robust vitality indeed. Its combat prowess equivalent to that of its prime. The detection device indicated that the alien was nearby. Deng Ke glanced at the instrument in his hand. The palm-sized device displayed a light point, accompanied by distance and altitude markers. 25 meters in a straight line, approximately 7 meters in descent. This meant the predator was situated within the adjacent edifice, and considering the height they currently occupied, it needed to descend by around 2 stories. Yowzi, do you require me to keep watch? He inquired, rummaging through his gear. No need. I can see it, Jiang Yu replied, flexing his wrist and stretching his muscles. Go for it, Yowzi. Just as Deng Ke finished speaking, a powerful gust surged past him, tousling his hair. He had grown accustomed to such occurrences. He swiftly donned his goggles. His vision became slightly blurred, yet with the aid of his equipment, he could discern Jiang Yu's silhouette. Jiang Yu plummeted directly downward and, halfway through his descent, leaped forward. His body exhibited an extraordinary ability to hover momentarily before diving into the lower floors of the opposing building. The predator seemed to have sensed something amiss. It stood erect, cautiously scanning its surroundings. After a prolonged wait without detecting any anomalies, it relaxed and bent down to resume its meal. At that instant, a figure emerged from the shadows, and before the predator could react, dark, entangling claws lunged forth. With a tearing sound, they pierced its body, causing crimson blood to splatter. Health, 8,769. Its vitality remained formidable. Jiang Yu's strength had vastly improved. Now wielding the formidable Shadow Claw form, Utilizing Shadow Strike, he managed to inflict just under 20 points of damage. To put it into perspective, a first-tier mid-tier alien would sustain at least 40 or 50 damage from a single strike. Roar. The predator bellowed in a frenzy, twisting its massive frame. The sudden pain interrupted its feeding. It swung its disproportionately large blood-stained claws, slicing through the air toward Jiangyu. Anticipating this, he bent low, deftly sidestepping the attack. The claws scraped against one another, clashing like metal on metal. Jiangyu, agile as an eel, darted away, then raised his clawed hand to strike at its heart. With a sharp sound, as if a dull blade had pierced through leather, he struggled to penetrate its hide. Health, 6,963. Blood oozed forth. Yet the claw failed to advance significantly, as the predator quickly turned its body, forcing Jiangyu to relinquish his offensive. Its eyes, a deep crimson, and its maw, shaped like a rounded rectangle with 4 razor-sharp teeth at the corners, opened wide, revealing a multitude of tiny, gnawing teeth within. A single bite could yield enough material for several scientific discussions. Jiangyu spat a thick glob toward it. He unleashed a strand of shadow silk, piercing deep into its flesh. The predator was momentarily at a loss, unsure whether to close its mouth or keep it agape. Health, 6,361. Farewell. It raised a claw to cover itself, but Jiangyu was already prepared. He deftly anchored his shadow silk to the floor, pulling himself away from its vicinity. Releasing the silk, he propelled himself from the derelict building. Could he endure this? The enraged predator surged forward, its massive form crashing down as it leapt from the structure. After all, shadow walking originated from its very essence, so its ability to perform such feats was no surprise. The predator's vision was limited in its perception. Falling would undoubtedly lead to a crash against the ground. It plunged downward, but after barely 2 strides, a kick unexpectedly flew from the adjacent floor, striking it squarely in the lower back. Damn! The predator's expression shifted gradually. It swung its claws, attempting to stabilize itself. Jiangyu was unwilling to grant it that opportunity. He unleashed several strands of silk in rapid succession, disrupting its movements. The predator soared through the air, 16 stories, 50 meters high. Jiangyu could even see the astonishment and panic reflected in its eyes. My good brother, next time you feast, remember not to climb so high. Roar. The predator let out a mournful cry. The impact from such a height would be catastrophic. Dropping a watermelon would cause a resounding explosion. Tossing a dumbbell would startle all the occupants of the building. If a small car were thrown, the noise would resonate for hundreds of meters. Do not throw objects from high places. The predator, with its dense musculature and formidable bone structure, weighed nearly a ton. It plummeted down. Jiangyu watched as its health plummeted from 61 to 25. One arm and one leg snapped completely, and despite their inherent durability, they fractured under the immense force, leaving the creature incapacitated. Then Jiangyu leapt down, delivering a kick to the predator. Health, 2,520. With its injuries, the rate at which it lost health accelerated significantly. The predator staggered, instinctively roaring as it attempted to rise. Its wounds began to heal rapidly, yet it was powerless against the internal damage, demonstrating its ferocity. Truly a blood kind, possessing astonishing vitality. If it were not for such resilience, the battle could have dragged on indefinitely. Seizing the moment while it was still incapacitated, Jiangyu unleashed a flurry of claw strikes. In his sight, the predator's health dwindled rapidly, soon reaching the execution threshold. Claws plunged in, tearing apart flesh. Marked, hunted, elimination. By leveraging your agility and the advantages of the terrain, you have dispatched an alien with minimal exertion. An exceptional hunter is adept at utilizing the environment and tools to achieve victory. You are gradually recognizing this truth. The hunting judgment has succeeded. Your shadow silk has been enhanced. A new ability, Shadow Cluster, has been unlocked. Shadow Cluster. Your mastery over shadows has deepened, compressing them to unleash shadow clusters, which, upon detonation, will emit numerous strands of silk with formidable penetrating power. So this is how shadow silk has been enhanced. This ability, while not particularly damaging, has always been employed by Jiangyu as a supportive skill. For instance, if he needed to leap from one building to another and lacked the distance, he would shoot out a strand of silk, mimicking Spider-Man. Or during combat, he could anchor it to the ground, the ceiling, or even on his enemies, pulling himself swiftly away or into the fray. Well, perhaps it's not entirely useless. However, if given the choice, he would undoubtedly prioritize enhancements to Shadow Claw form, or Shadow form. Boosting these two would yield a tangible increase in strength. Jiangyu continued to sift through the manual. Name: Predator. Type: Blood. Level: First Tier Upper. Description: An inferior abyssal entity, possessing a robust physique and immense strength. As a blood kind, it boasts superior regenerative capabilities. Kill cost: Waived. Shadow Devourer Harvest. Power, stamina, and regenerative ability have been enhanced, and the number of shadow points has increased. This anomaly has been recorded. Alas, no new abilities have been unlocked. Jiang Yu sighed lightly. Well, if there are none, there are none. As a typical first-tier extraordinary, it seems he won't fully grasp the scant abilities he possesses until the second tier. He now considers himself a luxurious player in the novice village. Under his manipulation, a swirling mass of shadows coalesced in his palm. He gently flicked it away, and an oval object, resembling a large silkworm cocoon but several sizes larger, shot forth. It landed on the ground. Quietly. Boom. Suddenly, it erupted. 5 tendrils of shadow shot out in all directions, spanning nearly 10 meters, resembling a blooming firework. This ability seems rather formidable. Chapter 42. Codename, Deity. You should keep your distance from that Jiang Yu kid from now on. Do you hear me? Lu Nanfeng said with a stern glare. Oh, Lu Yaoyao replied in a subdued tone. Why can't you be a little more restrained? Lu Nanfeng lamented in exasperation. I am being serious, do you know? I know. Lu Yaoyao nodded repeatedly. You don't know anything. It goes in one ear and out the other. Lu Nanfeng retorted, still irate. That kid is cunning. If you keep playing with him, you might find yourself sold one day, counting money for someone else. Dad, it's not as exaggerated as you say. We're just ordinary classmates. Lu Yaoyao defended herself. Ordinary classmates. The moment I used a belt on Jiang Yu this morning, I asked him to explain your relationship. If he didn't clarify today, I would break his legs. That little rascal insisted on calling you ordinary classmates. What a fine ordinary classmate. They are already sleeping in the same room on the floor, and he dares to call it ordinary. This kid truly deserves a beating. Dad, please don't get so worked up every day, Lu Yaoyao advised. If that kid were more honest, it would be fine. But just look at the way he looks at you. How can I not be worried? Lu Nanfeng's expression darkened. What kind of look? Lu Yaoyao countered. You. Are you truly a fool, or just pretending to be one, my dear daughter? Lu Nanfeng felt his teeth grinding in frustration at Jiang Yu. All right, Dad, don't overthink it. I know my boundaries. Besides, you've watched Jiang Yu grow up. He has his quirks, but he won't cross the line on major issues. Lu Yaoyao reassured him. Moreover, his talent assessment was unprecedentedly golden. If you keep beating him like this, once he becomes powerful, it will be you getting beaten. After hearing the latter part, Lu Nanfeng felt a flicker of comfort. Is that even a sensible thing to say? He dares to beat me. Lu Yaoyao recoiled. You. Lu Nanfeng inhaled deeply. Dad, don't let it get to you. Lu Yaoyao tried to soothe him. If you keep your distance from Jiang Yu, I won't be angry. Lu Nanfeng sneered. Lu Yaoyao fell silent. Unable to find a way to argue back, Lu Nanfeng finally calmed down after a while. He took a stack of documents from his briefcase. Among numerous extraordinary individuals, the awakening probability of soul manipulators is low, and the ability to command spirits is considered among the top tier. In the past, a general awakened with a similar ability. Within this document lies his early training experiences, which you must study diligently during this time, and ensure they remain confidential. The training experiences of a general? Lu Yaoyao exclaimed in surprise. The so-called general is one of the 5 strongest individuals in the Great Zhou. Without considering any external factors, they are the most formidable in practical combat. As time passes, newcomers replace the old. Most generals with talents in military or political fields will eventually transition into the Night Patrol Division, gradually rising to become leaders of various districts. Those slightly less capable might become professors or hold other significant positions at universities. In essence, every general is a beacon of hope for the Great Zhou, a true pillar of strength. Gaining access to such a predecessor's training experiences, albeit only the preliminary stages, is sufficient for Lu Yaoyao to avoid countless detours. Where did this information come from? After the initial delight, Lu Yaoyao felt puzzled. Her father is merely a patrol officer in a second-tier gathering place. His status is indeed high, but it shouldn't extend to connections with past generals. Regardless of its origin, focus on your training, Lu Nanfeng instructed. Dad, did you send a gift to someone? Lu Yaoyao speculated. Lu Nanfeng momentarily froze. Is it that Jiang Yu kid, who keeps talking about gifts and corruption? His reaction only intensified Lu Yaoyao's suspicions. Dad, please clarify the origin of this material. At such a young age, making wild guesses, Lu Nanfeng flicked her forehead. It's your Uncle Li who helped obtain it. Uncle Li? Lu Yaoyao was even more bewildered. Regardless of its origins, you shouldn't feel any psychological burden. Just study diligently. If only I had access to a general's experience back then, perhaps I too would have reached the 5th tier and become a patrol officer in a primary gathering place, which would be far better than my current state. Is this a betrothal gift? Lu Yaoyao inquired. You should treasure it. After all, the general. Cough, cough, cough. The girl suddenly interjected, nearly causing Lu Nanfeng to choke on his saliva. His face gradually flushed red. I'm going to give Jiang Yu another beating right now. Why would you hit him? He's the one who led you astray. Lu Nanfeng's face turned crimson, clearly realizing something was amiss. How can you say that your Uncle Li's gesture was a betrothal gift? It's simply the experience of a general. If he considers it a betrothal gift, he truly has a lot of nerve. Dad, please don't get worked up. Lu Yaoyao sighed. No, I must ask Uncle Li what he meant by this. Lu Nanfeng abruptly stood up and returned to his room, slamming the door shut. The training experience of a general, holding the documents in her hands. Lu Yaoyao found herself both amused and somewhat anxious. Meanwhile, Lu Nanfeng retrieved his communicator and dialed Li Xuanguang. After a few beeps, the call was successfully connected. Hello? Old Li, what was your intention behind sending that training experience from the branch leader? He got right to the point. What? Li Xuanguang was at a loss. I'm asking if you found any information for your little you? Lu Nanfeng inquired. After a moment of silence, Li Xuanguang replied, No, why? Well, look at that. You won't help your big nephew, but you're helping my daughter? Lu Nanfeng's expression turned quite colorful. We can discuss this when I return. Li Xuanguang said without further questioning. You called it a good time. I just finished discussing matters related to the Yunhai gathering place. Transitioning to serious business. Lu Nanfeng adopted a more solemn tone. What arrangements have been made? There aren't many changes from before. The documents will be sent to you this afternoon. So you can review them then. All right. Lu Nanfeng nodded, frowning as he asked, What did the higher-ups say regarding your little you? We'll reassess after the special training camp. A talent exceeding the 6th tier cannot be carelessly spread. Have the students who awakened that day been dealt with? They have been handled. Let there be no misunderstandings. They were not eliminated, but rather their memories from that day were influenced or erased using certain special items or abilities. Lu Yaoyao was also supposed to have her memories erased, but due to her unique abilities in the soul manipulation branch, forcibly erasing her memories might lead to unforeseen consequences. So it was abandoned. All right, remember not to let this matter about little you leak. Rest assured, I'm aware. Lu Nanfeng nodded, then asked, What about that big fellow? There was news about it a few days ago, but recently there hasn't been a whisper. It won't be disclosed in the short term. Internal disclosure? Completely sealed. Li Xuanguang provided a definitive answer. The two fell into a profound silence. A complete lockdown signifies that, apart from those already informed, no further dissemination is permitted, with severe penalties for transgressors. Yet, the individuals privy to this weighty news are essentially those present at the meeting. In other words, apart from the current high-ranking officials, others shall not be privy to this information. Very well. Lu Nanfeng refrained from asking further questions, though a sudden heaviness settled upon his heart. It had been 90 years since the Great Calamity, during which formidable entities emerged. After a decade of research, there were finally some results, yet the information necessitated total secrecy. North City, Night Patrol Headquarters. After exchanging a few more words, he ended the call, standing by the window, gazing at the snow-blanketed North City. Li Xuanguang held a cigarette between his lips, exhaling a cloud of smoke. The glass, adorned with red couplets, was veiled in a layer of frost. Outside the window, the streets and treetops were festooned with festive red decorations. The new year was fast approaching. Behind him, on the desk, a document lay quietly. Its cover was starkly simple, bearing only the words, Top Secret. Subject B14256, an aberration, emerged 200 kilometers west of North City, coinciding with the 90th anniversary of the Great Calamity. Surrounded by a white halo, it hovered, its form elusive, seemingly on the brink of death. Direct eye contact was prohibited to avoid deep contamination, leading one to become an ardent devotee. Possessing immense power and extraordinary self-healing capabilities, it lacked the conventional understanding of blood. It was immune to most prohibitive substances, wholly resistant to psychic extraordinary abilities. 2 commanders perished in battle, 3 were severely injured, and 300 night patrol personnel suffered casualties, yet they successfully captured and contained it, sealing its dossier as top secret. Prolonged research has revealed the following characteristics. It cannot be directly observed, cannot be named, nor can it be slain. After comprehensive deliberation, it was designated with the codename, Divinity. Chapter 43, I am a security guard. Bang! A resounding crash echoed as Jiang Yu slammed heavily against the adjacent wall. Hiss! He drew in a sharp breath. That truly hurt. He fished a small mirror from his pocket. The glass was shattered, yet he retained a shard, holding it above his head. Health, 55, nearly half gone. It became evident that not all predators were dim-witted. The few that he had toyed with by leaping from high buildings were merely a minority. The more cautious predators, agile despite their massive size, navigated the skyscrapers with dexterity. Even though Jiang Yu had significantly enhanced his strength, it paled in comparison to the predator's wall-like physique. Engaging in a direct confrontation proved futile. Sure enough, a slight misstep led to a gigantic palm, the size of a fan, crashing down upon him, nearly obliterating him. Roar! The predator, now reduced to 30 health, remained undeterred. It extracted the steel rebar embedded in its body and lunged at him. With a height nearing 3 meters and a robust muscular frame, it exuded an overwhelming presence. Jiang Yu swiftly sidestepped, shooting a shadow line to ensnare the predator's form. He halted his retreat, then, with a surge of strength from his arm, propelled himself toward the predator, which had just landed. A large mass of black substance coalesced around his shadow claw, piercing directly into the predator's chest. Bang! In an instant, he was sent flying again. Drip, drip, blood cascaded from the predator's wound, splattering onto the ground with a sizzling sound. Jiang Yu rose from the ground, panting to stabilize his injuries, not rushing to attack. He brushed off his clothes and retrieved a piece of candy from his pocket. Despite the fierce battle, he managed to select a relatively intact piece. Placing it in his mouth, he chewed it with a satisfying crunch. The bravado was palpable, albeit odd in shadow form. At least the nearby Denku, who was silently recording the video on his phone, failed to discern what he was up to. 3. Jiang Yu spoke softly. Roar. The predator scratched its chest, seemingly uncomfortable. Unfortunately, it did not notice anything amiss, and once again charged at Jiang Yu. Thud, thud, thud. Its 4 limbs pounded the ground, creating a dull thumping sound. 2. Jiang Yu counted down again. Why is the warty brother showing off? Deng Ke glanced at the screen, then looked up at Jiang Yu. It was getting closer, rapidly approaching. In less than 10 meters, at the predator's speed, it felt like the blink of an eye. Hey, move. The warty brother stood like a wooden post, frozen in place. 1. As the final countdown echoed, the predator leapt high into the air. Bang! Suddenly, 5 strands of thread shot forth from the predator's body. 1 fell to the ground, another pierced the ceiling, while the remaining 3 anchored to the walls and pillars. Driven by inertia, the predator continued its forward momentum, but its speed diminished significantly until its claws were mere moments from Jiang Yu's face, at which point its body came to a complete halt. Health 8. It erupted from within, its upper body nearly bursting apart. The most ferocious strand shot from the predator's mouth. If aimed slightly further, it could have punctured its brain. Shadow mass. A small mass shot out, exploding midair or adhering to the opponent, resulting in limited lethality. Yet, if implanted within the enemy, the sudden surge of power unleashed would be terrifying. With its remaining health precariously teetering, Jiang Yu wiped the blood from his arm. The 5 massive claws spread wide, perfectly enveloping the predator's head. It was over. Execution. Bang. It exploded like a watermelon. Deng Ke swallowed hard. Without a doubt, the warty brother truly knew how to put on a show. If only I could be as suave as you. Phew. Jiang Yu crushed the candy, exhaling a long breath of stale air. Attributes, Shadow. Shadow points, 78. Remaining lifespan, 47 days. From dawn till dusk. 3 predators and a few unexpectedly discovered aberrations had successfully amassed over 70 shadow points. His body felt slightly engorged, though not markedly so, a mere whisper of sensation. As for his remaining lifespan, within just 2 days, it had climbed to nearly 50 days. Jiang Yu could proudly thump his chest and declare, not only will I survive the new year, but I will also endure until the first monthly exam after school starts. Speaking of which, whether there are monthly exams in the special training camp remains uncertain. During these 2 days of hunting, he did encounter several fellow scavengers or night patrol members. Undoubtedly, their strength far surpassed his own. Particularly during one instance, standing atop a tall building, he witnessed a scavenger, without any apparent special moves, strike down, causing a creature even more terrifying than a predator to split open on the spot. He wondered when he might possess such strength. Jiang Yu waved at Deng Ke, signaling that it was safe to come out. Warty brother, today's video was quite impressive. Deng Ke sprinted over, giving repeated thumbs up. Don't forget to help me edit it when we get back. Deng Ke's expression froze. For pay. Hee hee, given our relationship, even if I don't receive payment, I'd still help you edit videos. Then I won't pay you. Jiang Yu chuckled, patting him on the shoulder. Why do you seem so short of money? What do you do for a living? Scavenger. In this world, is that all you do? Security guard. Deng Ke grinned, accustomed to silencing the oblivious homeowners, apprehending solitary delivery personnel, and evading assailants unscathed. You wouldn't believe it, just a couple of days ago, I had to discipline 2 oblivious homeowners who truly thought that purchasing a house granted them ownership over everything. Incredible, isn't it? Jiang Yu felt an ache in his head at the absurdity, musing that while being a physical education teacher was understandable, a security guard was indeed an unexpected turn of events. You don't get it, the pressure of buying a house is immense. And with the kids needing to bolster their health, one must find ways to earn extra income to survive. Before encountering his current circumstances, Deng Ke was a timid figure, silent in the face of formidable foes, yet striking hard against the weak. Despite possessing the strength of a first-tier individual, his code of conduct was simple: overpower the lesser, undermine the mid-tier, and flee from the higher-ups. Mortgage payments, car loans, the essentials of life. Perhaps this encapsulates the pain of middle age in a world filled with the extraordinary. All right, that's enough for today. Time to head back. Sure, by the way, Brother Warts, tomorrow is New Year's Eve. Will you still be out hunting? Jiang Yu mused, realizing that New Year's Eve had crept up on them. Oh well, perhaps it's best to take a few days off. Indeed. Deng Ke nodded repeatedly. You should rest, Brother Warts. Daily high-intensity hunting could take a toll on your health. You're just worried about me getting into trouble because no one else is willing to pay you a handsome reward, Jiang Yu chuckled, refraining from exposing the truth. So, I'll be heading back? Deng Ke waved dismissively. See you later. Jiang Yu leaped towards the building, running freely along the 100-meter high structure. He soon soared through the shadows, speeding down the streets outside the community. Emerging from a corner, he reached the main road. After a day spent hunting, he looked forward to returning home to tease Lu Yaoyao, reveling in the simple joys of life. Just then, what was that? Approaching the community, he noticed an array of flyers scattered on the ground. They appeared different from the usual small cards. Could it be that new recruits had arrived? That would be splendid. His eyes lit up as he picked one up, only to lose its luster. Good news, good news. Still worried about your lack of talent? Do you wish to be someone else's child? Academic or athletic? What path will you choose for the future? Chuyang Group, a well-recognized entity in the Yuhai gathering place. Nutritional solutions, pharmaceutical platinum, academic tutoring, and athletic coaching, all available for just 3 days. What on earth? Chapter 44, We Are the Lighthouse. The next day, gazing at the towering 30-story building before him, Jiang Yu felt a twinge of helplessness. Beside him, Lu Yuqiang was brimming with aspirations. I tell you, that flyer is surely a scam, Jiang Yu remarked. Who said that? Lu Yuqiang retorted. Chuyang Group, such a large company, has no need to resort to false advertising. Otherwise, the night patrol would definitely investigate. I mean, the results may not be as promising as you think. We'll see how effective it is, Lu Yuqiang insisted. Let us not mention anything else. It's just a chance to broaden our horizons. Didn't they say there would be an athletic explanation? I'd like to get a head start. Fine. Jiang Yu sighed, resigned to follow him inside. Upon entering the building, their attention was immediately drawn to an oval orb at the center of the floor. Crafted from an unknown material, the orb's surface was not entirely smooth, featuring slight indentations, while flames adorned its circumference. This was the emblem of Chuyang Group. Surrounding them were pristine white tiles, with cylindrical chandeliers hanging down. There were no superfluous counters, giving the entire first floor an air of elegance and simplicity. Chuyang Group, an enterprise established nearly 50 years ago, truly flourished in the past 2 decades. Primarily focused on pharmaceuticals and biotechnology, it has become quite renowned in the surrounding Yuhai area. The flyer from yesterday originated from Chuyang Group, essentially advertising a new type of nutritional solution and the future career paths in academics and athletics, primarily targeting students and parents. Ever since he resolved to pursue a career in athletics, Lu Yuqiang had shown great interest in related information. Shortly after entering the lobby, a smiling young lady in uniform approached them. Hello, are you two here for the exhibition? This way, please. She led the way. Are you both high school students? Yes. Jiang Yu nodded, surveying his surroundings. For some inexplicable reason, upon stepping into Chuyang Group, he felt an unsettling sense of anxiety, as if a pair of unseen eyes were scrutinizing him. Truly, such a large organization has impressive security measures. Just in time. The first floor exhibition is currently introducing our newly developed supplements, which will benefit both academic and athletic pursuits. You might find it interesting. Absolutely. Lu Yuqiang was already eager. The exhibition hall was spacious, reminiscent of a museum. Divided into sections, it showcased remnants of extraordinary beings, outdated standard equipment, historical artifacts, and various research inventions from Chuyang Group. After walking a short distance down the corridor, a man in a lab coat and glasses, equipped with a small microphone typical of teachers, began his explanation. This drug, codenamed T1928, is called glycyrrhiza. Developed over 10 years by Dr. XXX from Baidu and his team, it effectively alleviates fatigue and enhances brain activity. What is this? Jiang Yu felt a stir in his heart as he glanced to the side. A fleeting dark red light caught his attention. His gaze sharpened. Xiaoqiang, you stay here. I'll go explore over there. Lu Yuqiang was engrossed, waving his hand dismissively. Contact me if you need anything. Something felt off. Jiang Yu moved aside. Dear, this supplement seems promising. Should we buy some for Hehe to try? It might be useful. You and your beliefs, I'll tell you. This is just a tax on intelligence. Let us agree, we'll only purchase a small amount. A familiar voice reached Jiang Yu's ears. He turned to look. What a surprise. Deng Ke. This person appeared only slightly older than Jiang Yu, yet unexpectedly, he was already married. Observing the little girl nestled between the couple, she seemed to be around 4 or 5 years old. How tragic to have such responsibilities at such a young age. Jiang Yu moved past them unnoticed and navigated toward the artifact exhibition area. Pictures, texts, maps. There was a broken sword stained with rust. Once wielded by ancestors in battles against extraordinary beings, remnants of a night patrol uniform, each tier symbolizing a mark of honor. Jiang Yu paused before a particular painting. In it, a man donned a tattered night patrol uniform, raising a fiery orb high. Countless pairs of eyes gazed at the flame, most filled with tears. This raised orb was the sole light in the vast darkness. Beside it was a small inscription, Chuyang, authored by XXX, dedicated to the founder of Chuyang Group, Mr. Zhao Chuyang. This pharmaceutical group even indulges in such artistic pursuits. Zhao Chuyang, once a night patrolman. Suddenly, a voice echoed beside him. Jiang Yu glanced to the right, his eyelids twitching. A rugged-looking man stood next to him, towering at about 6 feet, with distinct features exuding a certain middle-aged charm. He was the night patrolman who had come to support during that incident in the mall's shadowy depths. The image of him striking down a ghost flickered in Jiang Yu's mind. The man was accompanied by a young girl, seemingly of similar age to Deng Ke's child. Today, while perusing the group exhibition, I found myself surrounded by familiar faces. He evidently failed to recognize Jiang Yu as the enigmatic figure cloaked in shadow. Gazing at the scrolls, he softly spoke. 50 years into the era of cataclysm, we were beset by upheaval, leading to yet another blood-soaked evacuation. During this exodus, some fell prey to the allure of aberrant entities, becoming separated from the main force. The contingent led by Zhao Chuyang was among them. Once lost, they were engulfed in an abyss of darkness, with the shadows stirring restlessly. As a night watchman, Zhao Chuyang resolutely chose to raise his torch high, drawing the aberrations away alongside a few fellow night watchmen, thereby saving nearly 100 lives. Alas, he did not return, leaving no trace of his remains. Fortunately, his descendants successfully expanded the Chuyang group, contributing significantly to both the realm of everyday life and the extraordinary. Thus it is revealed, this tale may not be legendary. And in the dry recounting of the man, it appeared somewhat mundane. Yet Jiang Yu could still envision the arduous times of that era. From a nation far larger than the former Huaxia to the scattered territories marked on today's maps. A century of cataclysm cannot be encapsulated in mere pages of a textbook. What does the night watch signify to you? He suddenly inquired. Father? The girl did not catch his words. He gently tousled his daughter's hair, recalling the early millennium when the abyss descended and aberrations invaded. The great Zhou lay in ruins, despair dragging the world into darkness. The land beneath our feet was under siege by enemies. There was no option for the middle ground, either submission or annihilation. We are the sanctuary for the majority, the lighthouse that dispels the darkness. Among us are many, men, women, elders, and youth, all lost in the shadows, suffocating in despair. There are no lights behind us, only a dense fog ahead. Yet there are always those who carry the flame, forging ahead to ignite a flicker of hope for others. He turned to Jiang Yu and smiled, extending his right hand. Song Qingyan, third-tier night watchman of the Yunhai Night Watch. It is a pleasure to meet you. Li Zhangjiang's nephew, Jiang Yu replied, momentarily taken aback as he cautiously extended his hand to shake. Li Zhangjiang? Chapter 45, The Chuyang Group, Cultivating Aberrations. That one-armed, disheveled man, unkempt and scruffy, could drink himself under the table, sing off-key with a voice like a banshee, and turn pale and clammy at a horror film. He was a clumsy uncle who would trip over his own feet while playing soccer. A warrior of the great Zhou? It was no wonder Jiang Yu didn't consider this possibility. Uncle Li's appearance hardly aligned with that of a formidable figure. Coupled with his missing arm, he was often cheerful, occasionally pilfering supplies from the night watch. He seemed more like a bureaucratic higher-up than a tiger of the battlefield. Had he not been his nephew, Jiang Yu might have reported him. But now he could only think, how delightful. Father, this place isn't much fun. Let us go over there. The little girl tugged at Song Qingyan's sleeve. My apologies, young lady, for the mischief, he said with a hint of regret. The two released their hands. She is quite adorable. Jiang Yu's gaze shifted. Little sister, what is your name? Hello, big brother. I'm Song Xin, but you can call me Xin. The girl replied, her crescent-shaped eyes sparkling with life. She spoke with round cheeks, showing no sign of shyness. Her charming demeanor brought a smile to Jiang Yu's face. I heard from my colleagues that you underwent preliminary testing and will soon enter the special training camp. I've been appointed as one of the instructors for this session, so we should meet again upon your return. If you have time, feel free to visit the Night Watch to chat. I would be delighted to converse with the nephew of General Li, provided I am present. Song Qingyan affectionately ruffled her hair and then smiled, nodding at Jiang Yu. All right, I'll take her to explore elsewhere. Until we meet again. Jiang Yu bid him farewell, lost in thought. If he had not witnessed it firsthand, He would have never associated this amiable man with the fierce figure who could dispatch aberrations with a single punch. The disheveled, greasy middle-aged man, Uncle Li, the timid scavenger, Deng Ku, and the gentle Song Qingyan, who could obliterate aberrations with a mere fist. Was it true that the extraordinary bore two faces? Upon reflection, he seemed to be a regular at clubs, but who would have imagined that behind the scenes, he was a formidable warrior who hunted aberrations? Instructor at the Old Song Special Training Camp? He pondered what his true abilities might be. Buzz. His phone vibrated. Hello, Yao. When are you coming back? Remember to buy some eggs. I'll make egg drop soup for you tonight. Suddenly, a chill ran down Jiang Yu's spine as he abruptly looked around. The eerie red glow flickered before his eyes once more, accompanied by faint black lines. The entity quickly vanished into the shadows. It's in the shadow layer. Hey, Jiang Yu, are you listening? Got it. You want to see fireworks tonight? Jiang Yu's heart raced as he hung up the phone and immediately set off in pursuit. The figure seemed to be waiting for him. As Jiang Yu turned the corner, it flashed away again. He continued to chase, the figure flickering in and out of sight, as the crowd thinned around him. He navigated through one exhibition area after another. Jiang Yu's swift movements caught the attention of other visitors and staff. Excuse me, do you need assistance? A staff member inquired. No, I'm just on a schedule. On a schedule? The staff member appeared confused. On a schedule? Time to exercise? Goodness. You're really speed walking through the venue, aren't you? Would you like me to join you? Jiang Yu cast her a sidelong glance. No, thank you. Goodbye. He pressed on. As he rounded another corner, the figure vanished completely. In such upscale buildings, aberration detectors were typically installed. If any aberrations appeared, alarms would surely sound. This entity relied on the shadows. Had it been so reckless in the real world, it would have been apprehended long ago. Jiang Yu lifted his gaze to see two men in black suits and sunglasses standing at the stairway. They did not speak, but Jiang Yu felt their eyes. Hidden behind the shades, fixed on him. A sign on the wall read, "Unauthorized personnel keep out." Excuse me, could you direct me to the restroom? Jiang Yu flashed a harmless smile. This way, one of the men in black gestured. Thank you. Entering the restroom, he slipped into the shadow layer seamlessly. Reappearing at the stairway in the shadow layer, he focused his gaze on the two men, then turned to the staircase. Not letting anyone in? Let me see who is causing trouble. Cloaked in shadows, Jiang Yu hurried up the stairs. On the second floor, then the third, still offices, there. The figure bolted. And Jiang Yu pursued. It's an aberration. A fleeting glimpse allowed him to discern more clearly this time. There were no doubt. Those two distinctive swords and the ghostly figure immediately brought to mind the term Yuling. The figure twisted and turned, leaving Jiang Yu somewhat dizzy. Somehow, it plunged downwards, descending to the second or third underground level, where a glimmer of light appeared. Number 9 has returned. Enter. A voice echoed. At the corner to the right, Jiang Yu glanced around before stepping out from the shadows. The corridor of the present world was desolate, devoid of any light source, making it difficult to discern which side was the shadow realm. What on earth was the Chuyang group up to? Was number 9 referring to that aberration? Jiang Yu was filled with questions. He retrieved a small mirror from his pocket and cautiously directed it towards the corner. Excellent. There was nothing amiss in the present world. Only then did he feel reassured enough to emerge. Before him stretched an expansive corridor, lacking even a single grand door. To be precise, there was a recess for a door, yet none had been installed. In stark contrast, the scene within the shadow realm revealed a massive, silvery door that appeared exceedingly robust. An epiphany suddenly struck Jiang Yu. The Chuyang group had constructed an immense underground facility. What existed in the present world was merely a rough approximation of the space, while the actual equipment had been relocated to the shadow realm. So you do have something going on here. This transformation only deepened his unease. Continuing onward, Jiang Yu traversed through the doorway in the present world, his vision seamlessly crossing into the shadow realm. Hiss! He inhaled sharply. The shadow realm was brimming with intricate instruments, with individuals clad in white lab coats bustling about, engaged in operations that Jiang Yu could not comprehend. The room was vast, with doors leading in every direction. He wandered aimlessly until, after passing through a corridor that required sterilization, he finally crossed another door. Jiang Yu's pupils constricted. One by one, cylindrical containers housed various aberrations. Some possessed 2 claws, others 1 claw and a blade, while the complete forms wielded 2 blades. Even more alarmingly, some were still in developmental stages, roughly the size of small dogs. As he ventured further, his heart momentarily skipped a beat. In a colossal cultivation chamber, predators were indeed present. What exactly was the Chuyang group attempting to accomplish? Suddenly, Jiang Yu recalled the identification information provided by the manual after slaying the first ghostly entity, which read, Introduction, an inferior abyssal aberration, belonging to the shadow and ghost categories, capable of exhibiting extraordinary strength in the shadows. Exercise caution if it fixates on your back. Note, this aberration appears to be more complex than it seems. It turned out the manual had detected anomalies well in advance. At that moment, two individuals in white lab coats, holding files, appeared engaged in conversation. Dr. Wu, the cultivation of Yuling is on track, and the predator cultivation program will mature in about a month and a half. Mr. Zhao suggests we first focus on stabilizing the control of Yuling and the predator. Do you have any thoughts, Doctor? The younger man wore a look of resignation. Aberrations are inherently wild and difficult to tame. That Yuling previously caused quite a stir when it escaped into a shopping mall. We aim to research controllable aberrations to reduce casualties among the Night Watchers. But at this rate, we resemble a nefarious research organization. A flicker of realization ignited in Jiang Yu's mind. The situation appeared to diverge from his initial assumptions. Concealed in a corner of the room, he relied on his shadowy form, completely undetected by the two conversing individuals. Jiang Yu had initially presumed they were clandestinely developing aberrations, biological crises, T-virus, blacklight virus, and had even concocted various conspiracies in his mind. Yet, their discussion seemed far more complex than he had anticipated. Dr. Deng had previously mentioned that the corpses of hunted aberrations could be sold to the Night Watchers and other entities, including the Chuyang Group. This was an officially certified company with acquisition credentials. It stood to reason that their research content and direction would be clear to the Night Watchers. However, as Jiang Yu pieced everything together, an unsettling feeling lingered in his mind. He continued to eavesdrop. Aberrations are indeed brutal by nature and challenging to control, Dr. Wu sighed. His brow furrowed with concern. Starting from the blood category, enticing them with flesh might facilitate taming. Yet aberrations are not ordinary pets. The effectiveness is terribly inadequate. This ingrained bloodthirsty instinct is not easily altered. We need to approach it from the soul category. The assistant hesitated, refraining from responding. He too understood the potential of this approach. Yet the difficulty was immense. To date, humanity remained largely ignorant of souls, lacking significant breakthroughs. Otherwise, the notion of talent wouldn't be so firmly established. The 5th-tier talent ceiling is 5 tiers, while the 4th-tier ceiling is 4 tiers. How many predecessors failed to effect change? If we could devise a method to manipulate aberrations through the soul category, it would undoubtedly lead to significant breakthroughs in various fields. Record the data, Dr. Wu commanded. Understood. The two approached the cultivation chamber, where the dashboard beeped, displaying various data. They executed a series of operations, recording the status of the aberrations in a manner that Jiang Yu could not comprehend. Doctor, Number 9 has returned. Shall we check its status? Not long after, another lab-coated individual inquired. Oh, certainly. Dr. Wu nodded. Number 9 is currently the most unique Yuling. Initially, we attempted to utilize the soul category for aberration, and the results were promising. However, the entire process was fraught with coincidences. In recent days, Dr. Wu and his team have tirelessly researched, attempting to replicate its condition in other aberrations, yet all have ended in failure. Jiang Yu promptly withdrew from the shadow realm into the present world. His gaze fixated on the group of doctors as he stealthily followed them. The labyrinthine underground facility seemed to stretch on endlessly, its sheer size astonishing. At last, upon entering a vast chamber, the aberrations were no longer submerged in containers but confined within specially designed rooms, reminiscent of prisons. Continuing deeper, at the innermost part, he beheld an apparition adorned with intricate black lines. It was it. Its eyes glowed a crimson hue, glimmering eerily, sweeping over Dr. Wu before settling on Jiang Yu. Could it also possess the ability to see through space? Jiang Yu's heart trembled. Furthermore, was this Yuling Lin Mo? If so, the implications were chilling upon closer examination. Hello, Number 9, Dr. Wu addressed through a microphone, his voice resonating within the cage. The aberration seemed to comprehend, raising its blade to tap against the glass in response. Dr. Wu smiled faintly. How does your body feel? Can you utilize the new eyes I fitted for you? Tap, tap, tap. Another light knock on the glass. That's good to hear. Your blindness severely impacts your strength, so I specifically provided you with a fine pair of eyes. Remember, I am Dr. Wu, one of the few who genuinely cares for you. Tap, tap, tap. Dr. Wu's smile broadened. Its emotions appeared increasingly stable. The assistant's eyes sparkled with a peculiar glimmer. Since we have one Number 9, there surely can be more, Dr. Wu mused, scrutinizing his creation through the glass. Having aberrations combat aberrations. I believe we are not far from that day. As the instruments monitored Number 9's condition, his satisfaction grew. What about the soul-stabilizing stone? Bring it out for No. 9 to use. The assistant inquired. Doctor, if we continue this research at this pace, will aberrations develop consciousness and become increasingly difficult to control? A moment of silence ensued as Dr. Wu furrowed his brow, ultimately nodding in acknowledgement. What you speak of pertains to future developments. Perhaps it may come to pass. Yet I believe there will be a solution. Doctor, I have another question. The assistant's gaze flitted over the aberration before settling on Subject 9's countenance. In the future, can the soul species facilitate a transference of souls between humans and aberrations? That is sheer madness. Dr. Wu's expression shifted, his voice rising sharply. Regardless of whether such technology can be developed, transforming a living human into an aberration is an extreme affront to humanity, a profound obliteration of conscience. He Tianming, I advise you to dismiss such notions. Otherwise, do not blame me for disregarding our past camaraderie. My sincerest apologies, He Tianming repeatedly offered, urgency lacing his tone. Quickly, bring the soul stone. I beg your pardon. The remorse on He Tianming's face deepened. Dr. Wu's eyes widened in shock. A dagger pierced through his chest. He Tianming's demeanor gradually shifted as he addressed the aberration. Apologies, doctor, but the research ends here. Dr. Wu's complexion turned ashen, his pupils constricting. I hail from the fire seed. He Tianming answered the unvoiced question. What on earth? Jiang Yu was taken aback. The aberration prison lacked any blind spots, and there appeared to be several detectors. Thus, he refrained from entering the shadow realm. Instead, he sought a concealed area, activating his phone to record audio and video while he remained hidden in the material realm. Do not question why the phone can record both audio and video simultaneously. There are merely multiple devices. He observed the two conversing merrily, oblivious to the content of their dialogue. As the older man grew increasingly irate, seemingly embroiled in an argument. Then, in a display of youthful rebellion, the young man drew a dagger and plunged it into the elder's heart with swift ferocity, an act so rapid that the onlookers failed to react. Boom. Without allowing them a moment to regain their senses, the young man raised his right fist, fingers splayed wide, before clenching them tightly. A visible shockwave erupted, sweeping through the surroundings. In less than half a second, the shockwave engulfed the entire space, accompanied by the sound of shattering glass as the prison for aberrations was utterly devastated. More than a dozen lab-coated individuals met their demise on the spot, save for Dr. Wu. Roar. The aberrations surged forth from their cages, howling with unrestrained abandon. Go. He Tianming adjusted his glasses, gently wiping away the blood splattered across his face, then slowly seated himself. With a thud, he fell cold. Indeed, his complexion rapidly darkened, vitality evaporating swiftly, his health bar reaching zero. He was truly lifeless. A student had slain his mentor, released the aberrations, and met his own end. All of this transpired within a mere few seconds. By heaven, Jiang Yu, just placing a candy cigarette in his mouth, stood dumbfounded, his mind racing with the thought. What on earth just happened? Chapter 47. The chaos was preordained. All the aberrations bolted toward the exit, and within mere 20 to 30 seconds, the vast space was entirely emptied. Puddles of blood still glistened on the floor. The only creature remaining alive was, perhaps, Dr. Wu. Yet his health bar had plummeted to 25 following that dagger strike, though it appeared he had some health remaining. It was diminishing at an alarming rate. After all, a pierced heart meant he was bound to perish. Jiang Yu possessed no healing abilities. Even if he were to escort the elder out now, merely navigating the twists and turns would consume considerable time. Furthermore, if they were to be entangled in such a manner, the old man's frail physique might well succumb right then and there. Once assured that no one remained, Jiang Yu entered the shadow realm. As He Tianming's phone was rendered useless, he felt a pang of regret, sprinting to the elder's side. The old man was expelling blood, his eyes wide open, radiating a palpable sense of unwillingness. Old man, is there anything else you wish to convey? Jiang Yu bent down. Oh, in the briefest of moments. His health bar had already dropped to 10. Dr. Wu's lips trembled as he struggled to speak. Fire seed. Fire seed? Jiang Yu echoed. Dr. Wu nodded vigorously, his voice hoarse. He is the fire seed. What is the fire seed? What does it entail? Jiang Yu was engulfed in questions. What is this fire seed? Whether it was a mere illusion or not. Upon voicing that query, he sensed Dr. Wu's unwillingness to succumb deepening. His eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Alas, mere seconds later, Dr. Wu's health bar reached zero, and he departed this world entirely. His veins turned an ominous black, rendering his visage grotesque and terrifying. Good heavens! This disciple not only murdered his master, but employed lethal means to do so. Ruthless. Exceedingly ruthless. Jiang Yu silently etched the old man's words into his memory before rising swiftly and making his way back to the material realm. The underground facility housed no fewer than dozens of aberrations. With such a vast number, who could predict the chaos that would ensue? Following the route etched in his memory, he darted left and right. Along the way, he passed various experimental apparatuses, and the scientists lay strewn about, lifeless, in utter disarray. However, he encountered few aberrations, likely because they had all surged out. A foreboding premonition crept into Jiang Yu's mind. He quickened his pace, constantly switching between the shadow realm and the material world to avoid detection. Minutes later, he returned to the exhibition hall. Run! Aberrations! Help, help! The aberrations roared forth, causing the crowd to scatter in disarray. The counters were overturned, documents and flyers were strewn about chaotically. No one cared for anyone else, each person racing to escape. Flames flickered in the distance. A noxious odor infiltrated the air, suffocating those present. The cacophony of alarms blared incessantly. Standing at the entrance, Jiang Yu was engulfed in confusion. Who could have foreseen that a grand corporate exhibition would devolve into such chaos? Jiang Yu. Remarkably, amidst the throng, Lu Yuqiang, separated from the crowd, spotted him. His face ashen. He seized Jiang Yu's arm. Run. There are aberrations in this building. It's terrifying. I must tell you, there are so many aberrations. I was just listening to the representatives from Chuyang Group explain a newly developed nutrient solution. The results seemed promising. I was about to purchase a treatment package. But then the alarms rang out. You can't imagine it. The entire hall erupted into chaos, and fortunately, I was slow enough that an aberration blocked the exit. Whoever ran first was caught off guard, and they were done for. It was absolutely terrifying, truly terrifying. Holding on to Jiang Yu, the two raced toward the exit. Is it too late for me to apply for the extraordinary liberal arts? I'm scared, Jiang Yu. Almost there. We are nearly out. The exit is just ahead. Hold on. We made it out. Jiang Yu, I'm so elated. This feeling of having escaped death, it's something I will never forget in my next life. How about you? Was it exhilarating, Jiang Yu? Jiang Yu? Jiang Yu. Lu Yuqiang halted, bewildered, glancing around. He had escaped, but where was Jiang Yu? The exhibition was not confined to the first floor. The second and third floors were also open. The acrid scent of burning debris emanated from those levels. The flames spread with alarming speed, almost defying reason. Thick smoke enveloped the area, and by the time Jiang Yu regained his composure, the fire had already reached the fourth floor. Climb up. Everyone, hurry and climb up. Mom, I'm scared. The doors over there are blocked. Fire. The fire is spreading. The crowd's expressions were filled with panic. This way up here. A staff member beckoned. Crack. Amidst the terrified gazes of the onlookers, a colossal blade shattered the glass, and the window splintered, sending shards flying. Boom. Unfortunately, before it could let out a roar, another shadow burst forth from the flames, delivering a powerful kick to its side. The entire body collided with the wall, creating a muffled thud as the surface caved in, with paint flaking off in a cascade. The shadow pressed on, and before the adversary could react, it executed a fierce counterslam. A thunderous rumble echoed, startling many, their flesh trembling in fear. Bam! Jiang Yu lifted his fist once more and brought it crashing down. The specter's head was driven into the tiled floor, which cracked in layers, revealing a spiderweb of fine fissures. The so-called extraordinary strength, in essence, resembled that of a humanoid machine. Each punch and kick was beyond the endurance of an ordinary person. This was truly exhilarating. Jiang Yu felt an impulse to weep with joy. The structures within the shadow realm were as resilient as stone. Regardless of whether one fell to the ground or crashed against a wall, there was no discernible change. Yet, in reality, he could effortlessly shatter the ground with a single punch. The power of his blows was monumental, utterly terrifying. Jiang Yu remained silent, merely repeating the motion of raising his fist and bringing it down. Again he raised his fist, and again it fell. Boom. The very floor beneath him was forcibly punctured. The two figures plummeted to the ground, engulfed by the raging flames, and with that decisive strike, the specter was utterly vanquished. Pure satisfaction surged through Jiang Yu. He sprang upwards, racing to the fifth floor, where people were already scrambling to ascend. There were few souls left on this level. He quickened his pace and followed to the fifth floor. A portion of the crowd recoiled. Don't be afraid. He asked the Doshing streamer. I know. He asked the amnesiac Wang. In that moment, Jiang Yu was genuinely grateful to Doshing, sparing him the need for further explanations. However, the moniker Wang was rather unappealing. Wang, you're on fire. Someone pointed out. Jiang Yu looked down to find several flames dancing around his arms. Goodness, this fire was undoubtedly problematic. He quickly patted his arms to extinguish the flames and immediately spoke. I have limited manpower, and the fire is spreading too rapidly. You must hurry up and escape. I will check below for any survivors. With that, he descended. Upon reaching the fourth floor, he encountered 4 or 5 individuals trapped by the window at the end of the corridor. I'm here to rescue you. We'll start with the children. Follow me. A young boy in the crowd displayed a fearful expression. Mommy, I'm scared. He had likely never encountered such a dark and imposing figure, leaving him too frightened to even cry. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. The mother reassured, just as a shadowy tendril ensnared the boy, pulling him into its embrace. I'll be back for you. With a parting remark, Jiang Yu shattered the window and leaped out. This was a fourth-floor leap. Several gasped in astonishment. He dashed downward, soaring through the air, shooting out shadowy tendrils, landing gracefully. In one fluid motion, he placed the terrified, dazed boy on the ground, where a security perimeter had already been established, and several night patrolmen rushed forward. Numerous individuals were scrambling upward within the building, while many were trapped in the fiery chaos. They needed to extinguish the flames and save lives. Jiang Yu hurriedly shouted, "We need to think of a way to put out the flames and rescue people." Glancing over at the adjacent building, he inhaled sharply. This area was all part of the Chuxiang Group's industrial zone. The nearby building was slightly shorter, its windows shattered. Figures engaged in combat within. Was that Song Qingyan? Flames roared uncontrollably, while powerful night patrolmen struggled to break free. This chaos was evidently premeditated. Chapter 48, Another Fork in the Road. Song Qingyan possessed formidable strength. Just how strong, Jiang Yu could not ascertain. However, dealing with the specter required little effort. From over 10 meters away, a single slap would suffice. A third-tier night patrol officer, the title itself indicated no ordinary strength. Had he not been ensnared within another high-rise, there would certainly not be so many people trapped by the flames. A quick glance revealed at least 30 individuals. Quickly organize a rescue team. The night patrol leader commanded urgently. He intended to ask more, but Jiang Yu was already leaping away, vaulting into the air. And amid the astonished cries of the crowd beyond the perimeter, he shot out a shadowy tendril and ascended to the third floor, moving upwards with ease. His heavy fist shattered the glass once more, and in no more than 10 seconds, he broke through the window again, swinging down from the building. "Thank you, comrade leader," he thought, swallowing the remaining words, for Jiang Yu had set down the rescued individuals and soared back into the fray, not granting him a moment to speak. Again and again, he repeated the process. The individuals he saved were dazed, looking back in disbelief. Some tourists had managed to escape earlier, standing outside the security line, still shaken, gazing at the building. Others had approached, drawn by the commotion, unsure of the situation. "His claws are terrifying. They look incredibly sharp. Who is he?" Some marveled. Others clenched their fists, and some pulled out their phones to capture the moment. Countless spectators gathered, watching intently. Jiang Yu dashed through the flames, a few embers clinging to him, which he waved away. After a series of high-intensity ascents and descents, he felt his stamina beginning to wane. Fortunately, the weather was overcast today, the light not overly bright. Otherwise, the consumption of his shadow form, in reality, would have been even more exaggerated. The fire spread to the 6th floor, its pace slightly slowing. At a towering height of over 20 meters, the difficulty of rescue increased once more. The individuals from the window had already been saved by him. Breaking a window from the other side, Jiang Yu quickly surveyed the area. A larger crowd was gathered here. Numbering 8. The nearby restroom provided extra fabric and materials, which he soaked in water, laying them on the ground to somewhat delay the flame's advancement. "Are there any children?" "I will take the children down first," Jiang Yu inquired. "My child. Have you seen my child? My child is missing. My child has scattered." "Scattered? This is truly troublesome. Folks, I think my daughter is trapped downstairs." "Woo," a woman sobbed softly. Jiang Yu took a deep breath. "Can you all hold on? We can." A man gritted his teeth. "There's still some water here. We can last a bit longer. Then I'll head to the fire scene to rescue people." He glanced out the window. Thick smoke was rising ominously from below. Even if they could endure, it wouldn't be for long. "We must hurry." Jiang Yu turned, vanishing from their sight as he entered the shadow realm. In an instant, the searing heat dissipated, replaced by a chilling breeze that penetrated to the bone. His stamina and shadow points were replenished swiftly. It was undeniable that the shadow realm provided an exaggerated and beneficial boost to his shadow form. The 4th floor of the building was unrecognizable in the real world, engulfed in flames. He turned left and right, finding no signs of life. "Is anyone there?" he shouted as he emerged from the shadow realm. Crack! A faint sound reached his ears. He dashed into the adjacent office area. Only the sound of burning desks crackling reached him. Just as he prepared to turn and leave, a blood-stained strip in the corner caught his attention. Health points, 33, and steadily diminishing. Jiang Yu swiftly approached. The individual before him bore numerous burn wounds, curled up and in a state of unconsciousness. The blaze in the office area, while not the most catastrophic, was exacerbated by the thick, lethal smoke that enveloped the surroundings. If they delayed even half a minute longer, rescue would be futile. "Go." Jiang Yu hoisted him onto his back, the shadowy tendrils shattering glass as they leapt into the air. "Yes, out again," gasped the crowd. The rescued individual landed safely, and the shadow resumed its mission. The 2nd, 3rd, and 4th individuals followed. The night watch was rapidly organizing personnel to combat the flames. Surely there were no more left. After placing the last man down, Jiang Yu gasped for breath. Exhaustion enveloped him. Carrying a child was manageable, but an adult weighed between 130 to 180 pounds. Such a heavy burden was only bearable thanks to the enhanced shadowy tendrils. Well done, comrade. The Night Watch captain saluted with precision. Moments later, thunderous applause erupted around him. We must extinguish the flames swiftly. He had exerted himself to the utmost. Ultimately, human strength had its limits, and if anyone had been overlooked, there was little he could do. Comrade, you. The captain's words were left unspoken as Jiang Yu vanished, leaving him to swallow the remainder of his thought. In an unnoticed corner, a weary figure emerged, covered in soot and bearing wounds, a perfect representation of a refugee. My son has not yet emerged, wailed a voice. Wah, my brother is still on the second floor. Hurry, my daughter must still be on the third. The cacophony of quarrels and sobs blended into a tumult, prompting a sigh from Jiang Yu. Excuse me, may I pass? Sorry, coming through. He navigated through the throng. Hello, young man. Suddenly, a hand patted his shoulder. A hoarse, choked voice reached his ears. Grandma, who are you? He turned to see an elderly woman. Her hair streaked with gray, skin parched and wrinkled, eyes swollen with tears. She stooped slightly, clutching a child's backpack, her attire wrinkled. Upon noticing Jiang Yu's gaze, she awkwardly withdrew her hand. Young man, have you seen a little girl about this tall, with braids? She's 7 years old, wearing a pink dress and white shoes, with a little cat hairpin in her hair. The fire had spread across multiple floors, and relying on the visible health points, Jiang Yu had scanned all he could. Either the girl was trapped on a higher floor, awaiting rescue, or she had perished in the flames. But wait, he recalled the visitors on the upper levels. There were only a handful of children, clustered together, and the number of girls was even fewer. He could be certain that none matched the description the elderly woman provided. I understand, young man, thank you. The old woman, upon seeing his expression, turned to inquire of others. Excuse me, have you seen a wait, what is that? Jiang Yu's pupils constricted. He squinted into the distance, through layers of buildings. In the shadows between skyscrapers, a figure was rapidly scaling a structure, its tail ensnaring a little girl in a pink outfit. Surrounding it were other peculiar creatures, each employing their own means to carry humans, most of them smaller in stature for ease of transport. They moved in droves, as if with a premeditated plan. Excuse me, have you seen a little girl about this tall, with braids? He turned his head, now bent over, his voice hoarse. The elderly woman, clutching her granddaughter's backpack, continued her inquiries, seemingly oblivious to the approaching menace. On one side was the perplexing crowd of creatures, with the possibility of formidable second-tier beings lurking above. On the other was the frail old woman, nearly powerless in her search. If encountering the roaming spirits on the streets that day was akin to a naive newcomer facing a wounded prey, if battling them in the marketplace was fueled by a fervent understanding of their capabilities, if rushing into the inferno to save lives was rooted in confidence and fearlessness, then now was the true crossroads. If one chose to remain blind, they could find solace in ignorance. But if one chose to see, how would they reconcile their conscience? When fate thrusts you into that pivotal moment, do we possess the courage we imagine? Hello, excuse me, have you seen a girl about this tall with? Get out of the way. My sister is still in the fire. Haven't you heard me? A furious man raised his arm, causing the elderly woman to stagger backward. Just as she seemed about to fall, a tall shadow caught her gently. Grandma, the girl in the pink dress with braids, right? He gestured towards the survivor rest area established by the Night Watch. You should rest there. I believe I saw the little girl. I'll go find her for you. Chapter 49, The Rescue Operation. Dad, where are Jiang Yu and the others? Don't panic, it's fine. Lu Yuqiang's call has been connected. He said they should all have escaped. Escaped means they escaped, and if they haven T, that means they haven T. What does should mean? Lu Yaoyao exclaimed anxiously. I'm going over there. Nonsense. Lu Nanfeng reprimanded. It's utter chaos here. Do you want to make it worse? But no buts. Stay home and be good. I'm just as worried about Jiang Yu as you are. Wait for me to bring him back to you. Suddenly, someone interrupted Lu Nanfeng. Captain Lu, look. Damn. Lu Yaoyao faintly heard her father curse. Yaoyao, I can't chat with you now. I have to handle something. Okay, Jiang Yu just called me. I'll connect. Lu Yaoyao quickly hung up. Hello? Jiang Yu, how are you? She inquired hastily. Me? I'm just fine. Jiang Yu replied. On the other end of the line, there seemed to be a violent wind howling. Lu Yaoyao, uncertain, asked again, where are you? I'm outside. I know you're outside. Didn't you just experience a fire and encounter those creatures? It's nothing. I'm being cautious. You need to come home quickly. Lu Yaoyao bit her lip. No rush. I'll be back as soon as I finish dinner. What on earth are you doing, Jiang Yu? Lu Yaoyao's tone softened considerably. Hearing her, Jiang Yu felt an impulse to relent. He halted. The wind howled around him. Then he crashed into the side of a high-rise, creating a dent in the building, startling the office workers inside who were operating computers. Their gazes met, and Jiang Yu waved before propelling himself upwards with renewed vigor. His eyes pierced through the space, locking onto the figures darting in the shadows. His gaze turned icy. I just came out of the fire, so don't worry. Oh, by the way, I want some cold beef salad. Remember to add extra spice. After hanging up the phone, he had climbed to the top of the towering building. Running forward, bursting onto the rooftop and leaping into the air. Below, a well-ordered sea of people and vehicles flowed, flanked by meticulously planned buildings. The shadowy tendrils shot out, propelling him into the air. What is that? Spider-Man? ISNT, that Jiang Yu from that comic? Black Widow, look. Who is this guy? Using supernatural powers so brazenly in the city, he's lucky if the Night Watch doesn't come after him. The extraordinary observers gazed in astonishment. It was, after all, strictly forbidden to wield powers within the gathering place. Otherwise, one might spew fire while another unleashed torrents of water, rendering the scene utterly absurd. No sane extraordinary being would flaunt their abilities with such audacity after acquiring them. As shadows danced in the air, anyone who happened to notice that dark figure could not help but be captivated. Cease your abilities immediately. The command echoed in the air. I repeat, Extraordinary One. Halt at once and submit to an inspection. The voice penetrated his ears, prompting Jiang Yu to glance downward. Goodness, Uncle Lu? He had descended from the night patrol's vehicle. Brandishing a megaphone, the figure was traversing the very path Jiang Yu had taken. With a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yu pressed on, his form fluidly advancing. An aberration has emerged. He alerted, continuing forward. The number of aberrations was overwhelming, and Jiang Yu dared not plunge recklessly into the shadow realm. Instead, he observed their movements from the material world. Their target appeared to be the construction site over there. Jiang Yu's gaze sharpened. Warning, halt immediately. The voice resonated again. This is your final warning. If you do not cease, we will be compelled to take action. Beside Lu Nanfeng, the night patroller raised his weapon, his pupils morphing into patterns reminiscent of a hawk's. Simultaneously, Jiang Yu felt a piercing gaze settle upon him, a surge of danger flooding his senses. Do you comprehend? Dispatch personnel to the shadow realm at once. Jiang Yu leaped onto the exterior of a building, his feet entangling with shadows. With a powerful push, he dislodged paint from the wall, creating slight indentations as he propelled himself upward. Team Lu. As the gun was about to be fired, Lu Nanfeng grasped the barrel, signaling him to halt. Send someone to the shadow realm, and have the Chuyang group provide swift assistance. We shall pursue him together. The two hastily re-entered the vehicle, swiftly altering its course. With a press of the accelerator, the vehicle surged forward. Go straight. Take a left. He is still there. A towering building obstructed their view. Maintaining speed, they zipped through the intersection, yet upon emerging, the dark figure was nowhere to be seen. Where is he? Ahead lay a vast construction site. District East 1, situated at the edge of the Yunhai gathering place, was rife with unfinished buildings and abandoned projects. The aberrations poured into various entrances of the construction site. Scaling upwards, Jiang Yu leaped down, and just as he was about to hit the ground, shadowy tendrils caught him, significantly slowing his descent. With renewed vigor, he surged upwards, traversing the long corridors within the building, emerging on high ground, affording him a clear view of the actions across the way. Shadow points. 1374. Having squandered so much time in the material world, if I keep running, I might completely exhaust my shadow points. Upon entering the shadow realm, Jiang Yu felt a wave of comfort wash over him, a longing to sigh in relief. Ultimately, the shadow realm was his true domain. He gazed intently. The aberrations had deposited the captured children, primarily clustered around the 20th floor. What was their purpose in bringing so many children here? A man clad in tactical gear, with a mask obscuring his face, gestured, prompting the aberrations to proceed inward. From Jiang Yu's vantage point, he could not discern what transpired. He had no choice but to take the risk and approach. His heart raced. Chuyang Group, fire seeds, biological experiments. A vague sense of foreboding suggested he was entangled in something monumental. Closer he drew. Before long, he ascended the incompletely constructed building. The aberrations huddled together in silence, as if awaiting something. The children trembled, their fear palpable in the face of the bloodthirsty gazes surrounding them, too terrified to utter a sound. Suddenly, a loud bang reverberated nearby. A small stone struck a pillar, resonating with a jarring sound. What was that? All the aberrations turned sharply, standing alert and on guard. Yet, it was merely a small stone. After a tense pause of 3 to 5 seconds, no other presence emerged. Something felt amiss. The aberrations returned their attention to the frightened children before them. Bang! Moments later, another stone struck, drawing their collective gaze once more. No one was there. They turned back again. Bang! 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 They repeatedly glanced over their shoulders, becoming increasingly agitated. Gradually, They seemed to sense something was wrong. Why were the number of children dwindling? Chapter 50. The First Battle of the Extraordinary. This was decidedly peculiar. Why were there fewer children? The aberration group grew ever more restless, exchanging glances, their mandibles emitting hissing sounds. After all, the count had plummeted from nearly 20 to just 4 or 5. Even the dim-witted could discern a problem. Hiss! Suddenly, one of the outermost aberrations emitted a piercing shriek, as if gripped by sheer terror. Its cry immediately caught the attention of the others. Upon looking, they saw it thrashing about, claws clutching its throat in apparent agony. Hiss! An uncomprehending specter flitted closer, swaying its tail. Bang! In an instant, 5 shadowy tendrils shot out in all directions. The specter and several other aberrations were caught unawares, falling victim to the attack. Hiss! Roar! In that moment, all the aberrations became agitated, restlessly pacing in place. Having successfully extracted the last child from the shadow realm, Jiang Yu let out a profound sigh of relief. Run, hurry, he urged. The construction site naturally had staircases, yet the half-finished building's stairs were merely raw concrete, devoid of railings. The aberrations typically targeted children just over 10 years old, thankfully not as young as 5 or 6. Otherwise, encountering such a situation would have undoubtedly sent them into fits of inconsolable tears. In fact, the children were now sobbing uncontrollably, on the verge of collapse. Only through Jiang Yu's persistent encouragement did they shakily begin to descend the stairs. Trailing behind, Jiang Yu frequently glanced back. Should an aberration possess the ability to traverse between the shadow realm and the material world, a fierce battle would be inevitable. However, it was evident that such a capability required specific conditions. He had not seen a single aberration pursuing them. As they descended 3 or 4 flights, the children gradually acclimated, their pace quickening. We're almost there. Jiang Yu retrieved his phone. Hello, Night Patrol. Bang. The phone suddenly exploded, debris and flames splattering across Jiang Yu's face. Night Patrol? A voice, laced with intrigue, emanated from behind him. Who goes there? Jiang Yu's heart raced, and he spun around in an instant. A man clad in tactical gear lounged on the staircase, his gaze keenly fixed upon him. His hair was a striking silver, and his eyes, a serpent-like green, bore an unsettling sheen, with faint scales visible on his skin. He reclined lazily, his expression imbued with curiosity. I was just pondering which little mouse dared to continue the chase. Ah, it seems our hero, Warts, has arrived. Clang. Sharp claws extended forth, 10 glimmering talons gleaming ominously. Oh, such striking claws. The young man displayed a look of astonishment, a slight smile gracing his lips. Who are you? Before he could finish his question, a sharp pain pierced through his chest. It felt as if a colossal hammer had struck him fiercely, leaving him breathless. By the time he regained his senses, Jiang Yu had already been forcefully propelled away, plummeting from the edge into the abyss below, succumbing to the relentless pull of gravity. Was it telekinesis, a mental shock, or some other extraordinary ability? Deng Ku was indeed correct. Those who approached head-on, relying solely on brute strength, often found themselves at a disadvantage against the unpredictable powers of others. Your abilities are plainly visible, completely known to the enemy. As for their capabilities, shrouded in mystery, a sudden attack could easily render one vulnerable, leading to a more precarious situation thereafter. In a fleeting moment, Jiang Yu's thoughts raced as he prepared to shoot out shadow threads to anchor himself to a nearby structure. Suddenly, he heard a whistling sound above, a few steel rods hurtling toward him. They were moving at an astonishing speed, the tips creating an elliptical distortion in the air. With swift precision, Jiang Yu unleashed several shadow threads, securing them to the building just as the steel rods approached. He twisted and dodged between the rods, sustaining a few superficial wounds before successfully slipping into the building. Looking up, he spotted a figure descending leisurely from the floor above. I've seen your video, the man said, rubbing his wrist. Tell me, is your amnesia genuine or feigned? It should be the former, as one's strength reveals itself in the minutiae. No matter how well one conceals it, flaws will inevitably surface. Continuous combat might just awaken the dormant memories within you. Are you affiliated with the Chiang group? Jiang Yu shot him a cold glare. No, the man replied, shaking his head, producing 2 spherical devices from his hand. Jiang Yu was about to inquire further when the spheres suddenly launched forth. There's no need for the dead to know so much. With a swift thrust, the first sphere barely missed Jiang Yu, but the second struck him squarely in the abdomen. The impact was excruciating, sending him flying once more. Where did he go? The man concentrated, pursuing but failing to locate Jiang Yu's whereabouts. Something felt amiss. Realization dawned upon him. The children were in the shadow layer, and there was an entrance to it below the construction site. He had intended to enter the shadow layer, but was drawn up by the commotion above, only to witness Jiang Yu escorting the children downward. For a moment, Curiosity regarding the identity of the wart brother distracted him from deeper contemplation. Now, pondering it, how had he managed to extract the children from the shadow layer? Casting his gaze around and finding no trace of Jiangyu, the man's patience began to wane, and a flicker of irritation emerged. What is that? Just then, his eyes sharpened as he spotted something in the distance. Chapter 51, The Hope of the Second Tier. Bang! Jiangyu had unexpectedly appeared beside a fire hydrant on the roadside, slamming a claw down upon it. Water gushed forth explosively, and he began to sprint forward. A few parked cars lined the street, and Jiangyu kicked one with considerable force, leaving a sizable dent in its frame. As the year-end approached, the area near the construction site was largely deserted, yet not entirely so. Beep, beep, beep. With each powerful kick, the entire vehicle was shoved sideways, its tires screeching against the pavement. The blaring alarms echoed, sending waves of panic through the air. Most critically, Jiangyu bellowed at the top of his lungs. Help! Is anyone there? Call the night watchers. Hurry, summon the night watchers. There are human traffickers here. Help! Have you no shame? The man above watched in utter disbelief, his forehead pulsating with veins. To be burdened with such an imbecilic extraordinary being was truly a stroke of bad luck. The man's expression shifted continuously as he contemplated whether to eliminate Jiangyu on the spot, ultimately deciding against it. To be fair, while Jiangyu was not yet at the second tier, his strength was far from weak. In a short skirmish, he had no confidence in dispatching Jiangyu with certainty. After all, most of his power was directed towards drawing the Night Watcher's attention away from the Chuyang group, so as not to arouse suspicion. As long as the plan unfolded smoothly, everything would proceed as intended. Who could have anticipated that Wart Brother would disrupt the entire operation? If a true fight ensued. Even if he succeeded in killing Jiangyu, escaping the pursuit of the Night Watchers would be nearly impossible. Very well. The man's expression hardened as he leapt down the stairs. Unable to eliminate Wart Brother, he would have to abduct a few more children to mitigate his losses. Descending several stories, he relied solely on his legs, and just as the children had not yet reached the ground floor, thunderous footsteps echoed behind them. A powerful gust of wind surged forth, and two children were snatched up before they could react. Help! Don't kill me! Get out of my way! The man's face darkened as he barreled through, his massive frame and forceful momentum sending several children tumbling. One girl with a ponytail turned pale, teetering dangerously towards the edge of the stairwell. Fine, one boy and one girl, that will do. The man released the small boy from his grasp. Seizing the girl by her collar just as she was about to fall, one in each hand, he surged downward, just as he reached the first floor. Preparing to head toward the entrance of the shadow layer, a shadow thread shot forth. The man barely evaded it, feeling the sharp line graze his face, leaving a trail of blood. His eyes turned icy. Seated on a nearby shelf, shrouded in darkness, Jiangyu gestured toward the man. Brother, you can escape on your own. No need to bring anyone else along. Do you really think I fear killing you? Sushan spat out a few words through clenched teeth. Jiangyu remained silent, beckoning him with a finger, looking for death, releasing the two children. Sushan flipped his hand, and two spheres shot forth instantaneously. This time, Jiangyu had anticipated the attack. As Sushan launched them, he leapt upwards, evading the projectiles. He then concealed himself behind a shelf, successfully vanishing from Sushan's line of sight. Foolish creature, did you think I would chase after you? Sushan seized the two children again and strode purposefully in the opposite direction. Jiangyu, now at a loss for words, emerged once more. With a flick of his wrist, the shadow thread fell short, striking the ground. Are you done yet? Sushan gritted his teeth. Either release the children and leave now, or wait for the night watchers to arrive and find it impossible to escape. Jiangyu composed his expression, adopting a more serious demeanor. All right. With a thud, he unceremoniously dropped the trembling children to the ground, raising his hands in apparent resignation. I'm leaving. I will depart now. He took a step back, then another. And then, with a snap of his fingers, boom, the ring on his left hand glimmered, and before Jiangyu could react, he felt a heavy weight in his chest. The shadowy form around him wavered, hinting at a potential dissolution. The chaotic turmoil within his body felt like a disordered mess, resisting his commands. What kind of power is this? A wave of nausea surged, leaving him on the brink of vomiting. His body rapidly succumbed to a multitude of negative sensations. Jiangyu found himself unable to execute any other actions, helplessly watching as Sushan retrieved several steel balls once more. Bang! The steel balls were released, colliding forcefully against him. Jiangyu was sent flying backward, crashing heavily into a pile of bricks and stones. The sound of shattering debris echoed around him. Let me go? Do you even deserve to say that? Sushan sneered, lunging forward with a brass knuckle firmly affixed to his fist, delivering a brutal strike to Jiangyu's head. Bang! Bang! Again and again, the shadowy form began to dissipate, resembling tattered clothing. Clearly, utilizing this ring came at a cost, as 2 streams of warm blood trickled from Su Shan's nose. Even so, his situation was still significantly better than Jiang Yu's. The relentless barrage of punches came like a tempest, mercilessly suppressing Jiang Yu. He coughed, his head spinning. The thought of retreating into the shadow realm was utterly inconceivable. With Su Shan's ferocity, he felt as though he might beat himself to death. A sudden pause in Su Shan's movements caught Jiang Yu's attention. He managed to turn his head just enough to see 2 boys picking up bricks and hurling them at Su Shan. Run, Jiang Yu mumbled, his words slurred. Die. Su Shan raised his elbow, crashing it down toward Jiang Yu's chest. Darkness engulfed his vision, and a suffocating pain threatened to plunge him into unconsciousness. Yet, it was almost a relief. Die. Su Shan roared, lifting his arm for another strike, only to have Jiang Yu grip his fist tightly. The 2 were locked in a tense stalemate. As Su Shan felt the weight lift from him, he retreated. The sound of sirens echoed in the distance. The night watch had arrived. Jiang Yu gasped for breath, taking several seconds to regain his composure before opening his eyes to find a few children encircling him. Big brother. You're awake? Big brother, for people have been captured. The children spoke in a flurry, their faces still marked by tears. Jiang Yu struggled to rise. Suspecting another rib had broken, he glanced at his hands, his heart racing in shock. The shadowy form had been dismissed without him realizing it. Fortunately, they were merely children, and the impact was minimal. Otherwise, at his age, with his strength, he could not have explained the matter of retreating into the shadows. Straining to stand, he reactivated the shadowy cloak enveloping his body. Which way did he run? Jiang Yu inquired. That way he just left. Good, when the night watch arrives, make sure to have them pursue him. Jiang Yu leapt into action, allowing space for the children and the night watch. His presence here served no purpose. The children had witnessed Su Shan's escape route, and they could explain it to the night watch. If he recalled correctly, several anomalous creatures had been slain in the upper floors. If he could consume them all, the second tier would be within reach. Perhaps he could even catch up to Su Shan, or even turn the tables. Chapter 52, Second Tier, The Hunting Shark. Truly, his misfortune knew no bounds. Encountering such a lunatic as Su Shan, why couldn't they just go their separate ways? Why meddle in affairs that did not concern him? Had he been led to believe he was a hero by the comments of others? The original mission was to bring back as many children as possible, over 10. The more the better. He could only claim a competent completion of the task, far from exceptional. Thanks to Jiang Yu, he would likely face reprimands. He sprinted forward, with various anomalous creatures employing their abilities beside him, their tails ensnaring the children trailing behind him. After about 20 minutes, they reached the next outpost, preparing to leave the gathering place. Su Shan was uncertain of the utility of these few children. It seemed that the soul technology had made breakthroughs, and the souls of the young were pure, holding significant potential. Although this sounded rather cruel, the rivers of blood shed over the centuries were countless, and the loss of a handful of lives was negligible in the grand tapestry of history. If the corresponding results could be achieved, it would be entirely worthwhile. Su Shan's resolve gradually solidified. Roar! The massive entourage soon caught the attention of other anomalous creatures. Common anomalous beings would shy away. Yet in the eyes of certain more powerful entities, this was a sumptuous feast. Facing an anomalous creature nearly 3 stories tall, resembling a 3-legged beast, Su Shan inhaled deeply. Damn it, today truly was his worst luck. It had been half a month since the last shadow tide, during which third-tier anomalous beings were completely eradicated, leaving only a few second-tier stragglers. And now, on his escape route, he had the misfortune of encountering one. Su Shan's mood was already abysmal, and this second-tier creature made it even worse. How absurd. The creature let out a deafening roar and charged at him. You think your old man is easy to deal with? His gaze turned icy as he reached into his pocket, only to be met with a grim realization. Damn it. He had already expended several steel balls in his encounter with Jiang Yu. What a blunder. No matter, he needed to eliminate this anomalous creature quickly and move on. Boom. The massive body toppled to the side. Su Shan wiped the blood from his hands, retrieving a vial of liquid, which he drank down in one gulp. The negative pollution from the kill was swiftly reduced. He continued onward, as if the ordeal were far from over. Glancing at the dark streetlight where a shadow sat, Su Shan's expression twisted into a grimace. This was utterly outrageous. Why was there such a reckless fool? Put those children down. Jiang Yu spoke calmly. If you leave now, I'll pretend I didn't see you. Su Shan flicked his hand. The silver brass knuckles were adorned with vicious barbs. A far cry from the weapon he had used against Jiang Yu earlier. A blow from this would be enough to feature in at least 5 episodes of a sensationalist show. Put them down now, and I'll pretend I didn't see you. Jiang Yu stood firm, unmoved. Seeking death, a steel ball shot forth, as Su Shan stepped forward. Beside him were 14 or 15 anomalous creatures, with at least 10 ready to engage. Jiang Yu leaped high into the air, his figure gradually vanishing into the darkness. The steel ball disappeared along with him. This ability to conceal oneself was incredibly vexing. Su Shan immediately halted, alert, scanning his surroundings. He found himself at the center of the street, not overly spacious, with a dark flower bed obstructing his view. Approaching recklessly could very well lead to a surprise attack. He did not believe he could withstand a strike from Jiang Yu and still remain unscathed. Just then, a mournful cry erupted from beside him. As he turned, he witnessed a spectral being impaled in the throat by a claw, struggling desperately. After several swift strikes from Jiang Yu, it finally ceased to exist. I can't defeat you, so I'll take down your minions. Seeing Su Shan's gaze, Jiang Yu grinned. Then, Shadow Devour. Shadow points, 6. Shadow points, 8,190. Approaching 100, the sensation of accumulation grew clearer and more pronounced. His speculation was correct. Once the shadow points surpassed 100, the second tier would be within reach. Jiang Yu vanished once more, reappearing as his claw embedded itself into an anomalous creature's body. Then, the shadow threads exploded. Having attained this remarkable level, he is, in the vernacular of fantasy novels, at the pinnacle of the first stage. Truly impressive. His attributes, strength, agility, and constitution, have transcended their former limitations. A single punch unleashed is akin to a tempestuous strike. Alas, the alien creature had not yet absorbed this power when another, sensing the shift, lunged forward with a feral shriek. Simultaneously, Su Shan unleashed his assault. A sphere enveloped in formidable force surged toward the creature's heart. Su Shan leapt high, his fist aglow, poised to crush Jiang Yu. He gritted his teeth against the pain, swiftly launching shadow threads to widen the battlefield. This wretched being, Su Shan cursed inwardly. Slippery as an eel, it evaded capture and remained elusive. Raising his gaze, it was no surprise that the creature had vanished. All the alien entities had converged. Su Shan issued an order without delay. Alas, it was too late. One spirit, lagging just a moment, was seized by a claw that emerged from the shadows. Shrieking in terror as it was dragged into the abyss, along with the lifeless body on the ground. The sound of corrosive decay echoed ominously in Su Shan's ears, causing his expression to shift. Under his watchful eye, Jiang Yu's two alien forms diminished in size until only a small residue remained. The dark silhouette became increasingly defined, emanating an unsettling aura. This abomination was undoubtedly once a formidable entity. For reasons unknown, it had fallen to this level, yet given the right opportunity, it could easily ascend. Just look at this aura. Could such a presence belong to an ordinary extraordinary being? The shadow climbed over its form, gradually forming a cocoon. Kill. Su Shan gritted his teeth and immediately commanded. The remaining aliens surged forward in unison. One spirit swung its massive blade, striking with a clang. The shadow cocoon remained utterly still, as if it had fused with the entity within the shadow realm. Boom. The steel sphere collided, yielding the same result. This is dire. Su Shan's eyelids twitched violently. No time to linger. Retreat. He bellowed, leading the charge forward, with the aliens hastily following. This creature poses a significant threat. It is far too problematic. I have never witnessed such a phenomenon during an ability's advancement. Sprinting ahead, Su Shan glanced back occasionally. Fortunately, the opponent's ascension required considerable time, and it had not pursued them. Yet, inexplicably, Su Shan's heart grew more anxious rather than easing. A chilling dread crawled from his scalp to the base of his spine. 30 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters, 200 meters. Having turned several corners, he could no longer see it. Surely, they had escaped? Su Shan cast a backward glance, then faced forward, only to be struck with dread. A dark figure stood in the middle of the street. The black lines, as if alive, began to weave, gradually forming a hooded cloak. Its head bowed, resembling a silent statue. Gasping for breath, Su Shan could even hear the frantic beating of his own heart, as if he were being hunted by a born predator. Oh! The figure in black raised a claw, lightly scratching its forehead. Lowering its hand, the palm began to morph. The keratin layer thickened, surging like a tide, sharp glimmers of cold light emerging from the shadows. It was a large blade. As the two blades clashed lightly, it slowly lifted its head. Beneath the hood lay an abyss of darkness. Yet Su Shan could sense the creature was smiling. And now, it is my moment to hunt. It leapt lightly, sinking into the ground like a predatory shark. Chapter 53, The Unyielding Spirit of Youth. Everything within the shadow realm is a replica of objects that have remained static in the real world for an extended period. For instance, a parked car at the roadside will be replicated within the shadow realm, while a moving vehicle will not. Humans and animals are not replicated, however, plants are. In truth, anything that enters the shadow realm becomes part of it: flowers, water, houses. While their forms may differ, their hardness remains consistent. Moreover, below the third stage, Unless one possesses a strong offensive ability, inflicting any damage upon objects within the Shadow Realm is nearly impossible. It is akin to swimming on land. What sort of power is this? This is utterly outrageous. Su Shan felt beads of cold sweat form on his forehead as he witnessed Jiang Yu leap into the ground. Merging with the shadows, the swiftly gliding shadow resembled a shark lurking beneath the water's surface. Were it not for his possession of a goggle-like detection device, he might not have even spotted Jiang Yu. Su Shan's hair stood on end as he hastily retreated while directing an alien to shield him. The high attack, high agility, and low blood of the spirit proved insufficient against Jiang Yu's claws. The power of the Shadow Blade was even more terrifying. With a single stroke, the spirit was cleaved in two. With another strike, an unsuspecting predator was brutally slashed, revealing deep wounds that exposed bone. Blood gushed forth, horrifyingly vivid. Utilizing the momentum from surfacing, Jiang Yu struck twice, and the aliens finally reacted. However, he descended once more, seamlessly merging with the ground. This creature is simply absurd. Su Shan was filled with dread. Have you fallen into the abyss and emerged with no memory? How could an ordinary second-stage entity be this formidable? Once more he moved, leaping from the adjacent wall. Clang. This time, Su Shan seized the opportunity, firing a steel ball that struck the creature's blade. The impact sent it sprawling several meters away. The force was undeniably fierce. Jiang Yu had intended to strike the alien before him, but the steel ball's interference caused his blade to veer off course. However, it mattered little. Ascending to the second stage, Jiang Yu felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. With every punch and kick, he wielded immense strength. At this moment, within the Shadow Realm, he felt invigorated and unrestrained. The first stage marked the budding of the extraordinary. The second stage heralded the true emergence of extraordinary power. Upon reaching this phase, he finally comprehended what true transcendence entailed. It was as if he had shed a layer of shackles, breaking free from constraints. The world around him became vividly clear, and every aura felt vibrantly alive. I am absolutely phenomenal. Then boom. A flaming brick hurtled toward him. Upon contact with his face, time seemed to slow down, distorting his features under the tremendous pressure. Subsequently, a powerful shockwave erupted, scattering flames in every direction. The figure clad in black was propelled backward like a cannonball. He crashed to the ground, rolling several times. A single brick had flung him nearly 20 meters away. Zhao Yongcheng. Su Shan was overwhelmed with surprise. Beside him stood a towering figure, over 2 meters tall, muscular and imposing, shaking his arms. What brings you here? Su Shan inquired. I waited for ages. And you didn't arrive, so the boss sent me to check what's going on, Zhao Yongcheng replied. A madman, Su Shan gritted his teeth. First, take the others away. Zhao Yongcheng revealed a hint of a chilling smile. Let me have a word with him. The plan is about to commence, so hurry along. Oh, what plan? Do enlighten me. Jiang Yu managed to rise, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Having ascended to the second tier, he felt a slight exhilaration. However, the sudden impact of a brick nearly caved in his skull. He had leaped forward from a crouch position, and in that state, the brick sent him flying 20 meters. The force was unimaginable. His head buzzed, leaving him utterly dazed. After a moment's respite, he caught his breath and straightened up. The burly man was engulfed in flames, appearing exceptionally radiant within the shadowy realm. After exchanging a few words with Su Shan and nodding to one another, Su Shan gestured, and several otherworldly beings hurriedly followed him forward. They were making a run for it. Jiang Yu swallowed hard and stepped forward. You must first pass through me. Zhao Yongcheng sneered, his flames intensifying. Bang! He hurled a fireball, which exploded in an instant. Zhao Yongcheng halted in his tracks, the flames dissipating, yet no one was present. Where did he go? He turned back, only to see Jiang Yu emerging from thin air, brandishing his blade towards Su Shan. Be careful. He managed to shout in time. Su Shan had evidently anticipated Jiang Yu's stealthy assault. At the moment of Jiang Yu's appearance, the ground beneath him erupted with an unearthly speed, allowing him to evade the strike. Simultaneously, he launched a steel pellet, a point-blank shot. Yet, just like that, Jiang Yu vanished again. Where is he? At such close range, Su Shan could see clearly. His opponent was not merely lurking in the shadows, but had truly disappeared, vanished into thin air. Unbeknownst to him, since ascending to the second tier, Jiang Yu's abilities had surged dramatically. Previously, entering the Shadow Realm required intense concentration and came with a slight delay. Now he moved in and out with unparalleled ease, fluid as if greased. Reappearing, Su Shan barely managed to dodge, but a sharp pain seared through his shoulder, leaving a deep gash. Gasping, he inhaled sharply. Put him down. Jiang Yu was interrupted as a burst of flames surged towards him, forcing him to evade sideways. Enter the real world. Yet, his body remained immobile. With a resounding hum, Su Shan snapped his fingers again, the ring on his finger glowing a sinister crimson. Not this again. Su Shan's figure flickered, and he spewed 2 streams of blood from his nostrils as his eyes rolled back, his legs buckling, nearly collapsing to the ground. Jiang Yu was stronger than when he first fell victim to the attack, yet the force of this strike was even more ferocious. Not only was he unable to return to the real world, but his shadowy garb also fluctuated violently, dissipating once more. Well done, Su Shan. Zhao Yongqing's palm ignited with fire, but his expression shifted as the flames lingered in his hand. This kid. He endured a strike from the forbidden object, and instead of retreating, advanced, flipping around to seize Su Shan from behind. Who the hell are you? Su Shan spat blood, cursing. Jiang Yu huffed heavily. What does this have to do with you? Are you a night watcher, or what? Su Shan gritted his teeth. Do you really think you alone can change everything? You are conducting inhumane experiments on living subjects. Jiang Yu did not respond, but bellowed. And now you're taking away another batch of children. We are fighting for the future of humanity. Nonsense future. Bang. Crack. With a surge of strength, his right leg swept horizontally, and his elbow descended with force. Su Shan's legs shattered on the spot, forcing him to kneel on the ground. Despite the agony, he refrained from uttering a single cry. You murder night watchers and use their corpses for experiments? Are you even human? Jiang Yu's eyes gradually filled with blood. His right fist clenched tightly around Su Shan's neck. Su Shan remained silent, the veins in his neck bulging, his face contorted with effort, but he could not break free. Speak. Are you human or not? You know nothing, he spat through clenched teeth. Su Shan struggled to raise his head, locking eyes with Zhao Yongqing. Attack, he shouted. Bang. Flames erupted. Jiang Yu was hurled backward. Observing the figure rising from the flames once more, Zhao Yongqing couldn't help but feel a twinge of emotion. What is the point? Why go to such lengths for a few strangers? Coughing, he spat blood on the ground. Jiang Yu inhaled deeply. Over 10 million square kilometers. How much remains now? Nearly 2 billion people. How many are left? The invasion of otherworldly beings, the decline of humanity, and traitors sowing discord from within. What kind of broken world is this? A broken world, a broken world. A facade of peace, shadows of turmoil. I never sought to be a savior upon entering this world. I simply wish to live day by day. I am not a hero, nor have I ever aspired to be one. I am merely persisting in what I believe to be right, nothing more. His arms transformed, a colossal blade gradually materializing. His figure abruptly vanished, reappearing above Zhao Yongqing. Clang. He drew his long knife, parrying the blow. The youth suspended in midair had eyes that sparkled with determination. Today, I shall be a hero, just this once. Chapter 54, Long Live Humanity. The force was immense, and Zhao Yongqing's body slightly buckled under the weight. He towered over Jiang Yu by nearly half a head. Standing at over 2 meters tall with a robust build, he resembled a thick wall, instilling fear in those who beheld him. He had always been confident in his own strength, although not specifically a power-type ability. Few ordinary power-type supers could gain the upper hand against him. Yet at that moment, as Jiang Yu brought his large blade down, Zhao Yongqing's arm suddenly felt numb. The sound of metal clashing echoed, mingled with the sound of crumbling steel. The second-tier blade, which he had just acquired, had not even endured 2 or 3 battles before being shattered. Zhao Yongqing's heart bled. However, now was not the time to bemoan a few coins. Clang. That kid swung his blade down again, strike after strike. Having lost the initiative, Zhao Yongqing could only hastily defend himself. Fragments of steel flew in every direction. And the more he fought, the more alarmed he became. With a hiss, flames ignited along the blade. The searing heat burned fiercely, far exceeding ordinary flames. Jiang Yu twisted his body, leaning back to narrowly avoid the blade. Then, with a swift motion, he burrowed into the ground and emerged from behind Zhao Yongqing. The long knife came down, but Zhao Yongqing's blade countered, locking him in place. The two exchanged blows, sparks and flames continuously erupting around them. Block! Jiang Yu shouted as his long knife descended. Zhao Yongqing raised his weapon to parry. Again, Jiang Yu's voice thundered in his ear. Zhao Yongqing's scalp prickled, and his feet slid backward several meters on the ground. Jiang Yu pressed the attack, his dual blades swiftly shifting, rolling like a tide, coalescing into twin claws. One more time. Clang, clang. The clash of steel and iron composes an ominous symphony. Cursed be it. Zhao Yongqing relentlessly raised his blade to fend off the onslaught. His complexion gradually flushed crimson, the metallic taste of blood choking his throat. Each retreat brought him closer to the brink of death. A surge of ferocity welled up within him as he faced the descending claws, refusing to flinch or evade, charging straight ahead. You still have much to learn, boy. With a thunderous roar, a brilliant golden light ignited in Zhao Yongqing's eyes, akin to a flame dancing within his gaze. His body blazed with fire. Inferno. The claws struck his shoulder, almost severing half of his body. Yet in the next moment, Jiang Yu's expression shifted dramatically. A colossal blade of flame surged towards him at an almost imperceptible speed, simultaneously binding him with a formidable presence, rendering him incapable of burrowing into the ground or retreating into the shadows, no matter how desperately he tried. He could only watch helplessly as the fiery blade descended upon him, with no avenue for escape. Boom! A trail of fire stretched over 10 meters. A gash opened across Jiang Yu's chest, flames licking at him, his shadowy garb unable to mend in that instant. The orange flames illuminated the pitch-black shadows, flooding the expansive street with ephemeral brilliance. Scorching, searing. All that met the eye was the oppressive blaze. He hurtled forward amidst the flames, gritting his teeth in agony. What is this? Jiang Yu's head buzzed, the world spinning, rendering the scene before him a blur. Extraordinary techniques, skills exclusive to the extraordinary. Zhao Yongqing twisted his right arm into an unnatural position, his skin flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of a boiled shrimp. Boy, you don't mean to say you're unaware of this. He switched hands to wield the knife, grinning maliciously as he approached. This strike nearly drained his spirit. Yet the results were evident. After several attempts, Jiang Yu remained unable to rise. The terrifying blade infused with flames had evidently diminished his vitality by at least 30%. And even after the blade's passage, its residual power clung to him. Pain surged through him. Jiang Yu's throat felt parched. Fear not, the pain will soon subside. Breathing heavily, Zhao Yongqing advanced slowly, dragging his blade. Half dead, Jiang Yu lay on the ground, his chest faintly rising and falling. Why must you meddle in affairs that don't concern you? Boy, do you regret it? Zhao Yongqing stumbled, exhaling sharply, while Jiang Yu smirked. Regret? I feel utterly liberated. Very well. As long as you have no regrets before your demise. 1 step, 2 steps, until he stood before Jiang Yu. Boy, I concede, you are indeed quite the hero. But this is where it ends. With both hands gripping the knife, he raised it high. With a hiss, the blade ignited with flames. Zhao Yongqing's face twisted with malice. It is over. Just then, Jiang Yu suddenly sighed lightly. I'm sorry. What? Zhao Yongqing paused, bewildered. The victor is I, Mark. A faint voice resonated. Zhao Yongqing's mind was suddenly engulfed in a deafening roar. Panic, terror, and helplessness surged within him, igniting an impulse to surrender. In an instant, it felt as though struck by lightning. Hunt! The boy's figure erupted. His right arm transformed into a colossal blade, piercing forth. A stab of pain. Zhao Yongqing lowered his head, the shadow blade having pierced through. His strength rapidly waned, and Zhao Yongqing's face contorted in disbelief. His lips quivered, emotions crystallizing at that moment. He opened his mouth several times, but ultimately failed to utter a sound. Zhao Yongqing stared blankly at the figure before him. He could no longer maintain his shadowy form, revealing a youthful visage. So he was merely a boy. A glimmer ignited in Zhao Yongqing's eyes, his lips trembling. Grasping the shadow blade, he knelt on the ground. The ferocity of his expression gradually softened. Discontent mingled with resignation. The one who had defeated him was a mere student, seemingly still in school, faced with death. His gaze towards Jiang Yu lost its murderous intent, replaced instead with a complex array of emotions. Zhao Yongqing's eyes scanned the ground. Blood stained the earth, and faint embers flickered, yet to be extinguished. Zhao Yongqing's hair and body were marred with wounds, blood soaking his garments, revealing a pitiful state. Only his eyes, whether a reflection of light or a final flicker, shone with remarkable clarity. One party knelt on the ground. The other stood opposite, wielding a sharp blade. Exhausted, his limbs felt weak, sustained solely by sheer will. Gazing at the figure before him, Jiang Yu spoke softly. What are you truly? What? Zhao Yongqing's lips cracked. His voice hoarse. The embers. The embers? This was the second time Jiang Yu had heard this term. Zhao Yongqing chuckled, his voice now tinged with frailty. Consider us a band of self-righteous lunatics. Youthful. The boy before him was indeed excessively youthful. I once shared your exuberance, once bore your fervor. Zhao Yongqing's thoughts drifted into reverie. Yet I chose a different path. A path not embraced by the masses. I am a failure, a wretch. A scoundrel attempting to drag humanity into the abyss. The intertwining of light and darkness, a speck of dust from an arrow weighs heavily upon an individual. To plunge into the otherworldly, to face the abyss. The human body is shackled, yet the otherworldly knows no bounds. If that day were to come, humanity would surely perish. We shall plunge into darkness, to become the last embers. Some say this is merely a veneer donned by traitors to cover their shame. Others deem it a laughable and pathetic endeavor cloaked in rhetoric. His trembling hands lifted, gripping the blade's edge. Zhao Yongqing's expression grew increasingly serene. His mission had concluded. The young man's journey was about to commence. Appearing 20 years of age, perhaps not even reaching that threshold, he embarked upon the second tier. Some battled the otherworldly on the front lines. Others conducted research in the rear to benefit the world, yet others sought alternative paths. The people of this tumultuous era, all striving for this land in their own ways. The brilliance in his gaze gradually dimmed, yet he remained fixated on the young man before him. I am a radical, a destroyer, a fanciful madman, but I am certainly no traitor. This war of invasion has spanned a century and will continue to persist. I know not the outcome, nor shall I witness the day of resolution. Yet I hold steadfast to the belief etched in my mind. Will there be a better day? There will be. It shall surely come. Chapter 55. He is a hero. Greetings to the audience. I am your host, Shui. As you can see behind me, the Chuyang Group. Just an hour ago, a fierce fire erupted at the Chuyang Group, with multiple otherworldly beings emerging. The entire lower section of the building has been completely charred, and there are traces of battles between the extraordinary and the otherworldly. This incident has had a severely adverse impact, and rescue operations are still underway. Let us pray for the injured. With her short, ear-length hair and charming demeanor, reporter Wang Shui addressed the camera. The live broadcast was inundated with messages of prayer, candles. From the shattered, charred building, faint bloodstains were discernible, enough to conjure the chaotic scene of that moment. The incident involving the Chuyang Group and the emergence of anomalous entities has surged to the forefront of trending topics across major platforms, firmly securing its place among the most discussed matters. As the reports unfolded, a hint of worry shadowed the otherwise delicate and charming visage of Wang Shui. Prior to stepping in front of the camera, she had gleaned a general understanding of the situation. The exhibition attracted a significant number of attendees, featuring an array of nutritional products beneficial for student development, such as nutrient solutions and strength-enhancing fluids, alongside health supplements intended for the elderly. Consequently, the event drew both children and seniors alike. The venue, however, was limited in size, resulting in a chaotic scene filled with pushing and shouting. Numerous instances of trampling occurred, and several elderly individuals and children went missing, with distraught family members kneeling in anguish. Reports indicated that at least 10 children had already gone missing. Wang Shui felt a heavy heart weighing upon her. "What is that over there?" exclaimed a voice from the gathering crowd. Wang Shui shifted her gaze. At the end of the street, a tall, dark figure emerged, accompanied by several children. The night patrol had already taken note, approaching in their vehicle with sirens blaring. "Quick, let us follow them." Wang Shui promptly jumped into the car. The driver pressed the accelerator, swiftly steering toward the figure. "It's Yaozigu. It's really him," she exclaimed. "I've watched his video of rescuing people from the flames countless times. His heroic actions in and out of the inferno, scaling high buildings, had naturally been captured from various angles by bystanders, resulting in a plethora of videos, both clear and blurred. At that moment, the footage of him saving lives was trending alongside the news of the incident. Official accounts were quick to share the footage. If Jiang Yu had opened his panel at that moment, he would have noticed that the usage time for the tags, mark, and hunt had reached an astonishing 10 seconds. As they drew nearer, the night patrol's vehicle gradually came to a stop by the roadside. Dressed in uniforms, the patrol members emerged, their gazes fixated on the figure before them. The shadowy figure's tattered clothing revealed mottled scars beneath, blood seeping from his abdomen with each painstaking step he took. 1, 2. Until 3 or 5 vehicles arrived and halted, all night patrol members stepping out to observe. At this moment, Wang Shui involuntarily slowed her breathing. Exiting the car alongside the cameraman, she aimed the lens at the scene. Yaozigu's steps gradually slowed, and he halted about 10 meters from the vehicles. "Go on," he murmured, lowering his head to the children beside him. The moment they spotted the night patrol, the children's emotions erupted, and they rushed toward the officers in tears. Thus, the children were brought back. Suddenly, a night patrol member raised his right hand to his temple in salute. Following suit, a line of patrol members returned the gesture. The dim sunlight bathed the street, creating a stark contrast between the solitary figure and the regimented patrol. No words were exchanged. The camera faithfully recorded this profoundly moving moment. In Baidu, a voice echoed, "Brothers, this fire may seem grand, but to those with extraordinary abilities, it is hardly remarkable. As seasoned auxiliary personnel, we are well aware of the intricacies involved. Do not let yourselves be deceived. Saving lives is what every extraordinary individual ought to do. And it is not as noble as you might think." Before he could finish, a loud knocking at the door startled him. Ignoring the barrage of comments flooding the screen, he turned to face the door. An inexplicable sense of dread washed over him. "Who is it?" he called out. "Water meter inspection," a calm voice responded from outside. "Water meter inspection? You could have knocked properly," he retorted, muttering as he approached the door. Yet, the closer he got, the more unease gnawed at him, as if something ominous was about to unfold. With a click, the door swung open, and he felt a flash before his arm was seized painfully from behind. "Don't move," a commanding voice boomed, leaving him momentarily dazed. "What are you doing? This is private property," he protested. But as he spoke, realization dawned upon him. The figures were members of the Night Patrol. Zhen Didao, known as Didao, a native of Baidu and an auxiliary member of the Night Patrol, had ventured into the shadow layer only once and had not returned since. The team leader of the Night Patrol stepped forward, brandishing an arrest warrant for him to see. You are suspected of inciting fans to engage in online violence, maliciously defaming and spreading rumors about others. Come with us. It wasn't me. I didn't do anything. Sir, Didao struggled. The Night Patrol leader ignored his protests, noticing the camera was still live, and stepped forward to salute. The internet is not a lawless realm. Please conduct yourselves with decorum. Meanwhile, in the gathering place of the Yanhai, Jiang Yu had already shot out his shadow threads. Arriving at the location where he stored his backpack, he weighed it in his hands. It was intact. Thankfully, the nutritional products he purchased from the Chuyang group were unharmed. However, he pondered the implications. It seemed the company was secretly conducting biological experiments. Were these nutritional products reliable? Rubbing his head, Jiang Yu remained uncertain. Never mind. I'll head home. By February, after a while, daylight had completely faded. Lu Yuqiang had likely been taken by the Night Patrol for psychological treatment. As Jiang Yuhan spotted him near the Chuyang group, he borrowed a phone from a street vendor to inform Uncle Lu that he was fine and would return home first. He was not contaminated. His injuries were not life-threatening. There was no need to trouble the Night Patrol. Though his wounds still throbbed, Jiang Yu opted to enter the shadow layer to recuperate, absorbing the surrounding shadow energy while making his way home. As the surroundings quieted, the remnants of battle surged forth, waves of fatigue and pain crashing over him, causing a slight dizziness. After a lengthy trek, he finally reached the entrance of his community. Finding a secluded corner, he withdrew from the shadow layer. The tingling, itchy wounds that had been healing abruptly ceased, and the searing pain intensified. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yu entered the community, made his way into the building, and pressed the elevator button. Ding! The elevator doors opened. Jiang Yu inserted the key into the lock, turned it, and stepped into his home, exhaling deeply. This is the feeling of being home. So tired, he yearned for sleep. He removed his shoes. Oh, the tongues of his worn-out shoes had disintegrated. Slinging his shoulder bag, he walked toward the living room. Wait. With a click, he turned on the light, his heart racing. On the dining table lay 3 servings of meat dishes, 3 servings of vegetables, and 2 large bowls of soup, all already cooled. A young girl sat curled up on the sofa, hugging her knees, with tear-streaked cheeks and bloodshot eyes, gazing at him. Yao Jiang felt a stir of emotion within him. Chapter 56, New Year's Eve. The girl's pupils constricted slowly. In the light, the boy appeared disheveled, with dark circles under his eyes, blood vessels visible, a streak of blood on his nose, and bruises on his cheek. The severity of his injuries was even more pronounced. Amidst the searing flames, his garments lay in tatters, and his skin bore several charred patches along with knife wounds. It seemed he had forgotten that another person remained in the room, leaving Jiang Yu in a state of awkwardness. As if recalling something, he unzipped his backpack and began to rummage through it, soon extracting a carton of eggs. Alas, there were 8 in total, of which 6 had met their unfortunate demise. Jiang Yu offered a sheepish smile. Observing his demeanor, Lu Yaoyao could no longer contain the swell of grievances and worries within her. Her eyes gradually reddened, and with her delicate features, she appeared utterly pitiable. Setting the eggs aside, Jiang Yu took a couple of steps towards the sofa. What, did you think I was dead? He inquired nonchalantly. At his indifferent tone, Lu Yaoyao raised her petite fist, ready to strike, but considering his multitude of injuries, she ultimately found her hand enveloped by Jiang Yu's grasp. She attempted to pull away but was unsuccessful. Let go, she commanded. Jiang Yu remained unfazed, continuing his explanation. I thought there was no pressing matter, so I returned. On my way, I was suddenly accosted by a robber. I refused to surrender, and thus a scuffle ensued. My phone shattered, my clothes were torn, and here we are. Are you trying to placate a 3-year-old? Lu Yaoyao's voice was laced with a hint of melancholy. His words inadvertently stifled her tears. Jiang Yu clicked his tongue. All right, Yaoyao has grown up and is no longer easily deceived. Fortunately, she showed no intention of probing further, merely biting her lip, her gaze tracing the wounds adorning Jiang Yu's body. After a brief hesitation, he shifted slightly, stretching his right arm as if to yawn, casually draping it over the back of the sofa, his movements unnoticeably inching closer to her small shoulder. He could distinctly sense her body stiffen at his touch, and gently, he drew her into his embrace. They settled against each other, enveloped in silence, where the only sounds were the rhythmic cadence of their breaths and heartbeats. The girl's form was soft and fragrant, akin to the warmth of jade, and as smooth as silk. Embracing her felt like cradling a cloud. Her lips were even softer, reminiscent of tender blossoms, delicate and inviting. A light touch upon them was akin to kissing the heart of a flower, with its intoxicating fragrance filling the air, rendering one dizzy with delight. Naturally, these were mere conjectures of Jiangyu. You haven't experienced this, have you? He broke the stillness. What? She replied, Indeed, I have not. As Lu Yaoyao attempted to rise, she found herself ensnared in his embrace, unable to escape. Shall we give it a try? Once we do, we're no longer children. As Jiangyu drew closer, Lu Yaoyao's mind went blank until their soft forms met and then separated. Jiangyu confirmed his suspicions. This sensation was softer than cotton candy. With a sudden push, she instinctively shoved him away, her cheeks flushing crimson while her pupils widened in shock. Jiangyu, are you insane? It's merely thirst, he replied, his demeanor unruffled. If you're thirsty, what are you doing so close? Lu Yaoyao's mind stumbled. With all your injuries, is there nothing else on your mind? Food. Jiangyu inquired. She glanced up at him. How do you manage to remain so composed and unfazed, you scoundrel? I'll just go heat up the food, he said, rising to take the dishes to the microwave. Jiangyu inhaled deeply, feeling the fatigue and pain from the battle ease slightly. A solitary life may indeed grant a sense of freedom, but the sweetness of being missed is equally profound. Attributes, Shadow. Shadow points, 105-105. Class, Infiltrator Hunter. Infiltrator, Shadow Eye Shadow Slip Shadow Blade Form. Hunter, Mark Chain Kill. Remaining lifespan, 80 days. Evaluation, you have acquired some strength, ranking among the stronger of the weaker. Shadow Slip. You can seamlessly slip into shadows, moving swiftly. Shadow Blade Form. Your arms can transform into sharp blades, possessing formidable lethality. However, note that flexibility may be compromised in this form. Chain Kill. Continuous assaults create a tempest of pressure. Your attacks will accumulate killing momentum, increasing in strength with each strike. Should you encounter missed attack or stalled attack, killing momentum will reset immediately. Killing momentum. It can elevate the execution threshold. This constituted his current attribute panel. Upon promotion to the second tier, he had gained 3 new abilities, enhancing 2 classes. Shadow Walker allowed for a smoother entry and exit from the Shadow Realm. Hunter further enriched his health capabilities. For instance, now, Lu Yaoyao Health, 99. A name had been added, one Jiangyu recognized. The fiery man within the Shadow Realm. From Jiangyu's perspective, was health. Additionally, health bars and names were now color-coded. Enemies appeared red, allies green, passers-by in standard white, and Lu Yaoyao in pink. It was all rather peculiar, resembling a rather off-kilter strategy game. What are you staring at? During their silent meal, Lu Yaoyao could no longer endure his strange gaze and spoke up. Nothing. Just eat your food, Jiangyu replied. She thought back to how she had stood there like a foolish quail, frozen in place. Jiangyu, taking advantage of her vulnerability, was utterly despicable. Wasn't this bullying the innocent? The more she pondered, the angrier she became. Bang. Ouch. Jiangyu winced. What was that for? To squash you, she retorted. Jiangyu's lips twitched as he begrudgingly fell silent. They lapsed into another silence, the abrupt slap seemingly altering the atmosphere. Eventually, unable to restrain herself, Lu Yaoyao spoke again. Hey, with all those injuries, shall I accompany you to the hospital tomorrow? What hospital? A little rest will suffice. Jiangyu waved his hand dismissively. Suddenly, he remarked. It's snowing outside. What snow? Lu Yaoyao instinctively turned her head. Outside the window, snowflakes danced down like a delicate blanket. It really is snowing. Her youthful heart surged with joy as she sprinted to the window, captivated by the wintry scene. The snow had been falling for some time, blanketing the ground, cars, and rooftops in a thin layer of silver. So beautiful. In an instant, her spirits lifted. Whoosh. Bang. A beam of light shot skyward, bursting into a splendid flower. Soon, more beams followed, clearly visible from their vantage point high above. Clusters of fireworks reflected in the depths of Lu Yaoyao's sparkling eyes, accentuating her already enchanting features. Jiangyu felt a stirring in his heart as he stood beside her. The fireworks painted the night sky, and in that moment, everything felt transformed. Together, they watched the snowfall and the fireworks. Which is farther away, Chang'an or the sun? Jiangyu suddenly inquired. The young girl was momentarily taken aback, pondering the distance between Chang'an and the sun. Before she could articulate her thoughts, Jiangyu resumed speaking, recounting an anecdote from his childhood when someone had posed a similar question to Emperor Jinming. Which was further, Chang'an or the sun? The answer had been the sun. For one could see travelers arriving from Chang'an, but never from the sun. Upon reflection, it was evident that Chang'an must indeed be more distant, as one could gaze upon the sun, yet could not behold Chang'an. The girl, perplexed, inquired, what does that mean? Nothing of consequence, Jiangyu replied, gently tousling her hair as he gazed dreamily at the snow-laden landscape. On this wintry night, with snowflakes swirling about, the old year was giving way to the new. The coming year would bring its own snow, its own mist, an unending supply of sunlight, and countless new beginnings. It dawned upon him that the night had already slipped into New Year's Eve. Chapter 57. The Confusion of Li Sunguang. Feel free to sigh if you wish. But can you extricate your hands? At some point, a pair of large hands had encircled her from behind, enveloping her in a warm embrace. She attempted to pry them away, but to no avail. Jiang Yu. Lu Yaoyao chomped down on her silver teeth. You are going too far today. Ahem. Jiang Yu coughed lightly. Let's not get too carried away. He promptly withdrew his hands, asking, would you like to engage in a snowball fight? Lu Yaoyao showed a flicker of interest, but then shook her head. Never mind. There isn't enough snow yet, and it's rather cold. Cold is no excuse. Under her frowning gaze, Jiang Yu wisely fell silent. Unbeknownst to him, perhaps due to having faced the perils of battle, he had grown increasingly aware of the preciousness of life. To possess life, to savor it, to create it, these were merely secondary considerations. In truth, the moment he had stepped through the door and turned on the light, the image of the curled figure on the sofa, her tearful eyes glistening, and the cold, untouched meal on the table had spoken volumes more than any words could convey. Jiang Yu conceded that aside from his yearning for her physical presence, his thoughts had shifted in a different direction. Reining in his wolfish gaze, he casually inquired, where is Uncle Lu? Given the severity of the incidents at Chuyang Corporation, it's only natural he cannot return. The two returned to the dining table, the atmosphere considerably lighter. It seemed that this new year would keep Uncle Lu quite busy. Reflecting on his encounters with Uncle Lu while meandering through the city, as well as the vast experimental apparatus hidden beneath Chuyang Corporation, Jiang Yu could not help but let out a sigh. Stop sighing and eat your vegetables, Lu Yaoyao admonished. Very well. As they chatted idly while eating, Jiang Yu suddenly thought of Zhao Yongqing. Yaoyao, are you familiar with the fire seed? He asked. Fire seed? Lu Yaoyao paused momentarily. Where did you hear about that? At an exhibition. I met a night watchman who seemed to know Uncle Li. I heard the term in passing, Jiang Yu replied nonchalantly. Lu Yaoyao, not doubting his words, frowned. The information I've come across is rather basic. I only know it's a faction. There are the staunch war faction and the research faction, which are common and mainstream. Beyond that, there is the Dawn faction and the Fire Seed you mentioned. They fancy themselves the last spark of humanity, but they're nothing more than a group of lunatics. If you encounter them, be sure to steer clear. They are adept at brainwashing. Is that so? Jiang Yu silently recalled Zhao Yongqing's fervent gaze. Burning bright even in the face of death, indeed, quite compelling. Transforming their bodies, consorting with other species, and declaring themselves the spark of humanity. It's a contradiction that borders on the absurd, Lu Yaoyao cautioned. Oh, and by the way, if you report a member of the Fire Seed, you could earn a cash reward, up to 500,000. Goodness. Even Dazhou offers 500,000. Jiang Yu felt a sense of déjà vu wash over him. He appeared somewhat disoriented, then shifted his question. And what about the Dawn faction? What do they represent? Lu Yaoyao spoke softly. The Dawn faction is even stranger. They split into a war faction, but they seem to differ significantly from the mainstream war faction. I'm not entirely clear on the specifics. Another group, if I may be blunt, is essentially a band of escapees. They firmly believe humanity is doomed and must find ways to flee this land, to escape this planet in search of a new dawn. How far-fetched, Jiang Yu smirked. The cataclysm that struck Blue Star at the turn of the millennium had, though a century had passed, continued to erode the land due to the existence of other species. The pace of technological advancement was not nearly as accelerated as one might expect. After all, under such conditions, the development of 4G and 5G had lagged behind Earth by many years. Presently, while technology undeniably exceeded that of Earth in the past, the notion of constructing a spaceship for interstellar migration remained a fanciful dream. Fanciful? It's not merely a simplistic escape through technology, Lu Yaoyao countered. The other species originate from the abyss. They can invade the present world not only through the entrances to the shadow layer, but also via rifts in the abyss. No one knows the exact location of the abyss, nor its coordinates in the universe. Yet they have traversed an unfathomable distance to descend upon Dazhou. If one could master this method, the Dawn faction's aspirations may actually be attainable. How intriguing, Jiang Yu mused. In truth, within the complex social fabric, a multitude of factions would inevitably emerge, with millions upon billions of people, if they were truly united in purpose. One might suspect that some form of sorcery was at play. Given this, what then was the intention of the man who claimed to be from the Fire Seed as he abducted a group of children? Were they seeking to ally with the other species? Children? Did the other species have a penchant for consuming the young, drawn by their tender flesh? Yet, he had never heard such tales. It was all rather peculiar. As the snow fell and fireworks erupted, the two leisurely finished their dinner. The spring festival bore no particular significance for Jiang Yu, as he was merely an orphan brought out from the Tomato Welfare Institute by Uncle Li, with no other relatives. The new year likely felt more like an extended holiday to him. However, since the spring festival invariably fell within the winter break, this long holiday hardly elicited any excitement from him. The most entertaining activity was perhaps teasing little Lou. Days slipped by quietly, and the festive atmosphere of the spring festival gradually faded. Some returned to work, while others prepared to resume their studies. Jiang Yu felt a twinge of regret, as the clubhouse not far from his community had been shut down. He had not had the chance to enjoy the new tea as much as he would have liked, and he wondered if he would ever have the opportunity again. It seemed that in any dimension, the physical industry was struggling. He ventured outside to hunt for prey, seeking to earn a few more days of life while awaiting the start of school. Having ascended to the second tier, the issue of his lifespan remained unresolved. The hunter had suggested that elevating his rank could extend his life, yet the results were negligible. He could only continue hunting prey, accumulating more to strive to survive through the year. Unfortunately, after his promotion, the increase in lifespan from hunting first-tier other species was painfully meager. On average, a day of hunting barely added 3 days to his life, truly disheartening. And so, time passed, and the aptitude assessments for ordinary high school seniors concluded, followed by staggered sign-ups for the special training camp. Little Chong had already registered a couple of days prior, while Jiang Yu and Lu Yaoyao were among the last group, scheduled to depart the following day. On the eve of their departure, Uncle Li finally returned to Yunhai from the North City. On the evening of February 26th, within their home, the uncle and nephew exchanged wide-eyed glances. Uncle, it was Jiang Yu who could no longer contain himself. I heard that during your willpower assessment, there was a brilliant display of golden light. Li Sun Guang regarded Jiang Yu with an inscrutable gaze, appraising him from head to toe. What a bizarre occurrence. Some yearn for greatness, yet possess insufficient talent, while others laugh and frolic, endowed with extraordinary gifts. It has been several years since any new colors have emerged in the assessment of willpower aptitude. This year, however, there seems to be a resurgence akin to a rebound from the depths, as besides the illustrious gold, another tier has surfaced, an ethereal dynamic mist. The Night Watch Bureau is left utterly astonished. Which holds greater significance, the dynamic mist or the resplendent gold? Regardless of which is superior, it appears to indicate a singular truth. Above the 6th tier, there are at least manifestations of the 7th and 8th tiers. Li Shuangguang's eyes flickered slightly as he gazed at the youth before him, lost in contemplation. Previously, he had obstructed Lu Nanfeng, denying Jiang Yu the opportunity to undergo the aptitude test. This was due to the fact that Li Shuangguang had clandestinely conducted a test on Jiang Yu. If memory serves correctly, the result back then was an ominous ink-like shadow enveloping the skies. In Chapter 58, Forbidden Objects, Jiang Yu remarked, Uncle, why are you looking at me like that? I feel as if you're about to strike me with a belt any moment. Jiang Yu forced a smile, feeling a peculiar fear only towards his one-armed uncle. Strangely enough, although Li Shuangguang had never physically harmed him and often spoke in a gentle manner, he emanated an aura of authority that instilled a sense of dread. Perhaps this is what one refers to as a presence? Jiang Yu had previously thought it to be the aura of a corrupt official until that fateful day when Song Qingyan enlightened him about the concept of a war general. The realization left him even more anxious. Throughout the entirety of the Great Zhou, only the 5 most formidable warriors are worthy of being called generals. The ascension of one to the ranks implies the fall of another. To become a general is to be among the strongest of the strong. Heavens! It was foolish of him to have previously measured his strength against Lu Yaoyao, a Piao, and Uncle Li. They could likely obliterate him with a mere whim. However, one must note that the title of general likely refers to the past. Uncle Li, now in his 40s, must have held that title many years ago. Yet, the reason for his presence in Yunhai, a mere second-tier gathering place, remains a mystery. You, young man, Li Shuangguang said, his gaze softening as he chuckled lightly. I must observe closely what sets apart those who awaken with golden willpower from others. Uncle, have you discerned anything? Jiang Yu grinned. I perceive that you are ill-suited to become extraordinary. Uncle, you're saying that again, Jiang Yu grimaced. What I mean is, the situation grows increasingly dire each year. Li Shuangguang settled beside the sofa, stating, in the realm of the extraordinary, how many truly find peace? Your Uncle Lu's wife was an extraordinary being. She passed away nearly a decade ago due to alien contamination. He himself bears the scars of such encounters, appearing unscathed but requiring regular doses of specialized medication. Should he face several more intense battles, he may not have long to live. As for myself, you can see, I've lost an arm, once vibrant and spirited, now reduced to a mere shadow of my former self. Here we go again with the lamentations, Jiang Yu thought, feeling a headache coming on. Do you really think I'm just playing around with you? Li Shuangguang sighed. You cannot fathom what I encountered on my recent trip to Baidu. What did you see? Jiang Yu instinctively inquired. Very formidable adversaries, Li Shuangguang replied with a sidelong glance. offering no further elaboration. If you possessed a 4th or 5th tier talent, I could lend you a hand. But with golden willpower and an unknown tier, if I dared to obstruct your entry into the extraordinary realm, those above would strip me bare. Li Shuangguang retrieved a box from his pocket and opened it, revealing a pendant as dark as ink, encased in glass adorned with intricate patterns. What is this? Jiang Yu felt a flutter of trepidation, instinctively looking up at Uncle Li. A forbidden object. A whisper from the shadows. When worn, it will impart whispers that draw one into the abyss, likely lasting for 3 days. Prolonged use can sharpen one's willpower and refine one's foundation. However, the longer it is worn, the more one's negative emotions will amplify. It is advised not to wear it for more than 15 days, after which it must be removed for at least 3 days of rest. Its greatest function lies in its active effect, by utilizing the extraordinary energy within you to strike the pendant. It will unleash a pure form of contamination that significantly enhances your physical prowess for a brief period, but can only be used once. This pendant is rather unique. Its usage cost is not related to your current tier, but rather to your willpower aptitude level. Those with below 5th tier willpower will surely lose their sanity upon wearing it, while those with 5th tier aptitude can barely endure it, resisting the whispers. In other words, as long as you possess 5th tier talent, even if your body is currently at the 1st tier, you may don the pendant. Li Shuangguang gazed intently at the ancient ink-marked pendant, as if it recognized its bearer. My goodness, Jiang Yu's mind buzzed from the lengthy explanation. After a moment, he managed to stammer, Uncle, what exactly is a forbidden object? Li Shuangguang succinctly explained. Forbidden objects are items brought forth from the abyss, possessing various miraculous effects. All forbidden objects are collections of contamination. Using one will invariably come at a cost, which you will learn more about in the training camp. Oh, understood. Jiang Yu scratched his head. Uncle, is there only one of these? Could you perhaps procure another for me? What would you need two for? Uncle Li asked, perplexed. Suddenly, a thought struck him. A vein throbbed on his forehead. If you say one more word, I will take this one back. Hey, wait, don't. Jiang Yu chuckled nervously, reaching for the pendant. Seeing Uncle Li's lack of response, he boldly opened the glass box to examine it closely. Without a doubt, even the glass box holding the pendant was extraordinary. He sensed that even with all his might, he could not crush this small box. Crack. Jiang Yu's face reddened as he exerted force, causing a fine crack to appear. What are you doing? Li Shuangguang questioned, bemused by his antics. I'm testing the hardness of the glass. Well, it is glass after all. A minor crack under such immense pressure is enough to prove its durability. He carefully opened the box and extracted the pendant. Its touch was cool and weighty, its heft disproportionate to its size. The object was small, crescent-shaped, adorned with arcane patterns, and felt pleasant to the touch. Untying the pendant's cord, he fastened it around his neck. The moment he released it, a crackling sound resonated, as if an electric current coursed through him. Oh, Jiang Yu shivered. What sensation do you feel? Li Shuangguang inquired. It's icy cold, and it seems to carry static electricity. I meant, do you hear any sounds by your ear? Who cares if it's cold? Are you completely daft? However, observing Jiang Yu's demeanor, Li Shuangguang felt somewhat reassured. Those with 5th tier talents typically exhibited a serious demeanor when wearing it, unlike Jiang Yu, who appeared so relaxed as if nothing were amiss. Let me savor this. Jiang Yu focused his mind. As he concentrated, indeed, low murmurs began to echo in his ears, indistinct, as if veiled by a thin curtain, making it difficult to discern clearly. After listening attentively for over half a minute, Jiang Yu confirmed, good. A slight smile crept onto Li Shuangguang's face. It seems to suit you well. I've sent you some related materials to your email. Do remember to review them. All right. After exchanging a few more words, Jiang Yu returned to his room. He opened his computer's email and quickly located the information Li Shuangguang had sent regarding the whispers of the shadows. Aside from the basic introduction and usage methods he was already aware of, his attention swiftly shifted to the previous users of the pendant. Lin Xiao, the first user, aged 27, possessing a 5th tier willpower qualification, experienced whispers of falling into the abyss upon first donning the pendant, which faded after 72 hours. During a battle against an alien tide, Lin Xiao proactively activated the forbidden item, after which the pendant became unusable for him. Su Qi, the second user, aged 28, with a 4th tier willpower qualification, encountered a resounding whisper of falling into shadows upon first wearing it, accompanied by intense mental pollution. After 15 hours, unable to endure further, he voluntarily removed the forbidden item and underwent 3 days of pollution treatment. XXX. Upon thorough examination, it is evident that the pendant indeed selects its master. Those lacking sufficient qualifications are swiftly cast aside. The active skill could be deemed a life-saving ability, demonstrating remarkable efficacy. Regrettably, once utilized, the right to wield it is irrevocably lost, necessitating the search for a new user. Moreover, all wearers typically hear phrases such as falling into the abyss and becoming one with the shadows. Repeated exposure to these phrases may lead to feelings of agitation and extreme irritability, compelling one to remove the pendant for respite. Jiang Yu gently caressed the pendant. Intrigued by what whispers he might hear, he cleared his mind, holding his breath in concentration. The crackling sounds gradually became clearer. In that moment, it felt as if dense shadows enveloped him, sweeping over his body and penetrating his pores. A chilling sensation coursed through him, causing his heart to race. From afar, a faint pollution seemed to creep closer. The sounds grew increasingly distinct, albeit limited in words. With his eyes closed, Jiang Yu listened intently. Then, the voice became unmistakably audible, transforming into a singular utterance. Master. Chapter 59, Departure. Training Camp. What on earth? Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback. Was he being called a fool? Upon listening more closely, he realized that the shout he had just heard might have been merely a figment of his imagination. Instead, there was only a tide-like sound, crashing and echoing in the emptiness. There was none of the overwhelming sensation of suffocation and nausea described in the materials. Perhaps his so-called golden talent was truly at work? After some fiddling, finding no anomalies, Jiang Yu reclined onto his bed. Uncle Li suggested that upon entering the training camp, he should find a holiday to wear the pendant continuously for 3 days, akin to recognizing its ownership. However, seeing no adverse effects, he decided to wear it while sleeping, eager to swiftly pass these 3 days to utilize its powers sooner. Closing his eyes, in the darkness, the waves gently lapped against him. The sound was reminiscent of white noise, entirely unlike the torment endured by previous users, who found it nearly impossible to sleep during the initial 3 days. Instead, he felt an overwhelming drowsiness wash over him amidst the soothing sounds, his eyelids growing heavy. He soon drifted into slumber. A night passed in the blink of an eye. The ringing of the alarm clock roused him from his sleep. Jiang Yu exhaled deeply, his mind clearing in a matter of moments. He was astonished by the refreshing vigor he felt. Taking the pendant into his hand, the ink-patterned crescent pendant retained its ancient charm. Not to mention, the deep sleep function was exceptional. Had he possessed this pendant earlier, he might have easily secured admission to prestigious universities. Rising to dress and freshen up, he found that Uncle Li had already procured breakfast, and upon seeing the pendant adorning Jiang Yu's chest, his brow furrowed slightly. Did he sleep with it on last night? It seemed quite promising. Jiang Yu nodded. Well, this is impressive, Uncle Li remarked, reassured by Jiang Yu's evident vitality. He hurriedly finished his meal, ready to escort him to the subway station. All right, fried dough sticks, buns, tofu pudding, fries, cola, and mini burgers. The journey to the training camp differed from attending university. All students were required to gather at the central subway station of Yunhai at a specific time to board designated trains to the training camp. Soon, having finished his meal and packed his belongings, Jiang Yu was poised to commence nearly half a year of life at the training camp. As he stepped outside, Lu Yaoyao coincidentally opened the door. What a coincidence! Lu Nanfeng raised an eyebrow. Perfect. You can take them both there. It will save me a trip. Uncle Li smiled. Lu Nanfeng's expression darkened. He insisted on taking his own nephew. Why be so formal? Uncle Li chuckled, pushing Jiang Yu out and shutting the door with a decisive thud. Lastly, he instructed, I leave them in your care. I'll catch a few more Z's. Dad. Lu Yaoyao turned to him. Lu Nanfeng shot a glare at Jiang Yu. The youth grinned sheepishly. Not Dad, but Uncle Lu, could you give me a ride? Run on your own. Lu Nanfeng's face was as dark as a pot bottom. I'm a bit nervous, Jiang Yu, are you? I'm alright, though I'm somewhat worried about whether there are barbecues or spicy hot pots near the training camp. All you think about is food. I wanted to take you out to eat. Don't you always ask me to take you for delicious food? Shut up. Lu Yaoyao discreetly glanced at Lu Nanfeng, who was driving, and pinched Jiang Yu. The two chatted animatedly in the back seat, causing Lu Nanfeng's eyelids to twitch. Can you two be quiet for a moment? He could no longer hold his tongue. Forget it. Let us not provoke Uncle Lu. Jiang Yu smacked his lips, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. Yao, the training camp has many people. Stay away from those unsavory characters, all right? Lu Nanfeng hinted. I know, Lu Yaoyao replied. If anyone bullies you, tell the instructor right away. If it comes to it, call me. Uncle, don't worry. With me around, no one will bully her. Jiang Yu assured confidently. What I fear is you bullying her. Lu Nanfeng gritted his teeth. However, as if recalling something, he wore a sinister smile. Stealing a glance at Jiang Yu through the rearview mirror, the subway departed at 10:30. If missed, there would be no waiting. Compared to the college entrance examination, 10:30 truly allowed ample time. Even if one needed to take a 45-minute bathroom break, it would be sufficient. After offering a few more reminders, Lu Nanfeng watched the two enter the subway station. Just as they were about to disappear from view, Jiang Yu slyly took Lu Yaoyao's hand. What a rascal! You little brat. He nearly burst open the car door to chase after them. It's fine, I'm not angry. In that case, you want to have it easy at the training camp. He chuckled coldly, starting the car and driving off to an unknown destination. Meanwhile, the two who had entered the subway station, Lu Yaoyao instinctively withdrew her hand, glancing back as if she had been shocked. Don't you dare do anything reckless. Jiangyu, my dad will definitely kill you if he sees. What is there to fear? We won't see each other for half a year. And when we go to college, Uncle Lu won't see us at all. Jiangyu responded with a smile. What kind of nonsense is that? Why does it sound so strange? Lu Yaoyao's face flushed with embarrassment. Jiangyu, don't go too far. Of course. Jiangyu attempted to grasp her soft, delicate hand again, but alas, she evaded him. Undeterred, he patted his chest and declared, I promised Uncle Lu to take good care of you. Well, I truly appreciate it. Lu Yaoyao stepped past him through security. The special subway train resides in the deepest level. After passing through security checks, the two individuals navigated through a series of twists and turns, ultimately arriving at the third underground level. Upon descending, they were greeted by an open train door, where men and women, each carrying luggage, were either conversing on phone calls or resting with their eyes closed. They were truly the creme de la creme of this generation. Lu Yaoyao suddenly felt a pang of anxiety. How do you know? Jiang Yu inquired casually. Did Uncle Li not tell you? In the aptitude assessment, the most gifted students will board the last subway train to the special training camp. This has been a long-standing tradition of the Yunhai training camp, he explained. A question mark slowly emerged on Jiang Yu's forehead. Seriously? Why hasn't Uncle Li shared anything with you? I'd like to know too, Jiang Yu replied, his lips twitching. Let us go, we should board the subway. The two stepped aboard. This special subway service bore no outward distinction from regular carriages. A gentle knock on the exterior revealed a cold, solid texture, suggesting it was immensely durable. With approximately 8 or 9 carriages, each housed 20 to 30 individuals. The total number likely exceeded 200. After a brief scan, Jiang Yu realized he did not recognize anyone in this carriage. Jiang Yu, what do you think we will train for in the special camp? Lu Yaoyao asked. 100 individuals, placed in one location, gathering weapons, ammunition, and medical supplies. And if luck smiles upon us, perhaps even Tier 3 gear and armor. Eventually, a poisonous zone will emerge, gradually constricting until only one person remains alive. Jiang Yu nonchalantly remarked while observing the other students. They appeared formidable, as if one punch could fell 10 adversaries. Jiang Yu, yes, I'm here. He quickly returned to attention. Could you be a bit more serious? I am serious, Jiang Yu grinned. Let us just say, in terms of combat training, as long as no second-tier aberration appears, I could easily have you lying down. As he glanced at the phone screen and the surveillance cameras, Lu Nanfeng's expression darkened again. That little rascal truly dared to speak so boldly. Chapter 60, The Stalled Subway. A thick fog envelopes the atmosphere. Attention, students. This subway train is en route to the Yunhai training camp and will depart at 10:30 a.m. Baidu time, making no stops along the way. The entire journey is expected to last 20 minutes. The announcement echoed, and the passengers in the carriage slightly perked up. They were about to depart. Jiang Yu glanced at the time. It was already 10:20. The Yunhai training camp. Lu Yaoyao's eyes sparkled with excitement. I've heard this training session will be unprecedentedly intense. By the time we leave the camp, we might be capable of rivaling first-tier aberrations. Don't say that. Even without entering the camp, I could already handle a first-tier aberration, Jiang Yu remarked, touching his nose, choosing not to respond further. As the seconds ticked by, finally, at exactly 10:30, the announcement rang out. Students, please take your seats. We are about to depart. It's starting. With a click, the glass doors on the platform gradually closed, followed by the closing of the subway doors. The carriage swayed slightly as the train began its journey forward. I feel like I need to use the restroom, Jiang Yu muttered while rubbing his stomach. The fellow students around instinctively turned their gazes toward him. Could you be a bit more civilized? Lu Yaoyao sighed, genuinely wishing to distance herself from him. Hello, classmate. Which gathering place are you from? A boy nearby, initially engrossed in his phone, looked up, momentarily astonished by Jiang Yu's presence. Hi there. We're from Yunhai, and you? Jiang Yu stood up, nudging Lu Yaoyao to the side, and flashed a warm smile. I'm from Tianhe. Nice to meet you. You too. Have you had breakfast? Yes, you? I have as well, Jiang Yu exclaimed. Lu Yaoyao couldn't help but smile wryly at his antics, ignoring the awkward conversation between the two. She donned her headphones and settled into a quiet rest. Yunhai was the largest secondary gathering place in the vicinity. The scale of the training camp was immense, attracting top students from other gathering places for joint training. Essentially, those who found themselves at the Yunhai training camp either possessed a baseline aptitude of Tier 3 or 4, or their extraordinary abilities were exceptionally unique. A total of 2,500 students were gathered, all of them remarkably talented. A Tier 5 aptitude was certainly not weak. Yet who could predict how many Tier 5 talents would be aboard this train? Lu Yaoyao indeed felt a sense of pressure, with music playing in her ears. She rested for a moment. The train continued its course forward. Suddenly, after an unknown duration, a tremor shook the carriage. Having not genuinely intended to fall asleep, Lu Yaoyao simply opened her eyes and glanced at Jiang Yu. Speaking of black silk, I must disagree. I prefer white silk because... What on earth was this guy rambling about? Lu Yaoyao removed her headphones and poked him. Enough with the chatter. Jiang Yu, go entertain your girlfriend. We can talk when we return to the camp. The short-haired youth wore a teasing smile. Ah, you know how it is. Girls can be clingy, Jiang Yu replied, turning his head, casting a somewhat guilty look at Lu Yaoyao. If this were a comic, an exasperated symbol would surely appear above her head. You're always so frivolous. That is not true. One can't be serious every day, just like your father. Jiang Yu silently added in his mind. Considering how his father's health was already poor, and he didn't need to perpetually wear a gloomy expression, which would only worsen his condition. Enjoy it while you can. Once we enter the training camp, I wonder if you'll still be so cheerful. You needn't worry about that, Jiang Yu smiled. With Uncle Lu absent, I'll be crazy with joy every day. Just then, the train jolted again. Wait, didn't they say it would take less than 20 minutes? It's been nearly 35 minutes now. Someone gasped softly. It really has. Why are we still moving? Moreover, it seemed there was no sign of slowing down. What was going on? Expected to take less than 20 minutes. Even a 5-minute delay would be understandable. But 15 minutes late with a non-stop service? That truly seems odd. The training camp was not located within the Yunhai gathering place, indicating that this subway must be traversing outside the city. The Yunhai gathering place is located along the northern coastal region of the Great Zhou, and while the outskirts are not as perilous as the Fallen Zones, they are certainly not as safe as the city itself. No one could guarantee that unforeseen circumstances wouldn't arise. The current situation felt unusual, causing a wave of tension to ripple through the passengers. Is that fog outside? Someone murmured. It is fog. Another confirmed. Jiang Yu followed suit, directing his gaze outside. He noticed a thin layer of fog gathering, slightly obscuring the view. In a matter of moments, the fog thickened alarmingly. This fog doesn't seem right, Jiang Yu thought, his playful demeanor fading as he stood up to observe more closely. Most of the other students mirrored his actions, scrutinizing the outside world. The previously jovial atmosphere had shifted dramatically. They were hailed as the most gifted students, but talent aside, even those who had awakened their abilities were merely inexperienced youths, untested in real combat against aberrations, and the general unease loomed heavily in their hearts. The fog thickened, and the subway's pace gradually slowed. Ultimately, it emitted a prolonged hiss before coming to a complete halt. All the carriages fell into an eerie silence. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, the carriage lights began to flicker, and the doors swung open in unison. A dense fog enveloped the platform outside, with visibility reduced to approximately 7 or 8 meters. Furthermore, the fog was not merely a shroud. Even his shadow could not fully penetrate it. At best, he could discern a few more meters than the others. On the ground, remnants of fresh blood were visible, pooling ominously. The sight of the blood further plunged the atmosphere into a chilling dread. What had transpired? Some timid girls began to tremble. It was evident that this scene was fraught with peril. Clearly, the blood on the ground and the distant bones indicated that all the members of the training camp had been slaughtered. Jiang Yu spoke up, drawing everyone's attention. They've been killed? Hey, brother, what are you rambling about? The crowd's expressions varied in disbelief. That's impossible. The instructors at the training camp are formidable. One student turned pale. No one understands these creatures better than I do. The blood here is still fresh, indicating it happened just a few hours ago, perhaps even moments ago. Jiang Yu stated matter-of-factly. So, does anyone know how to operate the subway? Let's drive it back and promptly inform the night patrol. That makes sense. But why does it feel so off? Upon reflection, one wondered why anyone would consider driving the subway back in the face of such an uncanny scene. Hey, brother. The outside is filled with fog and blood. What are you doing? As Jiang Yu stepped forward, the other's expressions shifted. He waved his hand dismissively and stepped onto the platform. I feel unwell. I need to find a place to relieve myself. Who the hell is this lunatic boarding the train? Be careful. There's something in the fog. A student exclaimed in alarm. Suddenly, a hound-like creature burst forth from the mist. It leapt. This boy is doomed, was the collective thought. Then, with a resounding thud, the creature's head exploded, its body collapsing to the ground. Jiang Yu and Lu Yaoyao followed suit, rushing out. The boy's expression remained calm in the face of the creature's explosion, neither surprised nor fearful, as if he had not witnessed it at all. He surveyed his surroundings, seemingly searching for something. Is that the ability of that female classmate? After all, that boy appeared rather peculiar. Inside the carriage, someone quietly swallowed hard. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the two figures gradually advanced until they vanished into the fog. Soon after, a second and third person quietly exited the carriage. Chapter 61. The assessment has begun. Jiang Yu, slow down, Lu Yaoyao urged as she kept pace with him. This fog. Jiang Yu extended his palm, attempting to grasp the mist. However, it was evident that he could not seize something as insubstantial as this. Be cautious. There are creatures in the fog, Lu Yaoyao warned. Scanning the area warily, Jiang Yu's dark pupils reflected the shapes within the mist. The swirling fog obscured their vision, and beneath the thick haze, shadowy figures flickered in and out of sight. Prolonged exposure to this environment only heightened their anxiety. The subway had stopped at a normal platform, moving forward. One could see the escalator and staircase. There were also several corpses of the creatures. Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow. Jogging ahead, he noticed a half-severed body on the ground. It resembled twisted dough. Uncertain, he decided to investigate further. The upper part of the body had an oddly shaped head, long and large, with hard, conical bone spines that appeared quite menacing. Its visage was grotesque, reminiscent of Frisia's transformed state from Dragon Ball. Jiang Yu shifted positions to poke at it. The skin was thin, allowing him to distinctly feel the hard bones beneath. Jiang Yu? Lu Yaoyao's gaze lingered on the corpse for a few seconds before retracting. A multitude of suspicions surfacing in her mind. Something was amiss. Jiang Yu stood up and continued forward. Concluding that this creature's rank was relatively low, it was too weak. Lu Yaoyao closely followed him. Out of the city, it's improbable that they would truly operate an unmanned system. There must be strong individuals providing protection. The subway has been stationary for quite a while, and yet no one has emerged. Strange indeed. Moreover, this training camp, could it possibly be cut off from communications? An incident occurred just hours ago. There must be a way to alert the Yunhai gathering point. Yet, it appears as though the entire Yunhai community is oblivious. The notion that the training camp was ambushed does not hold water. Lu Yaoyao nodded, her chaotic thoughts quickly aligning. Jiang Yu continued. Gathering the most talented individuals seems rather peculiar. Thus, I suspect that this white fog may serve as a sort of trial. Perhaps our every action is being monitored. Other students can observe, some performing well, others poorly, motivating one another. That makes sense. Lu Yaoyao, who had already harbored some suspicions, furrowed her brow in agreement. Everyone is not foolish. With a little contemplation, the truth becomes evident. The two approached the escalator, which had ceased functioning due to a lack of power, forcing them to proceed on foot. Lu Yaoyao was somewhat astonished, perhaps not expecting the boy to remain so composed. It was not difficult to deduce. The challenge lay in maintaining clarity of thought after witnessing the creatures and the upheaval. I find it remarkable that you are entirely unperturbed, Lu Yaoyao expressed in surprise. Jiang Yu flashed a bright smile. I am exceptionally brave. Lu Yaoyao chuckled, her tension easing significantly. Suddenly, the mist began to stir. Jiang Yu's ears perked up, and he immediately glanced to the side. There's a creature. Yaoyao, don't be afraid. I'm here. I'm not afraid. Another figure burst forth from the fog. Jiang Yu assumed a combat stance, then retreated a step. Go for it. Yaoyao, use your soul-binding attack. This kid is truly extraordinary. I thought he was quite impressive, yet he retreats in the face of a creature? How could such a person have the audacity to enter the training camp? Within the training camp's teaching building, screens in each classroom displayed footage from within the fog. The training camp's intentions were not difficult to decipher. On one hand, they aimed to temper the spirit of the more gifted individuals. Do not assume that high talent guarantees safety. Face the creatures directly. On the other hand, they sought to inspire those with lesser abilities. Look, they are not invincible. This has been a long-standing tradition at the Yunhai gathering point. However, this year, it was executed differently, instigating chaos from the outset. The suddenness of the event, coupled with the horrifying and bloody creatures presented before them, intensified the impact. To put it plainly, the training camp had already prepared medications and instruments to mitigate pollution, ready to assist the young recruits at any moment. The students gazed at the large screen, occasionally whispering amongst themselves. If they wished to avoid the screen, they could also connect their phones to the campus network to view alternative perspectives. Thanks to their striking appearance and engaging dialogue, the pairing of Jiang Yu and Lu Yaoyao garnered significant attention. Just moments ago, he had spoken with bravado, emanating confidence, only to have a girl push him to the forefront. Aren't you embarrassed, brother? As for these creatures, I fear them not at all. Yaoyao, your exposure to them has been limited. I observe that these creatures seem rather weak, perfectly suited for you to hone your abilities. In the scene, Jiang Yu spoke eloquently. What was even more difficult for everyone to accept was that the girl actually nodded, saying, yes, you have great talent, while mine pales in comparison. I will strive to catch up. What gives? Many boys' features twisted in jealousy. They entered the elevator and arrived at the gate. Jiang Yu glanced around. Let us check the map first. The two wandered about, occasionally encountering fellow trainees just disembarking from the subway. Soon, they found the map on the wall. Exit A led to playground number 2. Exit B was the training ground. And what was this? The training ground was something unknown. Continuing downward. Exit C was the shadow field. 3 exits in total. Which one should they take? Jiang Yu inquired of Lu Yaoyao. Shall we go to the shadow field? Lu Yaoyao suggested. All right. The name alone suggests it might be quite perilous. Jiang Yu snapped his fingers. Let us go. I'll protect you. How shameless. Truly shameless. Is there any way to barrage him with insults? Soon, the two made their way towards exit C. Hey, slow down. Let us go together. Let us stick together. Footsteps emerged from the mist behind them. 7 or 8 trainees chased after them, presumably seeking camaraderie. Sure, Jiang Yu nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate. The shadow field, as its name implies, is a realm of shadows. In truth, most trainees had little understanding of what this place entailed. They had only recently entered the camp and had not yet commenced formal classes. They were vaguely aware that the shadow field was constructed to mimic the shadow layer, serving as a miniature version of it. Upon entering the camp, they received a basic handbook, and with the gradual release of extraordinary information by the officials, most had a preliminary understanding of this aspect. The shadow layer, where visibility is obstructed and pollution is rampant, is teeming with aberrations, and the structures are exceedingly resilient. It is undoubtedly far more terrifying than the playground or training ground. While it may not be the true shadow layer, it is said that the effects are not vastly different. Jiang Yu, the pampered pretty boy, would surely be terrified to the point of losing control upon entering. The crowd arranged their seats and prepared snacks, eager to witness the spectacle. Chapter 62, a shocking turn. Something's amiss in the shadow field. Is this truly the shadow field? Upon returning to the surface, the thick fog persisted, and the ground was shrouded in an eerie dark gray hue, as if all color had been sapped beneath the mists. Roar! At that moment, a roar echoed from dozens of meters away. A colossal figure flickered in and out of the mist, seemingly approaching. What is that? Lu Yaoyao's expression changed. It's an aberration, Jiang Yu replied. Hiss. Just then, more aberrations emerged from the fog. A snake. Holy crap. A snake over a meter long. How could a snake in this cursed place be ordinary? Its head resembled a cone, with a long, serpentine body adorned with numerous purple-black pupils. As it twisted forward, the pupils quivered unsettlingly. This was merely the least alarming. Further on, even more bizarre entities emerged, creatures that were neither snakes nor centipedes. A quick glance revealed at least 20 of them. Anyone encountering this would surely feel their scalp prickle with terror. Dude, stop looking. Shouldn't we be running? What the hell was the training camp up to? The few behind Jiang Yu began to tremble. Whoosh. Suddenly, Jiang Yu's pupils constricted. He anticipated that 3 snakes would charge directly at him. Like arrows released from a bow, they sped through the air, leaving trails in their wake. This is serious? Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yu grabbed Lu Yaoyao, rolled sideways, and evaded. The others also scrambled to roll out of the way. The 3 snakes darted straight into the subway entrance. What in the world is that? Help! Run! We absolutely must not exit from exit C. The next moment, piercing screams shattered the air. Apologies, my wrongs. May the Buddha laugh with you. Jiang Yu silently mourned for everyone, quickly rising with a grave expression. What in the world is wrong with this training camp? At that speed, a hit would undoubtedly create a massive hole in one's body. Not even a mid-tier first rank would dare to take that head on. Jiang Yu remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings. With Lu Yaoyao beside him, his evasion was purely instinctive. He hoped the trainees below were safe and that the training camp would come to their aid. Damn it, why are those 3 snakes back? Their multitude of eyes fixated on him. Were they targeting him? Jiang Yu, run. Lu Yaoyao grasped his arm, pulling him forward. With his movement, the others began to scream and run as well. The creatures on the ground swiftly pursued them. He attempted to distance himself from Lu Yaoyao, glancing back occasionally. After a moment, he confirmed it. Those little critters were indeed chasing him. Why? The shadow field was just ahead. Keep going. Push harder. Everyone yelled. The subway entrance was right beside the shadow field, a mere few dozen meters away. Although referred to as a venue, the shadow field spanned a vast area, enclosed by heavy, unknown materials, towering and imposing. The entrance led into a large building. Everyone rushed inside, disregarding their surroundings. There was a door leading to the shadow field, so they charged forward. As they pushed through door after door, Jiang Yu took up the rear, kicking away any aberrations that lunged at them while following the group. They burst through a door, and in the blink of an eye, Jiang Yu found himself stepping out from a convenience store. Behind him, there were no towering buildings. It was indeed just a small convenience store. He lifted his gaze, surveying his surroundings. Outside, the autumn wind howled, stirring up fallen leaves. Buildings stood solemnly, their doors and windows shattered, hollow as if gouged out. Rows of trees lined the streets, their branches withered and bare, and a glance revealed scattered leaves that did little to enhance the desolation, only heightening the sense of lifelessness in the place. Cars were strewn about the street, haphazardly parked, reduced to mere shells. Various items lay piled around, covered in a layer of dust. Desolate, silent. Simultaneously, an unseen shadowy substance began to infiltrate his body, cold and chilling. Of course, its effect was far inferior to that of a true shadow layer. This so-called shadow field indeed bore some resemblance to a shadow layer. All this transpired within mere seconds. Jiang Yu took a gentle breath, suddenly recalling something, and hurriedly looked left and right. Where's Yao Yao? Where did my large Yao Yao go? She entered just moments before me. Where is she? Jiang Yu quickly turned around and reopened the door. 3 serpents lunged towards his face, a blatant affront. His expression turned frigid as he reached out to seize one. With a sharp pop, he crushed its head. The remaining 2 collided against him, their fangs sinking cruelly into his flesh. With a resounding bang, he crushed the one he had caught in a single hand. Emotionless, he grasped the other 2, effortlessly extracting them as if they were mere wisps of cotton, and once again, he crushed them with ease. Glancing down at the wounds, he noted that he had gripped too forcefully, leaving their fangs embedded in his flesh. He gently tugged at them, pulling them outwards, a motion that elicited a twinge of pain, causing his brows to furrow deeper. When he opened the door again, nothing surged forth. It appeared to be an ordinary door, leading to a mundane convenience store. Entering and exiting posed no issues. Yet something felt amiss. This time, it was truly unsettling. The door, which had been opened together, now led to an emptiness. Ignoring others, he succumbed to a frenzied impulse to charge towards his serpentine aberration, while a peculiar sensation grew stronger within him as he stood in the shadowy realm. What was happening? In the observation room of the training camp, the onlookers shared his confusion and anxiety. Lu Qing, what is going on over there at sea? The eye serpents are exhibiting signs of losing control for some unknown reason, and the blood crystals are only having a minimal effect. Damn it, we must eliminate those eye serpents immediately. The safety of the trainees is our priority. I have dealt with the remaining eye serpents. The 2 trainees have now entered the shadow realm. Seeing Jiang Yu appear on the screen, the instructors in the observation room sighed in relief. The shadow realm was constructed from a forbidden object from the abyss. Entering through the same entrance could lead one to emerge from various locations. The probability of 3 eye serpents and several individuals exiting from the same exit was, in fact, rather low. To leave, one would need to approach a specific entrance or employ alternative methods. In any case, the 2 had entered the shadow realm, and instructors were already stationed inside, ensuring their safety. However, their relief was short-lived as their eyes widened in shock. Jiang opened the grand door, and 3 eye serpents surged forth simultaneously. What kind of luck was this? In the classroom and observation room, everyone watched in disbelief as he crushed the aberrations and extracted their teeth. Suddenly, all the cameras went dark. Everyone froze in shock. On the other side, Jiang Yu's gaze fixated at the end of the street. A hum resonated, growing increasingly strange. It felt as though a bell was tolling in his mind, causing a dizzying sensation. A chill radiated from his heart, spreading outward, raising the hairs on his arms. Shadows began to creep across his body, intertwining uncontrollably, weaving themselves into a shroud of darkness. Clang! 10 sharp claws erupted, glinting with a menacing sheen. He had inadvertently transformed into a shadowy form. Suddenly, he glanced into the distance. With a loud thud, a corpse plummeted from the sky. Was that a first-tier superior aberration? Cloaked in shadow, Jiang gazed into the distance. Who could explain to him what was happening? This examination in the training camp seemed to be spiraling into absurdity. Chapter 63, Uprising. The Nest of the Eye Kind. A creature of human height, devoid of facial features or sexual organs, emerged, letting out a deafening roar as it lunged forward. Do not be deceived by its lack of attire. With a squelch, an eyeball extruded from its skin, its purplish-black pupil darting and immediately fixating on Jiang Yu. No, it was not just one. As it charged, the squelching sounds multiplied. In an instant, a swarm of them connected, a grotesque sight. The creature was suffused with a murderous intent, seemingly fixated on the need to eliminate him. The sound of thundering footsteps grew closer, then it lunged. Its body was covered in a multitude of eyes, all swirling and generating an indistinguishable assault. A wave of dizziness washed over Jiang Yu, his body reacting with nausea and the urge to vomit. Then, with a crack, before it could approach, Jiang's claw had already seized its neck. He gently applied pressure with his 5 claws, snapping it cleanly. 80 of his health instantly depleted. Following that, he absorbed its essence into his manual. Name, faceless-eyed being. Type, eye. Rank, first tier mid-level. Description, A lowly abyssal aberration. Its pupils are the primary source of its abilities, and the number of pupils does not reflect its true strength. Proficient in mental attacks, its pupils enable it to perceive minute details, exploiting weaknesses for assault. Note: the despicable eye kind is rumored to have once been a subordinate of the shadow kind. Killing cost: temporary blindness of both eyes, cost wave. Essence absorption reward: increased shadow points, slight enhancement of shadow eyes. This aberration has been recorded. After all, being first tier mid-level, gaining some shadow points, was commendable. Moreover, it had also slightly bolstered his shadow eyes, a pleasant surprise. To put it bluntly, he could now clearly read the last line of the eye chart. No need for Light to check his phone at night. He could discern whether the girl across was in white stockings or barefoot. It was that powerful. Turning the manual upwards, information about the eye serpents reflected back at him. Jiang Yu focused on the type. Eye kind, a lower race of the shadow kind? Could it be that this creature harbored a grudge against users of shadow abilities? No, he was not merely a simple branch of XX abilities, but a genuine stealth user. With the power of shadow. Perhaps that was why they relentlessly attacked him? Jiang Yu speculated aimlessly, uncertain of the situation. He surveyed his surroundings once more. The anxiety that had peaked now waned, resembling the echo of a bell tolling, leaving a lingering hum. Was this acute sense of danger a peculiarity of the shadow realm? Or was it caused by something else? Jiang Yu did not know. Initially, he thought this was some sort of examination orchestrated by the training camp. Everyone else was merely young individuals who had just awakened their abilities. They would surely not unleash high-tier aberrations. At most, they would release some first-tier low or mid-level aberrations for the purpose of intimidation. For others, it might entail a test of body and mind. But for him, a trial he could easily demolish. How could he possibly feel anxious? Yet, ever since those eye kind had desperately attempted to take his life, coupled with the abnormalities of the shadow realm, he was no longer so certain. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Jiang Yu moved to the right. He might encounter other trainees nearby, and he attempted to shed the shadowy shroud. Yet he remained utterly still. Deactivate. The skill did not respond. He called out in his mind repeatedly for over 10 times, yet there was no reaction. Switching to Shadow Blade yielded the same lack of response. Shadow Threads, Shadow Group, operate seamlessly. Activating abilities. How does one enter the shadow realm? A dim glimmer flickered in his pitch-black eyes. He remained stationary, utterly devoid of spatial movement. Jiang Yu inhaled deeply. Excellent. The situation may, indeed, be more dire than anticipated. Hiss. Roar. As he walked down the street, Jiang Yu felt his heart grow increasingly heavy. Having ventured merely 100 meters, he was encased by the grotesque shapes wedged between buildings, eyes lurking behind windows, distorted figures clinging to rooftops. At some unknown point, a circle had formed around him, encircling him completely. Crackle, crackle. 10 sharp claws grated against one another, sparking a few embers. Beneath the shroud of shadows, murderous intent gradually surfaced. What has transpired? Why has the playback area on the shadow field gone dark? I was utterly taken aback when that boy pulled the teeth lodged in his shoulder. Then, suddenly, a black screen appeared, startling me. In the classroom, the students exchanged puzzled glances. They then observed their instructor at the front seemingly receiving some message, his expression swiftly turning grave. After hastily instructing them to remain in the classroom and await further news, he exited. Inside the observation room, the atmosphere was notably tense. Reports flooded in. Instructor Liu has lost contact. Instructor Luo has also lost contact. All cameras and reconnaissance devices have been severed. One message after another weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. A flurry of keystrokes yielded no results. Instructor Chen, what should we do now? Someone inquired. Casting a glance in his direction, the man known as Instructor Chen, with elongated eyes and a prominent hawkish nose, naturally exuded an air of ferocity. His gaze, sharp as a blade, deterred anyone from meeting his eyes. Truly, I am astounded by you, Yunhai Special Training Camp. Chen Tsang's frown deepened, amplifying his menacing demeanor. Xiaoqin, compile the names of students who have entered the shadow field, along with their awakened abilities. Contact the chief instructor to explain the situation and seek his counsel. Finally, summon all second and third tier instructors to the shadow realm immediately. Commands were issued, and a flurry of activity ensued. The shadow realm originates from a forbidden object, the eye seed nest. Discovered 30 years ago, this peculiar entity comprises a mass of eyeballs that, at first glance, appear to be a living organism. Once this forbidden object is grasped, over time, eyeballs will sprout from the individual. When the number of eyeballs reaches a certain threshold, the body will inevitably begin to mutate towards the eye seed direction. Fourth-tier extraordinary beings can maintain possession for 3 minutes, while fifth-tier extraordinary beings can hold it for 10 minutes. Upon landing, the eye seed nest emits waves, altering the surrounding environment to create a semi-shadowy state. Thus, the name Shadow Realm was born. Periodically, the Iseed nest nurtures a batch of aberrations. Those aberrations that linger within will undergo pollution, growing stronger, and partially transforming into Iseeds. The Iseed nest is highly resistant to high-tier extraordinary beings. When it expands the Shadow Realm, should a high-tier extraordinary approach, the nest will drain the life force of all entities within to resist the extraordinary being. Since the establishment of the Shadow Realm, 25 years have passed without the nest relocating or causing any disturbances. It has proven stable and practical, serving as a beneficial training ground for students. However, for the first time, it has erupted into chaos. Chapter 64. Assessment halted. Third-tier aberrations. Fourth and fifth-tier extraordinary beings are prohibited from entering the Iseed nest, or they will trigger the rules. Immediately gather all second and third-tier instructors, don your gear, and head to the Shadow Realm. Chun Tsang swiftly issued commands. Instructor Chun, how should we handle the other students? Someone asked. After a brief moment of contemplation, Chun Tsang replied, retract the white mist, halt the assessment, and send a few instructors to maintain order. Understood. Instructor Su, Instructor Zhou, and Instructor Liu were called upon, and he turned to leave. Let us depart together. The others hurriedly followed. Forbidden objects are manifestations of rules. Since they pertain to regulations, distinguishing tiers becomes quite challenging. They are assessed based on lethality, applicability, cost of use, and overall effects, categorized into 3 tiers: star, moon, and Sunday. The Iseed nest is classified as a mid-tier moon object. Its effects are peculiar and extensive. If fully unleashed, it could withstand even 4th-tier extraordinary beings. The consequences of a tier of this nature erupting into chaos are unimaginable. The group hastily approached, and a grave expression lingered on Chun Tsang's face. Inside the Iseed nest at that moment were 1 3rd-tier instructor and 4 2nd-tier instructors. The efficiency of aberration production from the Iseed nest was not particularly high. Particularly for 2nd-tier aberrations, it typically took 3 to 4 months to nurture one. Moreover, with instructors wielding reconnaissance forbidden objects conducting periodic sweeps, the emergence of 2nd-tier beings was nearly impossible. This assessment left only a handful of mid-tier first-level and some lower-tier first-level aberrations. After multiple confirmations to ensure the aberrations remained within controlled limits, students were finally permitted entry. There are no upper-tier first-level aberrations within the Iseed nest. All instructors possess formidable strength. There should be no issues. Theoretically, there should be no problems. Yet, for reasons unknown, a sense of unease gnawed at Chun Tsang's heart. Forbidden objects. If you do not provoke them, how could they suddenly erupt into chaos without cause? Throughout the cataclysm's duration, the instances of forbidden object upheaval are few and far between, and each time a cause could be identified. But what about this time? Everything appeared normal. Merely a few students have entered. Last year, the year before, and the year prior to that, how many students have traversed the Shadow Realm without incident? It's utterly absurd. The instructors moved with remarkable speed, leaping dozens of meters at a time. Their formidable physical prowess rendered them nearly invisible to the naked eye. Before long, they arrived at the entrance to the Shadow Realm. However, their elevated tiers, possessing 4th-tier strength, would immediately provoke a counterattack from the Iseed nest should they attempt to enter. The source of that backlash would be the life force of all the beings within. Fortunately, other instructors began to arrive in succession. 7 3rd-tier and 5 2nd-tier instructors. Within minutes, they gathered 12 individuals. This will suffice, Chun Tsang assessed. Everyone prepare to enter the Shadow Realm. Avoid combat unless absolutely necessary. Prioritize understanding the situation and ensuring the student's safety. Understood. Without hesitation, the group swiftly proceeded to the entrance of the Shadow Realm. There were 5 doors in total, and they formed a queue to enter in batches. The leading instructor exerted force with his arm, pushing against the door. It did not budge. His expression shifted slightly as he exerted more strength, yet it remained immovable. Old Liu, what are you hesitating for? Hurry up and enter. Someone urged from the back. This door won't open. I'm truly astounded. Can't you dimwits stop pursuing? The walls of the building, cloaked in shadow, wove a dark garment around their forms. Using both hands and feet, they swiftly leaped and maneuvered atop the walls. Below, at least 10 Iseeds were gathering, with several more trailing behind. This ragtag group lacks the ability to scale walls, primarily due to the dearth of towering edifices within the Shadow Realm. The tallest structure barely reaches 10 stories, while the majority are antiquated 6-story buildings. A rarity in contemporary times. Although Jiang Yu nostalgically reminisces about such modest heights, evoking a sense of returning to a community in Huaxia, they are utterly insufficient for him to leverage his advantages. As long as the aberrants can leap high enough and possess sufficient strength, they can easily reach the rooftops from the window ledges and pursue him relentlessly. Could he dare to pause? Absolutely not. He initially intended to engage these miscreants in a life-or-death struggle, only to find himself besieged by first-tier elites, one after another, with even some second-tier aberrants concealed among them. Attacks came from all directions, with their ocular abilities excelling in mental assaults. How was one to combat such a scenario? Bam! His right foot slammed onto the rooftop, creating a substantial crater in the floor. Subsequently, he propelled himself high into the air, harnessing the momentum akin to a soaring bird. Boom! A resonant hum erupted in his mind, abruptly decelerating his forward motion. His gliding posture became distorted, and then, again, Jiang Yu's expression twisted in irritation as yet another gaze bore down upon him, hindering his movements. As he neared the rooftop of the adjacent building, the repeated disruptions transformed his actions, sending him plummeting downward. Bam! He crashed to the ground. His back. Jiang Yu grimaced in pain, propping himself up. This group of ocular aberrants clung to him like a relentless adhesive. Initially, he managed to shake them off, yet their incessant harassment allowed them to close the distance. After this fall, escaping seemed utterly hopeless. He moved his arms, glancing upwards. As expected, several figures were peering over the edge at him, while the sound of approaching footsteps echoed ominously around him. Both above and below, they were encircling him. At least 2 second-tier aberrants, 7 or 8 first-tier elites, and several first-tier mid-level creatures. While being unable to utilize Shadow Blade was somewhat acceptable, the confinement of his ability to traverse the Shadow Realm was truly lethal. It could be said that his mobility had been curtailed by half. How had it come to this? What in the world had he done to deserve this? Did he eradicate their entire ocular species or unearth their ancestral coffins? Were they so desperate as to gnaw off a piece of him in a fight to the death? Damn it! After hunting in the Shadow Realm for so long, Jiang Yu had never encountered such frenzied aberrants, whether they were phantoms, predators, or other variants. The principle remained. If you struck me, I would retaliate. If you sought to kill me, I would endeavor to eliminate you, should your strength surpass mine. Perhaps fear would compel me to flee, though whether I could escape was another matter. Survival, resistance, and the instinct to seek benefit while avoiding harm. These were the essence of biological instinct. Look at these ocular aberrants. What foolish creatures they were. Fine. He initially sought to coexist with them as an ordinary student, only to be met with hostility. No longer would he feign ignorance. He was laying his cards on the table. He too was second tier, and possessed 2 unique attributes at that. Was it merely a matter of ferocity? At worst, even if he were gravely injured, he would make sure to bring them down with him. The fierce determination within him ignited fully. Jiang Yu rolled up his sleeves, ready for combat. Yet, at that moment, he noticed a hint of retreat among these creatures. They had chased him down, but seemed reluctant to engage. Were they intending to race him in a marathon? Jiang Yu's nostrils flared with indignation as he watched them withdraw. No, their gazes appeared fixated behind him. A chill surged through his heart as he slowly turned around. A 3-meter-tall figure, its bone blade curving like a scythe, hunched over, with spines protruding from its back. 3 pupils emitted a deep green glow. Standing upright, its abdomen bore a white, armor-like bony shell, instilling no doubt regarding its hardness. Hiss! A soft hissing emanated from its curved jaws. Cold sweat began to bead, saturating his back. Jiang Yu inhaled deeply. Good. Just splendid. A third-tier aberrant had emerged. What the hell? Bam! A resounding crash echoed as he crossed his arms defensively across his chest. The overwhelming force was insurmountable, and Jiang Yu was sent crashing through the wall. Chapter 65, Plunging into Darkness. A third-tier aberrant. An aberrant. He hadn't even officially battled a second-tier creature yet. And now, they were thrusting him straight into third-tier territory? Fine, let the fight commence. Would it be too much to ask for his abilities to be fully unshackled? Who was the fool that could seal powers from a distance? He truly grasped it now. Phantoms, predators, those fleshly abilities were tangible and thus easier to combat. But ocular aberrants, each one more bizarre than the last. Their large, glistening eyes left him utterly perplexed, as he could do nothing but endure their assaults. And now, the third-tier ocular aberrant before him. Regardless of its special abilities, its physical strength already dwarfed his own. Clutching his chest, Jiang Yu stumbled amidst the debris, rising from the rubble. In his shadow form, it was impossible to discern his injuries. Only he was aware of his condition. His body felt as though it might shatter. Fortunately, he had anticipated the incoming attack, raising his claws to shield himself. Otherwise, he might not have been able to stand after that blow. As he gazed at the approaching figure, Jiang Yu forced his aching body to hold its ground. Psst! He immediately raised his hand, unleashing strands of shadow silk. The moment the creature entered this confined space, it was met head-on with a barrage of tenacious threads. Although they could not penetrate its form, they effectively ensnared it from various angles. Within mere seconds, the strands rapidly consumed his energy. A wave of emptiness surged within him as a significant amount of shadow points dissipated. Despite this, the results were promising. The unknown creature adorned with bone spikes and pupils was ensnared. As it struggled, the shadow strands snapped one by one. Moments later, all the strands were completely torn apart. When it looked up again, where was Jiangyu? Where had he gone? It scanned left and right, then stepped outside. The street? Absent. The rooftop? Also absent. That brat was surprisingly swift. The bone-spiked aberrant's nostrils flared, its eyes glowing with an eerie green luminescence. Then its body leapt forward, transforming into a blur as it charged ahead. Jiangyu, limping and panting, dared not stop for a moment. The aberrants within this shadow realm seemed to possess an uncanny ability to lock onto his location. No matter how he concealed himself, there would always be an aberrant to discover his whereabouts. The shadow realm was vast, yet it could not withstand his frantic flight. During his escape, he glimpsed other students, or perhaps instructors, all evading the relentless pursuit of aberrants. However, they fared slightly better than him, typically pursued by only one or two aberrants as they sprinted away. Oh no, in the realm of shadows, one could encounter numerous first-tier entities, both in the form of intermediates and superiors. A mere couple could chase a throng of trainees. The instructors, whom Jiangyu observed, were predominantly ensnared by these aberrations, finding it arduous to extricate themselves in the short term. The only viable course was to prolong their survival, exerting every effort to stay alive until reinforcements from the training camp arrived, or perhaps to vanquish the entire swarm of these monstrosities. Enduring the excruciating pain of fractured ribs, Jiangyu cast a glance over his shoulder. A massive figure leaped, pursuing him with relentless fervor. Cursed be it, gritting his teeth, Jiangyu swiftly sidestepped and slipped into the narrow crevice of an alley. He traversed it with haste, emerging onto the street opposite. A sharp intake of breath escaped him as he beheld his surroundings. Flanking the street were various humble establishments, noodle shops and convenience stores. Yet an eerie veil of darkness seemed to shroud this district. The closer he moved towards the right, the more oppressive the darkness became, instilling in him an uncanny sensation of entering the very core of the shadow realm. What was this place? Simultaneously, an inexplicable yearning urged him onward. Jiangyu's gaze extended towards the profound darkness that loomed at the end of the street, too distant to discern clearly. He hesitated for just a fleeting moment before retracting his sight. Survival was paramount. He could always return later to probe the ominous depths. He turned, intent on fleeing to the left, when suddenly, thud, a colossal form descended from above. Sinister bone spurs, a sickly yellow hue, and emerald green eyes fixed hungrily upon him. He found himself rendered speechless, overwhelmed by an insidious fatigue. The bone spurs offered no time for reaction. The ground beneath him erupted violently. Jiangyu barely managed to brace himself, propelled forward once more. Shaking off the tingling numbness in his arms, he staggered to his feet, only to find the creature lunging at him again. Clenching his jaw, he anticipated the relentless pursuit and rolled forward, narrowly avoiding the lethal claws that sliced through the air. Sparks flew as the claws grazed, capable of severing steel, forcing him to advance with great difficulty. He managed to puncture a few holes in the creature. Green blood oozing forth. Health 75-74. Damn it. That long health bar shrank by a minuscule segment. Was this a bathhouse treatment? Jiangyu gritted his teeth, pivoted, and launched a barrage of strikes. Ding! The creature pivoted just in time, raising its blade to deflect his attack, producing a white scar as a result. It retaliated swiftly. Clang! Jiangyu's knee met the ground, his arms straining to support him. The wickedly curved blade hovered perilously close to his face, his cheeks flushing with the effort. With a sudden surge, he pushed the creature away. Come! He bellowed, lunging forward, claws descending from above. Bang! 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 Each strike resonated with increasing ferocity, spurred by the chain kill effect. Jiangyu sensed an escalating momentum building within him. Each subsequent attack felt stronger than the last. If he could amass 100 consecutive strikes, perhaps he could cleave this aberration in twain? Bang! Jiangyu was sent sprawling backward. Oh! The prospect of that was currently unattainable. A few more ribs fractured, and his teeth felt loosened from the impact. He wiped the blood from his lips and grinned wryly. With a swift roll, he sprang to his feet and fled, each movement fluid and calculated, as if anticipating the inevitable blow that would send him reeling. The aberration hesitated for a moment, caught off guard. Ahead, within the thickening darkness, something appeared to manifest. The pull within him intensified, a longing that became increasingly difficult to suppress. Unable to escape, he resolved to plunge headfirst into the abyss. After all, it was a death sentence either way. Jiangyu was determined to discover what lay hidden in the shadows. With each footfall echoing in the stillness, he glanced back, witnessing the bone-spurred entity poised to pursue him, only to halt before the dense darkness, as if wary of something unknown. Was it hesitant to follow? The third-tier aberration dared not advance. In this standoff, Jiang Yu pressed forward, teeth clenched. This creature was truly a coward. He gazed ahead. The darkness had thickened immensely, the buildings entirely enveloped in obscurity, revealing an unsettling ambience. Despite the comforting sensations coursing through him, his heart raced with trepidation, ever alert for any sudden emergence of another aberration. He continued onward. Yet an unsettling realization dawned upon him. The street seemed interminably long. Snapping back to reality, he found himself engulfed in an endless void of darkness. Suddenly, his footing gave way, and an icy dread coursed through him as he plummeted into the abyss. Chapter 66. The authority I have lost? It felt as though he were adrift among the stars, unshackled by gravity, merely floating. Beyond the oppressive darkness, there was nothing else. Jiang Yu surveyed his surroundings in bewilderment. What was happening? Is anyone there? He attempted to speak, but no sound emerged. Hey, he shouted, his lips moving, though he could not ascertain if any sound escaped. The darkness was suffocatingly complete. Gazing into the void, he could see nothing at all, not even the command from his brain to raise his hand to his eyes. He waved his hand, tapping his chest, feeling naught but emptiness. In the awakening chamber, at least there had been some semblance of sound. Now, all sensation was utterly obliterated. 1 second, 2 seconds. He counted silently for several moments, yet nothing transpired. Instead, the sensation of calling became increasingly potent. What could it be? Jiang Yu felt lost, considering for a moment before he took a step forward. He could not determine whether he was truly moving. The command had been issued, and now it was merely a matter of his body responding. As time elapsed, the overwhelming desire surged, nearly impossible to quell. It seemed his body was indeed in motion. 1 step, 2 steps. How many steps later, an irregular crystal appeared before him, suspended in the endless darkness. Fragment of position. The instant he laid eyes upon it, the term shadow entity erupted in his mind, as if he innately understood its significance. This was what had drawn him here. What on earth was this? He had never encountered anything like it before. At this juncture, Jiang Yu felt not a sense of relaxation, but heightened vigilance. Should he flee? He scanned his surroundings. No matter which direction he looked, there was only an infinite void. Perhaps the third-tier aberration had vacated the area. He could investigate the shadow realm further before delving into this darkness. Yes, that seemed prudent. Calculating his next move, Jiang Yu attempted to turn around. The crystal remained suspended in stillness, showing no sign of awareness of his impending escape. His gaze gradually shifted, turning a full 180 degrees. And then he beheld a crystal emerging in the distance. All right, this time, I shall proceed with caution. Jiang Yu turned his head once more, but this time, he endeavored to keep his eyes steady, allowing his peripheral vision to firmly capture the crystal. Excellent. The crystal remained motionless within his sight. Thus, there should be no issue. It could not possibly move instantaneously, could it? Jiang Yu straightened his gaze. Ahead, a crystal hovered in the air. Indeed, it was capable of instantaneous movement. I refuse to believe I cannot escape. Jiang Yu fixated intently on the object, cautiously retreating. Under his scrutiny, the diminutive thing remained steadfast in its position. Could it be that the rules governing this entity dictate it remains stationary only when observed? It bore a slight resemblance to the SCP's Little Peanut. Convinced he had deciphered the rules, Jiang Yu kept his eyes unwavering, fearing the entity might suddenly vanish. He slowly began to step backward. After retreating about 7 or 8 steps, an unsettling sensation washed over him. What the hell? Why does it seem to be getting closer? Jiang Yu's heart raced. Am I not retreating? I understand now. My senses have been affected. Retreating is, in fact, advancing. I must approach it in reverse. Thus, Jiang Yu began to advance. Damn. This approach is even quicker. Upon reaching a certain threshold, the crystal suddenly trembled and then hurtled towards him like a cannonball, crashing heavily against his chest. A thunderous boom echoed. His mind was plunged into a void. A torrent of information surged chaotically within his brain, erupting incessantly. Fragments of vivid scenes flashed before his eyes. Obscure notes resonated in his ears. His vision slowly lost focus. Characters transitioned from chaos to unity, from disorder to clarity, until they transformed into comprehensible information. Nest. A forbidden object from the abyss, formed after being tainted by the high-tier seed aura, capable of producing low-tier seeds. The core abilities of the nest include, firstly, the capacity to extract the life force of all creatures within the nest to combat intruders of rank 4 or above. Secondly, the seed ability, Lock On. This rule-based ability locks onto the state of a creature and marks it for all seeds within the nest to launch an attack. Shadow and I are sworn enemies. Any being of complete shadow seed rank will inevitably be hunted by the nest. For an unknown epoch, this fragment of a high-tier shadow rank unexpectedly descended. becoming enmeshed with the forbidden object, I nest, resulting in a symbiotic existence. One is merely a fragment too minuscule to comprehend, while the other is a mature forbidden entity. Thus, the erosion began. The nest siphoned the power of the rank fragment, augmenting its strength. The fragment attempted a counter-erasure, transforming the nest's domain into shadows, but alas, it failed. Their irreconcilable symbiosis allows for mutual theft of power. The nest now reigns supreme, wielding formidable might. Possessing the complete shadow seed rank, it was targeted upon entry. This is the retribution of the lower-tier kin against the once higher-tier kind. It is as simple as that. Damn it. Jiang Yu's chest heaved as he processed this vast influx of information. The abyssal rift, the hierarchical relationships among different beings, had descended upon this world. An overwhelming number of questions flooded his mind, particularly that fleeting glimpse of the abyss, lasting mere fractions of a second, yet it plunged Jiang Yu into a chilling abyss. What manner of world was that? Vast, enigmatic, and rife with madness. His mind could retain no images. All that remained was a profound sense of dread. Gasping for breath, Jiang Yu gradually regained his senses, staring at the crystal before him. It was entirely ink-colored, not pure black, but rather a luminous shade of black. The conflicting and dissonant visual experience defied description with mere words. In any case, it undeniably stood before him. Within the nest, there lay a door. Pushing it open could lead to escape. However, it appeared that as long as the nest did not eliminate him, it would not relent. A high-tier transcendent force intruding would only fulfill the nest's desires. Thus, it could effortlessly extract all life forces, annihilating itself with ease. Rules. The true power that touches the core of the transcendent is something a fledgling second-tier transcendent like myself cannot withstand. Yet the fragment of rank before him emanated an incredibly familiar aura. To absorb it, to enhance oneself? Is it truly so? Jiang Yu slowed his breathing. Shadows swirled within his gaze, as if an unseen force was guiding him. Gritting his teeth, he extended his hand. He touched the crystal, the abyss. The bloodlines between species constructed a vast hierarchical system of kinship. Only those of the sixth tier, the bloodline-extended clans, may be deemed species. Beyond that, it remains uncertain. In that fleeting moment of contact, the crystal transformed into a liquid-like existence, flowing around his claws and arms. Thump, thump. His mouth slightly parted, as if a great hand were squeezing his heart. In this deathly silent environment, Jiang Yu suddenly became acutely aware of his heart pounding violently. That familiar sensation peaked at that moment. His heart raced wildly. He opened his palm, and the dense darkness pulsated within it. Hiss, hiss. His breath came in frantic gasps, akin to a bellows. Jiang Yu's expression turned blank, engulfed in bewilderment. Once more, he received a torrent of information. Shadow species, rank fragment. Is this the authority I lost? Chapter 67. Welcome to my shadow realm. Everyone gather together. Instructors, protect the perimeter. Students, stay within. All students must immediately consume the anti-contamination potion. And those with ranged abilities can harass the aberrations. Do not venture outside the protective circle alone. Discard distractions. The accumulation of negative emotions will only exacerbate the situation. This is a training camp, and we shall surely emerge from it. For instructors surrounded the perimeter. In the center were the protected students. The faces of the crowd were ashen, particularly among a few students, whose hearts felt icy. They truly were unfortunate. What was meant to be a routine assessment? Who could have anticipated the emergence of someone like Jiang Yu? However, even without today's incident, the students would inevitably face the shadow realm during their training. Encountering aberrations was only a matter of time. The distinction lay in the number of unfortunate souls, and the individuals involved might differ. Bottles of potions were tossed over. After each student received one, they consumed them. Lu Yaoyao pressed the bottle's mouth, gulping it down. The sharp pain in her head subsided slightly. The anti-contamination potion, once consumed, could provide a small amount of energy and reduce the cost of exterminating aberrations. 1, 2, 3, 4. She scanned the faces of the gathered students repeatedly. Then she surveyed her surroundings. Where's Jiang Yu? All the students had been gathered together by the instructors. Where had Jiang Yu gone? Now that chaos had erupted in the shadow realm, even third-tier instructors were entangled with the aberrations. If he were alone and discovered by them, the consequences were unimaginable. Lu Yaoyao felt a growing sense of urgency, yet was powerless to act. Instructors, be cautious. As the instructor momentarily diverted his attention, a first-tier aberrant species lunged forward with ferocity. Lu Yaoyao's eyes widened, and her soul-binding ability was abruptly activated. The movements of this first-tier aberrant were slightly sluggish. It was this brief moment of delay that afforded the instructor the opportunity to retaliate, delivering a powerful punch to the creature's head. Thank you. The instructor cast a grateful glance at Lu Yaoyao before focusing intently on the second-tier aberrant before him. Lu Yaoyao's body swayed slightly, and her vision began to blur with double images. After repeatedly employing her soul-binding ability to disrupt the aberrants, even with the slight energy replenishment from the anti-contamination potion, she found it increasingly difficult to endure. Having only awakened her abilities for half a month, she had little opportunity to grow stronger. Achieving this level was already remarkable. Unfortunately, it was still far from sufficient. The other students were pressed against the wall, a palpable sense of despair spreading among them. Could they truly survive this ordeal? In the distance, a figure was engaged in a fierce battle with an aberrant. A third-tier aberrant, its power was fearsome. The combatants moved from the ground to the upper floors. The 6-story residential building, even fortified by the shadows, could not withstand the onslaught. Within mere seconds, the overwhelming force could demolish walls, pierce through floors, and cause the entire structure to collapse. Song Qingyan struck out with his palm. A tremendous gust of wind materialized, crashing down with a thunderous roar. Before him was a contorted third-tier aberrant, resembling a demonic fish, covered in a myriad of eyes. Upon being attacked, it plummeted from the air, embedded into the ground. Bah! Song Qingyan spat out a mouthful of blood, his expression fierce, starkly contrasting the gentleness he had displayed when meeting Jiang Yu. He leaped downward, swinging his right arm in a wide arc before delivering a mighty blow. With a resounding crash, the ground quaked violently. Especially at the point of impact where the aberrant had fallen, the earth sank several inches, nearly half a meter deep. As he descended, his knee pressed against the aberrant's lower body, his hand raised, prepared to deliver the finishing strike. Hiss! The hissing sound drew near, and Song Qingyan's descending arm abruptly halted. A shockwave surged, propelling him upward in a manner defying all logic. He witnessed the bone spike aberrant's scythe slicing through the air. A second, third-tier aberrant. Song Qingyan cursed silently. He glanced back at the others. They could still hold on. He hoped that by the time he dealt with these two, everything would not be beyond saving. A bitter sensation filled his heart. The first 100-eyed aberrant was cunning, slippery like a fish, intent on dragging him into a protracted battle. For some unknown reason, Song Qingyan felt an unseen gaze fixated upon him, preventing him from unleashing his full power. If that gaze seized an opportunity, it would spell disaster. Could that gaze belong to the nest of aberrants? It made no sense. It was merely a forbidden object, devoid of control. How could it exhibit such anomalies? As Song Qingyan evaded another attack, he steeled himself, gathering a tempestuous force within his palm. The unseen gaze descended once more. No more hesitation. Supernatural skill. Descend. The storm surged dramatically. He clenched the eye of the tempest in his palm. Then the gale swept forth. With the slightest contact, the shell of the bone spike aberrant began to shatter, half of its body being stripped away by the ferocious winds. Puff! In the next instant, blood sprayed through the air. Song Qingyan finally comprehended the nature of that gaze. It had firmly locked onto him. At the moment the power surged forth, his weakened state crystallized, and the still raging force collided with the rules, causing him to spew forth a copious amount of blood. The bone spike aberrant, grievously wounded, struggled to rise from the ground. Wind. Song Qingyan's voice faltered, his raised arm suspended in midair. His ability was also locked, rendering it unusable. A fierce expression crossed his face. The bone spike aberrant showed no urgency to kill him immediately. After rising, it approached the corpse on the ground, beginning to feast, recovering its injuries. The first 100-eyed aberrant had already emerged from the pit, having finished its meal. It's over. Boom. A tremendous mental shockwave erupted, and in this state, Song Qingyan was unable to evade or resist. His brain throbbed painfully, darkness swallowing his vision as his body uncontrollably leaned backward. Just before losing consciousness, he saw the 100-eyed aberrant approaching the others. Instructor Song. The other instructors watched helplessly as this scene unfolded. Everyone. The voice abruptly ceased, the speaker's body soaring into the air before crashing against the wall. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, they succumbed to unconsciousness. A frenzied force swept through the area. The brilliance emanating from the 100-eyed aberrant flickered and then dimmed. On the ground, a visible shockwave cascaded outward. Bang, bang, bang. Several muffled thuds echoed. Everyone was hurled into the air, and under the impact of that mental shockwave, they sequentially lost consciousness. Was this how it would end, before even stepping into the extraordinary? A bittersweet smile graced Lu Yaoyao's lips. Having read about it countless times in books, it was only when faced with the aberrants that she truly grasped the despair of powerlessness. Strength would continually deplete, and the cost of slaying aberrants was steep. How arduous it was. Amidst her heavy, overlapping vision, she saw the 100-eyed aberrant using its tail to coil around scattered rebar on the ground. It hurled it forward. Whoosh. The rebar, slicing through the air, approached with alarming speed. Bang! A stone, flying from an unknown source, struck the rebar, altering its trajectory and narrowly missing a student, embedding itself into the wall with a resounding clang. The hundred-eyed aberrant appeared perplexed. Once more, it coiled the rebar and prepared to throw it again. Just as Lu Yaoyao's heavy eyelids threatened to close, she seemed to witness another piece of rebar swinging toward her, colliding with a loud bang. Both objects ricocheting off one another. Then, a shadow on the ground shifted, and a figure leaped forth like a fish breaking the water's surface. With a piercing sound, 5 clawed blades pierced into the aberrant's body. The streamlined form exuded an innate sense of power. Who was that? Lu Yaoyao, unable to keep her eyes open, succumbed to unconsciousness like the others. Hiss! The previously dim hundred-eyed aberrant glimmered back to life, a terrifying aura sweeping through the vicinity. The shadow was instantly flung away. Then, adjusting its stance mid-air, it landed gracefully. Phew! The figure straightened slowly, and another wave of mental shock surged forth. Jiang Yu swayed, letting out a muffled grunt. Black tendrils, like ink, coiled around his body and beneath his feet. He gazed intently at the two aberrants positioned side by side. Behind him, numerous first-tier and second-tier aberrants gathered. He surveyed the front and swept his gaze over the back. Hissing sounds echoed around him. Jiang Yu lowered his breath, even the sound of his heartbeat gradually fading into near silence. He spread his palm, a mass of shadows dancing within it. The darkness beneath him began to spread and expand. Rich shadows, profound darkness. Forces eroded one another. This was the domain of the nest. However, it was not entirely so. The power of shadows was my dominion. The darkness beneath surged like a tide, rolling outward. Jiang Yu's gaze burned brightly, the shadowy cloak around him resembling a king's battle robe. Hiss! The two aberrants sensed a twinge of unease. Hiss! Ultimately, they chose to take the initiative. The Bone Spike Eye race surged forward, while the Hundred Eyes race unleashed a mental assault. Roar! Those myriad first and second-tier aberrations charged forward in unison. After pursuing me for so long, it was finally my turn. A gaggle of whelps. The shadow had completely expanded and enveloped the area, spanning several dozen meters. It devoured the light. I commanded, silence. The youth murmured. In an instant, all became still. Welcome to my shadow domain. Chapter 68, Decimation. 2 were annihilated. Visibility 0. Sound. Utterly silent. Invisible, inaudible. As darkness surged, the ferocious aberrations that had lunged forward abruptly froze. This is where the brakes were applied. Those who failed to halt were left screeching in confusion, of course, without a sound. The loss of sight and hearing was undoubtedly a fatal blow to the eye races. It struck directly at my comrades. No wonder the former, shadow race, could ascend to become the superior race among the eye races. Such inherent abilities to counteract one another could suffocate you entirely. It is no surprise that the eye races sought rebellion, with such a formidable nemesis looming overhead. Who could find peace in slumber? At this moment, the dense shadows transformed into a realm, engulfing all aberrations. The various aberrations felt their sensory abilities completely severed, rendering them bewildered. The astute ones retreated hastily, attempting to escape the reach of the shadows. The slower ones were crushed on the spot. After dispatching 2 or 3 lesser foes, Jiang Yu boldly approached the third-tier aberration, the Hundred Eyes race. Unlike the Bone Spike Eye, its entire strength was concentrated within the multitude of eyes adorning its form. As darkness descended, 70% of its power was rendered ineffective. Jiang Yu hesitated not for a moment. Upon unleashing his shadow domain, the locking ability of Nest could no longer operate at full capacity. Within this space, it was his personal domain. His arm transformed into a blade, soaring into the air, and then came crashing down. The blade met the adversary's body, akin to a dull knife scraping against leather, failing to penetrate. Yet, if one exerted more force, it would yield results. With a squelch, blood was finally drawn. The Hundred Eyes race thrashed wildly. Its devilfish-like form stood upright, encircled by numerous tendrils. The tendrils flailed about, but Jiang Yu, having landed a strike, retreated. The foolish creature remained in place, seething in impotent rage. Health, 27. Its condition was far from healthy, thanks to the instructor lying on the ground. Wasn't that Song Qingyan? Last time, he had said, looking forward to our next encounter at the training camp. Jiang Yu never anticipated that upon their reunion, the man would be sprawled on the ground. Seeing the Hundred Eyes race swinging its limbs, he stepped forward. The great blade descended. The first strike barely dented its health. The second strike, the health bar continued to diminish, losing 1. The third strike, deductions increased. The fourth strike, a drop of 1. The fifth strike, a drop of 2. Killing spree. The blade danced through the air, and after 5 strikes, bolstered by the powers of the Shadow Realm, Each swing surpassed his own strength. One strike 3. One strike 4. One strike 6. The 100 Eyes race emitted a terrified shriek, yet no sound escaped. It sensed the inexorable approach of death, its life force rapidly waning. Unable to resist. With each step closer to death, especially for higher-tier aberrations, greater wisdom only intensified their fear of demise. A screech. The 100 Eyes trembled. Its blade poised halfway, as the blade pierced its maw. Under the accumulation of multiple, killing intent, it had reached the threshold for execution. Execution. The health bar, once at 10, turned a vivid crimson, then shattered like glass. In an instant, the 100 Eyes race froze, the remnants of its vitality swiftly siphoned away. The execution threshold was met, leading to immediate obliteration, reduced to ash. Execution. This was a power that rivaled the might of the shadow domain. Jiang Yu suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. However, now was not the time for contemplation. He turned his gaze to the second foe. The bone spike eye that had relentlessly pursued him. The adversary stood wary, neither advancing nor retreating. Clearly, this was a more astute aberration. Since sight and sound were compromised, it relied on its other senses. After some assessment, it had vaguely pinpointed Jiang Yu's location. It stepped forward, swinging its remaining scythe closer. Health, 21. Half of its body lay in ruins, the wound oozing grotesque flesh. The condition of the bone spike race was far inferior to that of the 100 Eyes race. Jiang Yu initially intended to attempt Shadow Devour on the 100 Eyes race, yet the disparity between second and third tier was evident. He sensed the efficiency was alarmingly low upon contact. He needed to eliminate the bone spike eye first. Jiang Yu discarded the corpse and leaped forward. With a swift motion, shadow threads latched onto its wound, and with a powerful tug, Jiang Yu bolted away. He swung the massive blade, gathering strength, then released the shadow threads. A slash. Without any formal training in combat techniques, he wielded the blade in the manner that felt most comfortable. The bone spike race's sensory abilities were ultimately not overly acute. Unable to react fully, and could only instinctively raise its scythe to defend itself. Clang. Its health diminished. Another strike. The eye staggered back, retaliating with a swing. Repeated slashes brought its health down to 15. Killing intent continued to accumulate. Perhaps another strike could deal a direct 45. Jiang Yu raised his blade, when suddenly, a profound emptiness engulfed him. The expanding shadow domain, like a receding tide, withdrew back into him. Shadow points were insufficient. He barely managed to maintain his shadow form to execute a shadow blade attack. Yet, to activate shadow domain, he lacked the necessary energy. In mere moments, the darkness dissipated entirely, and the bone spike eye, taken aback by its regained vision, paused in bewilderment. Still dawdling? Jiang Yu, oblivious to the emptiness within, raised his hand and aimed a strike at its forehead. Mark, hunt, would last for 10 seconds. That would suffice. Before the blade could fully descend, the mark was swiftly placed upon the eye race. In the first 2 seconds, the bone spike race, which had initially intended to counterattack, fell into panic, paralyzed. I strike. Yet, to his astonishment, the bone spike race's eyes flickered, and it somehow broke free from this state. After all this, your dual eye ability is to resist negative effects? Who would have anticipated that? In a moment of critical urgency, it forcibly altered its position. The massive blade intended for its neck struck instead at the shoulder. 12. Jiang Yu's heart sank. The execution threshold was nearly within reach, yet he had no time to withdraw the blade for another strike. The bone spike aberration roared, its bone blade plunging into Jiang Yu's heart. With a swift slice, it carved into his chest. Damn! Adrenaline surged wildly, momentarily dulling the pain. However, the creature raised its leg, intending to strike him with its spiked thigh. Buzz! A familiar vibration resonated. It was the soul calming technique. Jiang Yu's heart trembled. Ignoring the distractions surrounding him, he seized the opportunity, allowing the bone blade to become lodged in his flesh. Gritting his teeth and steeling his resolve, he charged forward to meet the oncoming attack. The blade swung down. Health diminished further. He had reached the threshold of execution. Health depleted, he fell lifeless. In that instant, the light faded from his eyes, and the expression of the bone spike creature was tinged with disbelief. Its body swayed. And after a swift kick from Jiang Yu, it toppled backward, quickly succumbing to death. Hiss! The various aberrations lurking nearby eyed him hungrily. Jiang Yu suddenly froze, genuinely wishing to smack his forehead. Just as the Shadow Realm concluded, he had not yet been targeted by Nest, and could have easily entered the true Shadow Lair, engaging in a battle of attrition with the aberrations. How foolish he had been. Noticing that the aberrations still intended to attack him, Jiang Yu grasped the two creatures and hurled them into the Shadow Lair, planning to recover while keeping an eye on their movements. Should they show any sign of attacking the others, he would leap back into action. As he held onto the two aberrations, suddenly, the door of a nearby building swung outward. The instructor clad in tactical gear approached. It appeared he would not be needed any longer. Nest could no longer maintain its blockade. All the better. Jiang Yu's figure gradually faded from view. Chapter 69. Did I just see Brother Warts? Having finally entered. What was that? Just stepping into the shadow layer, Instructor Gu rubbed his eyes. He seemed to see a figure draped in shadowy garb, dragging something in the open space, slowly vanishing into thin air. Old Gu, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up and save someone. A voice urged from behind. A stream of instructors flowed in. Over here. Quickly, deal with the aberrations. Establish a defensive line. One instructor was already on high alert. The moment they could enter the shadow realm, they charged in and immediately began coordinating efforts. The wait was long, and several more instructors arrived in succession, 6 of 3rd rank, 10 of 2nd rank, all equipped with anti-contamination agents and various restricted items, fully armed. With such a formidable lineup, even a horde of aberrations could be managed. Some rushed to assist the injured, administering potions. Others engaged the aberrations. A few climbed to higher ground to survey the surroundings. The nest had operated without incident for decades. Who could have anticipated that this would turn into a major crisis? Outside, everyone anxiously awaited, unable to advance or retreat, especially concerning those trapped in the shadow realm. Not to mention others. One of Li Sun's nephews was classified as confidential. Even someone of Chun Sang's stature had to seek higher-level clearance to uncover that. Another was the daughter of the Night Patrol envoy of Yunhai. Though her 5th-rank talent theoretically could not match a 6th rank, her awakened abilities were exceptionally powerful. Good heavens! It could be said that, barring unforeseen circumstances, the two would surely become pillars of the Great Zhou. Who knows? One might emerge as an envoy, or perhaps even elevate to become a war general. Yet, before they even set foot in university, would they meet such a tragic fate? If word got out, it would be an embarrassment. Everyone was systematically conducting rescue efforts. Fortunately, the situation was somewhat better than expected. The students' injuries were not too severe. The most grievous injuries were sustained by several instructors and that unfortunate Song Qing'an, who had been severely affected by the nest. 1, 2, 3. Instructor Gu was counting the students. After one round, his expression changed slightly. How could one still be missing? 1, 2, 3, 4. After one full count, indeed, one was missing. Classmates, one of you who entered with us is unaccounted for. Does anyone know who it is? He inquired, hoping against hope. Lu Yaoyao, still groggy, perked up at the question. Jiang Yu. He is not here. Jiang Yu. Instructor Gu's heart sank. During the count, he had sensed something was amiss but kept convincing himself. I'm face blind. It can't be that bad. Alas, the most crucial Jiang Yu is truly missing. Students, Jiang Yu is not here. 5 of you, disperse and search swiftly. He disregarded everything else, shouting to the instructors still busy at work. I'll search over here. I'll head that way. The group jolted in surprise and immediately began leaping up buildings, scanning the surroundings for any sign of Jiang Yu. Continuously jumping between floors, each night patrol member wielded a life detector capable of sensing living beings in the vicinity. 1 minute passed, then 2. Not a single living soul was visible, not even an aberration. An unbearable silence enveloped them. As they searched, they called out loudly. Instructor Gu continually scanned the radar, hoping for it to suddenly emit a signal, prompting him to rush towards it. Clearly, he was met with failure. Despite searching a vast area, there was no trace. Reluctantly, he retraced his steps. Did you find anything? An instructor asked. No, I haven't seen any aberrations here either. Me neither. Others returned, their expressions grave, some casting worried glances at Instructor Gu. Old Gu, what about you? I. Just as Instructor Gu was about to speak, a nearby instructor gestured for them to look. What is it? Instructor Gu asked, puzzled. He turned his gaze. After all this time, the aberrations had been eradicated, and all the students and disciples had regained consciousness, organizing themselves to prepare for departure. You don't know, but when that aberration jumped at me, it launched a sneak attack on my face, followed by a left slash. I was careless and didn't dodge. Just look at my chest. A group of students stood together, one ragged youth animatedly recounting his tale. Brother Zhang, what happened next? A student, engrossed, pressed for more details. What happened next? Zhang Yu scoffed. I was as calm as still water, executed a 2-part strike to send it flying, followed by a crow's flight maneuver, obliterating it on the spot. Several instructors slightly parted their lips, exchanging glances. Is this kid really Li Sun's nephew? They observed the listeners, their expressions a mix of solemnity and exasperation. Absurd. They gestured wildly, spitting words as they spoke. Brother, do you have no sense of pain? The wound on his chest was deeply embedded, with bloodstains all over his arms and legs. Yet here he was, animatedly recounting his ordeal. Regardless of how exaggerated Jiang Yu's words might have been, his injuries were undeniable. It was clear he had been pursued by aberrations, sustaining injuries while fighting alone and somehow surviving. Even if Jiang Yu were now boasting about defeating a third-rank aberration, the students wouldn't feel much disdain. This fellow certainly had some prowess. Quick, apply the ointment. Lu Yaoyao held out the potion distributed by the instructors. All right. Jiang Yu accepted the potion. Doesn't he hurt? How could it not hurt? If the wound were any deeper, he would be on the brink of meeting his maker. Unscrewing the cap, he tentatively poured it onto the wound. Damn! An excruciating pain surged through him. This is for oral intake. Lu Yaoyao's mouth fell agape. Jiang Yu's features twisted in agony, but thankfully, he wasn't foolish enough to pour the entire bottle on his chest. Lifting his head, he swallowed the medicinal liquid, which swiftly dissolved and absorbed within his body, bringing him a sense of relief. Everyone, gather round. We are now preparing to leave the shadow field. A commanding officer proclaimed ahead. The group then formed into an orderly line and marched forward, their chatter still echoing around them. I think I might have hallucinated. Just before I lost consciousness, I seemed to see a figure that resembled Brother Wart, one voice interjected. I saw it too. There really was a shadow that looked strikingly like Brother Wart. Another chimed in. At that moment, when the rebar was hurtling towards me, I thought I was done for. But suddenly a figure blocked my path, and it felt just like Brother Wart. Now that you mention it, perhaps it truly was him. What are you all talking about? We are in a special training camp. How could Brother Wart possibly be here? Jiang Yu questioned, turning to Lu Yaoyao. Did you see anything? Lu Yaoyao's gaze often drifted to the wounds on his body. Yes, I saw it clearly, she replied. Jiang Yu swiftly changed his tune, asserting, it's utterly impossible. This is a special training camp. How could Brother Wart have come all this way? Right, Yaoyao? Lu Yaoyao responded, her tone somewhat perfunctory. Whether from concern over his injuries or deep in thought, it does seem improbable for him to travel such a distance. But could Brother Wart perhaps be one of our fellow trainees? A student suggested. Which of you insolent wretches is speaking? Jiang Yu shot a glance over. The youth with tousled hair and a prominent nose was rather handsome. During the earlier introductions, he seemed to be named Zhou Hao. You should think carefully about the logic of your words, Jiang Yu retorted. The group fell silent for a moment before someone awkwardly laughed. No way, right? If Brother Wart is truly our age, when did he awaken his abilities? My brother is a night watchman. He says that human physiques cannot be generalized. We are required to awaken at 18 to prevent those too young from succumbing to corruption. Zhou Hao stated earnestly. However, some individuals can awaken their talents independently. Although the distinction between independent and unified awakening is minimal, awakening 3 to 5 years earlier would undoubtedly enhance one's strength significantly. I still find it unreasonable, someone countered. For instance, starting to learn how to hunt aberrants at the age of 15, just after entering high school, seems a bit exaggerated. The conversation continued, revealing a collective skepticism. Cough, cough. If you ask me, Jiang Yu cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention as they anticipated the words of this esteemed peer. Brother Wart cannot possibly be our age. He began, establishing the tone of the conversation. My uncle is a high-ranking official in the Night Watch. He is incredibly impressive. Goodness. You are truly the nephew of Li Xuanshi? A chorus of astonished voices erupted. The instructor had no intention of intervening, and Jiang Yu's revelation left everyone in a state of disbelief. No one understands the extraordinary better than I do, Jiang Yu declared. Brother Wart's initial demeanor was exceedingly novice, and his overall performance was inadequate. He could not possibly be a facade. However, his video uploads are quite frequent, showcasing his extraordinary progress. He delved into a multifaceted analysis, dissecting the situation from various angles, including strength, age, and capabilities. Let us put it this way, he began, convincing even himself. I believe Brother Wart might be engaged in some hunting mission and encountered something unusual, leading him to the training camp. No, rather. The sudden upheaval in the shadow field must have a reason, and perhaps it is connected to Brother Wart. We, a group of newly awakened youths, possess no extraordinary qualities that could provoke a riot in the shadow field, do we? Indeed, that makes sense, came the agreement from the instructors, who nodded in private contemplation. Suddenly, they seemed to take on the role of listeners. However, Li Xuanshi's nephew was still rather young. Following the upheaval at the Chuxiang group, the name Brother Wart had spread throughout the Night Watch. Some had attempted to investigate his identity, only to find that his phone number appeared to be a special line for the Night Watch, indicating a high level, yielding no information whatsoever. Based on his displayed abilities, he was positioned between the first and second tiers, with no reason to provoke such a significant reaction from the shadow field. I envy you all, Jiang Yu sighed. In the videos, Brother Wart truly appears dashing. I was chased by aberrants to that location, and by the time I arrived, the battle had already concluded. I did not catch a glimpse of Brother Wart. You really missed out, Zhou Hao nodded. I tell you, Brother Wart looks far more handsome in person than in the videos. Is that so? Jiang Yu chuckled. How handsome? 3 to 4 stories tall, at least. Zhou Hao replied. What do you think, Yao? Jiang Yu asked, noticing her lost in thought. He gently ruffled her hair. He is handsome, Lu Yao mused before providing an answer. And what about me? Jiang Yu grinned. The two resumed their playful banter, while others turned their attention to continuing discussions about how Brother Wart had decimated a third-tier aberrant. Lu Yao cast him a glance, opting not to answer his question, instead asking, How are your injuries healing? Gradually mending, don't worry. Jiang Yu continued to tousle her hair. Next time we encounter aberrants, try not to end up covered in wounds. Right, Lu Yao spoke softly. Hey. Jiang Yu fell silent for a moment. Sister-in-law, it's not like I wanted this. The aberrants were right behind me. I'm just grateful to be alive with these injuries. Zhou Hao interjected. What are you saying? Jiang Yu laughed, nearly kicking him. The group, having narrowly escaped death, continued their lively chatter as they made their way outside. Squeezing the young girl's hand, Jiang Yu gazed at her delicate profile, uncertain if she had caught on to something. His identity was a spontaneous creation, influenced by the demands of the hunter persona. Now, it appeared to have inadvertently become an excellent shield for him. In truth, even if Lu Yao were to discover the truth, it would not bear much significance. For now, it was best to let things unfold naturally. I'll go greet Uncle Song, Jiang Yu announced. Lu Yao glanced back and nodded. Uncle Song, it's been a while. Jiang Yu approached Song Qingyan, who was limping at the rear of the line, a cigarette dangling from his lips, revealing a faint smile. Jiang Yu, Song Qingyan acknowledged. Uncle Song, your injuries seem quite severe, Jiang Yu remarked. Well, it's manageable, Song Qingyan replied with a wry smile. Jiang Yu chuckled, scratching his head. Song Qingyan, sensing his curiosity, encouraged him to ask whatever he wished. Then I shall inquire, Jiang Yu stated. Uncle Song, I intended to converse with you more during our last meeting. Is my Uncle Li truly a battle general? Didn't he tell you? Song Qingyan asked, astonished. Not at all. He has never mentioned it, Jiang Yu sighed. When it comes to the extraordinary, he tells me nothing, treating me like a potential threat. He may be worried about you, Song Qingyan suggested, his expression wavering. To think he assumed Jiang Yu was already aware. He hesitated, contemplating whether to continue the conversation. Uncle Song, please share with me. I am already halfway into the extraordinary realm, so choose what you can disclose, Jiang Yu pressed. Very well, Song Qingyan hesitated briefly before beginning. Your Uncle Li was once the youngest battle general of the Great Zhou. Goodness. Jiang Yu never anticipated that this opening statement would leave him utterly stunned. At the age of 30, he had ascended to the rank of a general, successfully advancing the record by 2 years. A flicker of nostalgia passed through Song Qingyan's eyes. Jiang Yu felt an inexplicable sense of admiration. Later, however, he made a mistake. No, in truth, he did not even consider it a mistake. The incident was exceedingly grave. General Li lost an arm as a consequence and subsequently stepped down from his position. From his rise to his fall, merely 4 years had elapsed. Uncle Li harbored such a past? Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback and inquired, Uncle Song, may I ask what transpired? This time, Song Qingyan hesitated longer. After a pause, he softly spoke. What if the abyss demands the Great Zhou cede several secondary gathering places to become their paradise? Otherwise, they will initiate a colossal abyssal fissure in the northern capital. Should the Great Zhou acquiesce? Jiang Yu was rendered speechless. He had never contemplated such a question. To concede? Or to resist? His understanding of the abyss's terror was gleaned from that fragment of information. A fissure opening in the northern capital would undoubtedly result in catastrophic consequences. Would this not necessitate the cession of gathering places? Yet those were gathering places, home to countless souls and families. How could one acquiesce? Even as a multiple-choice dilemma. It was profoundly distressing. Since Uncle Song brought it up, it indicated that this was indeed a real occurrence. Just as Jiang Yu was about to respond, Song Qingyan interjected. If the fissure were to open in a location of lesser significance and prosperity, would that influence your decision? Jiang Yu felt as though he had been struck by a revelation. The trolley problem. Pulling the lever would not merely alter the fate of a few children. What if the numbers swelled to millions? How would one choose? The weight of life is difficult to articulate. The lightness of life is fleeting. Jiang Yu was momentarily lost in thought. Song Qingyan patted his shoulder and continued forward. His voice resonated in Jiang Yu's ears. Every inch of territory bleeds. 100,000 youths, 100,000 soldiers. Uncle Li had proclaimed, never yield an inch. Chapter 71, Extraordinary Tier, Second Tier. Throughout his time in the medical room, Jiang Yu remained somewhat dazed. In his recollections, Uncle Li had always been depicted as a man with 2 arms. Around the age of 10, Uncle Li had suddenly been away on a business trip for an extended period. Upon his return, only 1 arm remained. The original owner of these memories was deeply impacted. With a mere moment's contemplation, He could recall everything vividly. Merely regarding his appearance, Uncle Lee sported a scraggly beard, and his eyes often appeared half-closed, exuding an aura of perpetual fatigue. Before he realized his counterpart was a general, Jiang Yu felt confident he could easily best 10 Uncle Lee's with one hand. Upon learning that the other was once a general, Jiang Yu believed it entirely plausible that Uncle Lee could easily defeat 10 of him with a single hand. Uncle Lee never shared knowledge of the extraordinary world nor revealed how he lost his arm. Trading gathering places for temporary stability could be likened to ceding territory as reparations. If one cannot overcome, one must yield. If one is weak, one must endure the blows. Taking a step back might mitigate the losses, perhaps even serve as a wiser choice. Yet, that was not the path. The once indomitable Uncle Lee had resolutely refused to give an inch. Jiang Yu's emotions were tumultuous. Lacking the full picture, he found himself incapable of passing judgment. Even if he understood, what right did he possess to do so? Uncle Lee had never married. And now in his 40s, he was partially disabled. A general, what an imposing figure that was. He stood atop a myriad of extraordinary beings, a paragon among them. The position of a general was not determined annually, but was solely based on combat prowess. Strong generals typically remained in office for over 5 years, with some nearing a decade. Upon retirement, they might assume roles such as chief or deputy chief, overseeing large night watch units, or at the very least, become esteemed professors at prominent academies. Uncle Lee, however, had been relegated to a mere position within a second-tier gathering place's night watch. Now let us assess the pollution index, spoke a nurse clad in white within the medical room. Ah, very well. Jiang Yu shook himself from his reverie. Perhaps in the future, he could show his gratitude to Uncle Lee, perhaps even help him find a suitable partner for his nephew. That would suffice as a form of repayment. Returning to the present, such an expansive training camp was naturally equipped with ample medical facilities and personnel. The medical room was not vastly different from a conventional hospital. Immaculate examination rooms, incomprehensible medical instruments, and a faint scent of disinfectant. The only notable difference might be that the nurse before him was particularly charming. Ahem. Following the nurse's guidance, Jiang Yu complied and reclined upon the apparatus. It resembled undergoing an MRI. The machine emitted a low hum, and beams of light swept across his body, causing him to instinctively tense. The large apparatus, in contrast to the small device previously used by Lu Yaoyao, yielded far more precise measurements. There is no need to be anxious. There is no danger. A voice emanated from the speaker. Shortly, the examination concluded. After nearly an hour of waiting, the nurse approached with a printed report, her expression somewhat peculiar. Jiang Yu? She asked, puzzled. Yes. Your body shows no signs of contamination. All right. Wait a moment. The nurse's lips parted slightly. This is unusual. The results seem problematic. According to standard norms, there should be some level of contamination. Rest assured, everything is fine. Jiang Yu chuckled, grasping the report in hand, and quickly made his exit. Eager to flee, were it not for the instructors insisting everyone undergo testing, he would have undoubtedly returned to his dormitory to rest long ago. What a joke. Who did he think he was? Cost, fully exempted. It would be strange to contract contamination. Within the medical room, Yang Ci gazed at the electronic report displayed on the computer, her rosy lips slightly parted. A pair of almond-shaped eyes brimmed with confusion and uncertainty. Pollution index, 0. Extraordinary tier, second tier. Second tier? A newcomer to the camp, yet second tier? She mused. Am I the one who is amiss? Or is it the world that has asked you? Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu. She stared blankly at those two characters. Exiting the medical room, Jiang Yu looked around. Several instructors awaited in the lobby. If he remembered correctly, one was surnamed Gu. Jiang Yu's testing had been relatively swift. The others were still undergoing examinations. Instructor Gu. Jiang Yu approached. Jiang Yu. Gu Qi, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened them. Care for a smoke? He fished out 2 cigarettes from his pocket. Sure. Jiang Yu's familiarity caught Gu Qi off guard, but he instinctively accepted the offering. As he reached for his lighter, he suddenly noticed something amiss with the weight. Looking back at Jiang Yu, he found him chewing away. Goodness. While you're sharing cigarettes, you're sharing candy instead. Gu Qi chuckled, deciding to join in the chewing. Instructor Gu, where's Instructor Song? Jiang Yu inquired. He went in for treatment. Gu Qi gestured toward the examination room down the hall. His injuries are severe. He was affected by the shadow field, and will likely need several days to recuperate. He cast a glance at Jiang Yu. Do you know Old Song? Jiang Yu nodded, recalling a prior brief encounter with Instructor Song. I see. Gu Qi smiled. Instructor Song is a good person and has a decent relationship with your uncle. He should be responsible for your practical lessons. Oh, Jiang Yu's interest peaked. Setting aside the notion of practical lessons for now, a good rapport with Uncle Lee? That was splendid. It meant he could rely on a strong ally within this training camp. Gu Qi revealed a faint smile and began, back in our university days. As graduation approached, We were assigned to lead teams. Old Song was fortunate to be assigned to your uncle's team. At that time, Li Xuanshi truly overshadowed a multitude of prodigies. After graduation, Instructor Song joined the Night Patrol Department, becoming a subordinate to your Uncle Li. I wish I could possess such luck. Zhao Jianyu winked and refrained from further commentary. The two engaged in casual conversation. This recent fog incident was indeed a mere preliminary assessment for entering the camp. The standard procedure involved exiting the subway, where 3 venues could be selected. The trainees would disperse, and under the intimidation of the otherworldly beasts, they would either band together to retaliate or flee in panic. Those who dared to fight back would undoubtedly be afforded the opportunity by the training camp to experience the thrill of hunting these creatures. Naturally, the final outcome would involve formidable beasts appearing, sending everyone into a frenzied scramble in the same direction, culminating in a collective initiation ceremony. Unexpectedly, the first stage collapsed entirely. First, the ocular species revolted, followed by a disturbance in the shadow arena. In all the years since the camp's establishment, such a significant mishap had never occurred. Little you cannot fathom the extent of the reprimands that many instructors will likely face as a result of this event. Gucci sighed, saying that the shadow arena was originally intended for simulating the shadow realm, and with this incident, it is improbable that your cohort will have the chance to utilize it. The cause of the revolt must be investigated. If it is uncovered, that would be fortunate. If not, facing disciplinary action is virtually inevitable. There is no issue with conducting assessments, but if safety cannot be ensured, then what is the point? This is merely a small assessment, a trivial test, involving a group of inexperienced youths, and yet trouble arises. If not you, then who should be reprimanded? Jiang Yu rubbed his nose, wisely choosing not to respond. Why did the shadow arena revolt? I have no idea either.